destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey, Lowry Markkanen, and Walker Kessler tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
Let's be honest, shopping for insurance isn't exactly a thrill ride. But saving money and avoiding costly insurance mistakes? That's a win. Join us at Farmers Insurance in Bountiful on October 22nd for the Zone's BYU Preview Show at the Mason Crapo Insurance Agency, 106 West 500 South. Learn how a local team can help you review your policies and save big. Plus, grab some incredible beef from Bar W Beef right on site. Learn more about personalized insurance from a trusted agent.
No one harvests fall better than Cedar City for the best fall events, farmers markets, hay mazes, pumpkin patches, eateries, all in living color. Fall in love where everyone wants to be. Cedar City. Plan your trip at visitcedarcity.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know.
News update.
News update.
This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag Utah Jazz.
He did practice today. In this moment, it looks like he's going to be ready to go tomorrow. We've got to meet after he finishes on the court and gets his treatment and all those things and kind of make the final call on what that looks like. But it was great to have him back on the practice court today for sure.
That's Will Hardy on Ace Bailey's status for tonight's season opener against the Clippers. Ace Bailey expected to be a game-time decision. Isaiah Collier and George Niang are out. And so it begins, PK. Tip-off tonight, 7 o'clock, with most of your Utah Jazz.
Yeah, well, Will Hardy says he's expected to play tomorrow, and that was yesterday, which means it's today, which means actually it's tonight when you think about it, when you boil it down completely. So, yeah, AB, yeah, I am looking forward to seeing him play this year. Each and every game, literally, each and every quarter, each and every possession, and I'm making a point to emphasize that to me, as far as this season goes, right now anyway, and it's subject to change, obviously, he's the number one attraction for me personally. Others can think whatever they want, and probably a lot of people would think differently. But for myself, I'm absolutely looking forward to see what he does today. And what's today? October 21st, 22nd, whatever it is. And then when we get to April, to see where we are and look at it and say, wow, that was incredible, or wherever we decide to go on the spectrum. I'm thinking, though, that when we get to April, we're going to say, hopefully, fingers crossed, that this was a pretty good season by the young kid.
Ace Bailey, story number 1. Story number 2. You got a second player you're looking for?
Yeah, I think when they acquire.
Back off injury?
No, when they acquire Giannis at the trade deadline.
Oh, nice. Okay. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NBA.
Gilgeous-Alexander, 34 tonight, 29 since halftime. Ready with a second. He arcs it. And he sticks it. Thunder 125, the Rockets 124. Smith catching one, fires at the buzzer. It's up, no good! The Thunder find a way on opening night. Never underestimate the heart of a champion.
Butler dribbles in. Pump fake. Goes up, throws to Payton in the near corner. Out to Curry with 5 on the shot clock. Deep three. Got it!
2 NBA games to tip off the season. The defending champs, the Thunder, beat the Houston Rockets 125-124 in double overtime. Nice line there. Never has to underestimate the heart of a champion. That's the Rockets line from the 90s when they went back-to-back. Now it applies to the Thunder. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 35 points. Sengun had 39 to lead Houston. And after the game, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander asked about Kevin Durant calling timeout, which should have given them a free throw because they're out of timeouts and 3 refs didn't see it. Even though he was holding the ball and you'd think he'd be the guy they were looking at. People make mistakes. That's the way it goes. Just shook it off. Easier to shake it off when you win, PK, and they did in the second overtime.
Yeah, I didn't think that was that big of a deal. I thought Dig Nault, or whatever his name is, the coach there for OKC, went a little strong on that. The referees, they probably know that there is no timeouts available, and maybe they didn't recognize it, and it's just that the referees. Once we say the referees, I tend to check out. I'm a little concerned about Houston's bench. It's first game, obviously, and they're considered, or I think they're considered by a lot of folks to be contenders. But do they have enough firepower off the bench? I mean, the loss of Van Fleet, I think, can be significant, because he could come in as a veteran kid and light it up, but he's going to be gone this year, as I understand, right? So I'm a little worried about them. And obviously the Thunder were without Cody Williams' brother, and so they look good enough. But they should. I mean, they have an opportunity to string together potentially what the Warriors did a few years back.
Win those championships before the young guys all need to get paid, and it becomes too expensive to keep them together. We've had 7 different champs in 7 years. Maybe they can go back-to-back, see if they can pull this off. The Warriors topped the Lakers 119-109. Jimmy Butler with 31 points in the win. Warriors' record with Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler last year was 22-5. The key is keeping them both healthy and on the floor together. At least for one night it worked. Obviously the Lakers don't have LeBron, so Luka went for 43 points, 12 rebounds, and 9 assists, but not enough as the Warriors win by 10. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NFL.
It looks like he's turning around parts of it. It's hard when you have a quarterback with, with a rating that we got. He has the ability, but something just is not jiving. But if you look at any head coach with a quarterback like that, you're going to see similar results if you go across the league. You have to play consistently at that position, and that's what we're going to try to do. If we can just complete a pass, it would look good. You got to complete some passes. You got to convince them that you can do something.
That's Jets owner Woody Johnson. Defending head coach Aaron Glenn admits the 0-7 start, and instead he puts all the blame on the quarterback. Justin Fields, Tyrod Taylor has started to play a little bit and maybe playing a lot more. The offense is not clicking, and if you can't run the ball, you can't pass the ball. That's football 101. Woody Johnson's Jets continue to struggle. Longest streak.
What does Woody Johnson know about quarterbacking?
Not anything necessarily. And he's got the team that's got the longest run.
And what did he do to make his money?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, that would be like asking Justin Fields. Whatever field that Woody Johnson came from, asking Justin Fields, well, what do you think about this? What does he know?
Russell Wilson called Denver Bronco coach Sean Payton classless in a social media post after Payton said he hoped to face his former QB when they played Sunday. Wilson posted classless but not surprised. Didn't realize you're still bounty hunting 15 plus years later through the media. Hashtag let's ride.
Yeah, that was a little spat between the two, although I don't know about the bounty hunting. That seemed like a bit of a reach. I don't know the connection there.
The Saints got fined for bounty hunting when he was the coach.
I understand that, but what difference? How's that bounty hunting? By wanting Jackson Dart to not play.
I thought that was just taking a shot, referencing that.
But I mean, right? Sure, it was, but it had no connection to it.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. It didn't make sense.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
Nick Saban says he's not surprised by the recent string of high-profile firings in college football because fans and alumni who donate money to programs are more influential than ever thanks to name, image, and likeness deals. If you don't fire the coach, I won't give you the money. ADs feel like they got to fire the coach then?
Sure, but I don't know that it's more than ever, though. Is their influence more than ever? Because the way the system is set up, supposedly the NIL is beyond what the school's involved in. And they're not supposed to have any involvement in that. That is the player and his agent, basically, and whoever the big money dude is who wants to be a jock sniffer and be buddies with these kids that are 40 years younger than them. And the school, they'll tell you, well, we don't really know who's making what. Well, it's all a big game. It's all that's all a load of crap.
Yeah, it is. They got to know. And the boosters, the collectives, they don't know which high school players to pay unless they're communicating with the staff. They don't know how to distribute it through the roster without communicating with the staff. There's got to be something there. And across the board, 130 whatever teams, 36, 37. Big 12 levied a $50,000 fine against ASU for their field storming after they upset Texas A&M. BYU has not formally been fined for their field storming last Saturday. Field storming fines, $50,000. Jump change. DJ and PK.
There you go. Whoop-de-doo. Ridiculous.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Angels have Kurt Suzuki as their new manager, former Major League Baseball catcher, 3 years working as a special assistant to the general manager. Played for 5 teams over 16 years. No previous professional coaching experience. An interesting choice to have someone who's never managed before. I mean, I get that GMs and analytics people call more of the shots than ever, and managers get to call fewer shots, but nonetheless, a little experience might be good, but see how that works out for them.
What's the difference? Are the Angels going to do anything next year if they had Sparky Anderson or Danny Murtaugh, Gil Hodges, Ralph Houck, some of the great managers of baseball? Would it matter?
Seems unlikely. Dodgers heavy betting favorites to repeat as World Series champs. Biggest favorites since the Yankees in 2000 when they had their dynasty rolling. Series gets underway Friday night, Game 1. DJ PK.
Hashtag NHL.
Turnover by Lekin and shot, and they score! Mikhail Sergachev gets his first of the year, and that one was a rocket! Keller in his own zone, nearly gave it back. Now Gunther wants to run. Gunther up ahead. It's Keller on the move. Keller to the front, tapped in. They score! He's done it again! Dylan Gunther! Wow! Overtime winner!
That's Dylan Gunther's game winner, tapping it in with 33 seconds gone in the overtime period, and the Mammoth beat the Avalanche 4-3. Pick up 2 more points. Perfect homestand, 4-0 PK. Now they're out on the road going to St. Louis. But that was a 1-goal game. The whole they just kept going back and forth, take a 1-goal lead, tie it up, back and forth they went, and Utes finally wins it in overtime.
That was a fun game. They had Ryan Smith on there. Thought they had a goal, but I think Spicy Tuna was in there a little too close. They took it away while Ryan was being interviewed. And then, it couldn't have been more than maybe, 2-3 minutes later, maybe a little bit more. It seemed like it was in a blink of an eye. They get a penalty, power play goal there. I think, did Schmaltz get it? I can't remember now. But it was fun to have him be on the air being interviewed when they scored the goal, and then have it taken away and then come back. Both teams had a goal taken away. They're relatively close. Was it in the second period? I think it was. And so it was what you were looking for if you were a Mammoth fan, and having the fun with that, and then getting the victory. Sure, yeah. Hey, I mean, they were off to a really good start, and this is what it's about. Build more confidence, get more cohesion, because they have a couple new players and all that stuff, as every team does. And you beat in Colorado, which was had they had a loss at that point? I don't think
just won in overtime. This is their second overtime loss. They haven't been beaten in regulation yet.
Yeah, so far so good.
Yeah, it's a really good start out of the gate. We'll see if they can continue it on this road trip. And the NHL's canceled an Olympic send-off event scheduled for February at the Islanders Arena. The plan now is to have All-Star Weekend there in 2027. That is what is trending, brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, the question of the day. Frank Dolce's coming up. Riley Jensen's coming up at 8 o'clock this morning. We'll talk football with him. Stay with us. DJ and PK. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a crash on eastbound I-215, the transition ramp on I-15 southbound in Murray's on the right shoulder, slowing down traffic, trying to take the ramp, backing things up to Redwood Road. Also, I-15 northbound is slow from Bluffdale all the way into Murray at this moment. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Bad weather and parking lots love GoPave Utah. GoPave Utah loves snow. Don't wait for bad weather. Schedule a snow removal service to GoPave Utah today. Visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The rivalry game may be over, but Big 12 play continues on for Kyle Whittingham and the Utes as they welcome in Coach Prime and Colorado to Rice-Eccles Stadium. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
New car prices going up? You're not imagining it. That shiny new ride just got even more expensive, making it tougher than ever to justify trading in. But here's the good news. Maaco can make your current car look and feel new again for a fraction of the cost. From fresh paint to light bodywork, we help you get more out of what you already own and love. Book your free estimate online or visit your nearest Maaco today. Free estimates, friendly service, fast turnaround. Better get Maaco.
Attention, RV owners or RV wannabe owners. It's the used RV blowout sale. RVs from all over the Intermountain West have been sent to the Layton Hills Mall for this RV liquidation event. Repos, buybacks, rental returns, and trade-ins. Blowout pricing. Every RV has been inspected and serviced and ready to go. Free admission, free parking, dealers welcome. It's the used RV blowout sale. This Wednesday through Saturday from 10 a.m. to dusk. Go to UtahRVEvent.com. Sponsored by Paris RV. Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH. That sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month. Zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU at Iowa State on Saturday, and Aaron Roderick on the usage of L.J. Martin and Bear Bachmeier. Well, a little technical difficulty there. The Cougar updates are brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
They want to hear the Thanksgiving song. All right. This is a Thanksgiving song. I hope you enjoy it. Love to eat turkey. Love to eat turkey. Oh, I love you.
Adam Sandler, there you go. He's coming to town. RGS Exteriors bringing you DJ and PK. A reminder to join Hans and Scotty G Friday from noon to 3 at RGS Exteriors, 4235 Farm Road in West Jordan. The question of the morning. The Jazz season starts tonight. What are you excited for? PK, a lot of sarcasm. A lot of sarcasm. I'm excited for the Utah Mammoth, Christopher says. Steve says, I'm excited for the Mammoth. We've got Eldon, who's excited for hockey, and so is Jay. And we got David, who's excited for next year's draft. Vernon, I'm excited for them to tank and get the Thunder's lottery pick next year. We want another top 5 pick. We either want Cam Boozer or A.J. DeBonsa in next year's draft.
Me too. I want them. I want them also. That's another story, though. The draft. That seems so far away right now. The NBA draft. What is that? The years go by fast, but the days are long. It's like, okay, the seasons go by fast, but the days are long, because that just seems like, wow, that is so much will be discovered between now and next year's draft. And I agree, man. Absolutely. I would love to have Cam Boozer and DeBonsa, or DeBonsa. I mean, you're not going to have and. But it's technically it's the Jazz's draft pick, right? It's not
right, it is.
OKC's pick.
Right. No, it's the Jazz
They
pick.
have to convey it.
Right.
If the things, the lottery balls and whatnot, beyond up to the 8 protected and all that stuff. That turned out that was a lousy trade to make.
Horrible. Yeah.
For Derek Favors, as far as that goes. But nevertheless, that's a situation. And Ryan Smith and Ainge and these guys, they all inherited that, so they got to make the best of it. But for right now, yeah, it's kind of interesting that it's a little bit of a double-edged sword, because a lot of people are excited about the hockey team, but the good thing is the owner owns both of them, so either way he wins. But obviously he's a basketball guy, and so wants to see this team do well. We all want to see the team do well, and the level of patience for a franchise that basically wasn't required to have patience. I mean, you got to go way, way back. But at that point, way, way back, it was still probably in the honeymoon phase of thinking, man, we're just glad we got a team. And we'll worry about winning. I don't know. I wasn't here at the time, but I think that might have been something that they were thinking about. Plus, college basketball was still, you could argue at the time, king. So maybe people didn't even notice the Jazz as much. But all that's changed, and college basketball, at least from BYU's perspective, will be an enormous story this year. But you're asking this fan base, which hasn't had to have that much patience, to have extended patience. Because this rebuild, it's like if I turn around and look, I can't see the last time, metaphorically, the team was good, because it's been a big while. I get all that, but I'm not a guy who's caught up in the winning and losing. And it's easy for me to say right now, because we're not in February and they haven't lost 9 out of 10 and getting drilled and blah, blah, blah. That might happen at that time, and so it get a little laborious then. But for right now, I have a level, and maybe excitement isn't the greatest word, but what is the mystery going to be revealed and all that stuff. And I want to go back to what I just said. Ace Bailey, man, is he going to be the foundation piece upon which all is built?
He seems like the most likely candidate to be a big star, and then you need good players around them. Can Hendricks be that? Can Filipowski be that? Is someone else going to emerge? Keontae George in his third year, is he going to take a step forward? So all these guys have individual storylines. The problem is, you're right, it is the 4th year of the rebuild, and there doesn't appear to be an immediate end in sight. I mean, 4 seems like a foregone conclusion. 5 years in a row missing the playoffs seems probable. I mean, that's a lot of, trade deadline, off-season moves, another trade deadline. I mean, a lot could happen in that time. You were joking about Giannis in the last segment. Doesn't seem likely there, but who knows? Teams' fortunes change pretty quickly. So who knows what move might be out there. But for now, just invest in these young guys and see who can take a step forward. Bailey seems like the most likely candidate for a star, but we've seen stars emerge from all over the different places in the draft. So somebody else, they can grab the bull by the horns or any other handy cliche and become a great player. That'll be exciting. Who can do it? We got 41 home games, and the first one's tonight. People trudge out there and see who can do it, who can take a big step forward.
I think they could make a run at the playoff next year if they got their draft pick that they keep, and it is certainly if it's top 2 or 3, I think they could have a shot at next season because you're looking for a player to emerge if Ace Bailey's that guy behind him. Well, they already got one. Certainly marketing. He doesn't need to emerge. He just needs to play. He needs to be out there and play as many games as possible, which hasn't been the case. See, I find this interesting, too, because maybe it's because I want it to be, but I think this team could be decently competitive to a degree. And that's very vague. I understand that.
So I'm being 30 wins?
I'm being vague on purpose because I don't know what's going to happen, obviously. And with that in mind, I think they could be fairly competitive this year if they really wanted. And now I know Dawson Ainge said, that's not going to happen or something along those lines, a very succinct, to-the-point quote. But I wonder if that really isn't going to happen because if they really do want to hold on to this pick, then they have to finagle it a little. Maybe they have to finagle it a little bit. Maybe they don't. But I think there's enough talent there to give it a run to where that pick can be in doubt. Now, that's not talking about getting to the postseason. I'm not saying anything about that right now. I'll have to wait and see how that shakes out. But as far as them maybe winning more ball games than anticipated, I can see that being a possibility. Now, the good thing for them is as you look in the West, it's very competitive. And which teams that would you be competing with that you could possibly rise above? If you look at it, what do they got? 16 teams? Is that what they got in each conference?
15 right now. Yeah.
Okay, 15 right now. And so you look at it off the top of my head, possibly Memphis. They seem like they might be in a little bit of a rebuild. I think the Spurs are going to be better than them. What's going on with the Kings and Portland and Phoenix? And that's probably about it. You always got the Pelicans over there because you never know about Zion and what he's going to do. He hasn't exactly been an Iron Man, obviously. But I see a lot of teams that are at least decent and got veteran players to where just by the nature of them having veteran players can be better than what the Jazz do if the Jazz go to the point of being exclusively young. And I do realize that you have to factor in the Eastern Conference too. I have a little less knowledge about the Eastern Conference. That will give me a month or so and I'll be up to date, but I feel more confident in projecting with the Western Conference.
I get that. I am too. I would say that the early projections are that Washington and Brooklyn could have brutal seasons.
Sure.
And I think if you want to put a number on brutal, I would say 20 wins. And the Jazz Vegas number is 19.5. So I think early in the year, people look at those three teams. But to your point, there are teams that have a chance to be okay and win 35 or 40 games, but they have a couple injuries, they have a little dissension, something goes wrong, and they fall apart. And it happens every year. Every year there's somebody you think that's a playoff team, and then they're nowhere near the playoffs. But that's usually hard to spot now, and you have to wait to see who gets, once you lose your two best players and you lose, $60 or $70 million worth of salary sitting over behind the bench, just watching games, then you have a chance to be brutal in a way that we just can't predict sitting here in October. But by January, it's pretty clear, they're going to be awful, the Sixers are a team. If they're healthy, they could be really good, but they're never healthy. So how not healthy are they going to be? They chose to tank last year, and nobody saw that coming. So who's that team this year?
Yeah.
Or teams, plural.
And with Austin saying what he said, I mean, two things. You got to take him at his word, and then you got to hold him accountable for his word. That's the way this works, right? This is pro sports here, accountability. They talk about that a lot, as they should, because these players are getting paid enormous amounts of money, and for fans, it costs a fair amount of money to go see them play, and it takes time out of your life to follow them, and you got a lot of folks who are invested emotionally. Some people, you just watch because you watch. It's something to do. But in our town, in our community, in our state, and even in our region that extends beyond the boundaries, there's so many people that they're not necessarily watching them just because it's something to do. Oh, there's a game on, I got nothing to do, I'll watch it, blah, blah, blah. No, I think this team has a lot of connection with its fan base, which means that there needs to be accountability. So what does that mean as far as Will Hardy and his players available? What does management want? Because they could – we're just talking about the 8th pick here. We're not talking about the play-in. We're not talking about the top 7. At least I'm not. I'm talking about them having an opportunity to possibly lose this pick. And I know they don't like to talk about it, right, because that means in order to keep the pick, you got to lose. And you may have to lose on purpose. And they really can't talk about it. They've been fined before, so I understand it's a little bit of a dicey situation for management to have to talk about it. I completely get it. But at the same time, they know what's at stake here and what's available. And Austin Ainge can probably tell you not only this year's June's class of what would be 26, he could probably tell you 27 and 28 too. Because these guys don't leave any stone unturned when it comes to all of these things, right? It's swirling around in their head and probably on the grease boards in their offices and all that stuff. So what does that mean as far as if they were to lose that pick, how big of a blow would that be? And if they get that pick, and if they get it high, and you've got a couple, at least 2 or 3 players up there, and then there's always surprises too that factor into it, right? That you're not really sure, because this is not an exact science. So there's a lot at stake, and that could play in. It won't play in for worse, because if it's for worse, it'll take care of itself. But if it's for better, what do they do there as far as that goes? Because there's some talent on this team. It's not like it's devoid of talent. It may be raw, it may be too young to win, but nevertheless, there's still talent.
I think they're really counting on it's too young to win. I think there's a reason that they moved 3 veterans and really didn't get very much back. And it's because they wanted to be young enough to keep that pick while still playing hard and trying hard and all those things, and counting on the fact that the youth will get them beat. And, the funny thing is that, and I'm sure you factored this in, and this is kind of a wild card in the whole thing, is like, how many nights, if you're playing against these other teams, we can sit here and say, well, this team has this player, right, and they got this level of talent. But, man, guys just don't play that many games, and how hard do they play? If you're playing hard, and if your guys are playing not 82 games, but 70 or 75 games, and other people are playing 60 or 65 games, there have been a lot of nights that teams are on long road trips, and they come through Utah, and it's like, hey, we got to give our guys nights off. It's elevation. This is more wear and tear on their body, and guys just don't play. I'm sure every fan listening can think when they went to a game and the opposing team's star, or at least starters, or if not the star, didn't play. And for the fan who wants to see a win, that's great. But the fan who wants to see the best the sport has to offer, that's horrible. But it happens here quite a bit, and then that makes a game more winnable. If you're playing your best guys every night and you're playing hard, you're going to pick up a few more wins. Now, if that moves you from 19 wins to 25 wins, you could still be one of the 4 worst teams in the league, and then you can't have bad lottery luck and slide out of the top 8. But to your point, PK, not talking about the playoffs, not talking about just like, but what if they were good enough to win 29 or 31 games? They had a 31-win season here a couple of years ago, and they drafted what did they draft? Cody Williams. They ended up falling into the 9th spot, I think.
He was like 9 or 10. Yeah.
So a few more wins and then bad lottery luck moves you out of the top 8. And we know what Austin said, and I think we all appreciate what Austin said. But if the team overachieves and a few other teams underachieve and you have bad luck, you might lose the pick. So it'll be interesting to see how this works out. But I do think they just didn't get much for the veterans they gave away. And partly that's the market now, and the teams don't have a lot of cap room, and they don't dare go over the second apron and all that stuff. So as Austin said, the contract becomes more important than the player's talent. Because
I'm not so worried about them not getting back because
but that keeps the team young.
Jordan Clarkson didn't play.
Yeah.
So they didn't need to get anything back.
Right, but if he
didn't do a whole lot. Only Collins did something.
Right, but if he and Collins had played more, they would have won more than 17 games.
Yeah, I know, but that's sort of a wash. If you didn't get back the talent that left, but the talent wasn't playing, and you got back lesser talent, you're sort of in the same spot. So I'm expecting the same level of contribution from the vets, save Kessler and Markkanen. I don't put them in that category because they weren't given away. The guys now Collins had a nice season, granted, and he should help the Clippers. I think that's a nice pickup by them. But the other guys didn't really do a whole lot. Seemed like Sexton and Clarkson didn't play, and so with that in mind, whatever you got back, it didn't really matter because they didn't play a whole lot. So I can actually argue the guys that they got back. A Kevin Love and a Kyle Anderson and a Nurkic would actually give them more. They may not be individually more talented, but those guys barely played. And so with that in mind, if the three players that I just mentioned just are out on the floor setting picks and moving the ball and rotationals, they would actually give you more than what the other guys got, even though they're not as good or individually more talented because they were, if they're available. So that's where it gets intriguing to me. And I don't have any doubt about playing hard. I mean, there's just too many young guys here. If you're a young guy and you don't play hard, something is really, really off because you got the chance of a lifetime here, man. You've got an opportunity to seize playing time and then put up stats, and let's face it, that all equals money. And that's what this thing is about. These kids, when they were 8, 9 years old and all the way up, maybe in college, a different story, they didn't play for money. Well, now they're playing for money. And I know some people like to put the money aside, but that's bullcrap because that's what they're doing. And they have an opportunity to make generational money here for sure. So I have no doubt that they'll play hard, which could lead simply to getting a few more wins than you want. But at the same time, have they decided – because they can't really talk about it, but have they decided that if they lose that pick, it's devastating to the grand scheme? I don't know about that.
That's an excellent question. See how and I think that I think what Austin would say, and then it would be up to everyone to decide if he felt like he had to say that. Sometimes when you're in charge, there's some things you have to say and some things you can't say.
Right.
And so even if he said it, then every listener would decide for themselves whether that was 100% true, 80% true, 40% true, whatever. But his point has been the amount of development that they could get from the number of young guys. If they get that and that leads to enough winning to cost them the pick, it's more valuable to have whatever it is, 2, 4, 6, 8 young guys improving and playing great and paying off than it is to have a bunch of guys who are bad picks failing and get one more good player. Now,
exactly
how much he believes that and what specifically does that look like after we've seen it for a year? Hey, this guy played hard and won him some games, but I still think his ceiling is he's like the 8th guy in the rotation. That's as good as he can be, right? Whereas if you have a bunch of guys, you look at them and think, man, they drafted 6 guys who can start in this league, and 2 of them might be all-stars. And I think Austin would tell you, hey, if you got that level of development and you lose a pick, who cares? I mean, you got it, right? You got starters, you got stars, you're on your way. If you can see that, guys, and they don't even necessarily have to do it this year, but if you could just see the progression and think they're going to be there in another year, 2, whatever it is, then you can live with losing the pick. And in the short run, Jazz fans, justifiably, would scream if they lost the pick. They would just scream. But if these players are good enough, in the long run, you might be okay with it. Although in the short run, it would hurt. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But in the long run, you might be okay. I mean,
and what do they do between now and then to safeguard that? And there's a couple of things. There's probably several things they can do to safeguard if they should lose that pick, as far as getting another pick. You know, when Austin's father came here, they didn't have a whole lot. Well, then he makes a couple of trades, and all of a sudden you get Kessler, right? And he looks like, what was he drafted in the 20s? For some reason, I want to say 22.
I think you're
double
right.
Check it. But they didn't have that available, and we thought, oh, this is snooze. Well, no, they made that, and they got that, and then they end up getting a player who's had some promise. So what can they do to, if they should be on the track to lose it, can they figure out something to recoup something out of the draft, and then they end up getting a player or another pick down the line or whatever it might be to have that, you make up for that. That's a lot of stuff that can go on.
And that's all stuff that has to be sorted out by watching games. How good are they? You know, and how many games does Markkanen play? He's missed games because of injuries, and he's missed games because they've been tanking.
Right.
How many of those games were purely tanking? How many of those were injured? Because if he's healthy enough and he goes out and plays 70 games, which might be his career high, I'd have to look. But if he did that, how much is he going to give him? How many extra wins is that? Versus if he plays 40 whatever games, I think it was 47 last year. If he plays 47 games, you know how many do they lose. And I think you're right about somebody like Kyle Anderson. Man, the tank's not empty. There's something there. He's going to help him win a couple of games. Now, is he going to play in the fourth quarter? Are they going to go with the young guys? What is Will Hardy going to decide? Will Hardy clearly didn't like being reined in and the tanking. How excited are you about what Ainge said? Very. Two varies, and then the press conference is over and he gets up and leaves. It's really clear. Sick of the losing, sick of playing what he knew was not anything close to the best lineup.
Okay, yeah. All that remains to be seen. And that is like big picture hovering over the franchise. But for now, we've got players.
Yep.
And we got players watching them develop. And that's tonight. That's exactly where I'm at.
How good is Bailey? How good is Hendricks? How good is Filipowski? You can go on down the line. All right, DJ and PK, there you go. That is the question of the day, hot takes or toast. Stay with us. More on the way. We're talking college football at the top of the hour. Riley Jensen will join us. We'll get his thoughts as BYU, one of the last 6 undefeated teams in the country. Can they keep it rolling at Iowa State? And if they do, then they keep it rolling for another week because they've got to bye after that. And we'll see how many other teams drop off and how many unbeaten teams there are when they get back to action. But first, we'll see if they can beat Iowa State. And we'll talk to Riley about that game coming up at the top of the hour right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
I-15 has the longest stretch of delays from Lehigh into Murray at the moment. Slowest traffic is getting out of Eagle Mountain and Saratoga Springs as you try to get across to I-15, either 2100 North or Pioneer Crossing this morning. This update is brought to you by UTA. Of course, UTA reminds you that when you take UTA, you can do just about anything while you ride. You won't even notice all the traffic you're missing along the way. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. With the Holy War behind them, the Cougars get set for a trip to the Midwest for a Saturday afternoon showdown against Iowa State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch College Football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Let's be honest, shopping for insurance isn't exactly a thrill ride, but saving money and avoiding costly insurance mistakes, that's a win. Join us at Farmers Insurance in Bountiful on October 22nd for the Zone's BYU Preview Show at the Mason Crapo Insurance Agency, 106 West 500 South. Learn how a local team can help you review your policies and save big. Plus, grab some incredible beef from Bar W Beef right on site. Learn more about personalized insurance from a trusted agent.
Do you need an electrician? Any Hour Services has a team of licensed electricians that can help with any size electrical project around your house. Whether it's help troubleshooting, installing a ceiling fan, replacing smoke detectors, or upgrading your old electrical panel, the electricians at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honesties with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
I am dedicated. I am TNT.
With Team in Training, you will reach your best physical self so blood cancer patients can reach theirs. Change your life by joining a marathon, half marathon, triathlon, or a cycle event, and you'll change the lives of blood cancer patients.
I am committed. I am TNT.
After 600,000 participants and almost $1 billion raised for treatments, TNT has helped the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society make a significant impact in the advancement of blood cancer therapies that save lives every day.
I am making a difference. I am TNT.
Join TNT. Expand your circle of friends to be part of a very special community. Train with world-class trainers and have the chance to be part of the most exciting endurance sports events in the country. Or train on your own schedule with TNT Flex. Join TNT and fundraise while you train, and take part in getting us all closer to a world without blood cancers.
Join TNT now. Go to teamintraining.org.
Fall is here, and the air is cool and crisp. Leaves are starting to turn, and nothing says fall like gathering around a warm fire. Hey, it's Ryan here with Timber Ridge Fireplace. If you're ready to elevate your home with a custom wood, gas, or electric fireplace, then go ahead and give us a call and choose from one of our sleek, modern gas designs to one of our timeless stone masterpieces. Our full-service team handles everything from concept to installation. And for a limited time, when you schedule an estimate and book your project, you'll get a free 22-inch tailgater grill. It's the Travel IQ by Napoleon, valued at over $279. Just mention the Zone when you call to schedule. Don't wait. Call Timber Ridge Fireplace today at 801-896-0792. That's 801-896-0792. Or visit us online at trfireplace.com. Timber Ridge Fireplace. Warmth, craftsmanship, and comfort made simple.
Attention Jazz Nation, the long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah, Colorado, Saturday night. Kyle Whittingham on when he will decide on a starting quarterback.
Saturday at 8:15. That's drop dead time, and it's only Tuesday, and so we got a lot of time left before kickoff. I guess technically yes, 8:15 Saturday, but we'd like to have that decided by Friday, sooner if possible, but it could go to Friday. We'll see.
This Ute Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Here comes Hanukkah, so much Hanukkah to celebrate Hanukkah. Hanukkah is...
The artist of the day today is obviously Adam Sandler. Adam Sandler coming to the Delta Center Sunday for a performance. It's a Win Tickets Wednesday. About an hour from now, we'll give away those tickets. If you want to go see Adam Sandler, be around in about an hour. The band of the day, brought to you by Live Nation. For all the live concerts and events in 2025, check out livenation.com. PK, you got a question up here on Facebook. Has Kevin Young revolutionized how BYU is recruiting and their perception nationally? And Brooks said no. It's the money that's doing it.
The cash, huh?
Well, I mean, the cash is certainly a factor. His the stars he has endorsing him, that doesn't hurt. That separates you, in some cases at least, with the players who are looking for where to go, who are going to get offered a ton of money no matter where they go. Now, they're not landing all of the top, 5 players in the country.
Not yet.
Yet is a word you can throw out there. Absolutely. So, Dave says, it's both. Y'all should get some. And it's Dave Osmond. How about that? We got Osmonds commenting on our Facebook page.
Well, there's a bunch of Osmonds, and some of them are very much sports fans. Donnie can talk sports. He's interested in sports. I didn't actually post that question. I don't know who posted it.
Oh, really?
Maybe Yak knows. Huh. Is that the one with the video and everything? Audio, I mean?
I did see a couple that were different posts, and I thought, ooh, technologically, someone's taking a leap forward.
And that would not be me.
That is our digital team working with us on stuff like that.
Well,
I figured that was actually it was really cool. I've got no problem with it. I don't own the page. It's not my page. It's our page. Is page the right word?
No, you're right. Yeah, it's a Facebook page. Yeah, Maddie and her team who work on our digital side, they were sending me some links yesterday and said, hey, you guys can utilize some of this. We're going to be throwing up more of that stuff in terms of our YouTube videos, shorts, all that type of stuff.
No, I actually thought it was pretty cool. But that's way beyond me. And I saw them working on it yesterday, and I figured when I saw it later, I figured that's what it was, and I'm all for advancements in beyond what my capabilities. That's their job. So I'm a guy who tell me what my job is, and I'll do it. And if you want me to expand my job, and if you want me to learn how to do it, then teach me, and I'll do it. But I also want other people that are employed to be able to do their jobs, because that's their area of expertise, and so have them do it. But yeah, I mean, that's the way to go. I understand that. Those things, the digital world and all that stuff is literally ever underscored 100 times expanding, and so have at it, and away you go. But no, they took stuff that we were talking about yesterday and put that up there with actual sound bites and all, and we've got video. You can go on the website, kslsports.com, and click and see us there if that's what you want to do and all that stuff. But sure, yeah. It's all designed, I assume, to make money, and I'm all for making money. I saw a story yesterday. This is off the topic a little bit, but I saw a story that the WNBA talking about the players wanting more money. I got no problem with that. I mean, whether they deserve it or not, who cares? I mean, to me, if they're trying to get more money, yeah, have at it. I'm all for everybody getting more money, whoever they might be. And that's up to, the situations and the parameters and everything, whether they earn it or not, that's another story. But try to get more money, and I assume that's what they're doing here, as putting that up there. And because we were talking about it, when you think about it, Kevin Young is actually recruiting, you can argue, to the NBA, not just BYU, because that's the premise that they've built their program upon. And I was thinking about this, too, because I saw the post, right? And I saw you and we were discussing it, and I remember the discussion, and I'm thinking, man, for them, for BYU, it would be potentially a significant blow if they went back to the days of a Kobe Bryant and Garnett and all that stuff where we had guys go from high school right to the NBA. Then you wouldn't there would be no need for a Debanza to stay.
Yeah, presumably, though, everybody would lose at the top, right? Nobody would be able to land any of these top draft picks if they change that rule. There'd be a new level of the top player going into college basketball. Now, who would get that player? And maybe that new level, there wouldn't be, 3 players separating themselves out. Maybe there'd be 8 players of similar skill and stature. You're right, it would definitely change things, but it changed things for everybody, right? You don't get Debanza, they don't get Boozer. How many guys, if the rule was available, how many high school players would jump straight to the NBA?
The type of players that Kevin Young is targeting.
Right, and we can look back and say, well, look what happened then, right, with Kobe and KG and a bunch of guys on down the line. But those guys couldn't make money in college above board in the massive amounts they're making it now. I mean, you heard about payouts back in the day, but I think most of the stuff you heard about was 6-figure stuff.
No question, but I still think the huge money is in the NBA to get to that second contract, and you got to get started as soon as possible.
Yep, that would be the argument. Yeah, you could make money going to fill-in-the-blank college power, but that doesn't start your clock, and you want to get through that rookie contract and get to the real big NBA money as soon as possible. So, all right, DJ and PK, when we come back, Riley Jensen joins us talking college football. The Utes bouncing back against Colorado, changing quarterbacks possibly, and BYU trying to remain undefeated. That's next. Stay with us.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
Okay, Joy, let's go for a ride. So the car lights are on your... Yet, you got it. And to adjust your seat, you got to... Have you driven this car before?
Nope, never driven this car in my life. Hey, Doug, you want to buckle up?
Funny, usually I'm the one that has to tell the customer to buckle up.
Free test drive the new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander at Doug Smith in American Fork. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishi models. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right, you can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code HEAT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code HEAT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code HEAT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
The changing temps and colorful leaves means fall's in the air. Take a mental break, becoming one with your thoughts and nature, starting in Cedar City. Lighten your heart and clear your mind with a short drive to enjoy not one, but 4 scenic highways, connecting you to nothing but an open canvas of color. Vibrant shades of red rocks, amber leaves, clear blue skies, and endless shades of emerald green and cedar breaks and Dixie National Forest. Cedar City is nature's backdrop, where the forest actually does meet the trees. The journey isn't about getting there, it's about being there. Being on a hike, mountain biking, or OHVing, with eyes and jaws wide open to scenic views. Cedar City also harvests the best events, charming organic farmers markets, promising the best pumpkin patches and hay mazes in the West. Plus the Sheep Parade down Main, October 25th. For the fall color reports, activities, eateries, and more, log on to visitcedarcity.com. That's visitcedarcity.com.
Utah Mammoth Hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to UtahMammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's UtahMammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What's your name?
Me, I'm the lonesome kicker. Extra points, field goals at your service.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Big week of football in front of us this week. BYU's at Iowa State. Can the Cougars stay undefeated? Last year after they beat Utah, they lost the next 2 games. Kalani's already talked about recharging the batteries emotionally. For the Utes, 5-2, man, it'd take a lot of help. It's possible. It'd take a lot of help to get to the conference title game. 10 wins is still in play. That's just taking care of business yourself. A lot to play for these two teams, PK. But the hangover after the rivalry game has been true for multiple players, multiple teams in multiple years. It'll be interesting to see how these players handle it this year. We are joined now by Riley Jensen, the former Aggie quarterback. Riley, good morning.
Good morning, guys. What's happening?
Well, the rivalry game is in the rearview mirror. BYU is one of 6 undefeated teams in the country, and Kalani sat down at the podium and talked about losing 2 games after beating the Utes a year ago. He wants it to be different. How different do you think it can be? What shot do they have to win at Iowa State and remain unbeaten going into the bye week?
Well, shoot, I mean, this week is the toughest one. You have a huge win against a rival. You're going against a really, really tough Iowa State. I don't think they're not ranked right now, are they? They used to be.
No.
But they're a really good team. They're 5-2. Yeah, they're a really good team. It's a hard place to play. I have a lot of respect for their coach, and they do a lot of good things. And I know how much that coach said he respected Kalani. But this is going to be a really, really tough week. But man, if you can win this game, go into a bye week, get healed up, and make a run. I mean, you guys were the ones that pointed out. Excuse me. You're the ones who pointed out how tough, this mid-October to November stretch was, and it's very, very difficult. But man, if they can squeak this game out, get to the bye week, there's going to be a lot of excitement going around the state of Utah.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Big game for the Utes. I wanted to ask you a question about Bear Bachmeier, and with that, we hear we had on Steve Young, and he's saying it. I've heard a number of people, I'm sure you think of it, that the advancement of the quarterback in general has been far greater than it used to be with this year-round stuff that they do and all the training and blah, blah, blah. So with that in mind, and you've been able to, you've trained quarterbacks over the years, so you could see it at the very beginning, at the rawest level. I mean, literally, you're probably 10, 11, 12 years old in terms of the advancements. So as it relates to Bachmeier, do you think that he's an exception, or is it something that you can more readily understand because of the advancements that we've seen? And for him, he's doing it, but it's about the opportunity that he's allowed to do it, and a lot of them don't even get that opportunity. So is it an unusual, or is it more normal, but we just don't see it as much because freshmen don't typically play?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think this is more of a trend. I mean, I was surprised that there's only like 4 quarterbacks that have started and gone 7-0 as a freshman or something like that. I've been seeing that all over Twitter. But I'll say this: he is one of those quarterbacks that is kind of uniquely qualified to do something like this. He has older brothers that have played quarterback at the Division I level. He is a bigger, stronger, developed kid for an 18-year-old. I mean, he's all of 220 pounds. He runs physical. He can take big hits. I mean, that hit from Barton, that reminded me so much of my knockout blow at Washington, because the head just twisted around. I mean, that was a knockout shot, and he didn't even come out of the game. I mean, this is a big, strong kid that is prepared in some unique ways. I mean, I think his older brother could really prepare him for some things that maybe he hasn't prepared for. I think that he was probably exposed to some of the pressure that happens as a Division I quarterback that maybe a lot of people haven't been exposed to, because he watched his brothers go through some starting situations both at Boise State and Wake Forest. And then you throw in all the preparation that takes place for young quarterbacks now with quarterback coaches and with all that kind of stuff. And look, there's a lot of us out there. I mean, Dustin Smith is out there preparing quarterbacks. I'm out there preparing quarterbacks. There's some quarterback coaches up north here in the state of Utah. But I think the real difference is they're getting so many reps in like 7-on-7 type situations that, because look, I can only do so much as a quarterback coach. You can only do so much of getting their footwork right and getting their arm angle right and like get them off to a good start when they're young. But then there's these pressure reps that happen in these 7-on-7 things and in these different things that are really unique. And so I think the question is really, really good. Yes, I think there's going to be more quarterbacks that do this because more of them are going to be prepared. But I also think that Bear is an exception because of some of the unique circumstances that have been developed in his life.
We talk about quarterbacks because we can't help ourselves. And certainly the way Bear's throwing the ball, I mean, his completion percentage is almost 63%. He's got 9 touchdowns to 3 picks, and he just passes the eye test. But when the question came to A-Rod this year, about running the ball, and I mean, he leaned into it multiple times. We will run the ball. And now they're over 230 yards a game. L.J. Martin has been fantastic. Bear Bachmeier has a ton of yards running the ball. They've spread some other yardage around, even though they've had injuries to the backup, and they use the fly sweep and all that kind of stuff. I mean, if you're one of the top 10 teams in the country and the 3 service academies are a given, it's like they are running the ball 230 yards a game. That's just a massive number, Riley. I wonder if you ever played for a team that ran the ball for 200 yards a game.
Never.
That's very impressive.
No, 230 yards a game. And look, listen, A-Rod is he is a quieter guy. He's not one of those guys that demands attention or notoriety for what he's doing. But I think we got to give a lot of credit to this guy. One of the things that I love about A-Rod is every single quarterback that he has worked with since he's been at BYU has gotten considerably better from year 1 of playing with him to year 4 of playing with him. He's now put 2 NFL quarterbacks out. Well, actually 3. I mean, because you got to count, I just spaced his name, the transfer from USC that came from Pitt as well. He's in the NFL. Yeah, you got Slovis there. You got 3 guys in the NFL. You have Bear Bachmeier, who has every fingerprint and indication that he's going to go to the NFL. But then, to the point, and I'm talking about quarterbacks again because we love to talk about quarterbacks. But then you go and you start looking at the ability to run the football, the innovation with the offense. I mean, I think that A-Rod has been super innovative with his offense clear since Zach Wilson, where he kind of let Zach Wilson be Zach Wilson. And so I'm way impressed with A-Rod. I think that he has been a fantastic offensive coordinator and a fantastic addition, and people give a lot of credit to John Beck, and I love John Beck. I mean, I've taken my own kid down to John Beck, but the real advancement at the quarterback position and this offense takes place when they're doing, blitz pickup, and when they're doing run game in their practices, and when they're doing 7-on-7 and really developing these quarterbacks and running backs into something that can be really good. And let's give a little bit of credit to the new offensive line coach as well, who's really brought a mentality. L.J. Martin is a legitimate running back. I mean, we were watching the game, and my mother-in-law and my wife are way into football now because my son's into it. They're like, well, what makes this guy so good? He's really good. And I'm like, look at his legs from the waist down. His legs are gigantic. I mean, that guy just has a real push and a forward lean to him that's exciting to watch. The offensive line is nasty. I loved how they carried Bear Bachmeier into the end zone there, for the winning touchdown. I mean, there's some good pieces that have come together for BYU right now, and they're a really good football team. And I think you have to give A-Rod a ton of credit because he is just quietly and consistently put together really, really good teams. And I think part of the reason why he wanted to have the run game so solid this year is so that he could bring Bear up to speed in a way that still builds his confidence. And that's exactly what they've done. And now Bear's making some throws like that. That throw to Chase Roberts down the sideline for a touchdown, for their first touchdown, I mean, that's an NFL throw. I mean, recognizing that it's man-to-man and then throwing it right over the top and Chase catches the ball and it looked like an easy throw. That's a really tough throw. And so there's some really good things going on for BYU right now.
I know BYU has an excellent defense. There's no question about that. As far as Utah's offense, with their inability to get the ball downfield through the air, have they become too predictable? Did I say Utah's offense, I mean?
Well, I think there's some interesting things from the game that were indicators that they're just a little bit off. First of all, they ran the ball for 200. I mean, they had a ton of running yards. They were pounding the rock, and then decided to go for it on fourth down and miss some opportunities to put points on the board that I think might have given their guys like a little bit of confidence. I'm not trying to be real critical of Devin because I really like the way he plays football. I just don't think he's a natural passer. I think this is a guy that is a really good runner who can develop into a better passer, but I don't think it's a natural feel for him. And so I don't know that they're too predictable. This is still a really good football team to me that is going to have something to say about the Big 12 championship before it's over. But I just felt like they just weren't able to make the plays to win this game. I don't know that it was that bad of a game plan. And I think Dampier is going to get better and better at throwing the ball. I just don't think it's his natural state of being to be a big, sit in the pocket, throw the ball. But there were times where, man, he had so much time to throw the ball. This offensive line for the University of Utah is ridiculously good. Ridiculously good.
On the other side of the ball, the Utah defense is good. But there is a clear Achilles heel developing here, or two actually. Two different scenarios are related over the last year and a half. One is they get a fourth quarter lead and the D can't get the stops protected and win the game. BYU was behind. They scored twice. They win the game. Last year, BYU comes from behind to win the game in the fourth quarter. Houston comes from behind the game to win the fourth quarter. Iowa State comes behind to win in the fourth quarter. The other scenario where is the offense struggles, but they get it to a one-possession game, and then in the fourth quarter, but the D can't get a stop, and it goes back to two possessions, and the offense can't win the game. It happened against Arizona last year. It happened against Arizona State last year, and that's what happened in the Texas Tech game this year where they gave up 3 fourth-quarter touchdowns. So even if I let last year go, 3 fourth-quarter touchdowns against Texas Tech, 2 allowed against BYU, what can be done for a defense that is clearly good to make winning plays in a fourth quarter and protect leads?
Yeah, I think it's really tough to put this on the defense when they're only giving up. I mean, with the exception of the Texas Tech game, the defense has been lights out. You only give up 24 points in a game in the Big 12. That should be a W. At least that's how defensive coaches are probably thinking. Here, this is a hard one because, I just coached a Little League football team that started out 4-0, and then we lost our last 5, and we're done. And I'm supposed to be a mental performance coach, and we lost 3. Once we were 4-0, we lost 3 games by a total of 10 points. They were all close games. They were all heartbreakers, and then the wheels just came off. And I'm supposed to be a mental performance coach, so here I am, giving my thoughts on how you help a defense, but you watch them play, and Peyton Manning has said this before. He says every single game is won with 4 or 5 plays in the game. There are 4 or 5 plays that win a game, and he says the problem is you don't know which play they are going to be, and so you have to be focused in on every play. And the thing that I would say if I was talking to the University of Utah defense or even talking to the University of Utah offense or the whole team is you got to put your signature on each play. And sometimes they're just really, really small plays that don't matter. But what it is it's one guy here or one guy there that doesn't make the play, right? And we all put our signature on, a marriage license, a house mortgage, a car, a big contract for your work, all that kind of stuff. We put our signature on big things, but what leads to those big signatures is a small signature of every single day. What are you doing in practice? What are you doing to communicate a little bit better? What are you doing to make the play in practice when you don't feel like it because it's mid-season and you're hurt and everybody has all kinds of hurt muscles and they're playing through difficult things. And so there has to be this personal pride that you're going to be focused on every single play. And that starts in practice, that starts in the weight room, that starts in lots of different ways. But to make the play on Saturday and be the guy that makes the play for your team, you have to have that personal pride that mowing the corner of your grass matters even though nobody can see it, if that makes sense.
Oh, heck yeah, Riley. Absolutely. Personal pride.
But
I'm
you
down
know,
with that.
I'm 0-5. I don't remember going 0-5 even on bad teams. So I'm 0 for my last 5. So take it for what it's worth.
Yeah, I think it's time to make a change in the coaching staff, but we'll get to that later.
I think about it all the time. Like if I was a Division I coach right now, I'm dying. I don't even know where to hide. They're killing me. They're killing me in the neighborhood. They're killing me everywhere I go.
You have $10 or $20 million. You can go anywhere in the world and get away.
Fair enough.
Want to get away?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
That
doesn't placate it. That's just
it really
delaying the
doesn't.
pain.
Not as a competitor, it doesn't placate it. Even the money doesn't placate it.
Money does. I mean, it's the byproduct, but the intoxication that comes from winning cannot be purchased by money.
Well,
it's a drug.
I hear what you say.
It is absolutely.
Yeah. Riley, I hear it really is. Yeah, the stuff that gets
like a
released
good round
in
of
your brain.
golf, man.
Yeah,
you can't buy it.
Well, Riley, I think we ought to make it clear the Utah defense is good, and you're right about the 24 points. The question is, everybody wants that winning, and so your corner of the lawn, what can you do to be better? And we are talking about going from good to great, right? 24 points, that's a good performance. But if you're great, then you can win the game. And maybe it's not fair that they should be asked to be great, but I got to imagine when they're coming off the field after they give up a drive and a score that costs them the lead, you shouldn't be behind if you've only given up 17 points, but you still just gave up the lead, and there's got to be a hole in the in the pit of your stomach.
Well, look, this is. I'm not giving them an excuse. For me, from the outside, I'm just going, this is a really good defense. They should.
It is.
But if you want to put the nails to him a little bit, this is the way Utah's always won. They've always said, don't turn the ball over, play decent offense, and our defense is going to win it for you. So if that's the way, if that's been your recipe for winning, then you don't have anybody to look at but yourself, because the offense is playing close enough to win, and the defense isn't making the big play that they normally make. And some of these plays are momentum changers. I've talked about it before. And Tony Parks brought this up to me a long time ago. Like a dropped interception is a huge momentum change in college football, because it goes in the books as a pass breakup, and it goes in the books as like a good defensive play. But what it does to a team and what it does to the momentum of the game is like a huge missed play or getting a fumble. These things they haven't. The defense hasn't seemed to have that timely play that University of Utah defenses normally have, and that's where that becomes a momentum statistic, because Utah used. Well, and I'm talking about like they used to be. We are talking about good to great here, right? But to get that momentum back, they need some defensive plays that lead to wins right now. And they need a sack. They need an interception. They need a fumble. They need something at the end of a game that makes them feel like they're that Utah defense that just dominates when they need to. And that's where they've got to make that emphasis in practice. Maybe it's an emphasis on like really going for a strip fumble, really getting yourself in position at the end of games to make those plays. But they've got to make a play.
Lobo fans going to show up to boo your boy Bronco? How hostile can it be in Albuquerque?
Oh, yeah, I mean, there's going to be plenty of people booing. It might be 10,000. Yeah. Which is why he left. You know what I mean? Like, it's why he left. That game, for Hawaii, last week against San Jose State was a really, really fun game. I watched every single play.
Yeah, me too.
And they're a fun football team to watch. Like,
agreed.
This is a team that's playing with some energy and with some focus that hasn't been there in a few years. And so if you're a Utah State fan, I was really excited about that game. That was a fun game for me to watch. They're disciplined. They make plays. They have some guys that can make some plays. And so, New Mexico will be there to boo, and then they're going to lose to Utah State.
There you go. All right. Hey, Riley, we appreciate it as always. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Love your guts, man. Have a great day.
Riley Jensen, former Aggie quarterback, joining us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Still to come in this hour, we got Adam Sandler tickets to give away on a Win Ticket Wednesday, and more on that Lobo Aggie game coming up with a guy who covers the Lobos at 9 o'clock. We'll talk with him. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a crash, I-215 northbound approaching the 201 eastbound freeway ramp on the right shoulder, adding to delays from 35th South to California Avenue. I-15 is still slow in both directions as you head towards downtown Salt Lake City, either north or south. This update is brought to you by Enbridge Gas, reminding you to prepare for winter. Get a furnace inspection from a certified heating contractor to check for both safety and efficiency. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The rivalry game may be over, but Big 12 play continues on for Kyle Whittingham and the Utes as they welcome in Coach Prime and Colorado to Rice-Eccles Stadium. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely with no drugs or injections. No prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. You can too. Alex here. I've dropped 65 pounds. You've got to get with SLC Fat Loss. Take advantage of this $200 off fall special. Make that change with slcfatloss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Let's be honest, shopping for insurance isn't exactly a thrill ride, but saving money and avoiding costly insurance mistakes, that's a win. Join us at Farmers Insurance in Bountiful on October 22nd for the Zone's BYU Preview Show at the Mason Crapo Insurance Agency, 106 West 500 South. Learn how a local team can help you review your policies and save big. Plus, grab some incredible beef from Bar W Beef right on site. Learn more about personalized insurance from a trusted agent.
Brands with real history are highly valued. Strauss was founded in 1948 by Engelbert Strauss, and it's still family-owned and run to this day. Strauss is trusted by workers all over the world. Their pants are like tools you can wear, smart pocket design, all-day comfort, and durability you can count on. And now Strauss is making history as the first brand ever with its logo on Major League Baseball helmets. From the job site to the big leagues, from grit to glory. Gear up now at Strauss.com.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It was out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/play. Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It was out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/play.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Any Hour Services can help with any size plumbing project around the house. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance or plumbing repairs are closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU getting ready for a trip to Iowa State Saturday. Waylon Lapaho on the mindset of the team currently.
We got to put it all on the line every week. You know, it's not easy to be undefeated. You know, you have a big target on your back. Everyone's going to be gunning for you. So you can't take each week for granted, and you just got to put everything you got into it.
This Cougar Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is a song. This is a new song. It's through the eyes of one of the greatest people alive, I feel. The lunch lady.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. There is Adam Sandler. He's in concert Sunday at the Delta Center. We have tickets to give away in our next segment. So you want to do it now, Yak?
Well, we've got something coming up in the next segment. We have high school,
all right,
high school
Yak
players
wants
of the
to
week.
do it. Yak wants to do it right now. Let's do it right now. Caller 12 right now. You can win tickets to see Adam Sandler at the Delta Center Sunday. Caller 12, 801-575-ZONE, 801-575-ZONE, 801-575-9663. You see the Sandman, You're My Best Friend tour at the Delta Center this Sunday. Caller 12, 801-575-ZONE. All right, PK, that was a lot of football with Riley Jensen. We love having him on every week. He talks Utes, he talks Cougars, and he's taken the Aggies definitively in Albuquerque. That was a lot of football. Your thoughts on everything he just had to say about college football. Pick your favorite tangent and go.
I think that the Utes still have a ton to play for. This season is not over by any stretch, and it's not even over in terms of possibly getting to Arlington. 2 losses, yeah, I got it. Both of them sucked. But so what? They happened. And now what are they going to do to not just rectify it, but make sure that they're on the way towards fulfilling something that is very much possible? And what's it going to be? And this is kind of an offshoot. It was not necessarily what Riley was talking about, but we played your updates that you do, the Cougar and Utes, brought to you by the barbecue out there. Is that where is that? At the district?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kenny J's.
Kenny J's, yeah. Been out there, good food. But Kyle's talking about a starting quarterback, and, he joked 8:15 Friday, but then he said, well, or 8:15 Saturday. And he said, well, maybe we won't know till Friday. It's like, oh, man, I hope that's just you playing your typical cat and mouse game. I hope for their sakes and when I say they're, I'm talking about the boys on the team, that they know right now, today, who's going to be the starting quarterback, and everything is going in, particularly if it's the freshman Bird, Ficklin, that they have everything set up for him to succeed via the maximum time of preparation, because I don't want to see what we've seen. We know the results when that happens. Now, maybe Bird is better than the other guys, but it's hard for me to imagine that he's better than what Bryson Barnes was at the time, because they were doing that a couple years back, not just last year with Isaac Wilson, but with other guys too, particularly Barnes 2 or 3 years ago. And so they need to get him, if it's Ficklin, as much opportunity to be prepared as much as possible for your first start ever against a pretty good team. Colorado's got that 3-4 record, but their opponents have been very difficult. Have got great records to the teams that they lost to, including Houston, which is 6-1. And maybe Houston, it's funny, Houston might be the ASU of 2025. Remains to be seen, right? They're in position to do that.
Houston this week is at ASU. This will go a long way towards telling us that. If Houston wins that and gets to 7-1.
No, then they're absolutely legitimate. If you go into Tempe and do something that Texas Tech could not do, then you certainly got our attention. You probably deserve to be ranked and all that stuff at that point. So I just hope it was a cat and mouse game where he was saying that, maybe Friday. No. I don't care about knowing. I don't need to know. We don't need to know. But the players and the preparation that goes into preparing a starter, that has to happen, and it can't be wishy-washy until Friday.
I think that I think the best case scenario is that they do know, and he is just playing cat and mouse. That's the best case. Yeah. And then the second best case is that Dampier's trying to get healthy, but the preparation thing you just said, if Ficklin is getting most or all of the snaps to prepare, that's the thing. If he's not getting the snaps to prepare and then they're asking him to step in, that's putting him in a tough spot. And he might excel in that tough spot. Who's to say? But I think I'd feel better if it's like, hey, Dampier's getting all the treatment he can to get healthy, and if he get healthy, he'll go. He knows the offense forwards and backwards, right? He was in it in New Mexico last year, and we've seen he knows it this year. But Ficklin needs the reps, so hopefully he's getting them. Now, they might tell him, okay, awesome, you got all those reps, but Devin's ready to go. And maybe that's what he'll hear on Friday.
Okay, yeah, all right.
And then, of course, the Utes, they have to take care of business, and then these other games. I mean, either Houston or Arizona State, they're both 3-1. Somebody's getting a second loss. Man, I mean, I know Ute fans always root against BYU, but they really need Iowa State to beat BYU this week.
I wouldn't worry about that right now.
Really? No scoreboard watching, huh? You're sitting around waiting for your game at 8:15.
It's too early.
It's never too early.
Yes, it
Ever.
is.
It's too early for the coaches and the team.
You're talking
but
about fans, so fans can do whatever they want.
Yeah.
But even as a fan, I wouldn't worry about that, because if you roll out a 10-2 season, a 9-3 season with a quarterback who's coming back next year, presumably, you never really know. And maybe I just don't go win everything at all costs and everything else is a bust. But for me, if they go 6-3, 9-3, and you've got a quarterback coming back next year, and you probably have a fair amount of stability in the coaching staff, I think you got a lot to look forward to. And if you don't win it this year, but you win it next year, who cares? This was a nice stepping stone. And
if you went 10-2 this year and won it next year, that would be a pretty good combo. And all the scoreboard wishing and watching in the world doesn't do you any good if you, A, lose to Colorado, or B, you play poorly, squeak it out, but then you're not ready and you get smoked by Cincinnati the next week. I mean, that stuff's only going to matter if you win out. So a strong performance against Colorado, got to be bounced back, got to play emotion. The defense needs to force some turnovers, and the offense ought to be running the ball, and then they ought to win the game.
If they go 7-2, they'll have a really good season.
Yeah.
And then maybe that's something that Kyle talked about last year, talked about it with us when we were down in Dallas, that he felt like he couldn't go out on last season. I get it. He's a heck of a competitor. He beat his grandma on checkers and all those cliches. And so with that in mind, maybe that he can look back and say, hey, that was a pretty good season. I've had a phenomenal run. I've coached at one institution for 30-plus years. Most importantly, my kids all went to the same 3 schools. Because I've talked to him about that, and that's over now. I mean, they're adults and got their own families and all that stuff. But you could have a level of satisfaction if you chose to ride off at that point. And if I'm a fan of Utah, which essentially I am, not the lifetime fan and all that stuff, but I would feel good about it, and he'd get the round of applause and get the honors that go with it. That's why these next 2 ball games are really, really critical for them. And that's what's so great about this conference is every freaking Saturday there's 2 or 3 massive implication related to the standings games. And then you can just have, even if they don't have that, you can have exciting games beyond that too. It's just so dang fun. I'm sure BYU fans can just revel in this, to be in a conference after going a decade plus of this point in the season. You wanted your team to win, but there was nothing else that you were intrigued about how the standings negotiate from week to week. And last week, the shocking upset in Tempe, and then followed by the phenomenal game in Provo. That's what it's all about, man. That's what adds fun to your life. You work all week, and Saturdays, college football is king on Saturday. That's undisputed in the fall, in September, October, November. I think we can all agree on that. Even if you don't have a team, college football literally is king every Saturday for those 3 months. And it's just a lot of fun to go back and forth and talk all week about the games, and then to see it and to be in the conference, as you just mentioned, that game in Tempe or this game next week, wherever it might be, and so forth. Mm-hmm. I think that's what it's about, man. That's what makes this time of year fun. It makes life fun. And I realize if your team loses, you're down for a little bit. But, in a day or 2, it ought to be able to get past it. And then you gear up and look forward to the next one. And as far as Ute fans go, they should be jacked about this game. They should be, and those who go to the game, they should be fired up to go to that game Saturday. Because I'm not sure who's going to win. And if it's Ficklin, I want to see how he does. And they've got that opportunity. And the Cougars got to go to Iowa State. We've had this game circled the second the schedule came out. This is a massive game. And, yeah, you can talk about a hangover from the Utah game. I don't necessarily think that they'll have that hangover because they're more aware of it now. But that doesn't mean you're going to win just because you're more aware of not having a hangover. If you go into Ames and beat Iowa State, yes, I can argue that's a better accomplishment than what you just did last Saturday.
Iowa State's a 2.5-point favorite. Can 7-0 BYU upset Iowa State? A mild upset, but an upset nonetheless. And if you want a second screen going at that point, or channel surfing during the commercial breaks, Baylor at Cincinnati is another one of those big games of the Big 12 this week. Do I think Cincinnati's going to win? Absolutely. Does Baylor have a puncher's chance? Absolutely.
Oh, when you got that quarterback,
ASU
you do.
Game. Yeah, the Houston ASU game. So there's clearly 3 games that have a big impact. I wouldn't think Oklahoma State is going to do anything at Texas Tech, and I don't think Colorado's going to beat Utah. But there are these games could be intriguing. Who knows? Maybe TCU at West Virginia ends up being wildly entertaining.
And then the report will come out tonight, but the word I got yesterday is Jordan Tyson is doubtful for the Devils. He's got some leg issues.
That's a big loss. He is a really, really good player. He's just NFL guys have to be drooling over him.
They are.
All right, DJ and PK. More in a moment. Stay with us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a couple of crashes up in the Heber City area on US 40, slowing down traffic just a bit. Earlier crashes on I-215's west belt are still on the right shoulder, both northbound and eastbound, but traffic is slowly returning to normal speeds. This update is brought to you by the Whipple Service Champions. From system installs to fast fixes to delivering award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services, call the Whipple Service Champions for the win today. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch, here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall makes his return to Albuquerque as the Aggies hit the road for a battle against the New Mexico Lobos. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch all the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday at noon on 1280 AM. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The other day, I went down to Trajan Wealth. You've heard me talk about it for several years now. I think it's about 8. And so I decided I wanted to meet one of their guys. I met with Steve and their office in Draper, right off the freeway there. Very convenient, just south of 123rd. And we were talking about, obviously, creating financial plans and getting help from financial advisors. And I got to say, meeting with Steve, he's talking to me about what they do as far as meeting with clients. And even if you already have a financial planner, they say, hey, bring your portfolio over. Let us take a look at it. Let us see if we can help you. You really have nothing to lose. Initial consultation is for free, so literally you have nothing to lose. And I came away with thinking, yeah, that's a good idea. Why not take it, get another set of eyes? Experience, Steve. Got he's been 30-plus years of experience doing this type of thing. No pressure, didn't pressure me at all. He said, hey, let me just take a look at your plan and see what I can do. And I thought about that. That's a good idea. And then I got a testimonial who did exactly that. Someone did exactly that, and I'll read it to you. Said, I thought I had things in good shape until Trajan Wealth gave my plan a second look. Turns out there were some big opportunities I was missing. Now I've got a clearer path to retirement and way more peace of mind. They're fiduciaries, which means they put your needs first. I trust them with my future. You should too. Call Trajan Wealth. That's what I'm talking about. If you got an advisor, check it out. See if they can help you make it even better. And that local phone number to call is 801-210-6800. 801-210-6800. You heard me talk about the offices in Draper. Well, they also got one up north in Farmington. And the website, that's got a lot of information available literally immediately. TrajanWealth.com is the website, TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC-registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Attention, RV owners or RV wannabe owners. It's the used RV blowout sale. RVs from all over the Intermountain West have been sent to the Layton Hills Mall for this RV liquidation event. Repos, buybacks, rental returns, and trade-ins. Blowout pricing. Every RV has been inspected and serviced and ready to go. Free admission, free parking. Dealers welcome. It's the used RV blowout sale. This Wednesday through Saturday from 10 a.m. to dusk. Go to UtahRVEvent.com. Sponsored by Paris RV. Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH. That sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month. Zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
If you've been quoted for a new furnace or AC and it felt more like a sales pitch than a solution, you're not alone. Many home service companies in Utah have been bought out by big corporations focused on profits, not people. At Your Service Pros is different. Locally owned, family operated, 5-star rated and trusted by Utah families for over 20 years. Let them help you with their $49 furnace tune-ups, $39 electrical inspections, and $75 off electrical repairs. Because they know things are tight and want to help you prep your home affordably. Get a free second opinion because you deserve honest answers. If your system can be repaired, they'll fix it. If it needs replacing, they'll show you affordable options. Their goal is to earn your trust, not upsell you. Let At Your Service Pros be your pro and go-to for heating, air, plumbing, and electrical. Call 801-YOUR-PRO or online at atyourservicepros.com. At Your Service Pros. 801-YOUR-PRO.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
This is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Utah Mammoth Hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to UtahMammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's UtahMammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey.
Hello, Utah. I'm Josh with IWC Roofing. For over 25 years, my family has been safeguarding your homes with the finest roofing solutions. We understand the value of your time. That's why we're committed to replacing most roofs in just 1 day. And with our 50-year shingle warranty, your peace of mind is guaranteed. Choose IWC for award-winning service and a roof that stands strong against the elements. 801-232-5690 or visit IWCRoofingUtah.com. Ask for the $2,000 off any full roof replacement. Financing available. 801-232-5690.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utes getting ready for a Saturday night game at home versus Colorado. Sharif Shah on where Utah can improve on special teams.
I just think we have to be so much more disciplined in the punt return and our return units. That's where I feel like we need to make some really big strides going into the second half of the season.
This Ute Update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Mr. Mack Utah County High School Player of the Week award goes to Timpview High School wide receiver Dennis Tuone. He had 10 catches for 247 yards and a touchdown as the Thunderbirds beat Spanish Fork 34-7. Don't miss the KSL Sports Game Night Live Game of the Week this week as the Viewmont Vikings travel to play the Westfield Longhorns. Catch the action tonight on KSLSports.com, the KSL Sports app, or here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Utah County Player of the Week Award presented by Mr. Mack. No one buys, no one sells, no one cares the way they do. Absolutely no one. DJ and PK, we've been talking a little Utah Jazz this morning, and the opener is tonight. Ace Bailey. Okay, there's a chance he doesn't play, but it sounds like he's going to, doesn't it?
Yes.
And if not Ace Bailey, then Taylor Hendricks, Kyle Filipowski. And go.
Yeah, I'd throw in Cody Williams there, too.
Yeah. Young guys, what do you have?
Collier isn't playing, so eliminate him from the equation. And Kessler, still a developing player. He played 2 years in college, so he's a grizzled veteran now. With that in mind, what did he add? Because when you're a young player, obviously you still should be getting better and possibly adding more stuff to your game. You want to, and I know a couple years back that Will Hardy talked about that. Don't work on 9 things. Work on a couple of things to make sure you're better at those things too. I understand that. But, you got a contract situation with Walker Kessler, and we talked to years back. We talked to Joe Ingles about that. His contract year, lo and behold, he had a phenomenal season. And he tried to say, no, that had nothing to do with it. It's just an awful coincidence that a strange coincidence, I should say, that there's been many players in contract years put their best season out there. So maybe a little more motivation financially for sure. So I want to see Kessler too. I want to see him, I don't think he has the ability to dominate a game, but I think he has the ability to come close to dominating what he can do well. And that's what I want to see out of him. So there's a ton of stuff to see. And it's a brand new season. If you're a Jazz fan, you're a Jazz fan, and that's the way it is, right? And sure, they're down on the number of wins and all that, but it's a new season, and life goes by. Doesn't it seem like it wasn't that long ago that Jerry Sloan was 50 years old and a couple other guys were 25? Well, they're gone now, and Jerry obviously is deceased on top of that. So with that in mind, enjoy it, because it comes at you fast and you wait, so why not have fun with it?
And maybe just the trend, from 37 wins to 31 to 17, when that number starts bouncing up again, maybe they're on their way. And how long does it take to get there, and will there be 2 steps back and 3 steps forward and all that kind of stuff? But I think it was just hard while everything was trending the wrong way. We'll see now if it starts to trend the right way. Even though you don't get the ultimate results you want, at least if it's trending in the right direction, it gives you hope and you can see the light at the end of the tunnel and all that stuff.
The fact is, if Ace Bailey goes for 20-10 tonight, I will be jacked tomorrow.
Excited. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up next, Bronco Mendenhall, defensive coordinator at Utah State, and left, and BYU, Virginia, back to New Mexico in just 1 year. 1 year at New Mexico, the school where he'd been the defensive coordinator. All that excitement. It was an exciting year, and he bolted. They're going to be a little worked up as he comes back with the Utah State Aggies. Coming up next, we'll talk to a guy who covers the Lobos and will tell us if they are capable of getting the W and if they are capable of doing more than just, more than just yelling at Bronco. We'll talk with Rick Wright from the Albuquerque Journal next, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
It might only be October, but Utah is getting ready for a brand new immersive holiday tradition in South Jordan. Step into the magic and holiday lights at the ballpark at America First Square, sponsored by Mickey Couture. A walk through winter wonderland like no other. Dazzling lights, festive music, and family fun for all ages starting November 14th. Reserve your tickets now at the ballpark at afs.com. Make the season unforgettable by celebrating Utah's newest holiday tradition. Holiday lights at the ballpark.
Hey, Doug.
Oh, hey, Kelly. Welcome back. How's the new Outback?
I love it.
Glad to hear.
I was wondering if I could test drive maybe another?
Of course. Which one?
How about that one?
But that's another Outback. You already have an Outback.
Yeah, but I don't have a red one.
Test drive the new 2025 Subaru Outback at Doug Smith Subaru in American Fork and get 1.9% APR financing for 72 months on all new 2025 Outbacks. No one knows Subaru like Doug.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature Spud Nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Look, you gotta understand, it's just been me and Eleanor for 67 years, so she gets nervous around strangers.
I wouldn't show that picture to anyone, or they might try to take you two guys back to the laboratory.
Huh? Listen, we got
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're joined now by Rick Wright from the Albuquerque Journal. Rick, good morning.
Good morning.
The Utah State Aggies are coming to visit New Mexico, and Bronco Mendenhall is returning. Bronco downplayed it a little bit. He acknowledged at his press conference there could be some fans and some media upset, but he said there's been so much change on the coaching staff in both rosters. He thinks that minimizes it. Do you see what he's getting at, or is he minimizing it?
No, I think he's right. I think from a player standpoint, there's just, as he said, there's just a handful of players from last year that are still on the UNM roster. At least one has been quoted by Sean Ryder, our UNM football beat writer, is saying, "Hey, it's good. We hugged it out, and everything. Meaning he and the players and Bronco hugged it out, and it's all good, pretty much." And I think that's probably true. I mean, what Bronco says is true. I mean, this is professional football anymore. I mean, loyalty is kind of gone out the window whether you're a coach or a player, and I think players and coaches understand that, and media understands it as well. Fans maybe not so much. There are obviously some hard feelings, and it's not basketball, so a lot of people won't even see him when he comes on the field, or barely see him, and there'll be some boos when people see him, but then the game starts, and then it's all about the game. So I honestly don't think it's a big deal.
I mean, when you think about it, Rick, are Lobo fans used to this kind of thing? I mean, Patino had a nice run, but then he took off to Cincinnati, which is, in the area there, decent program that he went to, but it's not like it's a world beater. So I'm wondering if Lobo fans just kind of roll with this almost to the point of expecting it.
Well, it kind of depends on the circumstances. I mean, if Patino came back with Xavier, which I don't think that's going to happen, at least not anytime soon. I think he'd be applauded. I think The fan base feels a lot of gratitude toward him for what he did in turning the program around. Steve Alford was a different deal because he had just indicated he was signing an extension. He famously or infamously said, "You don't mess with Happy" at the time. And then next thing you know, he's gone for UCLA. When he comes back with Nevada, even now, this long after the fact, he gets roundly booed. So it just kind of depends on Dave Bliss came back and got polite applause. Gary Colson before him, and Colson was sort of a tragic figure because he was fired. But it just depends on who it is and how they left. And Bronco created a lot of outrage when he left after 1 year, but people should understand, even if they don't, that there was no way he was not going to take the Utah State job, given his family situation. His mother lived in Alpine. His kids were all in Provo. And the job came open when it came open, and now that was not under his control. So, people should understand that, even if they don't.
New Mexico and Utah State are both 4-3. They both have a chance to put together a good season here. The Aggies are in a little better shape in the conference at 2-1, and the Lobos are 1-2. How good of a matchup is this? How much is a little? Do people just feel like a little fool's gold to the Lobo fans, given who they've beaten and when they've beaten them, or does it feel like they could really do something here?
Well, I find it interesting that I've seen the UNM listed as a 2-point or 3-point favorite. To be honest, I don't see it that way. I think, Bryson Barnes, the quarterback, is the guy that gives Utah State a significant edge in my mind. Jack Lane, the UNM quarterback, is a good quarterback. But if you look at what Barnes has done of the season, 13 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, compared to Lane's 8 and 8. That's a huge difference. And when you go back and look at what Egat, the San Jose State quarterback, did to UNM a few weeks ago, I would lean toward Utah State as a favorite. A couple of plays can turn it. It's not a mismatch, certainly not a mismatch by any means. But if I were a betting man, which I'm not, I would go with Utah State.
All those casinos outside Albuquerque, and you're not a betting man? Huh. It's crazy.
Not I. No.
That's wise.
I
Keep your money.
Have no talent for it. Let's put it that way. Yeah.
You look at New Mexico football, and obviously it has not been a juggernaut. And I'm not sure people realize that Bronco got them 5 wins, which was the most they had since Bob Davie came aboard in 2016, right? And so then you got Eck coming in, and it seems like he has a little bit of a personality that people would warm up to. And he's got them at 4-3, and obviously you still got 5 games to go. So the possibility is there for this program to achieve its best seasonal record since 2016, as I just referred to. What do you think the possibilities are there for that to get to that point? Because if they get to that point, that's a really good first season for the new coaching staff.
Well, yeah, and I think all the games left on the schedule are winnable, including UNLV after what the Boise State did to them recently. And UNM certainly won't be the favorite going into that game. They may not be favored going into any of them, especially if they lose on Saturday. But they're all winnable, and it could happen. I mean, I hark back to Bob Davie's first year in the program, which was 2012. They were 4-3 after beating Texas State, and after that game, there was talk about bowl games and that sort of thing. They never won another game. Most of them were close, but they finished 4-9. So that could happen too. I mean, I expect most, if not all, of these games to be close, and they all could come down to a couple of plays. So could happen, and then again, it might not. But Jason Eck is, I think, Brock Mendenhall did a terrific job of assembling an entirely new program, and they went to Hawaii with a chance for bowl eligibility. They lost there and finished 5-7. And Eck has come in and done the same thing. And one difference between Eck and Mendenhall is that Eck seems to really like the non-coaching responsibilities of the head coach. He is really into it, and he's doing a great job with it. And that was never Bronco Mendenhall. He does the media, he does the public because he knows it's part of the job, but he's not crazy about it, obviously.
Utah State, Saturday afternoon at New Mexico. We're visiting with Rick Wright from the Albuquerque Journal. And looking at the scores, it seems to me like this has to be a high-scoring game. I see the over-under is at 61.5 points. So you got to score 30 to win this game, and you might need 35 or 40, it seems like. Do you see it the same way?
Well, last year's game was, 50 to 45? That game in Logan moved Bronco to tears. I don't. Has he cried yet so far this year? Do you know?
I don't think so.
I don't think he has. Maybe this is the time if they come back and win in Albuquerque. But yeah, I mean, I don't think it's going to be 95 points scored. I don't think UNM has that kind of offense. But very likely it'll be in the 30s, in the 60s combined. And very likely the last team to have the ball wins. So, not necessarily any, turnovers. UNM has had problems with turnovers, especially when they get behind early and to try to catch up. So I think it will be important for the Lobos not to get behind early. We'll see if they can pull that off on their home turf.
I'm wondering what you think about a program like New Mexico in terms of the transfer portal, because it seems to me that they might be able to benefit in terms of, there's a lot of decent players out there, and if you get stuck behind somebody, you may not get the playing time, and they can make the pitch, hey, come here, and we can give you playing time. It's a halfway decent place to live and all that stuff. You got decent fan support in terms of the community. So do you think that they can benefit from the transfer portal that could help them then at least be in the mix to put a consistent winner on the field each season?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, just look at it without Jason Eck and his staff, his recruiting ability factored in. You think the portal is a negative, just a huge negative for programs like New Mexico and New Mexico State, that don't have the money to give a lot of these kids. But then when you factor in that recruiting ability and ability to present his program in a positive way, I mean, he's having an outstanding recruiting season among high school players. He's really done a good job so far, and that should continue into the portal. I think you're right. I think that the portal can actually work to UNM's favor when if you just look at it from a distance, it may not look that way. But I think it can work for Eck and his staff, because they're really good. They're really good at recruiting and really good at football.
Well, Rick, we appreciate a few minutes. Thanks for joining us here on The Zone this morning, and enjoy the game Saturday.
All right. Thanks, guys. Take care.
Rick Wright, Albuquerque Journal. Looking forward to that Utah State at New Mexico game, and somebody's going to get win number 5 and move close to bowl eligibility. So a big game Saturday afternoon.
Oh yeah, I think it's huge.
DJ and PK.
It's huge for. I think it's huge for Utah State. For both teams, obviously, but we're slanted towards Utah State because you brought up earlier the week they haven't won on the road, and they had some extenuating circumstances. I don't think the extenuating circumstances apply to this game.
No, this looks like the most winnable road game on their schedule. They also have to go to UNLV, and they also have to go to Fresno State. Vegas is 6-1 with a loss to Boise, and Fresno State is 5-2. So it's a hard road schedule this year. And New Mexico's got a winning record in their own right. I suspect they're going to lose to Vegas, beat CSU, and be 5-5, basically where Bronco was a year ago. 5-5 trying to get to bowl eligibility in the last couple of games. But we'll see if the Aggies make it happen on the road this week. When we come back, everything you missed in this show, we'll get you up to speed. The Slacker headlines are next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
I-15 still slow leaving Beck Street in North Salt Lake as you go towards downtown. Also from 123rd South and Draper to the point of the mountain due to a crash in that area. And I-15 northbound Long Street delays remaining between Midvale and 600 South in Salt Lake City, headed towards downtown as well. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. They offer great window coverings, high-end quality with the best warranty. Go to save 30% off when you mention KSL. Go to advancedwindows.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. With the Holy War behind them, the Cougars get set for a trip to the Midwest for a Saturday afternoon showdown against Iowa State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Upgrades? Repairs? Hercules has the rate for you. Open a home equity line of credit with Hercules First Federal Credit Union now through November 30th and get an introductory 4.99% APR for the first 6 months. Use your home's equity for that kitchen refresh, roof repair, or new deck you've been dreaming about. But don't wait. This limited time offer ends November 30th. Visit HerculesCU.com to get started. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Let's be honest, shopping for insurance isn't exactly a thrill ride, but saving money and avoiding costly insurance mistakes, that's a win. Join us at Farmers Insurance in Bountiful on October 22nd for the Zone's BYU Preview Show at the Mason Crapo Insurance Agency, 106 West 500 South. Learn how a local team can help you review your policies and save big. Plus, grab some incredible beef from Bar W Beef right on site. Learn more about personalized insurance from a trusted agent.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals, also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
Isn't fall one of the best times of year? The weather's cooling down, leaves are changing, and so is our menu at the Garden Restaurant. Stop in and try some garden favorite. The jalapeno pork sandwich perfectly balances sweet and spice. Plus, all things turkey. The Turkey Club and turkey cranberry sandwiches, or the delicious turkey pot pie that is made fresh daily. Warm up with our yummy soups like our tomato bisque, broccoli cheddar, or chicken noodle. Or pair a crisp salad with a savory sandwich for a delicious duo. What really makes the garden special is the fresh ingredients and the handmade care that goes into each dish each time it is made. Like our massive cinnamon rolls, shareable between 4 people, our famous Lionhouse rolls, our gooey chocolate chip cookies, or our brand new caramel coconut cereal bar treat. Healthy, hearty, customizable, and very craveable. We're the Garden Restaurant. Convenient location with new street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building. Open weekdays 11 to 3 and soon extended fall hours. Visit our menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Undefeated BYU at Iowa State Saturday. Aaron Roderick on what makes Bear an effective runner.
Well, he has really good vision. He's faster than you think, and he's very physical. He runs behind his pads, and he's 230, 235 pounds, so he's just a load to bring down. He's just very instinctive. He sees the game.
This Cougar Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
They want to hit a Thanksgiving song.
He did practice today. In this moment, it looks like he's going to be ready to go tomorrow. We've got to meet after he finishes on the court and gets his treatment and all those things and kind of make the final call on what that looks like. But it was great to have him back on the practice court today for sure.
Slacker Radio Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 801-899-7600, or visit the website at TrajanWealth.com. That is Will Hardy leading off the Slacker Radio Headlines. We played that earlier this morning. He has... sounds like he has the expectation that Ace Bailey's going to be able to go in the season opener tonight. The Jazz are hosting the Clippers. And, of course, he's attraction number one, but any of the young guys who can play well quickly become an attraction. Who can step up? More expectation for him just because of his draft spot, obviously, and the way he showed in Summer League.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, obviously. That he was thought to be a top 3 pick, and there were circumstances maybe caused a couple of teams to drop him, and they went with the safer pick, and he dropped that representation that he had. The Jazz quickly picked him up, and away we go. And you just look at him, and that historically you put up body types in the NBA that succeed, and he's got it. Right, yeah, so there's no doubt about it. Plus he's got game. And you combine those couple of things there, and I think there's a level of excitement and anticipation that supersedes any rookie maybe since Deron Williams, as far as that goes, being able to come in and play. And it's a different situation between Williams.
Right. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Donovan and Rudy blew up. I mean, they blew up, but there wasn't that expectation day one, game one. It goes back to their draft status, right? And Rudy didn't blow up right out of the
that's
gate.
what I'm talking
Rudy
about.
had to go to the G League when it was up in Idaho. Donovan went into the starting lineup, but it wasn't the same. Now, there's more hype here.
Plus, in addition to height, there's height. And as I said, that type of body size usually has success. If they've got game, you can't just have the body. You got to have the game, and you got to have the desire and all the things, a bunch of things that go into it. And we shall see. That's all to be determined. And I also want to see Keontae George. How refined is he in his game? Because there's an opportunity for him to really, really take a big step forward. He's shown some stuff and been out there a little bit. Is he just a gunner? What is Donovan? What is Keontae George as far as his place in the NBA in terms of being a player? Now, he's got a place in the NBA. That's not a question. But I'm talking about what are you going to become here because this season could lead to something. All right, man, you're a starter on a good team. You really have a role, or you're a guy who can come in and give you 8 to 10 quick points over a 6-minute stretch in a given quarter, if that's what they decide they want him to do. So all those things are still to be determined with this kid. And he's talked about his maturity. Well, which makes sense. That's 3 years ago. 2 years ago, you come in the league. Now you got a level of maturity and maybe an understanding, you with the coaches with you. How do you fit in to this grand scheme, this puzzle that is the NBA and that it is individual teams? And so I'm intrigued to see how that plays out a little bit here.
I think the scenario you brought up is the most likely one. It's too early to write any scenario and say that's the one. But I think the most likely one is that Jordan Clarkson off the bench scorer role. You know, his height is going to be an issue. A lot was made, if you either watched or even read the lead up to that, Houston, Oklahoma City, the first game of the year last night, with the defending champs playing Houston, and Houston starting the lineups as 1'6'7" guy who's a fantastic athlete, and then the other 4 guys are all in the 6'11", 7-foot range. You know, the game is just getting so big. But even a team that's focusing clearly on height and length the way Houston is, they're bringing 6'2" and 6'4" guys off the bench. And so if you have a chance to go out there and if, as a bench player, you can outperform their bench, I mean, the league's just full of teams looking for help on their bench. You can get the best players in the game the way Denver has, but do you have anything around them? And when Giannis had some really good players around him, they won a championship, but age and injuries and then a trade, I mean, that ability to score off the bench, that ought to keep you in the league a long time.
Yeah. What has he got? What is he looking for? What are they looking for him? And just the level of maturity that he displays now. So many storylines, man. And you get in this business and you like to tell stories. And so where are we here with this young man?
We also talk college football. We had Riley on. You can get it. You can listen wherever you get your podcasts, KSLSports.com or any of the gazillion platforms that are out there. You know, there are a lot of storylines coming out of the Utah-BYU game. But one thing we can't overlook is both those teams are pretty good against the run. And both those teams gave up 200 yards rushing or more to the opponent. These two teams can really run the ball. That was a big question for BYU. How much of the load was going to fall on Bear Bachmeier this year? And A-Rod had that quote, and actually he gave it multiple times. You know, we will run the ball. We will be good at running the ball. And it's proven true now. They're averaging over 200 yards a game, and we're more than halfway through the season, and they just had 200 yards in the rivalry game. So, yeah, they can run the ball. I wonder how much that carries them against Iowa State. You know, you got if you can fire up that emotion, enthusiasm, and not have the letdown, when you start to physically dominate somebody, that Iowa State offense hasn't exactly been prolific this year. And so if you're running the ball, playing a little keep away, beating them down, however much they come up fired up, because it's a big game for them, right? They've got the couple conference losses. They're not maybe in the best spot right now, but a chance to beat an undefeated team when there's only 6 of them left in the country, you got to assume they're going to be super fired up. But, you know, everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth, as Mike Tyson once said. And figuratively, that's what BYU can do with that running game.
We shall see. Yeah, how's it going to be? I mean, their secrets are gone now.
Yeah.
You got enough film
right.
on everybody. And, you know, you've established who you are and your pattern and game plan for winning ball games. And so we know it. And what can you do? What can you do against that? They know it. We know it. I mean, Rocco Beck's been in there for 3 years, so he's a tough kid. There's not going to be any surprises there. So you got all this stuff going on there. And now it's when it really, really just intensifies, right? Because we don't have a clear-cut feel of who's going to be the team that we can look at. We thought maybe Texas Tech. I still think Texas Tech will be in. I think they'll take one of the berths because their schedule is extremely soft. It's almost like they concocted Texas Tech. Let's give them a soft schedule down the stretch. So if they're beat up, that they don't necessarily need their best guys to beat some of these teams. You kind of wonder, you know, since you're trying to get teams that are highly ranked, and that's been the knock. The conference has only been together for 2 years, but they got a lot of good teams. But do they really have the dominant team at the top and all that stuff? You wonder. And I'm not a conspiracy theory guy, but I'm also skeptical of everything. Everything. What's the motivation? I got to find the motivation. It just seems like, wow, Texas Tech caught a huge break with the scheduling. And, your last big game is against BYU, and then the last 3 weeks of the season you should coast. And then, let's see, we'll send you to Tempe. Tempe, that team was supposed to be good, and that's going to be a tough game. So then we'll give you Oklahoma State right afterward. Come on. Makes me wonder, what's up with that. And so there you go. And who's going to catch that second bid? Now, I could be wrong. Maybe Texas Tech doesn't get in, but I just still think they are the odds-on favorite. If I'm betting for one team to take one of the spots, it's still the Red Raiders. And who's going to be that second pick? And BYU wins at Iowa State. That's huge. That's just huge because I have an enormous respect for Matt Campbell and that team. I know they have a couple losses. I get it. But I still have a lot of respect for them.
It'll be interesting here Saturday because there's multiple games in the league. As you point out, there are good teams in the league, and obviously all these leagues are big now, right? So you got 16 teams. You got 8 games every week. With the bye, I think Arizona and UCF are off, so I think there's 7 games this week. But 3 of them definitely impact the conference title race. You got BYU 4-0, tied for first on the road against Iowa State, and you got Cincinnati 4-0 at home against Baylor at pretty much the same time. That game's on ESPN2. And then you got a couple of 3-1 teams in Houston and Arizona State playing on ESPN2 at 6 o'clock. And that Houston-Arizona State, man, whoever wins that game is going to be feeling great about where they sit in the race. They're going to need a little help because obviously they got a loss, but they're going to be in a great spot going into November.
Yeah, I actually don't. Why would they need help?
Well, there's 2 undefeated teams sitting up there, and I don't know that they'd have the tiebreaker even if they lost.
Yeah, but Texas and Texas Tech, well, I know you don't have them as undefeated, but BYU and Cincinnati are going to play each other.
Right. But the winner of that game, will that team be unbeaten? Or will they get some help? I mean, Iowa State beating BYU would be the help, both Houston and Arizona.
Yeah, but I don't. ASU, if they win out, they don't. If Cincinnati and BYU will have a loss, and you don't have to worry about Tech because they beat Tech.
Because you got the tiebreaker on Tech. And you would have eliminated Houston from the race. So they're pretty close to controlling their own destiny. I see what you're going at there. What would the tiebreaker be, I guess, if – and this is assuming the BYU-Cincinnati winner wins out and is 9-0.
It probably won't happen.
Yeah. So
I don't know. I haven't figured out last year's tiebreakers.
I'm with you on that. But your
I don't
point,
know how they got those 2 teams in there.
There's 5 teams and 0-1 losses, and you're right. If the Devils beat Houston, now there's 4, and the Devils have the tiebreaker on Tech, and then the Devils don't play BYU or Cincinnati, which when their schedule came out, I didn't think they were catching a break, but maybe the way things play out, they end up catching a break.
They could still. I mean, they could lose to Houston, and then next game is at Iowa State. Mm-hmm. And as I just said, I have an enormous amount of respect for Iowa State.
They're too good.
Iowa State beats BYU and ASU. I'm not surprised.
Right. They can't keep losing like this, right? They're too good. They started 5-0. They got the back-to-back losses, both on the road at Cincinnati and Colorado. Now, both these games are at home. It just doesn't seem like they're going to be 5-4. They're going to get somebody.
I believe they are. Yeah. That's why I don't have ASU in. I don't think they have the inside track just yet. No way. No way can I say that. I think right now the inside track is Tech, and then obviously either Cincinnati or BYU.
Yeah. Well, maybe all these 2-loss teams, Utah included, all these 2-loss teams are like, hey, if we can win out, it's going to be like last year. There's going to be.
I think that's the mindset you absolutely have to have.
Yeah. Yeah. There'll be a berth
while
for somebody.
taking them one at a time.
Yeah, right. It's still October. Long way to go, a lot of games. But that's 3 intriguing games for sure right there. And then you never know. You never know if something else is going to turn out to be a
100%. And what's crazy is this is the last game in October.
Yes, this closes out the month.
Where did my life go?
Unless are there Halloween games? Isn't Halloween a Friday?
Halloween is next Friday, yes.
Yeah.
You are correct.
The countdown is on. Get your candy. Get ready for your sugar rush. No Friday games in the Big 12. Friday games are, I don't think. Yeah, they're all other teams, so you're right. On to November. All right, anything else we talked about? The Mammoth did it again. You were watching that game. I'm in Portland with RSL, and the game was on ESPN. So I was watching some of that as it went back and forth. That was Colorado's off to a great start. They haven't lost in regulation yet. They're in first place in the division. I think they've taken, 12 points out of 14 now. The Avs are good, but they got them in the end. 33 seconds in overtime, got the winning goal.
I want to hear, and I think we have an opportunity, actually an excellent opportunity to hear this. We've heard for years, going to Salt Lake City, man, that's tough to win at that place. Obviously, I'm referencing the Jazz over many years. Now, you got to have good teams. Venues can help, but it's not the overriding factor. It's the product that you put out on the floor, or in this case, the ice. And so, being 4-0, let's see what they can do, how long they can stretch that streak out. I don't think they're going to go undefeated at home. If nothing else, the nature of the game is too fluky. But with that in mind, continue to build that home ice advantage. And, yeah, they interviewed Ryan Smith. They had a goal that was taken away, and then it seemed like a couple minutes later they got a goal while he was still being interviewed. So that was a lot of fun to have that, getting a natural, spontaneous reaction, which always works well on TV, the best medium for it. And we saw it there. And so see what they can do. And Keller with the sweet pass, and then boom, game winner. It's over.
I think Jacob Ben had on, I think it was Barrett Hayton, and he was talking about the venue because obviously they were here last year. They were impressed with the crowds, but now they've redone the arena. And so instead of having that kind of wall at each end and just a handful of fans and some high school type bleachers set in there, they now have this steep, row after row of fans stacked on top of him. And they asked him about that, and he was like, "Oh yeah, we noticed. He says it's very unusual. It's not the normal slope. It's much steeper, and it puts the fans right on top of you." And he says, "Yeah, you absolutely feel it on the ice." So you're right. It doesn't do any good if you don't have a good team. But if you have a good team and the energy they create in that, maybe you do get a little extra something. Which
I think so.
Far,
I think it's possible. Yeah.
That was a great homestand for them as they came in and really put it together. And
well, it's not just a great one; it's the best one they've ever had in history.
There it is. That short history, the massive. Let me recall all season and what is it? 7 games now? Yeah, 7 games. So 5-2, tied for second. It's too early for that. Tied for second with Winnipeg behind Colorado. Get out in front. Get out to a fast start. They'll be climbing up hills trying to make up points late in the year like they did last year.
Yeah. I think that's what it's about. Just keep it going. Don't have these big losing streaks. If you win, keep it going. If you stumble, try to limit to a game or two and get back in the win column.
So St. Louis next. St. Louis is off to a decent start, so we'll see how that goes. But that's 4 straight wins now for the Utah Mammoth. All right, anything else we talked about today you want to share with the people, PK?
I'm just great. I'm grateful it's later in the morning so you can talk louder.
I know. Seriously, we started the show. Somebody in the next room is banging on the wall. I might be a little loud, PK.
Didn't you tell them, like, when I check in a hotel, I tell them what I'm doing, so give me an end room?
I did not do that, and I should have. That's a rookie move. Look at you go. I'm still learning after all these years.
Sounds like a song.
Still learning after all these years. Sing it. All right, DJ and PK, we're going to take a break. When we come back, your feedback, everything you've had to say about this show, coming up next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The rivalry game may be over, but Big 12 play continues on for Kyle Whittingham and the Utes as they welcome in Coach Prime and Colorado to Rice-Eccles Stadium. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ugh, that hard water life, right, Utah? Scale buildup ruining your appliances, skin feeling rough, water tasting, well, less than amazing? There's a better way. Hi, this is the water boy Colson Firmage, and this is Culligan Water, your local water expert, making your water worries a thing of the past. We're talking top-rated water softeners and filters that protect your home, leave your skin feeling silky smooth, and make your water taste fantastic. For over 80 years, Culligan has been right here in Salt Lake City, a family tradition of cleaner water you can trust. Think of us as your friendly neighborhood water scientists. Is your current system even pulling its weight? Don't guess. Call us today for a free water test, no matter what make or model. Just dial 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. And for a limited time, get $1,000 off a new Culligan water filtration system, plus free salt delivery for a whole year. Experience the Culligan difference. Call 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
From sunrise tailgates to the final whistle, keep your edge with Bucked Up Energy. Zero sugar, legendary flavors, clean performance. Stop by 7-Eleven, Maverick, or Holiday Oil. Pick up your favorite Bucked Up can and stay dialed in through every Cougar touchdown. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Bucked Up Energy. Utah born, Cougar strong. Ready when you are.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
3, 2, 1.
This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah 5-2 after the loss to BYU. They got to bounce back and beats Colorado. They host the Buffs Saturday night. Smith Snowden confident that Utah will bounce back and be up for the game.
Honestly hopeful at this point in the season. There's some pressure, right? And pressure makes diamonds, so I'm excited to see how the team and I respond.
This Utah update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Here comes Hanukkah. So much Hanukkah to celebrate Hanukkah. Hanukkah is festival of lights.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Adam Sandler in concert Sunday night. There didn't used to be concerts at the Delta Center on Sunday, PK, and with all the games now, it's like that arena is busy, it seems like every night of the week. Between the Jazz opener tonight, the Mammoth last night, I think they've got 3 concerts in the next 4 days. It's nonstop.
One right after another.
Exactly. Question of the morning. Based on the Utah Jazz opener tonight at the Delta Center, the season has started. What are you excited for? And I think the most negative comment of the day comes from Seth Young. They should sell the team. We're just a farm team. Not even Kevin Love wanted to be traded here. And Ace Bailey will leave in 5 to 6 years. If you think it's not the same story like Donovan, watch it happen again. I hate being born to this team. He was birthed by the Jazz.
Root for the Lakers then.
Oh, man. Oh, what's the fun in that? They just win all the time. Good grief.
Well, that's the point.
Yeah, I know, but
it depends on if you're born into it or not. You can't just adopt them. If you want, if you're a native of the area, that's one thing. Well, we shall see. You know, there's that line of thinking out there, and until that line of thinking is conclusively dead, I understand.
Yeah, I don't know conclusively. I mean, people all have their own reasons, their own motivations. So if one person leaves, I don't know that means the next person won't stay. But if the next star player stays, I don't know that the next star player after that will leave. I mean, people do have their own individual motivations. And it does seem like they've come up with a collective bargaining agreement that is much more likely to keep guys in place. You know, by percentage, you just can't argue. There have been enough cases. People are more likely to sign the extensions. And the fact is, you know, maybe that was just a bluff by Donovan, you know? All we've heard is, hey, I'm gonna stay, I'm going to play, I'm not going to complain, but when it's done, I'm not going to re-sign. I don't think he was maybe excited about re-signing in Cleveland, but there was no money anywhere else. Where was the money and the shots and the FGAs? They were all in Cleveland, so he did re-sign.
It would have been here, too.
Yeah, and maybe it would have played out that way here. And if they, you know, now that calls his bluff, and maybe he walks and you get nothing the way you did with Hayward. Or maybe you figure, yeah, he might resign here, but he's undersized, and you got to get somebody
Which
different.
is what I think DA thought. And so did they really want to put maximum amount of money into this guy? And he hasn't done it in Cleveland either.
Right. And now he's in the I mean, there's no doubt the Western Conference is a tougher conference and the Eastern Conference is the easier conference this year. You know, Cleveland, maybe it's the Knicks, although they changed coaches. Let's see. Maybe Orlando. Orlando's been down for a long time. They've had a lot of draft picks, and now those picks have had a chance to grow up a little bit. And they've grown up a little bit, so will they take a big step forward?
But what about the idea, and I get that, that's fresh, because Darren Williams and Mitchell and Hayward, they all basically wanted out, although obviously Darren Williams can't stay away now. And Carlos Boozer, those guys are around all the time.
Yep.
But we overlook there was a couple other guys who stayed for 20 years. We act like that didn't exist.
It's a different era.
Every era is different, but the player is what's different about what that is. Did two
I think that
small town, one a country guy and another a private guy who didn't want upheaval in his life. How far do we need to go? Like they're the only two guys that would want that? I don't think that's the truth. Guys like Antoine Carr certainly had a good time, and they've got no problem coming back. And all these players, when they come back, they, as I just mentioned, two and that weren't of that era. So I'm not so sure there's a lot of truth to it.
To me, the Antoine Carr thing is like I have no doubt that once you get outside the top 50, players will come to Utah. There's just too many examples. Now, are there some guys who won't outside the top 50? Sure. But you can get players who are outside the top 50 players in the NBA to come to Utah. There's so many examples.
But Derek Harper was nowhere near a top 50 player.
And there, like I just
said. And Cycli was not a top 50 player.
Not even remotely close. Maybe he was top 250. And there are always going to be people who don't want to come. I get that. But you can get enough players outside the top 50 to fill out your starting lineup and have a strong bench.
And I think you can get enough inside the top 50.
That's it. Top 10, top 20, top 50, you know. And you're right. There are two examples, small-town guys. You know, some of these hockey guys, you read where they're from, they're not exactly from Chicago, New York, and L.A. You know, some of the Canadian
sport doesn't
towns
lend itself to that.
Right. And coming from sometimes, some are coming from Toronto or Montreal, but some are coming from these super small towns. They're like, oh, Salt Lake's plenty big enough for me, you know. So in the NBA, do you find those guys? Or do you find someone who's from the West who doesn't want to get back east and get home? You know, or do you find a foreign guy, like you've always said, and there's more top 50 players who are foreign players than ever before. You find foreign guys who are like, man, I'm halfway around the world. What does it matter to me? I've already gone halfway around the world. A few more miles one way or another, I don't care. You know, you draft someone who's from New York, they might want to get back east.
You know, I think that was the situation, too, with the upheaval and him being on social media and some state senator taking a shot at him. I don't even remember what it's about, who he was. And these guys have big ears. And you lost Mitchell. What the crap is Mitchell won?
Jeff has a comment that's a little more in line with, I think, the way you and I think. Basketball in the evenings, more sports to watch, is always a beautiful thing. So Jeff will be in. Yeah. Jeff will be in.
Yeah.
David is looking forward to next year's draft.
Me too.
Could be a good pick there with the break, with just a little bit of luck. It's got to fall their way at some point, right?
Oh, it's going to happen next May. I guarantee it. Of course, I guaranteed it last May, so that means I got a better chance because it's got to happen. It just dumb luck of the draw, whatever you want to call it. It's got to happen.
I think it's the law of numbers, PK. The law of numbers. Matt Harper.
All right.
Bring it, Matt. All right, we're all done. Jake and Ben are coming up next right here on the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, big finish.
Show's over, folks.
That's it. Go home, everybody. None of this ever happened.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Let's be honest, shopping for insurance isn't exactly a thrill ride. But saving money and avoiding costly insurance mistakes? That's a win. Join us at Farmers Insurance in Bountiful on October 22nd for the Zone's BYU Preview Show at the Mason Crapo Insurance Agency, 106 West 500 South. Learn how a local team can help you review your policies and save big. Plus, grab some incredible beef from Bar W Beef right on site. Learn more about personalized insurance from a trusted agent.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy. But man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize, and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110, or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110, or rgsutah.com.
If you need up to $5,000, go to WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com is the name you can trust. It's free to use, available 24/7, and you're never required to accept any loan offer. Some lenders offer same-day funding. If you need up to $5,000, type WeFixMoney.com directly into your browser. WeFixMoney.com has been helping customers for 15 years and has an A rating with the Better Business Bureau. So if you need cash for credit card bills, car repairs, child care, or anything else, go to WeFixMoney.com. Make sure you type WeFixMoney.com directly in your browser. Go to the company you trust. WeFixMoney.com. Just fill in the information and get an answer in minutes at WeFixMoney.com. So if you need cash for up to $5,000, go to WeFixMoney.com. That's WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com.
Hey, Doug, I hear you're giving out free test drives.
Yeah?
How about bringing around that sweet black 1500 and we go for a little spin?
Seth, you're 16 and don't have a dime to your name.
Yeah, but my daddy does. When I pass the test on Thursday, I'm going right back here to Doug Smith.
You don't even have a license?
Drop in at Doug Smith in American Fork for our Drive into Fall event and get 0% APR financing for 72 months on all new 2025 Ram 1500s and 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokees. No one knows Ram like Doug.
Hey guys, Alex Curie from the KSL Sports Zone. I'm sitting down here with Dale today, who has also been on the same program I've been on.
Thank you.
Why did you join the SLC Fat Loss program?
Because it has to do with accountability. I need somebody to hold me accountable.
What were your particular goals with weight loss? I know it changes for everybody.
I started out at 330 pounds, and my goal is to get down to 200 pounds.
Tell me about the goal then. Have you been able to meet it?
I've lost 46 pounds. I still got a ways to go. I figure I probably have 2 more sessions to go with it, so I'm going to stay in as long as it takes.
What do you think helped you the most with that success at being able to drop the weight with SLC Fat Loss?
Because I believe in it. I'm living it. It's a part of my life now.
All right, so would you recommend SLC Fat Loss to somebody, and why?
Absolutely. It's the best program I've ever been into, and I've tried lots of diet programs.
Thank you so much, Dale. To learn the success of losing up to 1 pound of healthy fat a day and to start that own success story of your own, get a hold of the folks at slcfatloss.com. Here's the website again. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now,
it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From 2 guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Spoken walls and winds.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, happy game day. Opening day, Wednesday.
Sure. First game of the Jazz season.
It's a win ticket Wednesday. Yeah, it's a big day.
What you got Wednesday? But more importantly, Christian, hit the music.
What are we celebrating?
Well, I forgot. On Monday, we hit our 4-year anniversary.
Oh, our anniversary. Oh, yay, look, an apple pie.
You like a little apple pie?
I do like apple pie.
I like a little apple pie. In fact, I got 4 of these apple pies, one for every year we've been on the air. Christian, one of these is for you. You want to stroll on in here, get yourself a McDonald's apple pie.
Who gets the 4th one?
Not Salazar.
This one is we're gonna leave it in the studio until it withers in memory of Sarah and Megan, our former producers who also helped build this show.
You know, I knew it was sometime this week because I missed it last year and I actually felt really bad. So I'm glad you remembered.
It was actually Monday. I didn't realize it till I got a Facebook notification. And I thought it was our 3rd year anniversary, and then I said, oh, wait, that was 2 years ago.
No, it's been 4.
4!
Time flies.
Cheers
dude.
to you, my friend.
Yeah, 2021 feels like yesterday, yet years ago at the same time.
It does. Let's see. Ace Bailey was 15 years old at the time. Yeah, he could not drive.
I had a newborn.
Yes, you did.
I had a newborn.
Yeah.
Crazy. Christian was in the 8th grade.
Yeah, Christian was just barely getting his Facebook page off the ground. No, that thing had been running for
forever.
Yeah,
How
6 or 7 years.
How old was Christian when he
8 years old?
Yeah,
Jeez.
8 years old.
What's that bozo's name? Zucker, whatever. Had his hooks in Christian early.
Yeah, he did.
Early.
It was still the Facebook when Christian got on.
It was, yeah. No ads.
It's good.
Yeah.
There were stickers and you could poke people.
No, what was Christian doing 4 years ago? Pitching spicy questions to the SUU softball coach?
I actually...
Were you married?
No.
You weren't married?
No, I got married in 23.
You weren't pregnant?
Yeah, you got married right when you started working here, right? Or somewhere there around?
Right after I started with you guys.
Yeah.
21, yeah. Last year of college.
All right. Well, we were in a different studio. We were in we were in the other building.
Which you're going back to tonight. Did you find out you are doing the pre-hep?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I talked to Jamil earlier, so I feel like he would have told me if that were not the case.
Okay, good, because you weren't in the press release.
But that was just a press release for that game.
It was a preseason press release.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and they weren't doing pre-half and post for preseason, so I never asked again, and I just assumed had something changed, you would have told me.
Well, that's basically what I did too. I just assumed had something changed, somebody would have given me a phone call.
Sure. Yeah. And they're undergoing some changes over there. Trav, who used to kind of run the show.
He's gone to Amazon.
He's gone to Amazon.
And yeah, there's a little bit of a different structure, which is all good. But yeah, I feel like Barney or Jamil or somebody over there would have given me a call if there was a change. Are you excited, Ben? What's your overall aura?
I really like basketball. And I watched the Thunder Rockets game last night, and I was reminded of why I like basketball so much. And I'm not pretending the Jazz are playing that caliber of basketball this year, but I truly like watching the ball go up and the teams shoot at each other or at their baskets, and that satisfies me as an adult. So, yeah, I am excited because I do really like the sport, and I really like the NBA as a league in general and the talent. So I am. I do think there is a freshness to this season that did not exist last year. We talked a little bit about it at the round table. Any freshness it had last year was entirely wiped out as soon as Taylor Hendricks got hurt. And that was a dark cloud of a season overall, which, you know what, in retrospect, does happen. You remember 04-05 for the Utah Jazz, also similarly plagued by injury. They have the big 03-04 year. Everyone's excited.
First year.
But Boozer's first year, fans are thrilled going into the offseason. Think it's a real team. Karolinko's good. And it was just...
Everyone was loving Carlos Arroyo at the time.
Yeah, Giricek got an extension, and it just turned out to be a season from hell. Everybody got hurt. Memo wasn't ready to play.
Man, was he heavy.
He was really heavy.
Very doughy.
Boozer might have played, 25 games? I honestly can't remember. It might have been 50, but it felt like zero.
It was 50, yeah. It was, and they won how many games? 20-something? 30? 20
Went to the lottery.
Yeah.
And got Darren Williams and everything cleaned up, and it got better from there. But, Yeah, every once in a while you just have a dog of a season. And the last year the Jazz had a dog of a season.
Carlos Arroyo.
37 games.
I'm trying to think.
Wait, no. 51 games his first year.
Has
really
anyone
funny.
in Jazz lore gone from a guy like, hey, this is a guy, to we got to move off this guy?
We got to get rid of this guy so
faster than Carlos Arroyo. Because I'll tell you this, Ben, because I covered that season, and it might have been my first season covering the Jazz. I covered that season, and I can remember there was a framed picture on the wall of the media room it was like kind of cartoonish. And it showed a cartoon of like John Stockton passing to Karl Malone. And then it had some verbiage of like transition to, and it had a picture of Carlos Arroyo passing to Carlos Boozer. And it was like, they had to take that picture down like 2 weeks later.
Yeah.
Like, no, this isn't a dude. Is there anybody that has gone from that to not that faster?
I mean, he truly waved off a play one game and got traded that night, right?
Well, because he and Raul Lopez had a good year the year before
304.
In the 500 year. Both had played well. And so that led everybody to be optimistic that Carlos Arroyo was the next, Jazz point guard. Because he did. He played well the year before.
And Puerto Rico beat Team USA in FIBA or whatever it was that summer.
Right.
And everyone thought, like, this guy is a real dude. There's a real player here.
It might have been the Olympics in the
qualifying
rounds or
whatever
it was. Yeah, and they were thinking this dude is for real. And then 2 weeks later, they're like, no, he's not.
No, and he wasn't.
And thus, Darren Williams really found himself the perfect situation eventually.
Correct. Building your team is it's not a straight line, and not every guy coming in ends up being the right answer. Not every lottery pick ends up being a star. And, not every free agent that shows well. Raja did this a little bit, but I don't think Jazz fans ever turned on Raja. I think Raja and Ty Corbin just got sideways, and Jazz fans were on the side of Raja Bell.
Well, Raja really sucked.
By that point, he was really bad.
Like, he was really bad and didn't know he was bad, and that was really the genesis of the problem. Not to take Ty Corbin totally off the hook.
Sure.
Although I do love his vengeance. I mean, that was really something to just end his career like that. I mean, I can appreciate that. Something like that.
Like that?
Mark Jackson. But again, Carlos Arroyo really was overnight. I mean, it flipped immediately how quickly fans turned on him.
They were like, nope,
not the guy.
That's not it. Give me Milt Palacio.
Yeah, whoever you could get out there. Keith McLeod. So,
because I think Raul Lopez was hurt again at that point.
Yeah, he was always hurt. So, yes, this season has a bit of freshness to it when you turn the page from a bad year. And that's what happened when Darren Williams came in, and I think that's what Jazz fans have to hope that Ace Bailey brings with him. And you cleared out some room with with Jordan Clarkson and with John Collins.
Except for they were
Sexton.
Good that first year with Darren. I don't think they're going to be good this year, or at least they're not going to try and be good.
It's different, and they didn't make the playoffs that year with Darren. They did finish above 500, because I remember it was a big deal. I think Greg Ostertag was back on the team, right? And Ostertag was never on a team that finished below 500. So they did turn the page and didn't make the playoffs, but they were good, and immediately it was like, oh, Darren was a good pick. And other than not starting, it was pretty obvious. Like his first game against Dallas, and he hit a 3/4 court shot as a buzzer beater. Like there was some magic pretty immediately with Darren that if he plays tonight, we'll see if he can battle through this flu. It sounds like he was going to play or is going to play. If Ace Bailey plays tonight, I think he's going to have some special moments. I think there's going to be those types of instances that you didn't get a whole lot of last year. Certainly not from the rookies. Flip had the crazy 30, 15, and 5 game against the Portland Trailblazers, but the Jazz won, and you were kind of supposed to be rooting against the team winning. So even that felt weird. I think you will have less of that this season.
It would really suck for Ace to be sick. Just because, I hope he's feeling better. Let me put it that way. Just because your first NBA game is a big moment in your life. It's one of those,
being sick on your wedding day.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
it's that big of a moment. Everyone remembers their first game. Every player can tell you exactly what happened their first game.
Let me get the crazy skin rash before my 5th game.
Christian, what rash did you have on your wedding? What was that again you were telling us off the air?
Impetigo.
Okay.
That'd be a bad day to have a rash. That's what I'm saying.
I woke up with a rash, not nerves.
Horrible rash.
It's everywhere.
We had to cut the mother and son dance short.
Yeah, really short. But yeah, you wanna be healthy and you want to be ready to go. And plus, people are going to judge you on your first game, as silly as that is. People like to make no pun intended rash judgments on who you are as a player. So this first game, how he plays, is going to be notable. It shouldn't, but it will be. So if he's not feeling well, that would be unfortunate.
That would suck. That would suck for him personally.
So we will see. I can't imagine he's going to be at 100%. But did he have the flu Sunday and now it's Wednesday and you're over it? You're a little weak maybe, or is he still really battling with it?
What position is he going to play?
I think he starts at the 2. I think that's where he plays most of his time to start the season, and he will trend bigger as he gets older. So he will end up as a 3-4.
Then the 4 is going to be?
I think it's going to be Flip. I think Flip's going to start tonight. I could be wrong. Taylor started in the first few preseason games, and Flip was out with the back injury. Flip came back in Game 3, but came off the bench, and then started in Game 4, which makes me think that was the plan all along.
Would that be the correct move, in your opinion?
I think they want to make sure that they have at least one rim protector on the court at all times, and Nurkic is not that at all. So if you put Taylor Hendricks next to him, he complements Nurk a little bit better, which honestly I think is a little too cute. I think sometimes we get too cute with that stuff of like, well, this pairing should be good because this guy has one strength and this guy has a weakness. Mm-hmm. And you can say the same thing with Flip. Like Flip's a terrible defensive player right now, but Walker's pretty good. So Walker covers up Flip's issues. He's not the best player. Just play Taylor. And I actually think by the end of the season, Taylor will be the starting 4. I just wonder if early on it'll go back to Flip. But I could be wrong. It could easily be Taylor. Taylor was better in the preseason.
I would go with Taylor, absolutely.
I probably
like
would
10
too.
out of 10 times. That would be for a variety of reasons. One, every shot Flip takes in the starting lineup is a shot that Ace or Lowry aren't. So I'm not really wild about that. Second of all, the Jazz have to at some point establish a defensive culture. I know nobody wants to talk about this, but at some point, Will Hardy, who is a good coach and knows the value of defense, at some point he's going to have to get the message to people that unless you guard, you're not going to play.
Yeah.
And Taylor can really guard, and he showed in the preseason that right now at least, he can shoot well enough to at least create a little gravity, which makes him the perfect fit next to Walker Kessler, because that means that his guy isn't where, Ben?
At the basket?
In the paint, at the basket. Guarding Walker Kessler.
Yeah.
Maybe Walker can get some dunks, get some and ones, that sort of thing, because he's not playing against 2 players.
Yeah.
So and you get that with Flip, but if you also get it with Taylor, and he's not taking, in theory, as many shots as Flip, he doesn't really overlap with anybody, and that dude could really guard. And at some point you got to say, you know what? He's getting the benefit of the doubt because he's guarding.
I'm with you. I think that should be a priority this year. That's why I think Walt Clayton should win the point guard job at some point. I think he's going to guard better than the rest of the guards on the roster do. So I think that will be beneficial for him. And I'm with you. I think based on what we saw in the preseason, I would start Taylor if it were up to me. Obviously, it has nothing to do with what I say. But, there are other things where the Jazz are a horrible passing team. Lowry's a big part of that problem. Walker, sans his 8 assists that he had in his preseason debut, has not been a good passer in his career. Flip's a good passer.
Yeah.
So moves the ball a little bit that way. If you want to prioritize having an offensive system that maybe is a little bit more dynamic, and Flip is more dynamic, obviously, offensively than Taylor is.
And to your point about Nurk and pairings, if they're thinking for 2 seconds about Yusuf Nurkic at all,
sure, right,
they should fire themselves.
Yeah.
Like, they should cut Nurk today. Honestly, he's not part of the future.
Correct.
He's barely part of the present.
Right. He's going to play 15 minutes a game, 18 minutes a game.
It's actually kind of a locker room risk to even have him on the team. So if you're spending 2 seconds thinking about Nurk, I think that's 2 seconds too long.
I think that's fair. Also, I think if you want to have Taylor or Walker on the floor at all times to have a quote-unquote rim protector, just have one of them on the floor. Like you can do substitution patterns where you can, start them together and then stagger their subs. It's not like you have to platoon substitution. It's not hockey. You don't have to get these guys off the court together. Okay, sub Taylor out after 2 minutes or 3 minutes and leave Walker on for the first 9 minutes of the quarter. And then bring Taylor back in to replace Walker or whatever.
I guess I'm not thinking of Taylor that much as a rim protector. And I'm not that I know he can. He can block some shots. But I'm not really thinking that is necessarily going to be his role. Nor do I buy into the concept that you have to have a rim protector on the floor at all times. I mean, let's just say Kevin Love, for example. How many fouls does he have?
Yeah, 6. Yeah.
And can the other team's stiff center guard him on the perimeter? Even now?
No.
They're at least going to have to stay with him.
Yeah.
You can stand there and can shots.
Yeah.
So then you have to pull that center off the floor because he can't make free throws and he can't be effective because he's not in the paint. So there's more than one way to skin an armadillo.
And you know what? I want to see lineups that have Taylor and Flip in them together. I want to see those guys play the 4-5, or 3-4, whatever it is, and just say, yeah, this is really 5 out. Like this is a true 5 out team that has guys who can shoot threes across the court. And, Isaiah's not going to play tonight. He's not back yet from his hamstring injury. He'll be re-examined in a week. But you have opportunities to have really good shooting lineups on the floor.
I have no idea what they're doing with Flip. So I'll be really curious to see, I guess. I mean, start or no start. I don't understand. And, Ben, this is me not being as wise, I'm sure, as them over there. But I don't get it. I don't get why he didn't spend the offseason eating these delicious apple pies and putting on 30 pounds is way too much. But putting on
I do think he looked bigger at media day.
So he can guard bigs. His future in the league is not at the 4 or whatever that is anymore. His future in the league is at the 5. He needs to be able to guard bigger. Getting to my point about Kevin Love. They can't play the big dominant guy if you're canning threes on the outside, but you have to at least be a threat to guard the big dominant guy. That's how Kelly Olynyk's still in the league.
Yeah.
And he could be way better than Kelly, but I don't understand the lean him out and try to improve his lateral quickness somehow, because I don't think that's going to happen. But you said he looks heavier?
I think he's put on weight.
Okay.
Like his base is bigger, his legs looked bigger to me. So
that's good.
Yeah, we'll see.
I think that's where his future is. I honestly do.
Again, I've told you, I think he's best case scenario is Naz Reid, like with the Minnesota Timberwolves, who won 6th Man of the Year. It's like
which is awesome.
Yeah, it's a big front court player who can kind of play 3-4-5, which is a little bit flippy.
But he sucks at defense, but he's made it work. He's been good enough because he can guard bigs.
Yeah, right. And you don't play him in the biggest moments of the game unless you need his floor spacing. So I'm with you. I think that's his future. With that said, I do think the Jazz's 6th man is the most set position on the court other than Walker being the starting 5 and Lowry being in the starting lineup. And I think that's Bryce Sensabaugh. And I think Bryce is going to be responsible for carrying a lot of that offensive load. And I think that's a great idea.
We'll see how it goes with Bryce. I wouldn't be surprised if they go a different direction eventually. And how many starting lineups did we see last year? I mean, it was
right. There was going to be 30 plus this year.
But if Bryce slid in at the 2 and then bumped everybody up, and so all of a sudden Lowry's at 4.
Flips at the 5. Or Ace is at the 3.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's totally fair.
If he plays well enough.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he's really good. It depends. Is he just a 3-and-D guy, or is he more than that? I think that's what I'm eager to find out about Bryce. I think Bryce is going to be in the league forever.
Agreed.
As long as he manages his
season.
As long as he, stays in shape.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be in the league forever because he can obviously can shots.
Well, that's appropriate. The drop you just played was me questioning George Niang being in the NBA for 10 seasons. It's like, yeah, that's where Bryce is headed. Like, George is not a 3-and-D player because he can't play defense. He's just a 3 player.
But he's bigger than Bryce, so he can rebound. I mean, he's
been
got
in the league
another
for a decade,
and he's
he
got
can pass
another
a
skill.
little.
Yeah.
But Bryce never even, ideally Bryce becomes a good defensive player and lives up to the 3-and-D moniker. If he doesn't, he's good enough offensively to still stick in the league for a decade.
But if he could guard, he'd be starting for a lot of teams eventually, I would think.
10 seasons?
He has a real chance.
10 seasons?
You?
A tub of goo like you?
Yeah, Bryce, I think Bryce is going to be important. I think Bryce is going to be a real piece that emerges this year.
You look like you get winded walking your dog, man.
George looks svelte. He looks good. Looks thin. He's laid off the apple pies.
He's hurt.
I want to eat this. Can we go to break? All right.
Huh?
I want to eat this apple pie.
I think we should just stay on.
Okay. While I eat it? Or just so I can't eat it?
No, the latter. Yeah, you don't eat on the air. That's rude.
Man, that JCW's burger yesterday was really good.
The only people who can get away with eating on the air are Ron McBride and Lavelle Edwards. That show was so funny because they were eating the whole time.
Yeah. Show up for food.
All right, stay tuned. Top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Coming up next, Jacob Ed, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. With the Holy War behind them, the Cougars get set for a trip to the Midwest for a Saturday afternoon showdown against Iowa State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
The changing temps and colorful leaves means fall's in the air. Take a mental break, becoming one with your thoughts and nature, starting in Cedar City. Lighten your heart and clear your mind with a short drive to enjoy not one, but 4 scenic highways, connecting you to nothing but an open canvas of color. Vibrant shades of red rocks, amber leaves, clear blue skies, and endless shades of emerald green and cedar breaks and Dixie National Forest. Cedar City is nature's backdrop, where the forest actually does meet the trees. The journey isn't about getting there, it's about being there. Being on a hike, mountain biking, or OHVing, with eyes and jaws wide open to scenic views. Cedar City also harvests the best events, charming organic farmers markets, promising the best pumpkin patches and hay mazes in the West. Plus the Sheep Parade down Main, October 25th. For the fall color reports, activities, eateries, and more, log on to visitcedarcity.com. That's visitcedarcity.com.
This is a real good story about Bronx and his dad, Ryan, real United Airlines customers.
We were returning home, and one of the flight attendants asked Bronx if he wanted to see the flight deck and meet Captain Andrew.
I got to sit in the driver's seat.
I grew up in an aviation family, and seeing Bronx kind of reminded me of myself when I was that age.
That's Andrew, a real United pilot.
These small interactions can shape a kid's future.
It felt like I was the captain.
Allowing my son to see the flight deck will stick with us forever.
That's how good leads the way.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Hey, Utah. Are you ready for the Utah Mammoth to hit the ice? From game-winning goals to behind-the-scenes moments, Mammoth Plus brings the action to you all season long. Whether you're at home, on the go, or in the stands, don't miss a single shift. Visit UtahMammothPlus.com and start streaming today. That's UtahMammothPlus.com. Every game, every goal, live on Mammoth Plus. Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You barely touched your apple pie.
Yeah, no. Do I have to eat it now?
No, you can save it. It's your anniversary gift.
Jake and Penn, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Want to remind you about our friends at Kenny J's Barbecue. They will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order with Kenny J's. Time for the top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, the Jazz open their season tonight. They'd have an aspiration to beat the Clippers.
I see what you did there, Christian. That was maybe your best yet.
Yeah, it was funny. Aspiration, of course, being the company that was illegally or underhandedly funneling money towards Kawhi Leonard, allegedly.
Oh, Uncle Dennis.
To get him to sign with the Clippers. Anyways, the Clippers are in town. Interesting team. Old. Kawhi at his best is still one of the top 10 players in the NBA. He's just so rarely on the court consistently. The rest of the team is extremely old. Chris Paul, Brook Lopez, both borderline washed. But I guess if you only have to play them 15 minutes a night, that's helpful. James Harden is a regular season juggernaut and one of the worst postseason players we've seen. At least the drop off between what he does in the regular season and what he does in every closeout game or game 7 in his career is one of the more shocking discrepancies we've seen. But with that said, they're really talented and they're healthy right now because it's the first game of the season. This is the best the Clippers are going to be all year. And John Collins is a great fit for them. That was a really good trade for them.
This was the team where I was asking that guy about if they signed Tim Hardaway Sr., and he deadpanned me. For the reason we're talking about. You just listed an all-star team from 2004.
Yes, I did. Yeah.
That is a rich. And you didn't even mention the old maid.
Correct. Brad Beal also going to have to figure out what his role is going to be.
Does John Collins get a tribute video?
He shouldn't. And I'm with Will Hardy. We do too many tribute videos.
I've been saying this for years. We should do no tribute videos. Zero. None.
Yeah, the Brad Marchand thing yesterday, too much. Someone should have checked him into the ice.
Speaking of gorgeous George
Put him in the boards.
Didn't he get one for the Jazz?
George did.
Come on. Yeah. Just none. None. Zero. Christian and I have a pool going on who the Clippers' next signing would be, and I said Tim Hardaway Sr. Come on, that's funny.
Nah.
That's not my best joke.
No.
But that's not my worst.
No, you've had worse.
That deserves at least a chuckle. Come on.
Nah.
Yeah, seriously. James Harden and Tim Hardaway Sr. may have overlapped. Chris Paul legit may have overlapped with
Tim Hardaway Sr.?
Tim Hardaway Sr.
Probably not quite.
Miami, Tim Hardaway Sr.?
He may have. I'm trying to think how long he played. Neither here nor there. This Clippers team is an interesting experiment with the theory that depth right now is more valuable than top-end talent. And again, Kawhi at his best is still really good, but you'll hear David Locke talk a lot about it. 240 minutes is really a big deal. Having enough guys to play every minute of the game, not just be stretched to get there or they're not good enough to be playing 20 minutes a game. Having guys that truly know how to play at every position for every minute on the court is really beneficial during the regular season and can set you up well, which is why I think the Clippers are probably going to compete for home court advantage this year in the West. It does not matter in the playoffs because everybody drops their roster to 8 players for the most part. So then your stars really have to show up. And again, as we've talked about, I don't think James Harden's that level of star. I don't know if Kawhi can stay healthy to that point. And then what's their roster outside of that? I really like Zubats. I don't know if he's a superstar,
Love Zubats.
But that's a great matchup for Walker. This is a good Clippers team that is just keeping the lights on until it kind of falls apart and they're going to have to start all the way over. But they've traded all their picks. So I think they still owe picks to Oklahoma City for the Paul George trade. So
2 years.
Fun, but it's a placeholding team.
2 years.
2 years what?
That's what Tim Hardaway Sr. missed
Chris Paul by. Okay.
Chris Paul's first year was 05-06. Tim Hardaway Sr. last year. Do you want to guess his last team? Because I completely memory hold this, and it was only 10 games.
Was it Toronto?
No.
Did he ever play in Toronto?
No, he did not.
Okay, I made that up. Where was he?
Indiana.
Okay. Pacers legend.
After his Miami years, he played 1 season in Dallas, part of a season in Dallas, traded to Denver, and then played 10 games in Indiana the following season. Anywho, the Clippers, I will, despite my love for Zubats, I will root against the Clippers every single game this year for the same reason that I root against Bill Belichick, the Tom Brady, and all that every single game that they will ever participate in because they cheat.
They cheated.
And absolutely they cheated, and they can do a song and dance around it all they want and shroud themselves in plausible deniability, but they did not do that. They cheated. And think about how groundbreaking that was, or how much that shook the NBA at the time. Kawhi, where he picked to play, and then he brought Paul George with him. That was changed the landscape type of move. Now, it didn't pan out to be a championship for the Clippers through...
Didn't really shift the power anywhere.
It didn't end up working. But at the time, Ben, I don't know if you can... I was actually on vacation with some buddies when I found out. It was like groundbreaking. It was like, I remember where I was when I found out that Kawhi was traded. I mean, it was...
I was in Vegas.
Or not traded, but where he signed and Paul George was traded. Like, wow, that's going to just change everything.
Yep.
And so they acquired what at the time could have been argued as the best player in the league, and they cheated to do it. Yeah, I hope the Intuit Dome has a lot of plumbing problems.
And that the Thunder reaped all the rewards. It's very funny. Like, they've kind of already paid the price.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what else are they doing? When you see this stuff, that leads me to say,
there's more than this.
What else are you doing?
I think that's fair.
So, but it is unfair to the rest of the league. It is.
Yeah, of course it is. Especially when you have an owner who has the biggest payroll.
And I wish the rest of the league would care more.
We'll see.
It seems like they're more concerned with the PR than the actual fairness, which really frustrates me.
Catch Jake tonight, 6 o'clock.
I'm going to just roast the Clippers the entire hour.
Do it.
All right. Next.
Number 2, Dylan Gunther with another game winner last night.
Keller in his own zone, nearly gave it back. Now Gunther wants to run. Gunther up ahead. It's Keller on the move. Keller to the front, tapped in. They score! He's done it again! Dylan Gunther!
So this season alone, how many games are we in? 7 games in? They're 5-2-0?
Yep.
He's got an overtime winner in Nashville. He just hit he hit the third period go-ahead game-winning goal against the Bruins off the pass from Peterka. And then he had the game winner in overtime last night. And I saw this stat. He's got 12 game winners in his 77 career or 77 appearances dating back to the beginning of last season. He played a little bit with the Coyotes before that, but really last year was basically a rookie year. He's got 12 game winners in 77 games. how many games did they win in that stretch? The 5 this year, and what did they win? 35 last year, something like that. So in 40 games, he's got the game winner in more than 25% of them. That's insane what he's doing. And it's way more than anybody else in the NHL. I think he's got 5 more game-winning goals than anyone else in the NHL in that same stretch. He's truly elite in crunch time, and he's become must-watch TV.
Yeah, I think there are a few young, exciting guys, and him for sure. I got off the phone during the break. I talked to a buddy during the break who was at the game yesterday and sat in behind the goal, the vertical seats, for an overtime game-winning situation. He said it was epic.
Yeah.
So shout out to the atmosphere over there, which remains cool. It was cool last year. Sounds like it's cool this year. But I asked him specifically about sitting in that spot, and he said it was so cool. And you're right on top of the action. And so I can't wait to see it.
I saw a bunch of Avs fans online complaining that Delta Center was too loud.
It's too noisy in here. I don't like it.
Which is a good thing.
That's a great thing. Yeah, I've never heard anyone
I
complain
don't
about
know
that
if
in my
I
life.
believe that.
This Slayer concert is too loud for me.
Do opposing fans go out and complain that it's too loud? Come on. I don't know. Who would do that? It's too loud.
Crybabies from Colorado. Yeah, Avalanche fans.
But even the Crybabies wouldn't do it. Even if you actually thought that, you wouldn't throw it out there.
More like Wavalanche.
That's what I say.
Wow.
That's what I'm saying. Cryolato or whatever.
All right, what's next?
Anyways, they're really fun. And you know what? These last 2 games, wins against the Bruins, wins against the Avalanche, are probably games they lose last year. There's games where they get rattled. They gave up a really bad goal late. I mean, it was a crazy goal. It was a great shot from Natchez with the Avalanche, the Whamvalanche, and with 2 minutes to play, and they could have lost that game. They could have put their heads down and given up, and they battled back. They did the same thing against Nashville. They did the same thing against the Bruins. They are gutting out games that I don't think they did last year. So fun to watch.
Number 3, Rockets Thunder, opening the NBA season with a bang.
Can I ask you, did you watch the halftime with Michael Jordan?
I did not. I was just reading up on it.
So, as expected, Jordan was not in studio. You know, he's not sitting there with who's their team, Vince Carter and, you know, some of the guys that they have. He's not in there. He sat down with Mike Tirico, and I would suspect he did one half-hour interview 2 months ago or a month ago, and they're just going to chop it up throughout the season, you know, into 90-second, 2-minute segments. And even with that, I will say it was better than I expected.
Better.
Even with it just being a single interview where Mike cut out whatever time he had in between, you know, rounds of golf to talk to Mike Tirico, it was better. With the understanding that they were obviously going to play the best segment of those game 1 because everyone was going to be watching to see what Michael Jordan said.
Yeah.
So it was better than I expected. It's a bummer he's not anywhere around real human beings. No offense to Mike Tirico, but I mean, like, having to interact, being asked questions, having to ask questions himself, serve as an analyst for a game he just watched because he's not watching the games. And even then, I thought it was kind of captivating, which is what made The Last Dance captivating. It's fun. It's interesting to watch Michael Jordan talk. He's just one of those people.
Yeah, I've watched it twice. Not because I'm some fan of another team, but because I can't stand Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
I don't like his attitude. I don't like his outlook on life. Now, ironically enough, that outlook on life is what's made him the best basketball player of all time. Yeah. So I certainly understand there's nuance to it. But, like, there's a famous story about Michael Jordan. I'm trying to remember. I think it was, they talked about it. No, this was somewhere else. But I heard somebody talk about Michael Jordan came up and wanted to gamble with them. I think it was one of former teammate. And he was like, Michael, we're just playing for like $5 or $6 up here, the big games in the back or whatever. And Michael's like, oh, we don't need to play for a lot. I might be confusing stories. But anyway, he basically said, I want to gamble just enough to make it hurt. Like, he doesn't need to gamble enough for him.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to make it costly for you.
Yeah, right.
That's his thing.
It's his edge, yeah.
Right. Like, I'll bet as much as you want, but you're going to risk enough that it's going to hurt you.
Yeah.
So Michael wants some attention.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody's nostalgic about the NBA on NBC, and he wants some nostalgia. But what is he going to do? he's going to do just enough to make it you bend over backwards to get what little he's willing to give. Does that make any sense?
Yes.
So you're going to have to fly to wherever on the planet he is. You're going to have to take a half an hour. We're going to see the same reheated crappy takes from Michael Jordan through the rest of the season because he's going to do just enough to get the attention but make NBC and the rest of us hurt.
Yeah.
And I find that obnoxious. Charles Barkley gives it all to everybody. He does. He'll show up. We could probably, I don't know, if Christian really put his mind to it, I bet we could get Charles Barkley on the show in the next calendar year because he's out there and willing to do it and willing to do things. Yeah. And I'm sure he loves the attention, but he's promoting everything under the sun and all of that. Michael Jordan doesn't need any money. Michael Jordan doesn't need any attention, but he's got this weird thing where he likes to torture people, and I find it obnoxious.
I do think that's part of his anonymity now is you want me, so I'm not going to give it to you.
But that's the thing. Then just go away.
Right. I can see that.
But it's one thing to say that and another to, like, I'll come do your show, but you're going to have to beg me. You're going to have to beg me, and you're going to have to fit all this criteria or whatever, and then maybe I'll give you a scrap of my time if you're lucky.
Yeah.
Then just don't do it. Then just go away. That's what bugs me about it. Sorry, is that a long-winded way of like? Fine. It's his personality is so like obnoxious. It's almost a shame to reward it, but he's so good and in his own way, absolutely brilliant. That. You can get away with that sort of thing.
Certainly not oversaturated. By the way, hell of a game. Double overtime between the defending champs and the new-look Rockets, who Ben Thompson got hurt already, which was a little frustrating. He wasn't really able to close the game. So not only did they not have a point guard, they didn't even have the guy who was standing in a point guard. Kevin Durant looked good. He's Kevin Durant. Şengün was awesome. He had 39. Missed the game winner. But, they're a good team. They're going to be a good team.
Do you have the ability? I don't know if you're on one of those deep stats sites. What does Locke always use? Cleaning Glass or whatever. I'd be curious to see how many dribbles Luka Doncic had last night.
Yeah, we can probably pull that up. Probably a lot. They looked bad. They got stomped by.
Well, they are
Golden
bad.
State. Yeah, they're going to be worse without LeBron on the floor.
All right, stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. Jake and Ben, what you got Wednesday at 11:30, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The rivalry game may be over, but Big 12 play continues on for Kyle Whittingham and the Utes as they welcome in Coach Prime and Colorado to Rice-Eccles Stadium. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. Given how housing markets are and everything's so expensive, Ben, I think a lot of us, you and I included, are looking for ways to invest into our current home to not only increase its value, but of course, since we can't afford to go anywhere, its livability, its efficiency, and it's how it looks. And doors and windows are a great place to start when you're looking to invest in your home.
Yeah, you don't have to take our word for it. You can go check out their reviews. It's really a great way to do it. You can see why you can trust Peach Doors and Windows to come out to your home, give you some ideas, or maybe you have an audacious idea that you've thought about and said, it's probably not possible. No, it is with Peach, whether it's floor-to-ceiling, glass, doors, bifold doors, sliding glass doors, windows, wherever you want them in your home. Peach can do it. They can change the functionality, the efficiency, and the beauty of your home just with one stop.
So you can stop by their showroom. Check it out for yourself, 2940 South 300 West in Salt Lake. You can go to peachbuildingproducts.com. You can Google it, as been recommended, or call and do a free in-home estimate. They're great with ideas. 801-566-1255. 801-566-1255. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you. What?
You have a brother. A $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events. Go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Hello, Utah. I'm Josh with IWC Roofing. For over 25 years, my family has been safeguarding your homes with the finest roofing solutions. We understand the value of your time. That's why we're committed to replacing most roofs in just one day. And with our 50-year shingle warranty, your peace of mind is guaranteed. Choose IWC for award-winning service and a roof that stands strong against the elements. 801-232-5690 or visit IWCRoofingUtah.com. Ask for the $2,000 off any full roof replacement. Financing available. 801-232-5690.
Let's be honest, shopping for insurance isn't exactly a thrill ride. But saving money and avoiding costly insurance mistakes? That's a win. Join us at Farmers Insurance in Bountiful on October 22nd for the Zone's BYU Preview Show at the Mason Crapo Insurance Agency, 106 West, 500 South. Learn how a local team can help you review your policies and save big. Plus, grab some incredible beef from Bar W Beef right on site. Learn more about personalized insurance from a trusted agent.
Attention, RV owners or RV wannabe owners. It's the used RV blowout sale. RVs from all over the Intermountain West have been sent to the Layton Hills Mall for this RV liquidation event. Repos, buybacks, rental returns, and trade-ins. Blowout pricing. Every RV has been inspected and serviced and ready to go. Free admission, free parking. Dealers welcome. It's the used RV blowout sale. This Wednesday through Saturday from 10 a.m. to dusk. Go to UtahRVEvent.com. Sponsored by Pears RV. Pears RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH. That sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month. Zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
The Garden Restaurant in downtown Salt Lake. Dine in or order out. The Garden is open weekdays 11 to 3. Hearty, healthy, and so craveable. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utes at 50 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's Coach Witt talking about how they'll handle quarterback reps this week with Devin Dampier's injury.
Bird gets more reps early in the week as Devin kind of heals up from the game, and that's kind of been standard procedure for a lot of the weeks this year. As Devin gets back to normal, it's more front-end loaded for Bird and then more back-end loaded for Devin.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. They will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order with Kenny J's.
What time is it? Your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Just be that person that my teammates need, whether it's to get a rebound, clap, get some water, whatever it is. I'm really pumped for the season to really start.
He doesn't have to prove us right the first day. I don't want him carrying this weight of he takes the floor and it's like, I got to score 27 points or they're all going to think that No, he's 19 and he's a good player and he's really talented. It's our responsibility to make his life micro right now, not macro, and focus on smaller things.
You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is a Wednesday, meaning it's a win ticket Wednesday. Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. We're hooking you up with a pair of tickets to go see Adam Sandler this Sunday, October 26th at the Delta Center. Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE, 801-575-ZONE. I like it, these guys that probably don't need to do stand-up still go around and do stand-up. I feel like that's probably because they like it. Or unless really Happy Gilmore 2 was that big of a bomb.
But he's already gotten paid for it, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. I got to imagine Adam Sandler doesn't need the money, right?
I think it's a real drug for people. I think live performance is a real thing. People like the energy of the crowd. Yeah. And you know what? At this point, everyone's going to laugh at everything he says. He doesn't need to have great sets. Every set's good because everyone likes him. So they just want to laugh at him.
But who's the hefty country singer that came here and did like 6 shows because demand was so high? No.
Benny Boone.
Older.
Oh.
The Low Places guy.
Yeah. Garth Brooks.
Garth Brooks.
Yeah.
Yeah, he came here and the demand was so high. He played a bunch of shows, kept the ticket prices low.
Yeah, that's kind of his thing. Yeah.
I don't know. I think that's cool.
Yeah,
I think
there's nothing better than that. He doesn't need the money.
He's not doing that because he doesn't enjoy playing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Bob Dylan would play once every year if he could make $1 zillion from it.
No, I think it's a going back to your roots a little bit. You know, it's where Adam Sandler started. It's where he got found. So yeah.
I don't know what
it's fun.
I don't know what his kid situation is like, but probably getting a little bit older, where he has a little more free time, where he can get out and about, see the country again. I'm telling you, I think it's cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
And people get a chance to. I mean, I rolled around the halls of Churchill Junior High with Adam Sandler's stand-up on a cassette tape, listening to that goat skit. Did you ever listen to that?
I did not.
Oh, you should Google it.
Okay,
it's pretty funny.
Okay,
a lot of naughty words.
Okay, I won't do it at work.
Which was kind of his thing for a while.
Yeah.
But yeah, pretty funny. He's made a lot of movies.
Yeah, he's a comic legend.
We drafted SNL, didn't we?
We did.
Cast members. Who's the most successful, do you think? Like who, if you gauged it on
Adam Sandler.
By what metric?
Financial.
Money. If you think he's made the most money out of all of those SNL.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder. You could probably Google it.
I'm sure. Yeah. Did one of the people turn into a producer? That's certainly probably would be the thing. You produce movies, you can make a ton of money. People get into weird spots. Oh, I mean, honestly, Julia Louis-Dreyfus is a billionaire, and she was on SNL for a weekend.
But she was already a billionaire before.
Correct. Her dad's a billionaire, so it's not necessarily her money.
But David Spade was on at least two really successful TV shows.
Bill Murray, obviously.
Will Ferrell.
Oh yeah, no. It's Murray over Sandler.
I bet you Sandler's made more money in movies, and honestly, the answer might be Eddie Murphy.
Bill Murray's made better movies.
Nobody from SNL has been more famous than Eddie Murphy in his prime in the 80s than what he did. From SNL. Will Ferrell, even at his peak, probably did not scratch what Eddie Murphy was when he was a true sensation.
Now, the best to ever do it was, of course, Phil Hartman.
Yeah, agreed.
Rest his soul. Mm-hmm. His Bill Clinton was incredible.
Everything he did was incredible. Yeah.
So funny.
Yep.
All right, stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. Of course, we'll talk some college football. It is the opening night for the Jazz, and we have What You Got Wednesday at 11:30. Stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy, but man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsutah.com.
Hey everyone, Jake here from my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Have you put a lot of thought into your long-term financial health, saving money, investing money, doing things properly to get yourself to the retirement lifestyle that you want to live? Listen, it doesn't matter where you are in life. Maybe you're in your 20s, you're just getting out of college, putting things on the tracks. Maybe you're in the middle age, kind of like me, where you probably didn't give it enough attention when you were in your 20s. Or maybe you're close to retirement and you want to make sure you're going to maximize what you've spent a lifetime saving. Well, Trajan can be there for you. It's never too late to start doing things the right way. So give them a call, 801-210-6800. Sit down with them. They'll do it for free. I hung out in their Draper office with Trevor the other day. It's really easy. They explain things. They put things very simple, and they can show you exactly what they can do for you. 801-210-6800. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosure at TrajanWealth.com. 801-210-6800 or TrajanWealth.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Get ready, Utah. Mountainland Supply is bringing Milwaukee Counter Days to a branch near you. Join us for a one-day only savings. 10% off all Milwaukee power tools, hand tools, and accessories. Plus, free sale day only items. Start your morning with a light breakfast, stick around for a delicious barbecue lunch, and connect with the Milwaukee team. We'll be in Richfield October 16th, Salt Lake Drilling and Utilities October 21st, and Far West October 23rd. Don't miss it. Mountainland Milwaukee Counter Days. Food, freebies, and fantastic savings.
Any Hour Services can help with any size electrical project around the house. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs are closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What time is it?
Your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I feel like I could be the best defender in the league. And that comes with first proving that to the coach staff here and then them trusting me and moving forward with that.
Our focus is getting our young players to focus on getting better every day and every possession. We know where we're at as a team, but we want to start establishing the culture, defensive identity, playing hard, playing together, playing the right way, improving every day. So when we are ready to flip the switch and get there, that we have those habits ready-made.
The main thing for me is the team, worrying about the team, worrying how we can get better. I think the main thing for me this year is just all about we instead of me.
You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Join Hanson Scotty coming up on Friday at RGS Exteriors from noon to 3, 4235 Farm Road in West Jordan. Yeah, I had a buddy who dressed up as Slash, too. So it was one of those kind of things.
Couple's costume.
Yeah, it was fun.
All right.
Good times.
Don't they not like each other?
Not anymore, no. Axel and Slash, although they are back together. They are at least playing together now.
Okay.
I believe.
You run out of money. You got to make friends again.
Well, yeah. Axel kept all the rights and stuff, Like, so he was able to try and keep it going. And then they had that Buckethead guy instead of.
That's right.
For a while. And it's just like, it's just not the same without.
Correct.
Old Slash.
Correct.
That top hat up there, making it happen. What a great band. I'm wearing my Guns N' Roses shirt today for our KSLSports.com and YouTube viewing people.
Yeah.
Which it's always a good day to hear some Guns N' Roses as far as I'm concerned. Last time I saw Axl sing, did not hit the high note quite like he did on the recorded version there.
He can't get there anymore.
It did not. I mean, he still had some screechy moments, but there were some notes that that he just could not get to. PK thinks we talk a little college football. We can get back to the Jazz, but PK thinks that the Raiders are still in the driver's seat in the league.
The Red Raiders.
The Raiders. That's what I said.
Not the Oakland
You got me
Raiders.
going for a second there.
Texas Tech, the Raiders.
They have only one loss, so by definition, they control their own destiny, right? Because they get to play BYU, and BYU is currently the number one team. So if Texas Tech wins out, they will. Cincinnati also hasn't lost in conference. Do they play?
They play BYU. I don't think they play Texas Tech.
They do not play. Texas Tech and Cincinnati do not play. So still, I think the point remains: if they win out, they will only have one loss, and yeah, we'll make the conference title game. And Cincinnati could be the same if Cincinnati either wins out or can afford to lose one game, as long as they don't lose to BYU. So in that sense, I think PK is correct. I do think when Baron Morton's healthy, they are the most complete team. They have the most dangerous offense. What did you say, number 3 overall in the country? And then a defense that's capable of standing you up. And Utah ran into that as well. So I think that's certainly out there. I do think they're going to obviously crush Oklahoma State this weekend. Kansas State coming up after that as they get ready for the BYU game. The hard part for BYU is their couple of games before facing Texas Tech are far more difficult. So, or they have a bye week. BYU has a second bye week before playing Texas Tech. Am I right on that? So this game this weekend against Iowa State, where you really have a chance to get beat up after playing Utah, which I think probably has a chance to beat you up. That's what's so difficult for BYU, is just stacking hard week after hard week, which Texas Tech does not have to deal with. So I see where PK's coming from.
I would argue that my Bearcats are in the driver's seat.
Okay.
Or honestly, Bearcats or BYU could probably make a similar argument, but the Bearcats do not have to play Texas Tech. The Bearcats have Ballore this week. Then they're at Rice-Eccles.
Yeah, very tough
to play the Utes, which is going to be a difficult game. Home against Arizona, home against BYU, at TCU to end the year. Obviously, if they win out, they're going to be in because they're undefeated. But if they beat BYU, they're going to be in.
I think so. They might lose at Utah.
They could lose at Utah. No. But you get my point. They can. You missed my point. They can lose to Utah and still beat BYU and still be in.
It would be
so.
I don't think we're going to end up with 3 one-loss teams.
But if Texas Tech loses again, it's over for them. I think both teams will have 1 loss in the title game. Maybe we get a scenario where there's a 2-loss team that tiebreakers its way in. But as it stands now, even if it is Texas Tech, I think we're looking at 2 1-loss teams.
Agreed. That's where I totally agree with you. I think we're going to have 2 11-1 teams in the Big 12 title game.
So Cincinnati could lose at Rice-Eccles, beat BYU, and still be in because at that point they'd have the tiebreaker over BYU.
But somebody, either Texas Tech the rest of the way, is going to lose a game. Cincinnati, I do think, is going to lose a game. I don't think they're going to win out.
I think BYU
is going to lose a game.
That's what I'm saying.
The question is, which one of those 3, does Texas Tech add another loss, which I think you're right, would disqualify them? Does Cincinnati lose to Utah and BYU or drop a weird one at TCU to close the season to cost themselves a game? Because one of those teams is going to pick up a second loss, whether it's Texas Tech just adding 1 more, BYU losing 2, or Cincinnati losing 2. I think that's going to happen. One of those teams will lose their way out of the Big 12 title game, and it won't come down to a tiebreaker.
Well, BYU could lose to both of them.
Yeah, they could.
Man, I don't know how I'd pick that at the moment. BYU could split those games.
Cincinnati and Texas Tech?
Going down to the Tortilla Stadium might be kind of tough.
Not no more.
Oh, yeah, they outlaw that?
They outlawed throwing tortillas.
They should.
Yeah, BYU's going to lose one of the games between Texas Tech, Iowa State, and Cincinnati.
I think that's not. I don't think it's going to be Iowa State. So I would put Texas Tech and Cincinnati right there. I could be wrong about Iowa State. Well coached. They've certainly won plenty of football games.
And by the way, that's not a knock or a lack of belief in BYU. Teams don't go undefeated.
Well, no. I mean,
it's just hard to play that many good games in a row and escape without error.
Okay, listen. I'll use a Utah example to point out, because I agree with you, but point out what we're talking about here. In 2004, Utah went undefeated, Ben. They beat every team by like 40.
Yeah.
In 2008, they also went undefeated, but they beat everybody by like 4. BYU is in the beat everybody by 4 category. This is not a juggernaut. Really good, but they're not waxing everybody by 30 points. No. This is not like a juggernaut BYU team. So to expect them to go through and include the Utah game, but how many games did we decide it was, Ben? I should pull it up, sorry. The 5-game stretch that was the hardest in BYU history.
Yeah.
To expect them to go undefeated through Utah, Iowa State, Texas Tech, TCU, and Cincinnati is not realistic.
Agreed.
Now, if it were I don't know, BYU, all their great teams always lost kind of early in the season. But if it were like the 96 Cougars, maybe I would have a different opinion. I mean, that team was really, really good. Maybe there's not a BYU team that's an example. Probably not. So maybe I'm searching here. But I wouldn't expect really any BYU team to go through that stretch undefeated.
I wouldn't pick most teams to go undefeated.
No, exactly. I guess that's my point.
I would take Ohio State to probably beat all those teams. I would take the best team in college football most years.
But
to beat
your
those
Raiders
teams.
could get Ohio State.
I mean, Cincinnati could. You don't have any idea. That's the fun part of why you play the games. But
anyway, long story short, BYU could lose to the Raiders and the Bearcats. And still be a quote unquote good team. Absolutely.
And do we know? We don't even know when Baron Morton's coming back. Now, it won't matter this weekend against Oklahoma State.
I got the Cowboys in that game.
You're taking the Cowboys in an upset.
I got the Pokes in that game.
That'd be something.
I don't think that's happening. So they can take another week off if they want to and let him get healthy. In fact, they probably should, because there's no reason to rush him out there if he's not back at 100%. But, every game becomes really important the rest of the way. And they saw you go to your backup quarterback against Arizona State, who was just coming off of their loss with their backup quarterback. It really gets out of hand quickly. You can fall behind in this league quickly. I would say, and you know who we haven't talked about still is Houston, who also only has one loss, right, and has a cake.
And they don't play anybody. Yeah, you're right.
So there's a real chance that there's at least 2 teams that finish with one loss.
Right.
Or only one loss. Being where we are now, I still think BYU is the team you want to be.
Yeah, I don't know about with their schedule. That would mean
is
you
really
want to
tough.
be
But
undefeated.
you're undefeated, and yeah, you're in the driver's seat for the league right now.
Here's Houston at Arizona State.
Okay, very tough.
Yep. Home against West Virginia.
Win.
At Central Florida.
Should be a win.
Texas Christian at home.
Should be a win.
At Valor.
They're not going to win all those games either. That's the problem.
Well, if they beat Arizona State, they might.
They're going to lose one of those games, and that will be their second loss, right? And then
it will be. They lost to the Raiders 35-11 earlier.
Yeah, they're going to lose one of those games. I am going to eliminate Houston. I'm going to eliminate Houston.
They're not going to lose.
They'll lose at least one, and 2 losses is too many, as I think Utah's learning right now.
I would pick the Devils over them, I suppose, in this weekend's game.
Mm-hmm.
But if they got past the Devils, I'd probably pick them over those last 4 teams.
Agreed. Individually in a vacuum, I probably would as well. I think when you start stacking those teams, the fact that it's not just West Virginia,
yeah, but if they're
State,
good enough to beat the Devils
Colorado,
on the road, they're going to be good enough to beat the Devils on the road. Does that make any sense?
Yes, absolutely. I don't think they're going to be good enough to beat the Devils on the road.
Yeah, like I said, I'd pick Arizona State. But if they won this weekend, I don't know if they're losing again.
So that's going to eliminate them. BYU back on Big Fox, 1:30. Very cool.
Getting a lot of attention.
Yeah, they're right. They're the 11th ranked team.
You
in the
know who's
country.
getting a
They
lot of
should
run
be.
is Kalani. Get a lot of run nationally and online on the Snap Talk with all his inspirational words and gratitude.
Well, he's
humble and hungry.
He's exactly what the rivalry needed. His I don't want to say generosity. What's the word I'm looking for? His kindness, just kind of how genuine he is, I think really has broken through and has done things well. And I think he and Morgan Scally, once Morgan takes over the job 6 or 7 years from now when Witt hangs it up, is going to be a fun matchup. I think that's going to be a fun pairing between those two guys because of their personalities.
You know what I like about it is that there are more. What did I use earlier? There's more than one way to skin an armadillo.
Mm-hmm.
There's certainly more than one approach to coaching. In fact, there's hundreds, if not thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of ways to approach coaching. And I like somebody that is self-aware enough to lean into what they're good at and maybe not lean into what they're not good at.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make any sense?
Mm-hmm.
And I think Kalani has taken a nod from Lavelle in a way. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that Kalani was bad at X's and O's because I don't think that that was necessarily true. But I think his strength more lies in relationships and motivation and a lot of stuff that were Lavelle's strengths, right? And then you hire coaches under you and you're secure enough to let them go out and do a really good job. And that really fits his personality. Like we always talk about how Bronco created a personality to coach at BYU, that his bosses wanted him, and he created this character and had a lot of success. But Kalani hasn't created a character.
Agreed.
He's highlighted his genuine self and used it to be a coach. You don't have to be that way to be a successful coach, but he's found a way to make his brand of coaching successful, and I really admire that.
Yeah, he doesn't have to put a costume on to go and do his job. He's just Kalani. And that's really helpful.
Kyle Whittingham could never coach Kalani's way.
I agree with you.
I don't think that's his personality.
He's not wired that way.
In his own way, Witt's been genuine to himself too. Don't get me wrong.
Yes, I think Witt is authentic.
He's just a different person. He could never coach Kalani's way. His salty complaint about the ref's personality is part of what makes him good.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he didn't come out in his post game and say, I just admire BYU's program so much, like Kalani did about Utah. That's not Witt's personality.
No, and it's been successful for him. It's
right,
not a,
it's
not
worked.
A
That's what I'm
criticism.
saying. There's more than one way to do it. But I like it that Kalani, because he has his influences, right? And he says the Witt's his mentor, and Lavelle and Gary Anderson, of course. But he's not those coaches. He's his own coach, and I certainly can respect that.
I'm surprised that PK isn't riding the Sun Devils more as the favorite to make it to the Big 12 title game. Because here's the rest of their schedule, and they're 3-1. They only have one loss also. Houston this weekend, at Iowa State after that. I can't tell if there's a bye week in here or not, but at Iowa State's their next game. They close with West Virginia, Colorado, Arizona.
All winnable.
All 5 of those are winnable.
Yeah, all winnable.
You beat Houston, which they're a touchdown favorite. Again, doesn't mean anything. You go at Iowa State, which is going to be tough. And look, they're not blowing teams out either. You know, they beat Baylor 27-24. They beat TCU 27-24. They beat Texas Tech 26-22. This is not the 0-4 Utes that's winning every game by 40. But if they get through these next 2 weekends, which is certainly doable, they're going to coast over those last 3 weeks. I think they should beat Arizona. And I know it's a rivalry game. You got to throw that out, but I don't think Arizona's very good. So you survive in their next 2 games. They've got a much easier schedule than even, I would say, Houston.
Than anybody
Houston
else.
has to go.
Yeah.
And they only have 1 loss. So maybe there will be 3 1-loss teams because Arizona State certainly seems primed for that, especially if Sam Leavitt's back and healthy.
Picked a good year to miss the Cougs.
Yes, they did. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. They can survive 1 bad loss to Utah because they beat Texas Tech. You can afford to split those games. Utah could have afforded to split those games. If Utah could lose to BYU or Texas Tech, they would have been fine. They probably would have been in the driver's seat and one of the favorites to make the Big 12 title game, and they lost both, and you can't afford to do that.
All right, What You Got Wednesday is coming up next. Stay tuned. I don't know about this week, man. I like the sports one. The other one, I'm not very confident.
Okay.
All right, stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall makes his return to Albuquerque as the Aggies hit the road for a battle against the New Mexico Lobos. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch all the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday at noon on 1280 a.m. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm here with Blair. Thanks for coming in.
Pleasure to be here.
It's so great to see you. So how much weight have you lost?
I've lost an amazing 52 pounds in just 60 days.
That's incredible. How do you feel?
Oh, I feel great. I have more energy, and the GERD and acid reflux is gone.
Talk about the scale for a minute. Were you surprised at how quickly that number went down?
It was astonishing to me as I'd get on the scale, even in the very beginning when I saw, 2-3 pounds drop off. But I ended up looking forward to getting on the scale to see how much I'd lost in the last day.
Tell me about the biggest benefits that you've seen with Salt Lake City fat loss.
I have much more confidence in myself, lots more energy, much more adventurous walks with my dogs.
Thanks so much for sharing another great success story with Salt Lake City fat loss. Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day and start your own success story at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
This is Devin Dampier. As a new quarterback for the Utes, preparation is everything. Every practice, every play, every decision. And that preparation starts long before I step on the field. It starts with what I put in my body. That's why I choose Culligan Water, Salt Lake City. Their healthy, clean water isn't about quenching thirst. It's about optimal hydration, faster recovery, peak performance. It's the foundation of staying sharp on and off the field. For me and for my game, it's got to be Culligan of Salt Lake City. Drink what I drink. Visit CulliganSLC.com or call 801-509-9602.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop in to a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to our versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner. A local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
We carry all of your home medical equipment and supplies, and we're always here when you need us.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cougars at 30 update. Here's A-Rod looking forward to playing a daytime game finally.
But I think we're all excited to play a day game. It's, instead of getting home at 5 o'clock in the morning, we get a decent night's sleep after that game. And, night games have been great to us, but we're excited to play in the day. I am, and I'm looking forward to it.
BYU at 30, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's will cater your work parties, your luncheons, weddings, your family get-togethers, and your holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. KennyJ'sBBQ.com. It's Kenny J's Barbecue.
Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars hit the road for a massive Big 12 showdown against Iowa State. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What you got Wednesday? What's the deal? Jake's got rules, Ben's out to steal. Bozo takes their spinning around. Flush it down, flush it down. Emo skater Ben with a devious grin. Jake rolls his eyes, lets out a sigh within. If rules had feelings, they'd probably cry. Ben's chaos just makes them fly. What you got Wednesday? What's the deal? Jake's got rules, Ben's out to steal.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben Anderson. Time for What You Got Wednesday. If you're new to the show, Ben and I go head-to-head every Wednesday in 2 5-selection drafts, one sports-related, one not, and then we put it out to you, the listeners, for a vote. What happened last week, Christian?
Last week, Rivalry Week edition. Best BYU and Utah players of all time. Jake edged it out 55-45. Best red or blue things, Ben took that one 64-36.
So we split, which I've been getting swept recently.
I think we alternated sweeps for 3 straight weeks.
Yes.
So nice to split it up.
Makes you wonder, would Jake have won if we allowed him to take berries?
Yeah, I would have had a sweep. Thanks for bringing that up.
You think that's what it was? You think I won because I took raspberries?
What is today's sports-related topic?
Let's just go with the layup. Best current NBA players.
Best current NBA players. Ben has the number 1 pick. Is there a consensus?
Yep. Nikola Jokic is the greatest player in the world. Nikola Jokic is should be in the conversation, though he just probably hasn't won enough titles, as a top 10 player of all time. But he's going to have to win at least one more championship. But if he gets there, I think that talk will come.
I'd be more on board with that take if he were better at defense.
See, that's fair.
And I am going to take a very well-rounded player, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair.
He can really guard. He can really score. And he's the champ.
Absolutely. That's who I had number 2 on my board as well. The guy who I actually, if I were starting a franchise with, outside of Jokic, that I would take if I had to win a title this year, would be Giannis Antetokounmpo. I do think Giannis is, because he's a true two-way star. He is unstoppable offensively when he wants to put his head down and get to the rim. He's a great defensive player. Give me Giannis.
I'm going to lose this draft, and I'll tell you why later. But I'm going to take the Ant-Man, Anthony Edwards.
Wow. Quick for Ant. He's really good, and he's also a two-way player. I think there's a lot to like there. If you're willing to he goes through stretches where I just don't think he's all that focused. And if he was more focused, I think he'd be a better player. But
still awesome.
No, he's awesome. No question about it. I will take... I still think he's so dangerous. He's still maybe the most fun player to watch in the NBA right now behind Jokic. And I'm going to take Steph. I still think Steph is at that level. And I think there's a real argument that Steph's the greatest point guard of all time.
That's interesting because he's, well, technically a point guard because of his size, not really.
He's always played the point guard. Like they've
Well,
never
by, like,
start,
dribble it up
They
the
did
floor.
start Chris Paul for a little bit next to him. Yeah, he's not.
But his whole thing is getting off the ball and running
Yeah.
over 15 screens
Yeah, it really is.
and to get the shot. That's Steph's thing.
Yeah, like I wonder what his
So-
career high assist average is.
Right.
It's
so
not that high.
Yeah, he brings it up the court, and yeah, he's the size of a point guard, but he also isn't necessarily running the offense.
Yeah, I think that's very fair.
But I am okay. I'm going to take Victor Wembanyama.
Steph's career average is 6.5 assists, which is more than I thought. His high was 8.5. That's a great number. Yeah, Big Vic is. It's all there. If he's on the court this year, he will. I think he'll unquestionably be a top 5 player. He's probably going to enter his name into the MVP conversation if San Antonio can win more than 41 games. He doesn't have to win a whole lot. They just have to be in the. If they can finish in the top 6 in the West, I think he will firmly be in that convo. You did pick him, which we need to finish our selections. We did not do this yet.
I know we do.
Finish our selections for projections for the NBA season. If he's healthy, he will win Defensive Player of the Year. And if he stays healthy for 10 years, he could win 10 straight Defensive Player of the Year awards. So there shouldn't be anything like him. All right, this is why you're going to lose the draft, because you're afraid of taking Luka Doncic.
No, I'm not afraid of doing anything. I refuse to take Luka Doncic.
Okay. Well, Luka is probably should have gotten number 4 on this list. Luka is an absurdly good basketball player. And yes, a black hole defensively. Not in a good way, but is a true offensive juggernaut, just like Jokic. He's just not 7 feet tall. It helps to be, 6'10", like Jokic is, and that's the difference between those two players.
Jason Tatum.
Okay. He's not playing this year.
Nope. Does it matter? He's still a top 10.
Can I take Michael Jordan?
He's still a top 10 player.
2 is not playing this year.
No, but Tatum's career isn't over.
No,
and he's still a top 10
And
player.
he may come back and play this year.
Top 10 player in the NBA, absolutely.
Yeah. Like, when he's healthy, like, there's no question about it. He's one of the 10 best players in the world. Just trying to make sure I'm not missing anyone obvious here. You know what? I'll go easy. I'll go KD. I'm not a huge KD fan.
You can't stand KD.
I can't, but at this point, he still has the ability to bring it. He is a one-man offense. He's really incredible. There is another name on here I wonder if I should have taken instead, but KD rules. KD's he's truly a great basketball player. So I'm going to take KD at number 9.
This will probably lose it for me, but I think Donovan Mitchell.
Okay.
He's an all-NBA guy. I think he's better than Jalen Brunson, so I'll go Donovan Mitchell. I really wanted to take Alperen Şengün, but I don't think that would have gotten me any votes.
No, but he also doesn't play any defense, but he's certainly a top 25 guy.
Yeah, not quite there yet.
Are we sleeping on Jalen Williams, how good of a player Jalen Williams is? Cody's older brother with the Oklahoma State
Yeah, but
Thunder.
maybe. But did we take anybody who's the second best player on their team?
If you were starting a franchise, would you take... KD might be the second best player on his team. In all honesty, he might not be as good as Şengün. Would you take...
Then you should have taken Şengün.
Would you take Donovan Mitchell over Jalen Williams?
To do what?
Start a team. I don't mean for 5 years. I mean this year.
No, probably not, but that's because Jalen Williams is more useful than Donovan Mitchell. I don't think Donovan Mitchell can be the top scorer, ball handler, or whatever on a championship team. No, but I don't think Jalen Williams is ever going to try and do that.
Agreed.
That's
He may not be
that's
the number
not
one
his
guy.
game. So Jalen Williams is way better at his role than I think Donovan Mitchell is at his, even though I might describe Donovan Mitchell as a better basketball player.
I would probably take Anthony Davis, and I'd probably take Jimmy Butler over Donovan Mitchell too.
Could have took Joel Embiid if we're.
I think Joel's done. I think he's cooked. Really, unfortunately.
Well, I'm saying if Jason Tatum was eligible.
Sure.
Oh, Joel's eligible for sure.
Yeah.
I just don't think you'd take him. I'm not taking street clothes either.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I feel like I'm comfortable with my Donovan pick.
Okay, no, it's not a bad pick at all. I'm honestly trying to debate like where he fits into this conversation.
Again, I'd take him over Brunson any day. So.
And I would probably take Brunson over Donovan. And I would take Jimmy Butler over both of them, honestly.
All right.
Recap. Ben had the number 1 pick. Nikola Jokic, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Steph Curry, Luka Doncic, and Kevin Durant. Jake went Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Anthony Edwards, Victor Wembanyama, Jason Tatum, and Donovan Mitchell.
LeBron's better than Donovan right now still. He is. LeBron is better than Donovan
So
Mitchell
LeBron's
today.
the second best player on a crappy team, and he's better than the best player on the favorite to win the Eastern Conference? Okay.
Yes. Yes, he is. He's the second best player on his team because the other guy on his team is Luka Doncic.
Who I also don't think is good.
Agree to disagree. Luka Doncic is a good basketball player.
We'll see how much he wins. I'm not kidding.
It's fair.
All right.
4-hour Not Sports Draft. In honor of the 4-year anniversary of the Jake and Ben show, let's go with best fours of all time, or best things of 4.
Yeah, fours or things of 4.
Is there an automatic number 1 pick?
I don't think so. I mean, actually, yes, I do think there is. There might be some rules we have to set here and argue over of what all is going to count here. But I think we should go vague, but it's up to you.
I'm going to take Mount Rushmore.
Okay.
Arguably the 4 greatest American presidents. Carved into a dang mountain, which is insane.
See, this is the second time we've taken Mount Rushmore
It's
in these
a-
drafts
hey.
recently. I'm with you. I had it on my list. It's very cool. Yeah. It's who is it? George, Abe, Jefferson, and Teddy?
Bingo.
Yeah, right.
All right. Didn't embarrass myself. All right, I will go with the Beatles. I do think it's the most famous foursome of all time. So give me the Beatles.
Overrated.
They're not my band, but when I think of famous things of 4, I think of the Beatles.
I'm going to take 4th in the batting order.
Okay, clean up.
Clean up.
Love it. It doesn't seem like that's quite as utilized as it once was. It feels like the strategy has changed a little bit with analytics of just being like, well, the odds are if you bat second, you're going to bat more.
Shohei's still hitting fourth last time I checked.
But like Big Dumper doesn't hit fourth, right? Cal Raleigh was second or third in the lineup. I think he was third.
Third is also a power position.
It is.
We've
Yeah,
seen like
for
Barry
sure.
Bonds hit third in the lineup for
Right.
a lot of his career, but traditionally the cleanup hitter.
Great pick. Didn't have it on my list. Great pick. I'm going to take 4 seasons. I like all 4 seasons for different
The
reasons.
hotel or nature?
Nature. The earth. Yeah. I like them all for different reasons. There are, I would take fall over all of them, but they've all got their charm. So give me the fact that there are 4 different distinct seasons. I like them all.
Man, I wasn't even going to take this. You didn't even get the best 4 seasons. Frankie Valli and the 4 seasons. Thank you very much.
Back to back 4 seasons. K-I-E,
I didn't even think about Frankie Valli in the 4 seasons.
How do you spell Frankie Valli?
Oh,
Is it V-A-L-I-E?
You're asking the wrong person.
Frankie. V-A-L-L-I. And 4 seasons. Okay. Great. Good pick. Kind of. I'm going to go with the fearsome foursome of the Rams that featured Utah State alum
Merlin
Olsen, Deacon Jones, and with all due respect, the rest.
Okay, I'm going to take Henry Aaron.
Hank Ware, number 4?
44.
44. Okay. I will see your Hank Aaron. He's probably the greatest baseball player of all time until Shohei. And I will raise you Lou Gehrig, who did wear number 4. I think.
All right. He did.
Okay.
I'm going to go with maybe the most consequential 4 in history.
Okay.
Chair legs.
It's hard to beat.
You imagine if we didn't have chair legs?
I mean, you can get by with 3, but it's pretty rattly.
4 chair
you're
legs.
right.
The chair has changed the world.
You're right. It's a good pick. 4 legs is really good. Got a couple left on my board. I like them all. I'm going to go with the Ninja Turtles. Did you have a turtle? Were you too old?
Nah, I never really got into the Turtles.
Leonardo guy.
I was more into April at the time.
Sure.
Ayo.
I was older.
Yeah, she was cool. Good news reporter. That's why
Who
Jake
played
became a
her?
reporter.
Who played her in the movie?
Yeah, that's interesting. What happened to her career? The movie's bizarrely serious. Have you seen the original Ninja Turtles movie,
I
Christian?
love those movies, yeah.
Yeah. If we're talking about the one from the early 90s. Right?
Judith Hogue?
Yeah, what happened to her?
Was it Jim Henson that did the puppets?
I think so. No, it was actually guys in the big thing. But you could be right. I guess that would make sense. You go to the Great Puppeteer.
Well, no, they were suits.
They were
but
suits.
I can't remember who designed them.
Judith Hogue was in Armageddon.
Okay.
That's about it.
All right.
I mean, lots of stuff, but nothing. She's in the TV show Nashville.
Oh, Nashville's big.
Criminal Minds.
Oh, good for her. Working actor. Christian, recap.
It was Jim Henson that designed them.
Wow, amazing.
Jake had the number 1 pick. He went Mount Rushmore, 4th in the batting order. Frankie Valli and the 4 seasons. Hank Aaron and 4 chair legs.
That's great. The 4 chair legs is a really good pick.
Brought it home.
That's a really good pick.
Ben, you went the Beatles, the 4 seasons, the Fearsome Foursome, Lou Gehrig, and Ninja Turtles.
So you have to just say 4 seasons, not the 4 seasons, because that would
Correct.
imply the band,
Correct.
which is mine. You can have Crappy Winter. I'll take Frankie Valli.
I love Winter. Yeah, Winter's the best. 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse, I thought would have been good. They're pretty cool.
Yeah.
4 Corners.
I thought about that, the States. Have you ever been?
3 of those states are trash.
Have you ever been to 4 Corners?
I haven't, actually. I should go. I've never been.
It's really, really cool.
Is it?
Like the amount of the artifacts and No, not just artifacts, but what am I looking for? The dwellings. What do they call those?
Oh, yeah.
Ancient Native American dwellings.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's a ton of those down there.
Yeah, I've been like to Mesa Verde. I've never gone far enough south to get there. Other fours. Christian, anything jump to your mind? 4 of a kind in poker. Pretty good.
4-leaf clover.
Oh, that's good.
Wendy's 4 for 4.
Do they still do that?
No. Got me through college, though.
Yeah.
All right.
I like that.
Like that.
Like that?
Exactly like that.
4-letter words.
All right, stay tuned. We wrap up the show. Coming up next, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Don't touch that button.
Check this out. He is the general manager of the Utah Mammoth, Bill Armstrong. Dylan Gunther leads the league in game-winning goals. He's got 8 going back to last February. He's just got a knack for being in the right place at the right time. Is that just playing the game and having experience, or is it just instinctual? Where does that come from?
You don't teach a baby shark how to bite. They just know how to bite it. He knows how to score goals, and he's been doing it since he came out of the womb. Scored Team Canada's OT winner to win a world championship, and it's not by accident. He's got an incredible shot that he can get off quick. He can really shoot it. He's deadly accurate with it. He's been a blessing for our organization just because he wants the puck in the big game and he wants to make the big play and score the big goal.
It's Hans and Scotty. Weekdays from noon to 3. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Here's the tale of the daily med fill. Same old pharmacy, same old bill. But those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap Good RX, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang, that one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
The weather is cooling off to the lower 70s and 50s at night. Prep your home early for fall and winter with a call to At Your Service Pros, your whole home service professionals, family owned by people like you. At Your Service Pros cares about their customers and know things are tight. And to help with fall prep, they're offering $49 furnace tune-ups, $39 electrical inspections, and $75 off electrical repairs. At Your Service is all in the name. They're there for you, giving solutions without unnecessary upsell and backed by 5-star reviews. They want to earn your trust to be your go-to whole home service company for commercial and residential. And they support the community they live and serve. Save money, time, and eliminate expensive home utility repairs by using a pro all completely at your service. $49 furnace tune-ups, $39 electrical inspection, $75 off any electrical repairs, plus maintenance or replacement with straight up honest work done right, guaranteed. Call AYSP 801-YOUR-PRO at yourservicepros.com. 801-YOUR-PRO at Your Service Pros.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to americafirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Utes at 50 update. Here's Elijah Davis on what he's seen from Colorado's offense.
There are some pretty good receivers all over, and how we're going to defend them, just do what we try to do every week. Limit them. They're going to make plays. We just got to make as much plays as them.
Utes at 50 brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and your holiday parties. Plus, new catering clients get 10% off their first order. Kenny J's Barbecue. Check them out online, kennyjsbbq.com.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
The Utes get set for a battle against Coach Prime in the Buffalo. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two niggas on the airways, talking sports. They got him and Jackson on soul. Loves his tie guy, Ben's got style with his scarf. Oh my.
Jake and Ben, this segment brought to you by Peach Doors and Windows. Amazing home transformations begin with Peach, where 5-star reviews are the norm. Call them today for your free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255. Peach Doors and Windows. Also want to remind you to nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest and listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals.
4th of July recommendation for my fiance for grade 4s.
4th of July, yeah, that would have been a good one. I almost took James Madison, the fourth president. Also, Georgia, the 4th state admitted to these United States.
Okay.
But there's injury news for the Jazz, Ben.
Good news. Ace Bailey is available tonight, according to the team, despite the illness that he's been dealing with. He will, at least as of now, is set to make his NBA debut against the Clippers. Good sign.
Yeah, we hope he took a Pepto and feeling okay.
Yeah, certainly more fun to be out there than not have him out there. This, it's a little too bad. It's a lot on his shoulders, so I think he's capable of handling it. A lot of the enjoyment fans will get out of this season depends on his performance.
Ben, a couple of tidbits on top of that. Did you see Anthony Davis talked about how we found out about his trade from the Lakers?
I did not.
And I find this interesting because we talked when the trade went down at the time about how The only way that this could work is if Rich Paul had no idea it was coming.
Uh-huh.
Because Rich Paul represented AD.
Yeah.
And, look into the whole relationship with the Lakers and all that stuff. And Rich Paul came out and said, what was his quote, Ben? He said, I know 99% of what's going to happen in this league.
Yeah.
And I didn't know about that.
Yep.
Anthony Davis said he found out he was traded to the Mavericks because Bronny James put Sham's tweet into their group chat.
Oh.
And LeBron and everybody said, I had no idea. So this is further evidence to me. So if you hear somebody out there, because I still hear it, go, there's no way they make this deal unless LeBron signs off on it. LeBron wanted to play with Luka and all this. No, he didn't. He had no idea. And in fact, it's the opposite. This was the Lakers undercutting LeBron and taking their franchise back. But LeBron had no idea. They found out about it because Bronny posted something in the group chat. No clue.
I think you and I both agree that Lakers team was not going to win a title with Anthony Davis.
Well, neither is this one.
And neither is this one. And I think the Lakers realized that and said, this is our chance. This is our chance to have a bridge to the next, contender in LA, because we're not going to get there with this roster, and we're not going to get there with the next roster, but the one with Luka after that has a chance.
Well, and we're ignoring a big thing. They needed something to sell because they were selling the team.
They did. It was nice to have.
They needed the star to sell the team.
Still amazing they got Luka. Still amazing they got him for a song.
But it's the reason everybody suspects the pale monster in New York that he orchestrated the whole thing. The Adam guy.
Adam Silver.
Nosferatu?
Yeah. He does kind of look like Nosferatu, minus the mustache.
Adam, very pale. But that's why everybody suspects, because, what did the Lakers sell for? $10 billion?
Yeah.
That's good for everybody. That makes
right.
everybody's value go up.
If they don't have Luka, it honestly might be an $8 billion sale.
It's much less.
Yeah. Having a guy that is going to keep you relevant as long as he's healthy.
You're talking about 20% of the franchise, if your valuation is correct, which, for the sake of this argument, let's say that it is. An extra 20%.
Yeah.
And that sets the market for everybody else's franchise. And even if you're not selling, that affects how much money that you can borrow and do all sorts of other things.
Of course, yeah. Expansion fees, all these types of things.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that was a big deal that he made it to the Lakers for that sell. Sale? Sorry.
Thank you. But I think you're right. I think this is not something LeBron would have signed off on.
No.
I don't think LeBron would have welcomed Luka to the team.
I don't think LeBron's even hurt right now.
You think he's just milking it?
I just don't think he probably wants to play. I mean, this year is going to be a really long year for LeBron, especially LeBron.
Sciatica stinks, but missing whatever is going to be back in mid-November, I think is what they're saying.
Imagine being a 42-year-old man.
Yeah, 40, 41, whatever it is.
And never have not been the best player on your team ever until now 42. And you're learning that lesson now. That's a lesson we all learn in second grade.
Yeah.
LeBron's learning it today.
Yeah. Tough adjustment. His son being the one to break the news is particularly funny.
Hilarious.
Yeah. Having Bronny, who he's, obviously LeBron's the only reason Bronny's in the NBA right now, break that news. By the way, did Bronny play last night? I did not end up checking the box score.
Let me see.
I'm guessing he didn't. But there was some talk that he was going to be a real rotation piece this year. Because they were going to have to have him out there.
No, he did not.
He did not play.
DNP coach's decision.
Tough.
Old man Marcus Smart got 23 minutes at the back.
Man, Dalton Connect didn't play either. Yeah, it's going to be a bad Lakers season.
Do you remember when the narrative going into last year was that Dalton Connect was going to put the Lakers over the top?
Him? Luka did have 43, 12, and 9 last night in a losing effort.
Oh, so could you if you had the ball the whole game.
Yeah, he gets a lot of shots.
Stay tuned. Hans and Scotty are coming up next.
Thanks,
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop in to a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to our versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
Upgrades, repairs? Hercules has the rate for you. Open a home equity line of credit with Hercules First Federal Credit Union now through November 30th and get an introductory 4.99% APR for the first 6 months. Use your home's equity for that kitchen refresh, roof repair, or new deck you've been dreaming about. But don't wait. This limited time offer ends November 30th. Visit HerculesCU.com to get started. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. There were two similar manufacturing plants, two plant managers. To increase quality, one set out to enforce the rules so there would be no more mistakes. The other set out to create processes where everyone could learn from their mistakes. The first manager stood above, the second stood within. Over time, the second manager had much better results. Collaborative, continuous improvement that leverages learning is why cars and planes are safer, electronics are more reliable, surgeries are more successful. Learning how to improve is what makes USU's Huntsman School world-class. The internationally known Shingo Institute and the MBA program, both at Utah State University, have teamed up with a powerful degree that teaches MBA skills, continuous improvement, and organizational excellence. Consider a Shingo MBA. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222. In Nephi.
Attention, RV owners or RV wannabe owners. It's the used RV blowout sale. RVs from all over the Intermountain West have been sent to the Layton Hills Mall for this RV liquidation event. Repos, buybacks, rental returns, and trade-ins. Blowout pricing. Every RV has been inspected and serviced and ready to go. Free admission, free parking. Dealers welcome. It's the used RV blowout sale. This Wednesday through Saturday from 10 a.m. to dusk. Go to UtahRVEvent.com. Sponsored by Pears RV. Pears RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH. That sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month. Zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. HarrisRV.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here. Check it out. And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Yeah, I don't want the laughing.
No, it's not acceptable.
Yeah,
Lloyd.
and if I do end up Gordon Monsoning this, then forget you, Lloyd. I'll Gordon Monson it.
Yeah, Gordon may have been on it, man. I think he knew what he was doing.
Guess who came up to me at the BYU pregame at LaVell Edwards Stadium?
Was it Gordo?
Our boy, Gordon Monson.
Oh.
I had to fight back tears.
Yeah.
Because I absolutely love that man.
He called me the other day. Well, actually, it was about 2 or 3 weeks ago. And by the end of that conversation, I was just like, man, I love this dude.
Well, he is the originator of sports radio here in the state.
He is the godfather,
and
we all bow down.
We all have to give him that acknowledgement.
Yep.
And it was so good to see him. Gave him a big hug. He looks good.
Yeah.
He looks good.
No broken ribs on that hug?
No, close.
Yeah.
Close, but I hugged him up across the shoulder, so
okay.
I didn't get any ribs involved. But, Scotty, we have such a great remote for people today.
Oh, I am so excited. Welcome to my country. Welcome to my world. We are live in Bountiful. We want you to come up because it's a twofer today. We got a 2-for-1. Not only are we at the Farmers Insurance, just here on 5th South, 106th, come on by in Bountiful, say hi, and we will give you free hot dogs. These aren't just any. No. No. See, there's a little difference.
There's a difference between Bar S.
Yeah, I was going to say, this isn't Bar S hot dogs. No. These are Bar W hot dogs.
Are these an all-beef? These are an all-beef hot dog.
By the way, these are dry-aged.
Yes.
They're going to be mixed in and dry-aged. Like, honestly, these are the best hot dogs on the planet here at Bar W in Bountiful. So you don't need to go down. Look, we want you to go to Nephi. We want you to make that road trip. It's awesome. But if you're up here in Davis County and you haven't been able to go down to Nephi, come down here and check it out. Bar W doing a pop-up. You can get all the briskets. You can get the 100 pounds of ground beef or the 25 pounds of ground beef. You can get all the goodies right here at the Farm Bureau insurance location in Bountiful. Let's go. Let's have some fun today.
Well, we already got some listeners walking out with big old boxes of beef, and
Yep.
I couldn't be more happy. The thing I love about this, Scotty, we can absolutely insure, just like Farmers Insurance, we can insure that the beef that you walk away with is going to be delightful, it's going to be delicious, it's going to be tender. The Bar W beef, it never fails.
Yeah.
Scotty and I have not had one negative report
Never.
on anything Bar W beef in the year and a half or so that we've been advertising for Bar W beef. So we know you're going to love this beef. And the Hans Olsen special is here, and that is the sirloin steak box.
Yes.
So sirloin steaks.
You get 12 10-ounce steaks, 12 10-ounce steaks, Hans, for just $75.
$75, and you're going to have 12 of the finest steaks. And by the way, these are big old thick-cut sirloins. And this isn't your grandma's sirloin.
No.
These are tender. They are delicious. They're just packed full of this good, beefy deliciousness. And I want you to come in, buy a box of the sirloins, and have sirloins for a couple of months. And then we've got a whole big box of ground beef, a 25-pound box of ground beef for $100.
For $100.
25 pounds, you won't even have to buy beef for the next 6 months.
Or if you're hands, the next 3.5 weeks.
2 days.
Yeah.
Now, since Rock left, man.
Yeah, that's true.
Bart, actually, the first thing Bart said to me when I came up, he's like, you haven't been getting as much beef. I was like, well,
yeah.
My son's gone.
Because the beef left the house.
Yeah, the beef is on a mission. But we want you to come out and check this out.
It's up in Bountiful, 106 West, 500 South, Farmers Insurance. We're going to talk to Alex and Mason. They're kind enough to let us hang out here in Bountiful. This is the best city in the state of Utah, so we'd love for you to come by.
Is it? I saw you rode your skateboard down. So you just got on your skateboard and
just took
wheeled on down, huh?
Just took the golf cart down and.
We're walking up on the end of the season.
Yeah,
dude, you just came right down the hill.
Yeah, pretty much. Yep, it's about 5 minutes from my house.
That's interesting. It's interesting how many of these we do.
Oh, that's not true.
In the shadow of your home.
Stop it. We've been to your neck of the woods plenty of times.
Man, the Bountiful people love you.
Come on down, Davis County, folks. Let's go. It's Bar W Beef here at Farmers Insurance, 106 West, 500 South in Bountiful. All right, we got a lot to get to today. It's a Wednesday, which means it's a Cougar preview show. We'll talk a lot of BYU football. In fact, nothing but BYU football from 1 to 3. But Utah still with a big one as well. So let's kick it off, starting the lineup right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans and Scotty G.
Let's go!
The lineup is set, and it's time to kick off the show with the biggest topic of the day. This is the starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Oh, we're going to break down this Utah game. Huge one for the Utes coming up this weekend as they try to right the ship. But talking about a team playing hot, how about the Utah Mammoth? You know what? Overtime, no big deal. They beat the Colorado Avalanche, the hated Avalanche, 4-3 last night in OT.
Couldn't have been a better one to have on national television, right?
Yeah.
I mean, to have that thing on ESPN, I think a lot of people, because everybody knows that the Avalanche are the best, if not one of the best. I actually would argue that, because did you watch the final minute of that Florida-Boston game?
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
Boston had a 3-2 lead with, what was it, a minute? 2 minutes left?
And here comes Florida.
And the Panthers put 2 quick ones on them. So I love Florida.
I do, too. I love the way they play. I love everything about them.
I do. And I look at the Mammoth, I'm like, eventually I want them to emulate Florida more than I want them to emulate Colorado.
Yeah.
Because last night you saw, Scotty, if you can throw a little bit of toughness with a little bit of skating on the ice, you can beat Colorado. You know, Colorado, they skate well. And McKinnon's incredible. And that roster is incredible. But how about the Mammoth, man? Just fighting, stick and skate, put it all together, and just went for everything that they had to push through and get the win in that game.
I love it. It was as electric as an atmosphere as you'll find. Lloyd, you were there. How was that atmosphere in Delta Center?
Oh man, they do it right. I'm telling you what, from the in-game, all the the festivities, all of it. That was electric. All the the songs they're playing with the getting the crowd into it. That overtime win, and by the way, that was right below us where that final goal was scored. Man, that was fun.
Yeah, you know what? It's worth going to a game, having some fun, eating some dogs, and grabbing a couple beanies and a hat, and having yourself a good time, man.
Yeah, how was the apparel?
Yeah, you know what? Very cool. That's they got some nice gear in the team store.
They got a wide selection of stuff.
Wide selection. If you want it, they got it.
Yeah.
There might even be an extra one lying around Delta Center somewhere, too. A beanie, if you'd like it.
Did you know that, Scotty?
No.
Jackie Blue left his beanie.
No!
Yeah.
I didn't hear that part. Oh, that's good.
Well, that's because I was still a little bit burnt about it last night.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, we walked out onto the concourse. He's like, because I don't have my hat. I was like, wait, what? What do you mean you don't have your hat? He said, I left it. I'm like, we go back, gone.
Oh yeah,
gone.
Yeah, there's no way that was going to make it.
No. So yeah, enjoy the beanie. whoever grabbed it.
Well, a couple things, Scotty, that I wanted to hit. Vejmelka continues to be very good.
Just a machine.
Veg-o-matic.
Yep.
He continues to be very good. 90% save rate last night, 33 shots, and only 3 slipped through. So, incredible save rate.
And they were coming at him.
By Vejmelka. Coming at him, full force. And again, I think they've got some of the best scorers in NHL history, let alone this NHL season. So, I love that. A couple of other thoughts. The goal by Krause, beautiful. Just a beautiful hard shot. And I will give it to Wedgwood. The guy in net for Colorado, he had some incredible saves, including one on Spicy Tuna that was incredible. Spicy Tuna put one right on glove as hard as he possibly could.
I wanted Spicy Tuna to knock that thing through so bad.
Well, the thing we got from Spicy Tuna was a goal interference.
Yeah.
And we had a goal taken off the scoreboard. And that was all why Ryan Smith was on TV, too. So Ryan Smith is doing an ESPN interview, and they're like, this, and Ryan goes, I got a good feeling about this. And like a few seconds later, bam, and they're all celebrating. You know, he's hugging the interviewer, and they're celebrating, and then the slow replay, and you could see Tuna did interfere with Wedgwood. But regardless, I love the physicality, and okay, there was something I picked up on, and I'm just starting to get the feel of this hockey thing, a better understanding of it. And as much as we've talked about Simashia being an unknown and being a potential real help at some point for this Mammoth team, you know who he's not unknown to was Colorado. Did you see Colorado dogging him out?
Yeah, they were rattling the cage as much as they could.
They were hitting him in the back. They were throwing every shot they could on that kid.
Were you surprised he didn't go blows when they were holding jerseys?
I don't know how you don't.
He hit him in the head. I'm like, you gotta do something.
Are you talking about the one where they tried to shove him face first into the board, Lloyd, or which one are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about. They kind of cross-checked a little bit, and the guy kind of punched him in the side of the head. The Avalanche player. He kind of hit him in the side of the head, and he didn't react. And I was like, oh, I think you need to react. I don't think you can let him punk you like that.
Well, you know, the kid's just 20 years old, and he's out there skating against 28 and 32-year-olds, and he's not showing intimidation.
No.
I mean, he is putting up as good a fight as he can. And remember, I was talking about this yesterday. He's 10th in the league right now in penalty minutes. He's spending a lot of time in the box because he's getting physical. But I love his upside. I love the Sergei goal. It was incredible. But the Schmaltz goal, was it Schmaltzy that reached over the top of the net and tipped it in? I think it was Schmaltzy.
I think it was, yeah.
Incredible goal by Schmaltzy. This team is fun to watch.
They're
good. That's 4 in a row, Scotty.
It is 4 in a row. They're undefeated at home. They're racking up the points. These are the kind of games that you'll talk about in April when we're talking about playoff opportunities and seedings and are you in, are you out, where are you at, all of that stuff. These are the kind of games that you got to ratchet up. Games that I don't know if a lot of people really across the NHL thought that the Mammoth could win. But not only did they come away with a point, they come away with a couple points. And the fact is, at this point, you're looking at a Mammoth team that got punched in the mouth a bunch of times last night by Colorado. And that's what we wanted to see out of this team is the ability to handle physicality. How do you respond when a team comes up and tries to punch you? Are you going to respond? And last night they responded. Last year there were moments where the teams got physical with them and they didn't really respond the way that they needed to. Well, that wasn't the case last night at all.
Yeah. It was good, man. And I like the rotations that they've got. I really like Vejmelka. I like the defense that they roll out there. And, you know, I've been talking to some people about some of the rotation, whether it's Marino or Mata or Cole that they rotate out. And some are like, man, they've got to be more physical. Okay, so I would agree with that on the whole, but I do feel like in these last 4 games, especially last night, I feel like the Mammoth defense was extremely violent. But
yes,
that might be because some of the new guys, and there is a slight increase in aggressiveness. But thinking back to last year as compared to this year, it just feels like they're more physical to put a body on a body, to try to drive somebody into the glass, try to put somebody down on the ice, try to force their will, especially when they get in the slot, when they're right there by the net. It feels like they're more aggressive this year, but it might just be a home thing.
No, I agree with you. But yeah, I mean, no, we need a bigger sample size for sure.
Like, I want to see them do some of this on the road.
Yeah.
Well, and not that they haven't shown at some point that they can go on the road and do this, but
you remember last year they struggled at home and they were actually a lot better on the road typically for the most part. Remember they kind of struggled at home a little bit.
Oh yeah, and Bill Armstrong mentioned that they wanted to win so badly and play so well in front of that home crowd that sometimes it got in their heads a little bit. This time they're figuring out, okay, you know what? We love playing here. We love this fan base, and, we know how to play and play at a high level and deliver that level of physicality. They're not just matching it, they're exceeding it. And, I mean, you talk about the growth curve of this team. Whew, it's crazy.
Well, the other thing that I liked from last night that kind of caught my eye, Scotty, and, geez, are they rolling in the –
Yeah, how about this? This is our order.
That's more beef coming in.
Yep.
Bar W Beef people, it is stocked up. We've got all kinds of roasts, if you like good roasts. Did you see the price on brisket?
Yeah.
The brisket price is incredible.
$4.99 a pound.
Okay, so $4.99, but I want people to understand, and you know how they trim this brisket.
Oh, yeah.
You will not be trimming fat off your brisket.
Nope.
This brisket is trimmed down to perfection. $4.99 for the finest brisket you can ever find. And you can get it right here off 500 South in Bountiful, so come down and see it. Okay, this was something that stood out to me last night, Scotty. I love the addition of some of these players, especially Paterka. But what I loved last night, it was all the old dogs that were taking care of business. And when I say old dog, I'm talking about the young guys that were a part of this Mammoth team last year that I feel like are taking a huge step this year. And, that goes back to Krause, Gunther, Schmaltz, and Sergachev. There's your four goals. Those are all Mammoth guys from last year. You go down the assists. Clayton Keller had 2 assists, which were great. Sergey had two assists that were fantastic. So these are all your old dogs that are not old. They're pretty young guys, but they're the ones that have teamed up together, and it feels like they're catching some consistency. So if you can rotate in some of these new guys like Paterka and others to go in and find a goal or an assist here and there, that's what I want to see from this team. But Paterka's already shown it early parts of this season that he's going to have a major influence.
Well, and there were a lot of talks about some major acquisitions in the offseason, and Paterka was your big one. But really, other than that, they trusted their core.
They did.
Because they felt like, okay, another year of development, another year of stability here in Salt Lake City, another year with our coaching staff, and they will continue to grow and develop. And right now you're seeing, as you mentioned, yes, the core group that was such an integral part of what they did last year now carries over into this year. They continue to get better. They continue to grow and develop, and bam, here we go. They didn't need to get crazy in the offseason with the acquisitions.
You remember they're able to keep a few guys on the defensive side of things. Ian Cole is very familiar with Bill. He's one of the older dogs that the Mammoth currently have on roster. So Ian is a great guy to have around. You remember they were able to keep Oli Mata.
Yep.
I think right now Oli's not getting as much time on ice as I'd like to see, but Oli's going to figure that out. And then the other guy that we talked a lot about was John Marino.
Yes.
And John Marino, who is now 28 years old, and this defensive lineup, like I mentioned, is one of the more veteran parts of this Mammoth team. But John Marino, now spending his second year with the Utah Mammoth, is catching his stride. So I like the guys that you're able to keep around, especially on the defensive side of things. And now we see guys like Paterka and then some of your younger guys that are starting to come around and find their confidence. Mammoth are killing it, man.
Yeah.
And, I put out a poll question just for beeps and giggles.
Yeah.
Nothing scientific. I just wanted to.
And you're not making a statement here. It's just curious.
I was just very, very curious.
Yeah.
Because this state, okay, so I know that this state is a Utah Jazz state. But I've always wondered, for the 20 years that I've been in this market in media, I've always wondered, is it a Jazz market because people are such basketball fanatics? Or is it a Jazz market because the Jazz were the only professional level sport that anybody had here in the state? And if you give them options, if we were to give them the Utah Diamondbacks or the Utah Black Diamonds for Major League Baseball, would that become the hot thing here? Or if we were able to give them the Utah Seagulls in the NFL or the Utah Pioneers in the NFL
with
or
two
the
Z's.
or the Utah Brigham Young with two Z's?
Yeah. Pioneers.
Brigham Young's.
Yeah, I like that.
If we were to give them the NFL, like would they embrace that? I am watching a state more and more embrace an NHL logo than I would have ever have imagined. And that right now that poll's got over 1,000 votes, and it's well over 60% for the Mammoth.
Yeah, when I saw it was 70-30, and that was like 250 votes in.
Yeah.
But, if the Jazz got good again, and they were a playoff team, top 4 seed, that number I don't think it would flip, but it would be 50-50.
It would change dramatically.
But here's the thing. It wouldn't be 80-20 Jazz because I think the Mammoth have carved themselves enough market. And remember, all that market research said that there's NHL fans and the NBA fans, and they don't necessarily cross over that much. Well, I think that's starting to change now. I think there's NBA fans that are now watching a lot of NHL, and they're crossing over a little bit. But Ryan Smith and this crew did a lot of market research to say, okay, we think this can be not only successful but can run concurrent with the NBA season, and both can be successful. And I think we're well on that way.
I'm excited to talk to Danny Ainge about it coming up next.
Yep.
I'm interested just to get his thoughts on the events in the state.
We're live here at Farmers Insurance in Bountiful, 106 West, 500 South. Alex Mason hanging out with us. Alex, let's start with you, man. There's so much confusion out there in the world of insurance. There's a lot of people like, oh, my rates are going up, and this is going up, and this is going up, and I'm dealing with this and this and this. People just want some simplicity. They just want a guy to say, okay, let's walk you through this, and let's get you the best plan available to you.
Absolutely. I think one of the things that people don't realize is that just because you go and go to some company that you may have never heard of before online and you go get an insurance policy that might be a little less expensive than some of the other things doesn't mean that you're actually getting the value that you need. And one of those things with insurance is that if you need it and it's not good insurance, you don't know until you need it.
Yeah.
And then you're kind of messed up. So that's it's important to make sure that you're getting value and that you're talking to somebody that's going to go through everything that you need to make sure that you're covered for before it gets messed up.
The truth of it is we all feel took by insurance right now.
Yeah.
The country feels took by insurance.
Yeah.
And we're all looking for quotes to reduce it but keep the same level of insurance. And I thought this was awesome. You mentioned this today. The first 20 people to come in just to get a quote. Just, let's take a look at what you're paying for your car insurance, your home insurance. But just to come in and get a quote, you're going to send them out on a free date night.
Absolutely. So, for the first 20 people that are willing to come and get a quote, we're going to be giving you a $20 gift card to any restaurant of your choice, and we're also going to be giving you a gift card to, is it Megaplex?
Yep, Megaplex
Megaplex movie theater
nice
as well.
Date
So
night.
come get a date night on us and see if we can maybe provide some value that you didn't know that you could get from an insurance person.
That's awesome.
Dinner and a movie. And Mason, this is your baby here. You're ready to help out.
Yeah, so no obligation to switch over or anything, but just see if we can help you out in any way. We'll tell it to you straight that either stay where you're at or give us a shot. And we'd be more than happy to review your insurance and see if we can help out in any way. So.
Let's do it. Farmers Insurance, 106 West, 500 South in Bountiful. Folks, come on by, hang out with us. You know where 500 South is. Big, busy road. It's real easy to find. Come on by. We got the van. We got Bar W beef. We're ready to go. It's Farmers Insurance.
Come get some Bar W beef, man.
Yeah.
Come get some Bar W beef.
And we got free hot dogs. That's right. Everybody comes by. We're giving you lunch.
Yeah.
Free hot dogs.
Absolutely.
Right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Thank you.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. With the Holy War behind them, the Cougars get set for a trip to the Midwest for a Saturday afternoon showdown against Iowa State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch College Football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Hear that? That's Mike. He took ZQL Ultra, so now he's sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. ZQL Ultra helps Mike fall asleep fast, stay asleep longer, and get the deeply restorative sleep he needs, so he can wake up refreshed and ready to conquer Monday.
Let's do this Monday.
ZQL Ultra. Not for colds, just for sleep. Really great sleep. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop into a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to our versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
If you've been quoted for a new furnace or AC and it felt more like a sales pitch than a solution, you're not alone. Many home service companies in Utah have been bought out by big corporations focused on profits, not people. At Your Service Pros is different. Locally owned, family operated, 5-star rated, and trusted by Utah families for over 20 years. Let them help you with their $49 furnace tune-ups, $39 electrical inspections, and $75 off electrical repairs. Because they know things are tight and want to help you prep your home affordably. Get a free second opinion because you deserve honest answers. If your system can be repaired, they'll fix it. If it needs replacing, they'll show you affordable options. Their goal is to earn your trust, not upsell you. Let At Your Service Pros be your pro and go-to for heating, air, plumbing, and electrical. Call 801-YOUR-PRO or online at atyourservicepros.com. At Your Service Pros, 801-YOUR-PRO.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
The Utes get set for a battle against Coach Prime in the Buffalo. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Sure to be changing your ways. I met a cheerleader, was a real young breed, all times I can reminisce.
Vans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Remember, if you've got work events, you got holiday parties, you got family get-togethers, no need you trying to put together all the great food. You should have Kenny J's Barbecue cater your event. That's right, Kenny J will bring that bold barbecue right to your event. Just go to kennyjbbq.com and get the catering menu and all the options, and off you go.
Man, I want people to come down. This has been great. We've already had a nice flood of our listeners come through.
Yes.
But if you just come through, get an insurance quote, they're going to send you to dinner and a movie.
Yeah.
That's no obligation, no pressure. Just come in and get an auto quote.
Yeah.
See if you can save on your auto insurance, and that's Farmers Insurance right here in Bountiful. And then people just walking out with these boxes of beef, man. Bar W beef.
Our guy, the painter.
Yeah.
Who's been at tons of remotes. He just came by, and he walked away with, I thought you might have to help him haul all that beef out to his.
Pounds of beef.
Yes.
The great Bar W beef. And remember, everybody that comes down, you're going to get an all-beef Bar W beef dog fresh off the grill.
All right, let's have some fun. Come on down. We're in Bountiful, 106 West, 500 South at Farmers Insurance. All right, joining us now, it is Danny Ainge as the Jazz get ready to go.
I can't believe it.
Opening night. Danny, how are you?
Hey, Danny.
I'm good, thanks. How about you guys?
Doing good. Do these opening days just sneak up on you?
Yeah, it's a lot of work put in, so it's a fun day to see how it all comes together. And, yeah, I'm anxious to watch them play. Be fun.
Ace Bailey listed as available. I know he's been dealing with a little bit of illness, but I know a lot of fans are going to be excited to see him out on the court. How do you walk the expectations of wanting to throw him right into the deep end of the pool and let him go, or also, but also kind of managing expectations and letting him grow and develop?
Well, if he was healthy, he'd be ready to go. He's been out for a week and sick and hasn't practiced at all, really, live practices. So I don't know how much he'll play tonight. I know he's feeling better now. But, yeah, tonight is just the beginning. But, yeah, we'll get him healthy, and he'll be out there a lot, I think.
Well, I'm excited to see Ace kind of grow and develop. But Scotty and I have been talking a lot about what went down yesterday. Pretty incredible announcement. Probably caught a lot of people off guard, but definitely not you. These new practice facilities, Danny, they sound like they're going to be pretty darn nice out off 106 South.
Yeah, they're a little better than Hellenic College in Newton, Massachusetts in the 1980s. A little better than those. So, yeah, they've
Just
come a long way, all the way up. And but, no, it's a spectacular place. Ryan is really taking this serious, and he wants to have the best in the business.
Is that something that you and him and a bunch of designers sit down and say, hey, what's the NBA doing with their finest practice facilities and their finest offices? Or how do you even start to build and design a new facility for the Utah Jazz away from game days?
Well, Ryan and his people and his architects have done a great job. We, Will and myself and Jay-Z, Austin, we've all had input on different things as far as the building, but this is Ryan's baby, and he does a great job, and we're excited about it. Everybody in the organization is very excited about what's their new facility to open. Hockey people live in there. They spend a lot of time in there.
Oh, there's no doubt. Is there, when you look at the player experience, a lot of things go into free agency and making players feel welcome and a lot of those things. How much does this impact when players are making the decision on re-signing or signing a contract, the kind of facilities and the health and wellness opportunities that are available to them?
I don't know how much practice facilities impact. I know that it's the employee experience. It's a great thing to have great facilities from a player standpoint. I've seen a lot of players leave perfect practice facilities for other scenarios because players want to win. They want to get better. They want to be paid. But the players are enjoying the building of this practice facility. One reason is because I think they want to get better. And the things that Ryan is putting in the practice facility are things that can help them from a health standpoint, nutrition, all the things that we talk about focusing on is to get better and keep getting better.
I like that question that Scotty asked Danny because I know that you don't recruit in the NBA, But I think back to our free agency signings over the years that Scotty and I have been in this market and covered it. You know, I think maybe, what would you say, Scotty? Carlos Boozer, probably the biggest in our time covering here in the state.
Probably.
And, you know, we've seen plenty of big-time free agents not sign here. How much of it is a recruitment process to make people feel like this is where you want to be?
Yeah, there's definitely recruiting. Like I said, I mean, there's circumstances. Players want to win. They want to be in, a winning environment. And so those things will take precedence usually. There's a lot of tiebreakers. And I think the facilities that you have and the people that you have and the way your owner treats you, et cetera, those things are, can be tiebreakers in those scenarios.
When you look at the development of Delta Center and how this thing has been remodeled in the off season, you spent a lot of time in a dual sport arena there in Boston as well. Just how impressed are you with what was able to be accomplished in the off season, getting this thing ready for hockey in year one, and then of course the next couple of years adding on to it, but just what they were able to do in just a matter of a few months. How impressed were you with that?
Yeah, it was great. I was there on hockey opening night, and it was very impressive, the changes, particularly to the hockey fan experience. And without jeopardizing any of the Jazz experience, it was amazing in the last exhibition game we played too. So I think it's miraculous how much they've done, and just watching it from up close and seeing some of the construction and how fast they got it done is very, very impressive.
So, Danny, we look at this roster and we think of this team and we think, okay, it's still developmental stage. We got a lot to see from these young draft picks that are coming along. I always wonder, what are your expectations? Because you're the man that picks these guys out. You're the one that helps through the draft process. You're the one that builds these rosters. Like, what kind of expectations do you set for these players that are making a really nice coin to play this game?
Yeah, so I think that we're in this position right now where, we're setting individual expectations for not how many points you score, but, how many charges you take, how many defensive stops you get, late in the clock, getting better at the little things and small things that win, becoming more professional, learning the game, how many assists you're getting and shots you had, making extra passes, how many rebounds you're getting in traffic. Those are the things that we're evaluating, and our expectations are to continue to get better, running back on defense. I know those things sound simple, but just teaching them to play the right way, I think, is what Will's mantra is, and he just wants to have them slowly get better and better. We have some good veterans that are good teachers on how to play, moving without the ball, so I think it's going to be a fun year. I can't wait to watch our young players developing.
You mentioned that you tried to hire Kevin Young. You obviously hired Will Hardy. There's been some hires that you've made throughout your career in Boston and here in Utah that I think a lot of people were like, ooh, I didn't see that one coming, or I don't know much about that guy. We talk about evaluating players. What are you looking for when you're evaluating coaches or people that you want to add to your front office staff?
Yeah, say that again, Scott, the main part of that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, just how do you evaluate potential coaches and potential guys in your front office? We talk about players and evaluating them. What are you looking for in guys that you want as coaches?
Well, I evaluate coaches all the time. I'm watching college games. I'm watching the coaches, how they interact with players. When I'm at NBA games, I'm constantly watching how the coach is interacting with his players, their communication with the media, their communication with one another. And I know a lot of people in this business. I've been in this business for over 45 years, and I feel like I've had so many friends in coaching and management, and I just have picked everybody's brains, and I think I pretty much know a lot of people in this business. And Will Hardy was a great hire for us. We wanted someone that was young and energetic and that was a great communicator. And obviously he has a great mind for the game, and those are things that have really stood out to us as watching him develop and working with our players. His communication, he holds players accountable. But he's a brilliant mind, and he's just going to keep getting better and better. I love that.
I think the coaching conversation is really interesting, Danny, because, you know, you watch these coaches. You hired Doc Rivers back in 2004. He goes on and wins that championship in 2008 for you. And it's not like Doc has forgotten how to coach, but he's had a hard time in the last few years trying to get to that championship. You know, I watch Kyle Whittingham, who I really love and respect in the coaching world. He won in that rivalry game for 9 straight games, and now he's lost for 3. And I always say, coaches don't forget how to coach. It's something else that happens. It's just interesting, Danny, how a coach can be so good at one point and maybe struggle at another. Does that have something to do with the evolution of the game? Was Doc good at coaching something back in 2004 that's changed now maybe in 2024? Or does it have everything to do with the players on the roster?
It has to do with lots of things, but I agree with you. I don't think that a coach that has got your team number 1 in preseason in football and has worked hard over 10 years to get there, and then they have a 3-game losing streak is probably the reason why they should be fired. It just feels like there's some people in management that they need a scapegoat. Why did they lose? They can't blame it on the players. And I don't know. There's always someone that needs to seem to fall, and it's a pet peeve of mine, but I believe that my job is to do an autopsy. Like, what are the real reasons we're struggling? And that I think that trying to be as clear as to what we need to do to get better is very important, and not try to run from the pressures.
I'm always curious, especially since your time in history in the NBA, you've seen coaching staffs that, you know, were just 3 or 4 people, and now there's so many people in analytics and so many things that go along with it. Where are you at in the analytics world? Because people seem to say it's either all analytics or all eyeball test, and really the truth is somewhere in the middle. But where do you line up with all of the new numbers and analytics that people are employing in their evaluation of their teams?
Well, you know, it's funny. I get frustrated with coaches that use analytics in their post-game press conferences as to why we did this or why we did that, because, you know, you use analytics to help you make decisions, but you don't use analytics blindly. There's a lot of things, and analytics have always been used, but now they're used in the name of analytics. That makes sense, but they've always used them. We want this guy to we want this guy to shoot because he's a 52% shooter, and don't take that shot. That's a 50% shot. This is a 65% shot. It's always gone on from the time the game has started, but now it's used, I think, as a protection in some cases, and I personally don't like that.
Well, Danny, last thing for me. I know you guys open up tonight against the Clippers, and I know we've seen a couple of different lineups on the court through the preseason, but one guy I want to get a thought from you before we see this opener is Taylor Hendricks, because we saw some usage, we saw some threes, we saw some defense, some explosion. Give me your excitement level for Taylor Hendricks and help Jazz fans understand what they've got in this young draft pick that unfortunately missed a very critical year last year.
Yeah, I mean, everybody in the world's rooting for Taylor. He's worked so hard. He put time in the weight room. He's gotten his body better. He's making more shots in practice. He's worked hard on his shooting from a chair when he had a boot on his foot. Everybody's rooting for him. But, you know, we have a logjam there at the 4. Sometimes we'll see Lowry there and Ace Bailey there and Kyle Filipowski and Taylor. So it's going to be up and down for all of those young guys because, you know, nobody has won the job just on a day in and day out basis. But I'm excited for Taylor. I'm anxious to watch him develop, and grateful that he's back playing and has worked so hard to get here.
Danny, we appreciate your time. Great conversation as always. Good luck tonight, and look forward to catching up with you next week.
Have a fun one.
All right, guys. Thanks.
There you go.
Danny Ainge, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. He joins us every Wednesday at 12:30.
I loved his take on analytics.
Yeah.
And I 100% agree with him on coaching.
1,000%.
You and I have talked about this for years.
Yeah.
Years and years. I mean, the 12 years we've been on air together, we've talked about this. Coaches are a scapegoat, especially retreads.
Yeah.
You bring in a retread and you're like, oh, well, he won a Super Bowl, or, man, he won a Big 12 championship, or He was in the CFP, or he was a bowl buster, whatever it is. They didn't forget. It's just, what have you given them to win with?
Yeah.
And that's why Danny Ainge is a proven winner, and he believes in Will Hardy. And they've got an owner in Ryan Smith that'll give them whatever they need, including new facilities, brand new state-of-the-art facilities. And then the expectation is, okay, go win. Because at some point, if you're not winning, Ryan Smith says to Danny, like, Danny, I've given you everything. And Danny goes to Austin and says, hey, Austin, we've given you everything, man. Like, we got to find a way to win. And Austin goes to Will and says, Will, we've given you everything. Tell me where the hiccup is. Well, we're young. Okay, I get that we're young. I mean, you're playing with 9 draft picks over the last 3 years. I know we're young. But, that excuse only goes so far. We got to start winning. What do you need? Okay, we need a couple proven veterans.
Yeah.
And, you start to look at some of the veterans that they brought in. They brought in Yusuf Nurkic, and you don't know, Yusuf's going to be very useful, but you don't know what you're going to get out of Yusuf. You brought in Kevin Love. Kevin Love's got more experience than anybody in the NBA. And you brought in Kevin Love. Okay, well, he's going to raise my team to a certain extent. But the problem is, that's 2 experienced players to 10 very inexperienced players. And it's like, at some point, Kevin Love just gets frustrated and throws his hands up and is like, I don't know what to do. Yusuf throws his hands up and I don't know what to do. Like, I'm telling you everything we need to do, and you guys aren't getting back. You're not in transition. You're not working hard at the rim. You're not taking the charges like Danny Ainge was talking about. So I like the way Danny Ainge explained his expectations too. Nothing in points, nothing in wins. I want to see your hustle and your toughness, because the things that he described, Scotty, were hustle and toughness.
Yep, 100%. All right, Hans and Scotty, Bart's hanging out with us, Bar W Beef. Now, normally when we talk to Bart, we're down in Nephi. Well, no, today we are in Bountiful. We're up in Davis County. So if you're in the area and you've always heard us talk about Bar W Beef, you can experience it for yourself right now.
That's exactly right. And I feel honored that I get to follow Danny Ainge.
That's awesome.
I'm no Danny Ainge, but, man, our beef is at that level.
We were just stalling with Danny until you could come over here.
That's what I heard. I was like, hey, Danny, let's roll, man. We got to talk about some beef. But our beef is the Danny Ainge of the 80s. That's for sure. Just reliable, faithful. Yep. It's not tough. Tough's probably not the right. It's tender. It melts in your mouth. It's the real deal. I mean, in all seriousness, our beef is we were talking about this yesterday with Jeremy, our CEO. It is, I mean, we're biased, but it is the best beef in the country. It's unbelievable because of the consistency. Whether or not you buy beef from us today or in 6 months from now, that consistency from our cattle in our feed program and how it's done, how they're raised, all on our ranches from A to Z, completely vertically integrated. These cattle don't change hand to a different processing plant, different ranch, no traceability. Everything is traced back to the Bar W way that we do things, and it shows in the product.
Hey, these boxes that they're hauling over there, are those the 25-pound boxes?
Those are the 25.
This guy
25 pounds.
He just bought 5 of the 25-pound boxes.
Yeah. Well, you can't get that ground beef price is ridiculous. That's $4 a pound.
No, that's
incredible. You can't do that anywhere. And this is not cheap. This is premium dry-aged ground beef. Not that people are like, you shouldn't dry. Who cares about dry-aged ground beef? I do. It's unbelievable. And, it's $4 a pound here. You need to get down here till 3.
It's incredible. A 25-pound box of perfectly dry-aged ground beef. Stock your freezer with the finest ground beef for your tacos, your burgers, your smash burgers, your meatloafs, all those great things that take on that great burger flavor. We've got it here for you, so check out that. And then we've got the sirloin box. That's mine. I'm totally taking that because I have
we do need to rename it.
I have praised these sirloins since the day my lips laid mouth on them. Since the day my tongue. Since the day,
no, not any
just
better.
Keep
not
going. Let him go. Let him go.
Yeah, it's like Anima House.
This is
great. He's on a roll.
Just
Just let it go.
The sirloin steaks, baby, and we got a full box, 12 gigantic sirloins, individually packaged and ready for you for just $75.
Yep.
You can't beat that price or the flavor. Just come check out the Bar W Beef, and in the meantime, we're going to give you an all beef, 100% beef, Bar W beef hot dog, hot off the grill.
If anything, come get a beef dog.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, if you don't want to buy the beef, I won't hold that against you, but maybe. But you can get a free freaking hot dog.
Hey, is this right? 24-pack of pork chops for $25.
That's exactly right, and they're flying. They're flying.
You could get 24 pork chops. 24,
and these aren't
for
junk
$25
pork chops. These are unbelievable.
A buck a chop,
pretty much. Yeah, dude.
Wow.
The brisket. We've got brisket over there for $25.
That's unreal.
It's unbelievable.
Farmers Insurance, 106 West, 500 South. That is this Bar W pop-up location. We'll talk to the guys at Farmers coming up here in just a bit, but come on down here in Bountiful, 106 West, 500 South, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The rivalry game may be over, but Big 12 play continues on for Kyle Whittingham and the Utes as they welcome in Coach Prime and Colorado to Rice-Eccles Stadium. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Man, I love the America First Credit Union team. Such a great team. I just stopped in last week. I had a couple of account situations that I needed to take care of. I needed to open up some direct depositing. I needed to open up a Venmo opportunity. So they helped me adjust and build out all of that. These people are great. They're here to help you. And there's 116 locations now that make it really convenient for you. So America First Credit Union started here in the state in 1939. This is a Utah institution. These are our people. Started a great business to protect money, extend loans, and help you with different options to either make money with your money or to extend some help for a small auto loan all the way up to a mortgage. They're there for you. So if you've got some type of financial issue, get into an America First Credit Union, and they'll help you. You can find each location at americafirst.com. Hey, and when you go in, take a can of food with you. They got their food drive going on. They could really use the help. They stock the food pantries here coming up for the holiday seasons, and their food drive is currently rolling, and they're very proud of that. America First Credit Union at americafirst.com.
This is Devin Dampier. As a new quarterback for the Utes, preparation is everything. Every practice, every play, every decision. And that preparation starts long before I step on the field. It starts with what I put in my body. That's why I choose Culligan Water, Salt Lake City. Their healthy, clean water isn't about quenching thirst. It's about optimal hydration, faster recovery, peak performance. It's the foundation of staying sharp on and off the field. For me and for my game, it's got to be Culligan of Salt Lake City. Drink what I drink. Visit CulliganSLC.com or call 801-509-9602.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
It might only be October, but Utah is getting ready for a brand new immersive holiday tradition in South Jordan. Step into the magic and holiday lights at the ballpark at America First Square, sponsored by Mickey Couture. A walk through winter wonderland like no other. Dazzling lights, festive music, and family fun for all ages starting November 14th. Reserve your tickets now at the ballpark at afs.com. Make the season unforgettable by celebrating Utah's newest holiday tradition. Holiday lights at the ballpark.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
The Garden Restaurant in downtown Salt Lake. Dine in or order out. The Garden is open weekdays 11 to 3. Hearty, healthy, and so craveable. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah! We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
I'm here. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. As we are live here at Farmers Insurance, 106 West, 500 South in Bountiful. Tell you what, so many great opportunities, great deals here with Bar W Beef, but more importantly, we want to get you insured. We want to get you taken care of. And Farmers Insurance, Alex Mason hanging out with us. And Mason, you know, you guys are committed to finding people the best deal. And a lot of people out there are thinking, okay, you know what, it's insurance. I have to have it. And chances are I'm just going to be stuck with ridiculous premiums and all kinds of nasty stuff. Well, guess what? You're going to sit down with everybody and make sure, look, what do you need? What do you have? Just bring your documents down here or show them online with what you're dealing with, and you can walk through and say, okay, I can save you money here, here, and here, and let's go.
Yep, absolutely. So you can call or text us at any time, and happy to help out in any way that we can. And we generally care. I think that's something that sets us apart is, you know, we care about our clients, and we want to make sure that we find the best deal for you. And so obviously we represent farmers, but there's a couple of different companies that we can pull from too and see. So happy to help out in any way that we can.
Everybody's looking for a more affordable option that has the same type of coverage. And it's so funny because my wife always asks, well, where are you going today? And I said, well, I'm going to Farmers Insurance in Bountiful. And she said, oh, make sure you get a quote on their auto insurance just to see. Everybody is looking for a more affordable option. What does Farmers bring to the table that may be unique or different to other options?
Yeah, great question. I just think that we're a local agency, and back to that point that I made is that we generally care. You know, we're part of the community. We're not a 1-800 number. You're not talking to a call center out of the state or even out of the country, but you can talk to a licensed agent every single time. So we're a staff here of 8. We care about our clients. We always go the extra mile, make sure that we explain what's covered, know your deductibles, know your coverages, so you're not blindsided when something happens.
Well, that's the thing, too. When you need your agent, chances are things aren't going particularly well. You know, true. Whether it's a flood in your basement or whether it's a car accident or thing like that. So to have somebody that you know, to have a guy and be like, hey, Mason, look, bro, my 17-year-old got in an accident. What am I dealing with? What can we do here? And to have somebody be like, okay, we're going to get through it. Let's walk it through. And you know you have that personal relationship. You're not calling an 800 number to who knows what country and not knowing exactly. They don't care.
Yeah.
You know, so to have that personal relationship means a lot.
Exactly right. So that's something that, like I said, that we take pride in, and that you can call us and talk to me personally or my staff, and that we're here to help in any way that we can, and that we can walk you through the claim process too if something were to happen, that, you know, we send over the information for the adjuster and make sure that the process is smooth as possible. It's not like we're just leaving our clients hanging out to dry on anything like that.
Okay, so if saving money isn't enough to get you to call, you're going to be sending people out on a free date night. So it's the first 20 that call or come down.
Yep.
You can either call or come down for an insurance quote.
Yep.
And you're going to send them out on a date.
Yep. So we've got a $20 gift card for a restaurant, as well as a $10 movie gift card to a Megaplex movie theater. So fun date night, and then no obligation. Come get a quote, see if we can help you out, and be a good review, obviously, of the insurance as well.
Let's do it. It's all right here at Farmers Insurance. We'd love for you to come by, check out the Bar W Beef, get a free hot dog, have them look over your policy. If they can save you money, great. If not, no big deal. Either way, you're getting a dinner and a movie gift card. So dinner and movie on Farmers, 106 West, 500 South in Bountiful. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Okay, Joy, let's go for a ride. So the car lights are on. You got it. And to adjust your seat, you got to. Have you driven this car before?
Nope, never driven this car in my life. Hey, Doug, you want to buckle up?
Funny, usually I'm the one that has to tell the customer to buckle up.
Whoa! Free test drive the new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander at Doug Smith and American Fork. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishi models. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Ooh, ma.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and we're extending our free furnace sale. We still have a few more open spots we're trying to fill on our schedule. Just to recap how the sale works, when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. About $400. The furnace is free, you just pay the labor. Call Any Hour Services and schedule your free estimate today. 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Adventuring in the Wasatch back this fall? Stop into Dairy King in Heber, now serving pumpkin shakes.
And check out their huge gluten-free menu. Dairy King on Main Street, home of the trade and best of state shakes.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. The Aggies head to New Mexico for a battle against the Lobos. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Cougar Preview Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are up in Bountiful at the Farmers Insurance. Come on by, hang out, and grab yourself a free hot dog. And this isn't just any old hot dog, folks. No. We don't do that here. We have Bar W beef hot dogs, not Bar S hot dogs. No, Bar W beef hot dogs. Free hot dogs now until 3 o'clock. 106 West, 500 South, all kinds of great savings on this Bar W beef. And if you come on by and just get a quote from Farmers Insurance, your car, your home, life, whatever the case might be, they'll give you a gift card for free dinner and a movie.
I love seeing people walking out with these box of beef. And
is that a brisket?
That's a brisket, I believe. Is that a brisket on top?
Nice.
Enjoy that brisket. And I think that's the 25-pound box of beef, but this is awesome. It's so much fun seeing so many of our listeners and seeing them walk out with the great beef. And we know that they're going to be cooking at some point this weekend or maybe even tonight.
Yeah.
And Scotty and I just know you're going to love it. You're going to love this beef, and you're going to think, holy cow, these guys, they actually know what they're talking about when it comes to good beef.
Oh, yeah. And, I mean, we're talking brisket, $4 a pound, or $4.99 a pound. The ground beef, $100 for 25 pounds. You get the sirloins, 12 sirloins for just $75. And how about this? Pork chops, 24 pork chops for $25.
Mm-hmm.
And this is incredibly quality stuff.
Yeah, if you just want a great, juicy pork chop, think about that. 24 of them for just $25.
Yeah.
And you're going to have and like Bart said, these aren't just a thin slice of pork. This is a really nice pork chop. So I know you've heard of these, like these beef pop-ups, and you're like, oh, well, it's just cheap steak or it's cheap this. Not Bar W.
Nope.
Promise you. These are big, thick-cut sirloins that are stacked into these boxes, and you're going to love them. All right, Scotty, a couple things here with BYU just to kick things off. Number one, I have identified the biggest and most pleasant surprises on the offensive side and the defensive side of the ball for BYU. And I want to see if you can guess either one. The biggest surprise offensively, and I'm talking about a player. I'm not talking about a specific coach. I'm not talking about scheme. I'm talking about a player on the offensive side of the ball and a player on the defensive side of the ball.
Parker Kingston.
Parker Kingston is up there. He's actually number 3 on my list. Parker Kingston's up there. He has exceeded expectations, especially coming out of the gates. And I want people to understand he's been overcoming some things.
Yeah.
And they were wondering if he'd even be ready for the season. So he's overcoming some things. But he's come around a lot. The number 1 on the list is Bear Bachmeier. And, and it's hard to think of it because you get through
you kind of have to put him there, but
you get through the weeks and you almost forget that this team didn't know what they were going to do with the quarterback.
Yeah.
This team had no idea what they were going to do with their quarterback situation. They had a couple of veterans that they brought in on transfer portals, but they weren't real sure. They had this true freshman that transferred out of Stanford that they weren't real sure. Remember, man, coming into the season, the reason all the pollsters dropped BYU out of the top 25, the reasons Vegas listed it as, what, it was, 4.5 wins? 5 wins?
I think it was, I think so. It was
like 4.5 or 5 wins.
Yeah, you're right. I forgot all about that.
I mean, they accomplished that in the first 4 or 5 games.
Yes.
The reason all of this happened, the reason that the voters kept him out of the top 25 through the first 3 weeks, it had to do with a true freshman quarterback.
And frankly, even now, I mean, now they're finally getting the respect after beating Arizona and after beating Utah. Now they're getting the respect, but people held out a long time on BYU.
Are they getting the respect, though?
Well, I mean, what are they, 11th?
11th. So they did. So we don't have a Big 12 team in the top 10.
Yeah.
They're the highest-rated Big 12 team at number 11. Cincinnati's right behind them. But you're telling me they couldn't crack the top 10?
No.
Okay, the other reason I say are they, if you listen to a good portion of the national talking heads, which I know, it's the national talking heads, they still think BYU's a pretender. They still don't believe that BYU is anything more than a good team that has schemed their way to a 7-0 start. Now, the only reason or the only way to prove them wrong is to go beat Iowa State.
Yep.
Get on your bye week at 8-0. Lick the wounds through the first 8 weeks and see what you can do against Texas Tech. That is the only way to continue to prove it and impress them. That's it. You're not going to be able to talk your way into it. Scotty and I, nobody's going to be able to verbally convince them.
Yeah.
The only way to do it is go out and dismantle Iowa State. Now, here's the other thing. The pollsters, the voters, the national talking heads, they still haven't seen that 43-10. If you want to take a look at the best and most convincing win in the state, it'd probably be Utah versus Arizona State.
Yeah.
But Arizona State was without their quarterback. Arizona State, their back was against the wall. Arizona State had all kinds of issues. And that's not taking away from that Utah victory, because I still think that that's the biggest, most convincing victory. That's still the big win, even without Sam Leavitt on the field.
Yeah.
That's still a big win.
As convincing as it was. Yeah.
As big of a thumping as it was.
Sam Leavitt's not good for 34 points.
No. And I always thought, okay, well, if Sam Leavitt was on the field, and it's impossible to do that because that gives you more defensive rest time and maybe the defense does better. But even if Sam Leavitt's out there, it's still a 20-point win.
Yep.
So when the pollsters are looking at game in and game out, they're looking at it like, 24-21 over Utah. Okay, that's a really nice win, but, it's a 24-21 win over Utah. Or, they look at Arizona, they're like, okay, well, it took them double overtime to get the win over Arizona. I mean, that's a good win over Arizona, but it took them double overtime. Okay, at Colorado, nice road win, but again, that's a 3-point win, and they had to come back from 14 down. So their burden of proof is, well, where's the blowouts? You could maybe say West Virginia was a blowout, 38-24, but BYU still didn't have the style points that they needed. Okay, so I'm just trying to make a couple points because I feel like BYU should be in the top 10. I feel like definitely the Big 12 should have a top 10 team.
Yes.
And because BYU is currently the best Big 12 team, and I told Greg, I said, they'll be in the top 10. I thought they'd be number 10 when Sunday rolled around.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I told Greg. I said, I think they're going to be number 10 because you got to at least have a Big 12 team in the top 10. So to your point, I just don't know if the national respect is there. I think everybody, all the national talking heads, they're all waiting for BYU to lose so that they can say, I told you so. Then they can go back and say, you see, I didn't even have them above number 14 because I knew, and Iowa State had lost 2 in a row, and they go and get this win over BYU. That just proves everything.
Yeah.
They're just waiting for that.
If BYU loses, they will plummet. And it's totally unfair, but they totally will.
They'll fall back into the 20s.
Yeah.
Because everybody is sitting here waiting to say, I told you so.
Yeah, no, you're right.
So that kind of bugs me because I do feel like BYU's got a good team. But they do need that blowout win.
All right, so you had Bear number 1. You got Kingston number 3. Who do you have number 2?
So I've got Bear number 1. I have Kingston number 3. I've got Cody Hagan actually number 2.
Good pull.
I feel like Cody Hagan has been a big piece in the return game. I feel like he's been important at times in the end rounds and in the short passing game. And the reason I listed Cody Hagan is because he was an unknown.
Mm-hmm.
He's just completely unknown. And then number 4, I've got Carson Ryan.
Yeah.
And the reason I've got Carson Ryan, even though he's been a bigger piece maybe than Hagan or Kingston, Carson Ryan, I just expected more from Carson. I expected a lot from Carson Ryan. He's giving me more than I expected.
Yeah.
Let me put it that way. Is that fair?
Totally fair. Absolutely.
I expected a lot from Carson Ryan. He's given me more than I expected. So I've got Carson Ryan at number 4.
He's been so critical, and I appreciate you bringing this to everybody's attention, too, because of your eye for what happens in the line of scrimmage. But a lot of people look at Carson Ryan and like, okay, he's had some big receptions, and he's been able to move the chains in some big situations there. But the fact is, as a blocker, he's taken on some big mamba jambas out there and held his own and done some damage at the line of scrimmage.
He's a monster. And, anybody that's been watching those films that BYU puts out of us in the booth, and you see me get excited, the thing that excites me the most, I don't care who's carrying the ball. I don't care who's throwing the ball. When you see me get pumped, you'll understand two things. It's either Carson Ryan or a tight end or an offensive lineman picked up something that broke something, or it's a defensive play.
Yeah.
It's some type of big hit, some type of defensive moment. It's the stop in the end zone against Arizona in double overtime.
Yeah.
Those are the things. Anybody can catch a ball and run it. I don't want to downplay the importance of that. Like L.J. Martin's good, and he got his hardest yards against Utah that he's gotten all year. And so I give him a lot of love and credit. Those aren't the things that rev my engine.
You know what I'm more impressed with is L.J. Martin picking up a blitzing linebacker and stonewalling him.
Big time. Big time. And L.J. Martin has had a lot of weight put on his shoulders with all the max protects that BYU runs. So he's definitely been big. All right, so that's the offensive side of the ball. Now, defensive side of the ball. I'm going with Falatal Satawala as the number one for shocking me, blowing me away, being the biggest and best surprise for BYU's defense. Raider Demooney goes down injured, and I don't know how bad the injury is or how long the injury is going to keep him out, but Raider Demooney goes down, and you're like, uh-oh.
There we go.
Not only was Falatal Satawala able to keep pace, yeah. I mean, Scotty, you're picking your hand up off the ground a little bit.
I'm just saying he's elevated it.
He's elevated it.
Yeah. And I want to be careful with that. That doesn't mean any disrespect to Raider Demooney, but somehow he's been able to elevate the play, which has been really impressive to watch.
He's elevated it. And that goes to some of his big numbers. 5.5, now 6 TFLs for Falatal Satawala. Leading the team in tackles. He's got an interception to his name. And he is now a part of any scheme that has to do with contain. He's got quarterback scramble recognition in certain angles, certain down and distances, where he'll play a certain depth at that safety position. He'll take advantage of his zone responsibilities, but as soon as he sees a quarterback tuck it and go to run, he'll come up and hit him. And then he had that hit on Merriweather.
Yeah.
That was insane.
Yeah.
That
and 100% clean.
100% clean, insane, big, and prevented a reception because that would have been a catch for a big first down by Merriweather. So Falatal Satawala is number one on my board as far as impressing me defensively. Number two, and biggest surprise, number two is Evan Johnson.
Yeah.
And it's hard not to put Evan Johnson number one, but I watched a lot of Evan Johnson last year, but at no point last year did I think that Evan Johnson was going to be a premier corner in this conference.
No, and I would probably put him number one because I didn't see this one coming. Because I thought there would be a drop-off from corner from last year, and where they're at now with him has just been incredible. And the dude is a heat-seeking missile. He's great in coverage. He does so many things well.
So many things well. And you can say that he's been the best and most consistent corner in the conference.
Yep.
And I know people are like, okay, then why is he not your biggest surprise player? Because I still knew Evan was going to be good. I knew he was going to be good. I didn't even know the name Falatal Satawala.
Yeah.
He's just a sophomore, and he's doing these things. So I went with Evan Johnson. He's just been fantastic, so impressive, and I'm happy for him. And then number three is Bodie Schoonover. Bodie has played a rotational defensive position. He'll play at the edge. He'll play on the interior. So he'll give you a pass rush off a 3 technique. He'll give you run stopping as a 5 or a 4 technique. He can give you all of those things. So I think Bodie Schoonover has been nothing short of impressive and fantastic and critical in what they've done defensively. So, Scotty, in short, so many different players have stepped up to make this one of the best. I mean, you have to label it as right there, tied with number one, best starts in a BYU season.
At
7-0.
Yeah. By the way, we did reach a milestone against Utah. for BYU. You got a DN get a sack.
Yeah, first sack, Hunter Clegg, right?
Hunter Clegg, yep.
Yeah, Hunter Clegg, first defensive end with a sack through 7 games. So I know that that's not going to impress people. But, and this has been very consistent with Jay Hill. This has been a quarterback pressuring team. This has not been a quarterback sacking team.
No.
But these pressures have led to 9 interceptions. 9 interceptions through 7 games. You've had at least 1 interception in every game this year except for 1. So those pressures have led to 9 interceptions. Now remember, when you get a sack, it takes away the possibility of an interception. Now I'm not saying that Jay Hill is giving up sacks for pressures. That's not what's happening. It's just pressures are leading to quarterbacks throwing the ball, and they're getting a lot of interceptions for it.
Yeah.
9 picks.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Scotty, if I could tell you, and actually I don't know the answer to my own question, but I'm going to throw it at you,
it's all right.
and then I'm going to think through this. Would you rather be a league leader in sacks or interceptions?
Interceptions.
And I'd say I would take interceptions too.
Yeah. So it's funny you bring this up because remember when Kalani Sitake, his last year at Utah, with Nate Orchard and Hunter Dimmick, and they were just ratcheting up sacks after sacks after sacks. They were actually not particularly great in forcing turnovers that year. Then he goes to Oregon State with Gary, and then John Pease takes over. And what was John Pease's MO? 4 and a score. He really wanted the turnovers. The sacks went down. The turnovers went way up. Both of them were elite defenses, but their specialty was much different in what they went after.
Yeah.
And and personally, I kind of like the turnovers. I think the turnovers influence a game and create more havoc.
Well, there were a lot of pressures that did force the turnovers.
Yeah.
You had multiple pressures from Siale Acera. You had a couple of pressures from Jack Kelly. You had a sack by Hunter Clegg, but you had another 2 pressures. And then in the last 2 games, watch this name because I do think the second sack from a defensive end is coming, and it will be Tausili Akana.
Mm-hmm.
Tausili Akana has provided 3 or 4 big pressures against Arizona and then last week against Utah, and he's got to be really big this week on the road against Iowa State.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are hanging out and about today at the Farmers Insurance here in Bountiful. 5th South, 106 East. You come on by, and you got Mason ready to help you out. And Mason's not messing around here, Hans, because what's everything that every guy out there wants a little help with is date night.
Yeah.
So you come on by. You're going to save money. Mason's going to do everything he can. I even chipped off my policies off to him. Say, like, look, this is what I'm paying for home. This is what I'm paying for auto. What can you do to help me out? He's going to run some numbers and let me know what he can do. That's all he's asking. Give him a shot. Give him a chip in a chair. And you just want a chance to save people money. And regardless, you're giving them dinner and a movie.
Yeah, absolutely. No obligation to switch whatsoever. But come out. We have, obviously, Bar W Beef. Grab a free hot dog. And, yeah, good atmosphere here. And get an insurance quote while you're at it.
By the way, it's we call it an all-beef dog. Because people think, the hot dog, and they think the old Les Schwab stop, you're going to stop and just get this greasy.
Get that R.C. Willie dog.
Soft, like pork dog. This is an all-beef Bar W dog, fresh off the grill in a nice soft bun. Got ketchup and mustard to top it with. So come out, grab a dog. Heck, grab 2. We got plenty. So come out, have a couple of dogs, check out these beef prices. But more importantly, let's see if we can save you money. I mean, that's what it comes down to. And the world of insurance is so jacked up right now in our country. And prices have skyrocketed. Maybe this is your opportunity to save some money. And all we're doing is giving you $30, $10 to the movies, $20 to dinner,
absolutely,
just to give it a try. You lose nothing. You gain a dinner and a date night. You lose nothing. So first 20 people to call or come in, you're going to get those certificates.
Yep, absolutely. So come on down or give us a call as well, or you can text us as well. The best number to reach us at is the 801-683-3668. Call or text us or come by. And like I said previously, obviously represent farmers, but we have different carriers too. Progressive, Travelers, Safeco. We can find a good option for you. A lot of times, more often than not, that obviously we can save you money and improve your coverage.
Mason, there's a lot of people, and I get caught up in this with a lot of different services. You just get used to having that deduction come out of your bank every month, and you don't even think about it. You get the ID card sent to you every 6 months. You tear them out, you put them in your glove box, and then you don't think about it. You're like, I know I have insurance, I know I need it, but it's out of sight, out of mind. And every now and then, it's good just to say, you know what? Let's get another set of eyes on this and make sure I've got the right coverage, the right premiums, and the right, everything else, and I'm saving the most money. Just, a little insurance checkup isn't going to hurt anybody.
Absolutely. Insurance is something that you don't want to just set it and forget it. It's something that you want to have good communication with your agent at least once a year just to review your policy to make sure that you have the right coverages, that you know your deductibles, you know what's covered, and you know what isn't covered, so you're not blindsided by something happening and hoping and wishing that it's claimed because you didn't review your policy with your agent. So absolutely, it's smart to do a yearly review with your agent and have good communication.
And you're going to get that with Mason and the crew here at Farmers Insurance. They're here to help you out. We're live in Bountiful. We got the Bar W beef, the free hot dogs, the dinner and a movie just for getting a quote on your insurance. Farmers Insurance, 106 West, 500 South. What's that number again that people can reach you at?
It's 801-683-3668. And call or text us. Happy to help in any way we can.
Farmers Insurance, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. With the Holy War behind them, the Cougars get set for a trip to the Midwest for a Saturday afternoon showdown against Iowa State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey guys, Alex Curie here. You've heard us talking about SLC fat loss for a while, and I'm sitting down here with Jeff and Angela, who have also been on the program. How are you guys doing?
Thanks.
We're glad to be here. Well, you look awesome. Tell me how much weight you guys have lost and how long it's taken.
I lost 36 pounds in the 60-day reduction phase, and I've lost an additional 6 pounds on maintenance. So 42 pounds total so far.
And I've lost 59 so far. Tell me exactly what's changed about that health now that the weight has been lost with SLC fat loss.
I immediately started sleeping better. I also quit craving things late at night that I knew were sabotaging my diet.
I don't have to take a deep breath to tie my shoes anymore, and I can actually stand up after I've been kneeling on the floor without feeling like I was going to pass out.
What would you tell somebody who is like you guys and maybe wants to start losing some weight about SLC fat loss?
Don't wait another day. This plan will change your life.
Just get a hold of the folks at Salt Lake City Fat Loss. Just go to their website, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary. Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You have a brother. A $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What? We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to americafirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort.
Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey, Lowry Markkanen, and Walker Kessler tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cougars at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. BYU gets set for a big road trip. That's right, off to Ames, Iowa to take on Iowa State, as BYU and the Cougars trying to stay undefeated on the season. And you've got you got Kalani Sitake, knowing that Matt Campbell certainly can get it done with that Iowa State and his staff.
A well-coached team with Matt Campbell, who's been there for a while, and honestly, he's done a great job with his coaches. The play callers are guys that have been there for a decade too, so really good matchup. Well-coached team, watching them on film. They do all the little things right, so it's not going to be easy going on the road, but I'm looking forward to the matchup with our team and our program.
This update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. They'll cater your work party, luncheon, wedding, whatever you need. Go to kennyjbbq.com. Check out their catering menu. New catering clients get 10% off your first order.
Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars hit the road for a massive Big 12 showdown against Iowa State. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's your Cougar preview show. We do it every Wednesday. Tomorrow it'll be your Ute preview show. Then Friday, Football Friday with Ron McBride and Alema Harrington. Joining us now from the Des Moines Register, Eugene Rapay, kind enough to join us. Eugene, how you doing?
I'm good. Thanks for having me on. Big game this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Huge game this weekend. And when you look at the struggles Iowa State's had over the last couple of games, can you just pinpoint directly to injuries? Is that is that the correlation as to why this team's had some troubles?
Injuries played a role for sure when you lose two all-conference standout cornerbacks and John Williams and Jeremiah Cooper. But also in that last game against Colorado, it just seemed more like Iowa State's offense and the passing game particularly wasn't really in sync. There wasn't a real connection there, and that seemed to be their downfall last week. Going into this one, we'll see if it's still the injury bug, if that still plays a role for sure. But for Iowa State, it's been a mix of things over these last few games.
Well, I'll tell you, it's just been weird, especially from Scotty and I's perspective, sitting here in the state of Utah, knowing that Iowa State BYU would be upcoming. Watching them kick this season off with a win in Dublin over Kansas State, very, very impressive. Then getting a win against their rival at home in Iowa, extremely impressive. And Scotty just asked the question, is it injuries? But I'm telling you, as I look at film, I'm having a hard time evaluating exactly what it could be. What else have you seen that's maybe played a role in this slight decline?
Yeah, for Iowa State, just trying to maintain consistency offensively, I think has been tough. The run game has been kind of up and down through the early parts of the season. And through all that, it seemed like Rocco Becht and his receivers were on the same page, but then they hit that road bump at Colorado where you had receivers running routes or, having miscommunications on routes, passes getting dropped, passes just being off the mark, just things that problems that weren't really there in the earlier parts of the season. So just hiccups there. And then on the defensive side, losing those two cornerbacks has really put Iowa State, or has really pushed them to really go young, go deep in their depth chart in that backfield. But then also in the front seven, they've had a hard time stopping the run and being consistent tackles. There were a couple of games now, the Arkansas State game and the Cincinnati game, where it felt like they couldn't even tackle a dummy. So problems like that have been rising here and there, and for Iowa State, it's just been consistency has been the issue.
Overall, this is a team that certainly has really built something special there at Iowa State. What is it about Matt Campbell and what he's been able to establish there that has allowed this team to have that kind of success year in and year out?
I think it's the culture, and you'll see, and it seems like such an overused word, or it seems like, this is just a cliche that players and coaches say. But I think at Iowa State, they really buy into it, and they really believe in it. And I think it shows in the fact that over the last couple of years, they've had such a low transfer rate. In this crazy transfer portal era, Iowa State has been drama-free for pretty much ever since the transfer portal rules changed. And they've been able to keep their core players. They've been able to keep key players there happy. They've had players buy into the whole developmental role instead of looking for the grass, to be greener elsewhere. And I think that's paid off dividends for Iowa State. I mean, obviously they don't have the big budgets. They don't have the big NIL. But Matt Campbell has been making it work, and of course him and his coaching staff have done a great job with X's and O's.
Well, I was going to ask you about that because retention on players means usually you got to step up from the NIL standpoint. How's Iowa State faring in that regard?
They're making steps, and they've been trying to, year in and year out. They know that it's a big problem there. It's a big thing that they need to address, especially when you've got to get with the times or adapt or die and things like that. But Iowa State over the last few years, it seems like they've been ramping them up and taking it a lot more seriously. It feels like each year from year to year there's been more strides, but they still don't have the currency as some of these other big powers out there.
So let's just talk a little bit more specifically about Rocco Becht. How impressed have you been? What are some of his issues? What are some of the upsides? Just your quarterback in kind of a big picture.
Yeah, when I look at Rocco Becht, I think the thing that's most impressive is his clutch gene and just his ability to elevate his play in tough situations, whether it's in the second half or in the fourth quarter. Dating back to the start of last season, I believe he has 6 go-ahead game-winning drives in the fourth quarter. Like, when things get tough, when you're in those tight situations, you can trust and lean on that guy. And what he means to this Iowa State offense is pretty much everything. He's an extension of the coaching staff. The way he commands the huddle, he instills a lot of confidence in this team. For him, mechanically, he's got a strong arm. Sometimes it's a little off the mark, or sometimes he throws it a little too hard, and he either overthrows a receiver or zips them a fastball that's hard to reel in. But I think Rocco Becht, he's got all the intangibles, and he fits perfectly with what Matt Campbell wants.
You go back over the last several years, and Iowa State's never been a big sack team, but it's a team that has done okay. This year, only 8 sacks through the first 7 games of the year. You mentioned the defensive line has had some struggles. Is that something that's been a point of emphasis to try to ramp up the quarterback pressures?
Yeah, there was a hope that this year would be different, especially last year they finished at the bottom of the Big 12 in sacks. And now you look at this year, while they did bring back Dominic Orange, and he's just been a block eater, and he's just so important holding things down at the nose guard, Iowa State hasn't really gotten that consistent push, it's defensive ends, or whether it's how they scheme up blitzes or things like that. Generating pressure and generating a pass rush has been such an issue for Iowa State. Normally, they've been able to kind of scheme around it, but now with the loss of the 2 all-conference cornerbacks, now all those issues seem to be very, very apparent. If you're not going to pressure the quarterback and those opponents have all the time to throw and hit open receivers against your novice cornerbacks, it's gonna hurt week in and week out.
A lot of BYU fans are going to be traveling to Ames for this game, and I've got to imagine that Iowa State's got some good crowd support. I guess I'm just curious. Never been there, never seen a game in that stadium or called a game in that stadium. What's the crowd support like? How rowdy can it get? And how much are you expecting to see a BYU crowd and fan base come in there?
So with Iowa State, this is, they live and die for the Clones every Saturday. It's something that they're always just rowdy for. Even as Iowa State has lost back-to-back games, I think they announced this game being a sellout 3 days after they lost to Colorado. And this is also Iowa State's homecoming, so there's going to be added juice. But in terms of BYU, I expect to see some blue in the crowd. One thing that jumped out at me was when BYU played Iowa State in basketball. I didn't expect that many BYU fans to travel. I guess I should have been more privy to it, and I should have known more. But, you could hear the BYU fans. You could see some blue at Hilton Coliseum. So at Jack Troy Stadium, I wouldn't be surprised now. After seeing what I saw in that epic double overtime game last year, I wouldn't be surprised to see a good contingent of BYU fans.
So there's speaking of rivalries, we're just coming off the Utah-BYU game. I've noticed Iowa State's got a couple wins in a row over Iowa. Two different conferences, Big 12 versus Big 10, but is that as crazy as I would anticipate a rivalry in that state?
Yeah, this year was my first experience just covering the game at Jack Troy Stadium. Last year was at Kinnick. But just the way that I was told that if you don't show up 5 hours early, good luck trying to get into the vicinity of the stadium. It is backed up for hours. You got fans coming in to tailgate even before the sun rises. The juice and the atmosphere and everything lived up to the hype. And honestly, I came in with already high expectations. It was probably that times 10 for the Cy-Hawk game. That game is like the Super Bowl here in Iowa.
Sounds like you're pretty young in the coverage of Iowa State, but in the time that you've been there, just how do you feel like this Big 12 season and this conference racks up against some of the others that you've seen that Iowa State has played in?
Yeah, this seems like another fun one. I mean, it felt like just when things were starting to get figured out, or just when it felt like, Texas Tech is separating itself from everybody else. They lost at Arizona State, and now here we are. Looking back at last year, we saw so much parity and just kind of a fun conference standings race at the end, and it looks like it might be more of the same this year. So that's kind of what I see.
Well, we appreciate your time. Thanks for hanging out. Enjoy the game coming up on Saturday. Should be a fun one. And let's do this again here soon.
Thanks, guys. Enjoy the game.
From the Des Moines Register, it is Eugene Rapay right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, joining us now, the man, the myth, the legend. You know him, you love him. And he's impacted our lives in such great, magnificent ways.
Truly has.
You got Danny Ainge back.
No, it's you.
It's you. It is you, Bart.
Hey,
from Bar WB.
Okay, I want to know, because are we over a year now in Bar W?
Exactly a year.
Yes.
Exactly a year.
It was October 26th when we opened, and you guys came down to our facility the week before we opened.
Okay.
So, yeah, exactly a year.
If people could see pictures of Scotty and I pre-Bar W to post-Bar W, our size, our shape, our health, everything is improved.
Yeah.
It's improved.
Well,
and
yeah.
I eat Bar W
Good. That's great.
at least twice a week, whether it's the burger or it's the steaks
I'm about the
or
same.
it's the roast.
Yeah.
It's twice a week.
Good. Nice.
And sometimes it's just Bar W.
Yeah.
You know what I love, I always get a couple out of the freezer because they're individually packed.
Right.
So you can just go get one, or you can go get 2 steaks, or if you're me, 3. And I get them out of the freezer, and my wife's like, "Oh, are we doing steaks tonight?" I'm like, "Yeah." She's like, "Oh, well, what sides?" And I said, "None. We're just doing Bar W steaks.
You're
That's
like,
it."
I don't know if we're doing steaks. I'm doing steaks.
I'm doing steaks. You can figure out what you want if you want a side. And she's always like, "Let's do a salad." I'm like, "For what? Is there protein in salad?" No, there's not protein.
It's just taking up precious space.
Yeah.
Well, this relationship has been phenomenal for us. I mean, in all honesty, we joke about it, but your guys' impact on Bar W and our impact here in the community, which is what is one of our pillars as a company, is we want to provide as much as we can to our community, one, with a good product, but we want to give back and do a lot as well. And so being able to spread our message, spread our product, because once you have good beef, it is so hard to have
You can't go back.
Can't go
rough beef.
Yeah.
And so you guys have done a tremendous job with your listeners and your messaging and talking about it. The amount of praise we get from you guys on how you guys talk about it when people come down. How'd you hear about us? Well, Hans and Scotty.
Awesome.
And your listeners, I hope everyone out there knows, you guys are rock stars.
They're the
and
best.
we appreciate it. Every event we have, you guys show up and
they're
support
the
us. They're
best.
supporting you by supporting us. This is just phenomenal, and we want to continue this by just providing great offering. Because beef prices are going crazy right now, and we want to do whatever we can to eliminate all that extra cost, but with good product, good beef. And
I don't think, Hans, we do a lot of remotes and we go out and about, but I don't know if there's a place or a service that we do a remote for where people walk away with such big smiles on their face.
Yeah,
we got
it's
guys
awesome.
that are carrying 30, 40 pounds of beef,
Yeah.
and you can see their arms are straining, and they're already getting a little sweat, but man, they got to grin ear to ear because they know they've got the best beef.
And that's, again, just a tribute to you guys and the loyalty of your listeners. And it's not just this. We have Bar W Beef, but we also have our restaurant, Bar W Grill and Bar W Steakhouse, which the steakhouse portion is coming soon. But the grill, if you ever want to just experience it and see what we're all about, I mean, the grill in Nephi, if you're heading south, you've got to stop. You've got to stop by exit 222.
Honestly, if you're in Utah County, it's worth the drive.
Yeah, 100%.
Just to go out there and try it.
It's not far.
Bart, I just want to give you just a background and to help people understand why Scotty and I are so invested in this. Scotty and I both grew up on ranches.
Yes.
And we both understand local farming and local ranchers. And we know how important it is.
Yeah.
Bar W Beef is local ranching. It's local product. We're talking about most of these beef are born in Spanish Fork Canyon, and the surrounding areas. They're raised by our ranchers on Utah land, Utah feed, and then it's all processed right here in our Utah plant facilities in Nephi.
100%.
This is all Utah beef. And you just talked about the prices skyrocketing.
Yeah.
You can come down here and get a 25-pound box of dry-aged ground beef that isn't all of this filler. It's great quality ground beef for $100. That's $4 a pound. And you can throw it in your freezer, and you've always got that delicious, juicy, great beefy flavor right there in your freezer.
100%.
And it's local.
Yeah. It is. And what's awesome, last thing, I mean, today, as we speak, Corey, our owner, wanted to be here, same with Jeremy, but you mentioned our ranch up Spanish Fork Canyon where a majority of our cattle are. They're there right now bringing the cattle off our ranch for the winter. They're up there working cattle right now. Jeremy's been texting me. They're listening to the show, streaming up there.
Love you, Jeremy.
And they are getting the cattle off to get down to our lower ranches for the winter. And that's it. We've got a team of real cowboys. I mean, not just made up the term cowboy where you go down and get a cowboy hat and fake boots. These guys are roping, pushing, working the cattle with their horses, unbelievable horses. And that's the story.
Bar W.
It's authentic. It's real.
It's traceable. You know exactly where this beef's coming from.
Yeah.
It's just incredible. Bar W Beef, barwbeef.com. We're up in Davis County. We're in Bountiful. So if you wanted to try Bar W Beef, you can come by and check it out for yourself. Free hot dogs. These are Bar W dogs, not just any average dog. These are the actual Bar W dogs, all beef dogs, and you can check out all the great savings right now in Bountiful, 106 West, 500 South, Farmers Insurance, the Bar W pop-up right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Make game day yours with the Utah Mammoth app. Get your tickets, order food and drinks without leaving your seat, track live stats, and stream every game with Mammoth Plus, all in one place. It's the ultimate game day essential, designed for Mammoth fans. Stay connected to your hometown team and never miss a moment. Download the Utah Mammoth app today on iPhone and Android. Turn on push notifications and make every day game day. Tusks up.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You want to better yourself, your situation, your marketability, your earning potential? Get that executive MBA from the John M. Huntsman School of Business, again at Utah State University. Everybody's thinking about, well, look, Logan, it's tough to get to. I don't know if I can really make that commitment. Well, guess what? They're coming to you. You can do this entirely online, or you can go to any of their satellite campuses, and they've got a bunch of them all up and down the Wasatch Front. Vernal, Kaysville, St. George, everywhere in between. They'll make it as easy on you as possible. They'll waive the application fee, and they will also let you start whatever semester you want, fall, spring, summer, and if you need to knock it out in 1 year, you can do that. You can take 3-4 years if you want. Normally, it's a 2-year program, but again, it's completely customizable for you and your needs. You're going to have those foundations of business that you can use to, again, market yourself and provide a better living for you and your family. It's the John M. Huntsman School of Business Executive MBA program right now at Utah State.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Cedar City is nature's backdrop, where the forest actually does meet the trees. And a journey isn't about getting there, it's about being there. Wide pen trails and jaw-dropping adventure, plus fun events and fall colors. Log on to visitcedarcity.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Utes at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. A lot of things Utah trying to work on, Sharif Shah in particular, trying to improve Utah's special teams.
I just think we have to be so much more disciplined in the punt return and our return units. That's where I feel like we need to make some really big strides going in the second half of the season.
That is your Utes at 50 update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Get the best barbecue in Salt Lake County. Go to KennyJBBQ.com and you can get 10% off your custom catering order. That's KennyJBBQ.com.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
The Utes get set for a battle against Coach Prime in the Buffalo. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Greg Wrubell will join us coming up in about 10 minutes from right now. It's your Cougar Preview Show, but we're always giving away tickets. Call number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. It is a Win Ticket Wednesday, 801-575-ZONE. Ready for this, Hans?
Yeah.
2 tickets to see Adam Sandler's You're My Best Friend tour coming up Sunday, October 26th at Delta Center. Get some Adam Sandler tickets.
That's a good one, man.
No, they're all going to laugh at you.
Yeah. Now that's old school Adam.
I know, right?
Yeah, that goes back old school Adam. We were just talking with an Iowa State insider. He was talking about Rocco Becht. And Rocco's on target. He's on track to have his best season ever. To this point, his best season was 2024. And by the way, he's been at Iowa State and on the field for 4 years. Even though he's listed as a junior, he had some experience back in 2022. But he's currently on track to get to that 3,500-yard mark. He finished with 25 touchdowns. He currently only has 9, so he's going to have to pick it up on the touchdown front just a little bit to match that 25 number. But I've got a lot of respect for Rocco. Rocco's the one that makes me nervous.
Yeah.
Like if he decides he's just going to have a game, he's scrappy. And you saw him in that Kansas State game. He was just better. He was better than Avery Johnson. He was the best quarterback on the field. He's been that guy through multiple games. So I look at a guy like Rocco, and my defensive game plan is built around making his life miserable. And I'm not as worried about him scrambling as I am him dealing.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm probably working up more gap loose. And what I mean by that is going to my guys and being like, hey, like we still have gap assignments. So let's not be idiots about this.
Yeah.
But let's go have some fun. Let's shake it loose a little bit. Let's
pin our ears back.
Let's relax. Let's go have some fun. And let's go see what we can do. And Jay Hill, man, Jay Hill's defensive call against Utah.
It's another masterpiece.
Well, first of all, I talked about the feast or famine for that end around, the Utah end around that was killing him. Jay Hill started running overloaded safety and linebacker blitzes into the sweep side, and he was crushing it. He would just take a look at the down and distance. He would take a look at formation. He's like, oh, here comes Bray again. So he was having a check too, and they were blitzing into it. That's where the TFLs were coming from. So Jay knows how to have fun. He knows how to build those types of packages. And as things currently stand, I like the way BYU's chances line up against Iowa State.
By the way, we're live here in Bountiful. We want you to come by, and we've been talking about this Bar W beef, and for good reason. It's awesome. But also, we want to save you money on your insurance. We want to make sure that you, your family, are protected as well. And Alex is joining us from Farmers. And, you know, Alex, a lot of people, and I talked about this with Mason, a lot of people are just rinse and repeat. Every month it just comes out of their checking account, and they don't really pay attention until you need it. And sometimes when you need it, you realize, wait a minute, I didn't have the right kind of insurance. You need to be looking at this regularly and having a new set of eyes and saying, okay, that's good. We need to improve this. This needs to be better, and really address some of your needs because they change so often.
Yeah, let me give you an example. So a while ago, I was meeting with a client, and we were going over their home insurance. And as we were going over their home insurance, I ended up quoting them and selling the policy that was double the price they were paying. And a lot of people hear that and be like, "Why in the world did that happen?" The reason why was because the insurance person that they were working for with before didn't ask the questions, and we found out that her husband had like $150,000 Pokemon card collection, and they had this and this, and these are not things that are covered under a regular homeowner's insurance policy, and they had no idea. And the agent that they had no idea to even tell them that. And so, yeah, you need to have a review. You need to make sure that when you're talking to your agent that they're asking you all of the right questions and making sure that there's nothing that isn't being covered that should be covered. So
$150,000 Pokemon.
Yeah, right.
What?
I know.
All right.
So,
but hey, but that's the thing.
Yeah.
If it's valuable,
you got to cover it.
You got to cover it.
And then the other thing I just really want to hit on that Mason was talking about was Farmers tends to be, as far as a captive agency goes, the most uncaptive captive agency I've ever seen. If Farmers Insurance isn't the company that's going to give you the best price, then we have access to dozens of other insurance companies that you've all heard of: Travelers, Safeco, Progressive, all these other companies, and we can quote and sell all of them. So even if Farmers isn't the right one, we're going to find a company that saves you money, and we're going to make sure that your stuff is covered.
Well, that's the thing, and I've heard this now a few times as we've been here on remote, is we'll save you money, but we're not going to shortcome on the insurance.
Yeah.
Like, we're still going to give you the coverage that you need to be safe, backed, and secured. And I like that point because everybody's like, I need to save money.
Yeah.
They don't understand. Sometimes you can get a policy that won't do nothing for you.
Yeah, exactly.
You can save money, but you're in trouble.
In trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
You're COL.
Yeah.
Just crap out of luck.
Yeah.
So I like that you guys are doing that. Now, free quotes, no pressure, and we're going to give you a date night. All you got to do is be one of the first 20 callers. I think we had 8?
So actually, we had a pretty big jump. So we've got 4 left.
4 left.
We got 4 left.
Okay.
Of people that we're giving a $20 gift card to any restaurant of their choice, and then a $10 gift card to Megaplex.
It's really simple. Come on by, say hi. Farmers Insurance in Bountiful, 106 West, 500 South. Bar W Beef is here. We're giving away free hot dogs to everybody who comes by. And that'll go until 3 o'clock, so you got about another hour.
Can I quickly just say
one
one more
for
thing?
sure. Absolutely.
The reason why I hopped on instead of Mason this time, so I'm the district manager here of Farmers Insurance for the greater Salt Lake area. We're always looking for a talent. So if you're one of those people that's listening and maybe you're one of the best salespeople at your company, but you don't own anything, you're wanting an opportunity for ownership, you're wanting an opportunity to start your own agency or look for a new career path, we are looking to get 3 to 4 new agencies and agency owners started here in the next couple of months. So
very cool.
If that's something that you're interested in, or you want to start your own business and kind of take that path and take that risk and be with a company with a great name like Farmers Insurance, that's something that we're looking for. If that's interesting to you, give me a call at 385-985-5138, and just let me know that you're interested in an agency owner opportunity as well.
Wow, great opportunities out there.
Yep.
Farmers Insurance. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Hey, Doug.
Oh, hey, Kelly. Welcome back. How's the new Outback?
I love it.
Glad to hear.
I was wondering if I could test drive maybe another?
Of course. Which one?
How about that one?
But that's another Outback. You already have an Outback.
Yeah, but I don't have a red one.
Test drive the new 2025 Subaru Outback at Doug Smith Subaru in American Fork and get 1.9% APR financing for 72 months on all new 2025 Outbacks. No one knows Subaru like Doug.
If you want to avoid your furnace breaking down this winter, the best thing you can do is stay on top of your furnace's annual maintenance. If you do find yourself with a furnace blowing cold air, Any Hour Services technicians service all brands, and they can usually get to you pretty quick. Call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. Whether you need maintenance, repair, or a second opinion about replacing it, the technicians at Any Hour Services can help you keep your home comfortable all winter long. Call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
It might only be October, but Utah is getting ready for a brand new immersive holiday tradition in South Jordan. Step into the magic and holiday lights at the ballpark at America First Square, sponsored by Mickey Couture. A walk through winter wonderland like no other. Dazzling lights, festive music, and family fun for all ages starting November 14th. Reserve your tickets now at the ballpark at afs.com. Make the season unforgettable by celebrating Utah's newest holiday tradition. Holiday lights at the ballpark.
Fall is here, and the air is cool and crisp. Leaves are starting to turn, and nothing says fall like gathering around a warm fire. Hey, it's Ryan here with Timber Ridge Fireplace. If you're ready to elevate your home with a custom wood, gas, or electric fireplace, then go ahead and give us a call and choose from one of our sleek, modern gas designs to one of our timeless stone masterpieces. Our full-service team handles everything from concept to installation. And for a limited time, when you schedule an estimate and book your project, you'll get a free 22-inch tailgater grill. It's the Travel IQ by Napoleon, valued at over $279. Just mention the zone when you call to schedule. Don't wait. Call Timber Ridge Fireplace today at 801-896-0792. That's 801-896-0792. Or visit us online at trfireplace.com. Timber Ridge Fireplace. Warmth, craftsmanship, and comfort made simple.
Adventuring in the Wasatch Back this fall? Stop into Dairy King in Heber, now serving pumpkin shakes.
And check out their huge gluten-free menu. Dairy King on Main Street, home of the trade and best of state shakes.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars hit the road for a massive Big 12 showdown against Iowa State. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is your Cougar preview show, getting you ready for BYU and Iowa State. Joining us now, he is the play-by-play voice of the Cougars.
The man,
the myth, the legend. Greg Wrubell, kind enough to join us. Greg, how are you?
Hey, Greg.
Scotty, Hans, how are you?
Hey, I know that I'm doing great. And by the way, we can't thank you enough for joining us. When you look back, and I know everything that we just saw ends up being like the greatest thing we ever saw, but I got to imagine that Bear Bachmeier quarterback draw for a touchdown, when it's all said and done and you decide to hang up the headphones, that's probably got to be top 5, top 10 of your favorite moments.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure how good the call was, but I know the play was amazing. And it is quite incredible when you think about the plays, the singular plays in BYU football lore, just how many of those plays happened in the BYU-Utah game. I mean, there have been some, the Hail Mary at Nebraska, the Steve Young catch in the Holiday Bowl back in the, there are a number of plays that everyone just knows how to describe them, but yet so many take place in this game, in the BYU-Utah game. Whether it's Doman scoring a touchdown in Lavelle's final game, or the next year Luke Staley scoring on an option pitch down the sideline, or Andrew George in overtime, or the 4th and 18 play, or Beck to Harleen, or now the Bear Bachmeier touchdown run, the Will Ferrin field goal last year. This game has produced so many amazing singular plays, and that's just the latest one, and it was a heck of a play. It's going to live a long time. And for a kid that's only what else is he going to have on his memory resume by the time he's done? This is how he's starting things off with that kind of play in the Utah game last week. It's incredible.
It was just incredible. The game was incredible. The environment was incredible. And, we had an opportunity to catch up with Kalani Sitake after the game, and I wanted to get your memory of how Kalani put it with not kicking the field goal, but going for it on 4th down, because I think that's been the biggest question that I've had from people is, why didn't they kick the field goal? What do you remember of Kalani's explanation of that, Greg?
Well, at the time he thought he was going against analytics, but actually he was going with analytics. There was a lot telling BYU that was the that was the thing to do. I mean, bottom line is they had a guy they thought they could throw it up to, who's used to making contested catches, and if it's a 3-score game, it's over. Like, you've iced the game on that play. So it was one play to ice the game, and that was what they went with. There were options there, right? You could go to try and make 6 yards, move the sticks, get another set of downs, and probably, run the game out at that point, forcing Utah to call its timeouts, whether you score or don't. That was one option. The next one is you go for the field goal to make them have to score, 2 touchdowns, to beat you. Or you could, go for the touchdown and ice the game. And they chose to try and ice the game. It didn't work out. Kept Utah in the game, but all's well that ends well. And that's, I guess, what matters most, because, you can address the question and talk about it, but you won the game. You did what you had to do. And so, it was an interesting decision. It was well discussed and well described by all the coordinators and Kalani in the days following the game. And, he was saying, hey, 3 scores, 17 points, it's over. Let's go end this thing. So that's what they tried to do. They thought they had a play that would make it work. Didn't turn out. But, again, all's well that ends well. I have no qualms or complaints because the final score is 24-21.
Do you have any concern about an emotional letdown going into this game?
Not after last year. I think last year was a really good lesson for BYU. I think BYU, felt a lot of things by defeating Utah in Salt Lake City last year for the first time as Big 12 competitors. The 9-season streak or the 9-game streak had ended back in 2021. But this one felt a little different. They were kind of on a level playing field now, and let's see how things turn out. And to beat them on their home field, to win it the way they did, it was still another way of BYU showing we're in this thing. We belong here. We're a power conference team. This is what power conference teams do against their rivals. There was a lot of that kind of vindication feeling like this shows us we kind of belong in this deal. And this year, I think you're past that. It's a third straight win over the Utes. It's a home win in a place you're expected to win. And I think maybe as much as they enjoyed last year's game, if the enjoyment went on a little bit too long, if it did at all, that won't be a risk this year. I think this one's totally rear-viewed already, and Iowa State is full focus. I think the emphasis from everybody, social media, to the players and coaches themselves, is moving on. And I think the longer this thing goes in the Big 12, the more it's going to be that. I think wins over Utah will be we're moving on kind of vibe from BYU. And I'll be really curious to see what this next decade looks like, because we saw what a decade plus of P5 versus non-P5 looked like. Let's see what a decade of P4 versus P4 looks like in this rivalry. I'll be really curious to revisit this in a number of years.
Greg, before we jump forward and kind of get into Iowa State and some of the X's and O's, I wanted to get your thoughts off of a tweet that I saw you send out in regards to the field storming. So what are the rules? And BYU is not facing a $50,000 penalty?
No, there will be no fine. There's no sanction. And apart from there being quote-unquote rules, there are procedures that teams are expected to follow that I think are general, in that you want to make sure the PA announcer has made repeated public discouragements, if you will, warnings about the field storm, and then you want to make sure that if people do rush the field, that everyone involved is safe. And so the first thing's kind of preemptive, but then the second, tests your measures. How well prepared are you for the situation? And so if the announcements don't work and the fans, who you can't control all of them, right? If the fans do decide to rush the field, what measures have you taken to make sure that players, coaches, and officials are safe in staying on or leaving the field? And that's where each team's procedures get tested. And they might vary from venue to venue, which is why I say there was not like a rule per se, but whether it was Colorado after the Iowa State game or BYU after the Utah game, BYU, and there was no better witness to it than Brett Yormark. He was at the game. He saw how they're listening to us right now. That was a scary situation. So Arizona State gets fined and sanctioned. BYU does not. Why? Because BYU did it properly, including making announcements before it. So there will be no sanction. There is no fine. It's not automatic, guys. It's not just if the fans come on the field, that's a fine. It's how do you handle it, what's in place, and how do you execute it. If you do it properly, the Big 12 is going to understand and be lenient and understanding. But if things get crazy, we saw the Kansas-Texas Tech field storm a few weeks ago got wild, and there were sanctions there. and reprimands there. So you can do it a right way and a wrong way. But if you handle it properly, you should be okay.
I know you're busy calling a game, but one thing that's really amazed me about BYU over the last several years is the evolution of the game day experience, which was always good, but boy, it seems like it's gotten ramped up to an 11. It's just been a complete and total an experience in which a game happens to go on during that experience. What do you attribute that to?
Well, my bias is natural and completely understandable, but the between third quarter and fourth quarter break is as much fun as you can have in about 3.5 minutes in a football stadium without plays being snapped. And let's note that what BYU does, is around the game and between the quarters. It's the football speaks for itself. It's an outstanding football team and a great venue, but what you can add to it with what the fan experience people have done at BYU is truly remarkable, and it's gained a reputation now as it's a show between the snaps or between the quarters in this case, and you get a lot of visual stimulation, and you've already got the mountains, you've already got the natural visual stimuli, then you get the artificial pyrotechnics and drone shows and fire dancers and just the crowd noise itself, and it's as fun a night or day as you can have at a sporting venue. And our days, our broadcast days, as Hans would tell you, I mean, we're probably there for 10 to 11 hours, and we're on the air for about 8.5 of those hours. And it is as fun as you can have, whether you're doing the job that we do or you're in the stands in Provo. And again, I'm going to obviously fly the flag for BYU high and always be that way. But I think objectively, it's an amazing experience, and you're seeing a lot of national people now. Just canvas social media from guys who are coming from a national perspective, who are either influencers or from national media outlets, and they are all just blown away by what they see in Provo, Utah. It's becoming a bucket list place for a lot of people, Scotty.
Greg, you've called a lot of BYU quarterbacks games over the years, Max Hall, and you go on to Wilson, and you go to Hall, and everybody else in between, just a ton of quarterbacks. When you watch Bear Bachmeier, what stands out to you the most in terms of how he's had so much success, and maybe just what stands out to you as far as Bear Bachmeier, the person, is concerned?
Well, he's clearly a very sharp and cerebral and compassionate and caring and well-composed individual. You get all of that from just chatting with him and the things you see him do in his spare time. He's a special young man and a special quarterback, and you're having to kind of remind yourself that he's a freshman. We don't necessarily think of him that way after 7 games of what he's done, because what rookie looks this way in winning these kinds of games. Now, he doesn't do it alone, but he's the winning quarterback in these games. I think we're looking at something pretty special, Hans. It used to be that you had your junior and senior season to make your mark at BYU. It was rare that you had a chance before you were a sophomore. More freshmen have gotten more chances to play recently in the last few decades than maybe back in the 80s and 90s. But the chance to get in as a true freshman to do what you're doing, as we all talked about before, guys, BYU had never done this. They never opened a season with a true freshman starting at quarterback. So if that's how you go into it, and he's already 7-0, doing what he's doing, putting up the touchdowns he's putting up right now, what awaits him over his the rest of this season and then his sophomore and junior years. If you get 3 years as a starting quarterback at BYU and you're doing the things that he's done already, you are going to be an all-timer at BYU. And that's what we're seeing in Bear Bachmeier.
This defensive coaching staff, I mean, when you look at from obviously Jay Hill, but you look all the way down to Gary Anderson and Chad Kahat and some of the names, it's a who's who of defense here in the state of Utah, whether it's been at Utah State, and now collectively at BYU. You can't have that many quality minds and not have an elite defense. And it really felt like when Jay Hill was hired, it was an emphasis of saying, okay, we're not messing around anymore. We got to get this defense locked down. What is it about Jay Hill and this coaching staff that you feel like has allowed this defense to really take a step from being not a particularly great defense to now being an absolute elite defense, not just in the Big 12, but in the country?
Well, you shouted out a couple of analysts there in Chad Kahaha and Gary Anderson. I want to give pub to the other full-time defensive coaches on the staff, and Kelly Papinga, who's defensive ends. He's a great special teams coordinator, but he's also the DNs coach. Gennaro Guilford, who I know Hans loves talking about, his former teammate and the cornerbacks coach. Justin Enna with the linebackers. Sione Pauha handling the inside guys on the front four. And so that becomes your staff. And, yeah, how can you not be good with that group? I don't know if Gennaro Guilford gets enough credit because that's turned into an area of strength for BYU. You know, and let's also note, too, that Jay is the safeties coach. So between Gennaro and Jay, they get the most responsibility for what happens when the ball's in the air. And, of course, what happens in the front seven affects what happens when the ball's in the air, but those safeties and corners are playing at such a high level right now for BYU. And I think that's been the biggest jump, Scotty and Hans, since Jay came on board, is what he's been able to do in terms of pass defense at BYU. The Cougs are a top 10 team in defensive pass efficiency the last 2 years. And as Iowa State noted in their game notes this week, and I put this out on a post as well, Notre Dame and Texas are the only teams with more INTs than BYU since the Cougars joined the Big 12. Those numbers speak for themselves, I think.
Well, Greg, just give me a couple of thoughts and expectations from Ames. Have you called a game in this stadium? And, you know, we just got off the phone with one of their insiders that said that this game sold out 2 days after the Colorado loss. So give me some of your thoughts of Ames and what BYU fans can maybe expect and some of your expectations.
Well, I know I'm old, Hans, but I'm not that old. They last played in Ames in 1974.
Okay.
So I was 7, all right, when that happened. So, no, I didn't call a game in Ames. Thank you very much.
You were still in the great state or country of Canada.
That I was. I was living in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, unaware of what an Ames, Iowa was, or even a BYU for that matter. Yeah, so no, I've done baseball, I've done basketball, and I've done soccer in Ames, but no football yet. And yeah, they like BYU have sold out their first 4 home games this year. And they, like BYU, have a big building. In fact, these are the 2 biggest venues in the Big 12, right? LaVell Edwards Stadium, number 1, and Jack Trice Stadium, number 2. The Carson Hansen situation. He was concussed a couple of games ago. The word is he could be back. That makes a big difference for Iowa State. Abu Sama is great, and he's a home run threat as a running back. Here's a crazy number, guys. He has 12 rushing touchdowns. Abu Sama does. 6 of his rushing touchdowns, half of them have been 50 yards or more. He's a big play waiting to happen out of the backfield. But the other running back, Carson Hansen, is as important as Abu Sama. And will he play this Saturday? Looking good, but we'll wait for that first availability report tonight to find out. Plus the place kicker, Kyle Conrady. He's missed a few games, and he had a 63-yarder earlier in the year. So we're looking at a couple of key players at different spots on the field that will impact how this game plays out on Saturday, I think. Those corners aren't coming back, though. And Hans brought this up on our postgame show Saturday night. They lose their top 2 corners who accounted for, I think, 13 career picks. And if you watch their video, as I'm sure Hans has done, they're not able to rotate a lot at corner. Those corners play almost every snap. They don't play a ton of guys right now. They rotate the most at linebacker and D-line. The secondary is kind of what you see is what you get. So I'll be curious to see how they look down the stretch, because they're actually a very notoriously strong fourth quarter team. Teams rarely get ahead of or get back in front of Iowa State in the fourth quarter, which actually, as it turns out, guys, has been a strength for BYU this year. 3 of their 4 Big 12 wins have come after trailing in the fourth quarter. So some really remarkable contrasts going on in terms of how strong they are late, how generally strong BYU is late, how maybe not as deep they are right now, and can they go as many snaps. And then I love the Bachmeier and Becht comparison. Although one guy is much more veteran than the other, they are both toughness personified. And I think that's going to be a fun thing to watch, too, on Saturday.
All right, so I'm going to put this in statistical terms, and you can see if you can verify this or not. I'm verifying a claim made by Hans. If we're going caloric consumption per BYU broadcaster, Mitch Juergens is in the lead, according to Hans. Would you verify that?
And second place is not close.
That dude can put it away.
That's what I'm saying, Scotty. Mitch is unbelievable, and his dessert consumption is legendary. Greg, I sit there.
They talk about pound for pound fighters. He's a pound for pound eater. All right, he's the best pound for pound eater I've ever seen. He's about my height. May weigh a little more than me just because he's got more muscle than I do. But he's not a big guy. But he eats like a big guy.
And it's crazy because it feeds into a coal burning furnace, and so his body just instantly absorbs the calories. You can almost see the calories come out of his pores as he's eating it, and you're like, how can somebody consume 3,800 calories in a meal and stand up and look like he could walk into Mr. Olympia? It's bizarre.
He just decided to add marathons to his life just for the heck of it because he could. That's the kind of guy Mitch is. Mitch is already ripped and athletic and doing everything else you'd expect a former wide receiver to do. But he goes, I'll just do marathons too. And so that's
why not?
That's who we're dealing with. That's who we're dealing with. The amazing Mitchell Juergens.
It's a fun team. Greg, excited to see your names. Can't wait for this call.
Yeah, speaking of caloric intake, our spotter, Matt, and I will wait for you and Mitch to get there Friday evening to have a meal together. So I count on that.
Let's do it. Ames finest.
Go.
We'll find it.
It's got to be a good steak out in Ames.
Oh, yeah.
I got to imagine.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And we'll find it.
Thank you, Greg.
Thanks, guys. Have
the great Greg Wrubell right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's crazy. The games that we've called this year are crazy. The comebacks, the big plays. Whether it's a field goal, a 48-yard field goal by Will Farron in regulation just to extend it to overtime, and then getting into double overtime with a great defensive stand, or it's the calls and plays against Utah. I mean, this has been this is my third year calling football games, but I could throw in the 6 years previous of calling bowl games.
Oh, yeah.
I've never called games that are this close, this nail-biting, this fantastic with crazy endings.
Honestly, I don't think I've had a football season that can compare to what you've had, but I've had a basketball season, 2 of them in particular, where just weird things happened almost every game and in the favor of the team I was covering. And at some point, you just kind of put your hands up in the air and be like, all right, I'm just going to sit back and enjoy this ride because it is nuts.
I will say the what the hell just happened year.
Yeah.
It's got to be up there.
Yeah,
was that a Matt Wells or was that?
That was Matt Wells.
Yeah.
That was 2018.
That
got weird.
The true heart attack Aggies.
Yeah.
There were 7 games that were won in the final minute.
What the hell just happened? Good job, Lloyd. Yep.
Was that Colorado State?
It was Colorado State.
So you know how impressive that year was because I remember that year was bonkers. So, yeah, that's got to be close. But this is wild, man.
Yeah. Hans and Scotty, we're live here at Farmers Insurance. Mason's hanging out with us. Mason, there's so many things you can do. We've talked about auto and home insurance a lot, but let's not overlook commercial. You guys can certainly help out in a big way there.
Yep, absolutely. So that's something we specialize in as well as business insurance. And so for all those business owners who might be listening, if it's been a second that you've pulled out your policy, let's review it. Let's see if we can help you out in any way. Make sure you're insured correctly. That's something that we do quite a bit as well as workers' comp. So definitely can help you out in those 2 areas.
And life insurance as well.
Absolutely. That's something probably most important is the life insurance. So make sure that you have a policy outside of work that you're 100% control of. That's something we recommend all the time to our clients. And want to make sure that if something were to happen, that you're protecting your family financially.
There's and we talked about this earlier in the show, but I think that everybody wants a guy. You want a car guy. You want a, just a guy that, a plumber, the guy that, like, if something goes wrong, you're like, okay, I know I got this guy on my phone. I'm going to be okay. And Mason wants to be your insurance guy because you can go with some crazy national service, but when you need that call, at 7 o'clock at night because your kid just, ran off the road or did something stupid with the vehicle and you need help, you want to be able to call and have that human contact with somebody, and you're here to help.
Absolutely. And yeah, we're a one-shop stop where we do the auto, we do the home, we do the business, we do the life insurance. We have over 600 5-star Google reviews, so that's something that we take pride is like, you don't get that unless you treat your clients well. And so we definitely want to be that guy for for Davis County, Salt Lake County, give us a shot. We'd be more than happy to help any way we can.
For me, it's always the bottom line for me.
Yeah.
If I can decrease the amount that I pay and keep the same product, why wouldn't I check that out? That's what I really want to express to all of our listeners. Just call. There's no pressure. They're not going to be like, oh, you have to go with this. There's no pressure. It's like, oh, what are you currently paying? What vehicles do you have? What's your driving history? Okay, well, let's look at it. All right, well, we can save you $120 a month on these two vehicles. Whatever it is, why not? You owe it to yourself. See if I can just save $100 a month. Just call Farmers and check. And you're going to get – do we still have some available? Are they gone? The movie tickets?
I think they're gone.
They're gone.
Oh, wow.
All right.
It went by quick.
You know what? We got 5 more.
5 more?
Let's do it.
Nice. Alex gave it the green light. When the
Okay.
boss says give it go, then it's time to go.
$20 to a restaurant of your choice.
Yep.
And $10 to the Megaplex.
Yep, just
So,
for calling in.
It's a date night.
Absolutely.
Call in and get the quote.
What's that number to call?
It's 801-683-3668. And you can call or text that number. We're happy to help out any way we can.
And you can also just come on by here as well. Grab yourself some Bar W beef. Incredible prices on this beef. Free hot dogs. And these are Bar W dogs. These are the real deal. And Jen's over there on the grill. She has not left that grill for the last 2.5 hours. And she is firing up all these dogs ready to go for you. It's Farmers Insurance in Bountiful, 106 West, 500 South. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The rivalry game may be over, but Big 12 play continues on for Kyle Whittingham and the Utes as they welcome in Coach Prime and Colorado to Rice-Eccles Stadium. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Hey Utah, think about the water in your home. Is it as good as it could be? Hi, this is the water boy, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Here at Culligan, our roots run deep. My grandfather started with Culligan over 5 decades ago, and that commitment to quality and service is stronger than ever. We understand Utah water, and we have the top-rated water filtration technology to make a real difference in your daily life. Imagine softer skin, longer-lasting appliances, and water that tastes truly refreshing. That's the Culligan promise. Maybe you're wondering about your current water system. Does it even work? We're offering free water tests for all makes and models. Just call us at 801-509-9602 or visit us online at culliganslc.com to schedule your free water test. And for a limited time, you can experience the Culligan difference and save. Receive $1,000 off a new Culligan water filtration system, plus enjoy the convenience of free salt delivery for a full year. Call 801-509-9602 or online at culliganslc.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. There were two similar manufacturing plants, two plant managers. To increase quality, one set out to enforce the rules so there would be no more mistakes. The other set out to create processes where everyone could learn from their mistakes. The first manager stood above, the second stood within. Over time, the second manager had much better results. Collaborative, continuous improvement that leverages learning is why cars and planes are safer, electronics are more reliable, surgeries are more successful. Learning how to improve is what makes USU's Huntsman School world-class. The internationally known Shingo Institute and the MBA program, both at Utah State University, have teamed up with a powerful degree that teaches MBA skills, continuous improvement, and organizational excellence. Consider a Shingo MBA. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
The Utes get set for a battle against Coach Prime in the Buffalo. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is your Cougar preview show, brought to you in part by Kenny J's Barbecue. Get the best barbecue at Kenny J's Barbecue, and they'll cater your event. That's right. You got a wedding, you got a holiday party, family get-together, whatever the case might be. Go to KennyJBBQ.com, 10% off your first catering order. That menu is available for you at KennyJBBQ.com, and make sure to check it out in person in the district in South Jordan. I was just talking to somebody who was listening to you break down your list of players on the defensive side, and I wanted to know where Tanner Wall would be in that mix.
Tanner Wall's actually down the list because
you expected a lot out of him.
I had high expectations for Tanner. I expected Tanner to be a leader. I expected him to be in the top 3 in tackles, top 2 in interceptions. I expected him to be the vocal leader, kind of the heart and soul of this team. So my expectation, for him to even meet my expectations, would be extremely difficult. It's the same with Jack Kelly, same with Glasgow.
Yeah.
So I want people to understand, the list that I went through was not MVPs.
Nope.
The list that I went through was biggest surprises or guys that have exceeded my expectations of them. So that's kind of what Scotty and I went through in the first. Was it the first segment out of the second segment out of the gates?
Yeah.
That's kind of what Scotty and I went through. And just to kind of reiterate, Bear Bachmeier is the number 1 on the offensive side of the ball. Falatal Satawala is number 1 on the defensive side of the ball for guys that just completely blew away, have exceeded expectations. Really didn't know either one of their names before this season got started. And both of them are primary to the win and loss category.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And if you forced me to rank those two, that's tough. But if you forced me to rank those two, I'm going to give Bear the margin by just...
It's not a sizable margin.
No, and people are going to be like, what are you talking about? Bear has been the full existence. No, Bear has not been the existence. Bear has lived and thrived inside of the world that Aaron Roderick has built for him.
Yeah.
People need to understand that. As long as Bear stays inside the world that Aaron Roderick built for him, he's okay. He's comfy. He's cozy. He's rewarded. He's happy. If he gets outside of that world and he's like, oh, no, man, I can hit that slow go. I don't care. The safety's over the top. They got cover 2. They're bracketing Chase. I could still hit this.
I can drop it in that bucket.
Then you're going to see interception rates go up. If he's like, no, are you kidding me? Yeah, they're keeping their linebackers shallow and they've got a spy, but I could still hit this off the edge for 4 yards in the first down. He's going to get cracked. He lives and thrives inside the world that Roderick created. Give it to L.J. Martin, be good on the mesh points, make dang good and sure that the linebacker or edge is collapsing on L.J. before you pull out of the belly. If it's an RPO, make dang good and sure that you're running the RPO into a 5-man rush and a press man coverage where you've got that tight end he's got a drag man-on-man defender that's 3 yards behind him, and then it's easy. Like this world is easy when you stay inside what I ask you to do.
You know, that reminds me, you go back to when they named Bear Bachmeier the starter and in camp and everybody was losing their mind about it, myself included, honestly. And Aaron Roderick went to the media and was asked about it. He's like, hey, look what we did with Jaron Hall. Look what we did with Zach Wilson. Look what we've done with quarterbacks here. We've had success. We have a system. We know how to coach these guys up. We're going to be okay. Like, his level of concern was zero.
Yeah.
Zero. And I think all of us were like, wait a minute, man, this is a true freshman. But he's like, look, we have something built here. If, as you mentioned, he stays within the system, he does what's asked of him, we're going to be just fine.
You know what I think that nobody's really talked about? Nobody talks about it. We all just don't talk about it. I think that going into this 3-man quarterback race with Bourget, Hillstead, and Bachmeier, I think Roderick was looking at it like, who's just going to stay inside what I want them to do?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Who's going to do what I want them to do? And who's going to try to be the hero? Because I don't need a hero. I just need a guy that is going to do what I need them to do. And I think Bachmeier, in young, impressionable mind, with a very capable body at 6'2", 220 pounds, was like, yeah, I'll do it. I remember I got an opportunity to go to some of the media observation opportunities at BYU. I watched him. He dealt out, and he dealt right to the superstars. He would hit Carson Ryan time and time again. It looked just like it looked in the games now. That's what the team period looked like. I'm going to hit down to Parker Kingston. I'm going to hit down to Carson Ryan. If I get a split second, then I'll throw over the top to Chase Roberts. But other than that, I'm giving it to L.J. Martin, either in the handoff, in the mesh, or I'm going to drop it off to him in the flats. That's all this offense is. I mean, tell me anything outside of what I just told you.
There's nothing.
That's it.
Yeah, it's not overly complicated.
No, so it's like just stay in this pocket. And if you do that, then it makes defenses gamble. Okay, we're going to make sure that we take that football out of his hands. Well, Utah did that through the first half. Utah did that through large portions until you came to a 4th and 1 and Bear had a keeper for a nice first down. Until the game's on the line, and I can't remember what the down distance was. Was it 3rd and 10 when he went for the touchdown?
The quarterback draw? Yeah, it was 3rd and 10.
3rd and 10?
Yeah.
So you get into 3rd and 10, and it was like, Utah, remember what the game plan was the first half? Oh, you've already forgotten it. Well, there goes Bear.
Yeah.
And here's what's crazy. I've got a lot of respect for the defensive coordinators that I've called these games for, the last 7 opponent defensive coordinators, especially the one from last week in Morgan Scalley. Bear Bachmeier's made them all look dumb. And I'm careful with the word dumb. Yeah. I'm really careful with the word dumb. He has beat their scheme.
Yeah.
Because every one of the 7, their scheme is, let's hammer the true freshman. We'll get after the true freshman. We'll get the ball out of his hands. We'll hit him hard. What does he do? He jumps over the hits.
Yeah.
He takes the hits and drops them on the floor and keeps running. Through 7 games, it's not a one-off.
Yeah.
Utah fans, what you saw on Saturday, it's what he did against Arizona. It's what he did against Colorado. It's the same thing that he's been doing all year long. So it's not – he's making defensive coordinators probably second-guess their scheme and their occupation. Like, what? He's 18, 19?
Yeah.
He's 19.
Benny's a hell of a defender. Benny's a hell of a tackler, and he dragged him into the end zone.
And he jumped him.
Yeah.
I think Benny was the one he jumped too, wasn't it?
I think so, yeah. Yep.
So he's either dragging Benny or jumping Benny, and Benny is a tremendous player.
Yeah.
So it's mind-boggling to me to watch him do what he's doing, but I also am very aware of what he's doing. Oh, look at this. Man, you just don't see those walking around
Look
town
at an
much
old
anymore.
school 72 Blaze jersey.
An old Olsen Blaze jersey. You don't see them. You don't see those very often. But I also am very aware with what's being done. I'm pretty good at football. And when I watched BYU's offense, it's not difficult. But it's impossible to defend against.
Well, it's like
when you do it right.
Yeah, it's like the old Stockton to Malone pick and roll. You knew it was coming.
Yeah.
There was no surprise. You put Jerry Sloan put the C up in the air, and you knew what was coming.
But you're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't.
But stopping it is a whole other thing.
It's a whole other thing.
Yeah.
And that's what this offense is. And I continue to wonder, is there going to be a defensive coordinator that goes, okay, here's our priorities. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Number 1, get the ball out of Bears' hands. Number 2, stop the run gaps. Number 3, force Bear to throw. Number 4, cover Chase Roberts. Like, can you do 1, 2, and 3, and 4? Well, I've seen defenses try it. But they can do one okay, but they forget the other for a minute, and somehow Roderick finds the wrinkles in the other that they're missing and exploits them on them. And by the way, if people are out there like, oh, why would you expose their offense? Oh, don't. Why would you say that publicly? Why would you give them the defense? If you think for 5 seconds, I have even a quarter of the brain of a defensive coordinator that's making $1.8 million and spends every waking minute of their life trying to figure out how to discomfort a true freshman, you're out of your freaking mind. I make pennies to sit here and talk on a radio and call a football game, so don't be like, hey, you're giving away a game. Are you kidding me?
Hey, if you're able to break down that game plan better than a defensive coordinator, I will be your agent, and I will get you a DC job somewhere.
Thank you. Thank you.
But just give me 5%.
Yeah, I would make less as a defensive coordinator as I would a radio personality. And that's slim pickings.
Bart's hanging out with us. We're live here in Bountiful, the Farmers Insurance, the Bar WB pop-up. And we have had so many listeners come by, grab a box, grab a couple boxes, grab 5 boxes of this great Bar W beef. A lot of people think, okay, Nephi, and they're thinking, okay, mom and pop organization, which it's got that feel to it. But once you go inside those facilities of Bar W beef,
it is not that.
It is high tech. It is just incredible the amount of technology that you go through to make sure, like when we're going through that dry age room, every one of those cattle looked the same that were hanging.
Yeah.
They looked exactly the same because the amount of science that goes in to make sure that the food rations and everything else produces the best beef possible.
I appreciate you saying that, because that's one thing we pride ourselves when we started this at Bar W was, I mean, we've had the cattle side since the 80s, but then when we shifted and moved to the next phase, which was we need to control the process from start to finish, especially, we all know what happened a few years ago going through the pandemic and the supply with meat that happened. We've got to be able to control that, and when the right family wants to do something, they do something the right way. No pun intended.
That's so cool.
And that's exactly what we did. And, Corey teaming up with Jeremy to be able to build the state-of-the-art processing facility in Nephi, Utah. If you haven't seen it or you want to see it, we'll open the doors. We're transparent. We're not hiding anything. We want to show that thing off because, yes, that the coolers in that facility, the dry aging cooler is state-of-the-art, unbelievable, and that's what we pride ourselves in, from the consistency to every single one of our cattle. And we got 10,000 head of cattle on all of our different ranches here in Utah, and when they come into our facility, they all look exactly the same. They taste exactly the same, and the marbling on them is next.
Oh yeah,
it's so good.
Yeah.
Explain to people what these cows' lives are like.
Yeah.
Because they've got a good life. These guys aren't hanging in a pen
no.
their whole life.
No. They have the most beautiful ranch that they spend a majority of their life on up on Indian Head, which is our ranch, where a majority of them, summer, and then before they're brought down for the winter, which I said earlier, we're in the process this week,
bringing them
and
down.
Today is the last day of them bringing them down. But they have a beautiful 30,000 acre ranch that they just get to go and graze on, and have the whole corner of that ranch to themselves.
So great.
And that's where they mature, that's where they grow, that's where they get fat before they come down to our facility. And no expense is spared for them. I mean, we give them the best treatment that we can, because that we want to make sure that they are treated the most humane and have humane way possible, and they have everything they need, because cattle are our lifeblood. They are everything to us, and from when they're born to when they go through our facility, and then they hit our retail shelves and our plate.
Like I've said, they only have one bad day in their life.
Yes, they do.
Other than that, it's awesome.
And at our facility, it's not that bad.
No,
it's not.
they don't really know.
It's incredibly clean.
Oh yeah, and humane. 106 West, 500 South, the Farmers Insurance here in Bountiful. That's the pop-up location. Now, we still got the dogs going. We're going to wrap things up around 3 o'clock.
I will say the sirloin is sold out.
Are you serious?
Yes. It went about 30 minutes ago. So, but we marked the price down on our New Yorks to compensate.
Did you really?
Yes. So you can get that box of New Yorks for $130 for the next, I guess, 10 minutes. So
get on down here. We're in Bountiful. Farmers Insurance, 106 West, 500 South, the Bar W Beef pop-up right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall makes his return to Albuquerque as the Aggies hit the road for a battle against the New Mexico Lobos. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch all the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday at noon on 1280 a.m. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, so you need a little bit of energy. You need a little bit of go in your mornings. How about the pre-workout from Bucked Up at buckedup.com? Right now at buckedup.com, you're going to get 20% off your order. All you got to do is use promo code ZONE at buckedup.com. Promo code ZONE is going to get you 20% off that order. And that includes everything from their amazing and delicious proteins to their great creatines. Their creatines are great. And there's a bunch of different options on creatine. So you can get that amazing creatine. You can get the pre-workouts. Look, Scotty and I are both hooked on it. I want you to try it. It's called Woke AF. It is delicious, and it will absolutely give you the energy that you need just to get through your workout, get that extra mile in your run, get the extra 2 reps in your bench press, really start to help you build that squat. But I just love their products. And they've been so good to Scotty and I, but we need you to go out there and find their product and find how much you love it. From their great energy drinks to their protein drinks that we love, to all of their powders and their vitamin packs, 20% off by using promo code ZONE at buckedup.com.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
The Garden Restaurant, Salt Lake's best lunch spot. Healthy, hearty, light, fresh, customizable, and very craveable. Dine in or order out. The Garden is open weekdays 11 to 3, soon with extended hours. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. The Aggies head to New Mexico for a battle against the Lobos. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Had an absolute blast here today, Hans. Wrapping up the Cougar preview show, Ute preview show with Frank Dolce coming up tomorrow, and then Football Friday with Alema Harrington and Ron McBride.
Well, the way the roster works out, the matchups, the way some of the numbers work out when you just take a look at, all the statistical categories from total offense, total defense, your rushing, passing, defense, and offense, third downs, your scoring offense and defense. When you just take a look at everything and you look at the rosters and then you look at the last 2 weeks where they scored 17 on Colorado and they scored 30 on Cincinnati, BYU's just got a better defense. So, you put that score somewhere around 10 to 14 for Iowa State. And you look at Cincinnati putting up 38, Colorado putting up 24, you start to look at, let's say, BYU's 27. So let's say you're 27-14, and you're looking at a 2-score win. It really, statistically, roster, numbers, health, coaching, current position, national recognition, everything kind of says potentially a 2-touchdown win.
Yeah. Greg didn't seem to think it would be an issue. Are you concerned about the emotional letdown? I am. I just think
until I see them guard against it, I am.
Yeah.
Now, we did go back to the 2021 win. They beat Utah second week in the season, and then they played Arizona State the following week.
And won that game.
And they beat Arizona State after that rivalry game. So I know Kalani's done it, but we know both these teams seem to struggle the week after this rivalry game. Last year they both lost after the rivalry game. So until I see it, I am nervous about it. Yeah.
All right, wrapping things up. Mason's with us. We've been live here at Farmers Insurance. And, Mason, all you got to do is just call. We still got a couple more, I think, of the spots available. Alex was kind enough to give you 5 more.
Yeah.
So you can have dinner and a movie if you call right now and just get a quote on whatever insurance you need. Commercial, auto, home, life, you've got it covered.
Exactly. Yep. Call or text us. We make it easy for you. Our number is just 801-683-3668. And just happy to help out in any way that we can. So
it's really that simple. And look, whether it's through you or whether you need to find somebody else to go through, you're going to do your best to save people money.
Yep, absolutely. We really care about the client, and so we'll take the time to explain coverages, explain deductibles, and find the best option for you. So
and the personal service too. I mean, you want somebody local, you want somebody you can talk to, and you're going to provide that here.
Absolutely. Yep. We definitely care about our clients, and someone that's part of the community, that cares about the community, has grown up here, and happy to help.
Let's do it. It's all right here at Farmers Insurance.
If your current provider has jacked up rates on you and you see them climbing and you're just ticked off, don't think you owe them anything. You don't owe them anything.
No, you don't.
Just you owe yourself just to call Farmers and check it out and take advantage of this free date night that they're offering.
So, next few people to call. The number again?
801-683-3668.
All you have to do is get a quote, and Mason will get you taken care of, and you got dinner and a movie, your restaurant of choice, and a Megaplex gift card just for calling. It's been a blast. Thanks for letting us hang out here.
Oh, thank you
and
so much.
invade your parking lot, too.
No, thank you. Anytime.
Farmers Insurance in Bountiful, 106 West, 500 South. We'll be back with you tomorrow for the Ute preview show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox
with the KSL Sports Newsletter.
From the Jazz,
Utah Hockey Club,
BYU,
Utah,
Real Salt Lake, and more.
Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah.
Visit KSLSports.com to sign up
for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Hockey fans,
let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum.
Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com
to connect with the team,
other fans,
and our KSL Sports insiders.
Start chatting today
in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum
on KSLSports.com.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
It might only be October, but Utah is getting ready for a brand new immersive holiday tradition in South Jordan. Step into the magic and holiday lights at the ballpark at America First Square, sponsored by Mickey Couture. A walk through Winter Wonderland like no other. Dazzling lights, festive music, and family fun for all ages starting November 14th. Reserve your tickets now at the ballpark at afs.com. Make this season unforgettable by celebrating Utah's newest holiday tradition. Holiday lights at the ballpark.
Attention high schoolers, are you ready to power up your future? The Hercules Scholarship Competition is officially open, now through November 1st. You can win up to $2,000 towards your tuition. It's simple. Fill out the application, answer one essay question, submit before November 1st. Don't miss your chance to invest in your future. Apply today at HerculesCU.com for your Hercules Scholarship and make your education unstoppable. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Don't touch that button. Check this out.
He is the general manager of the Utah Mammoth, Bill Armstrong. Dylan Gunther leads the league in game-winning goals. He's got 8 going back to last February. He's just got a knack for being in the right place at the right time. Is that just playing the game and having experience, or is it just instinctual? Where does that come from?
You don't teach a baby shark how to bite. They just know how to bite, and he knows how to score goals, and he's been doing it since he came out of the womb. Scored Team Canada's OT winner to win a world championship, and it's not by accident. He's got an incredible shot that he can get off quick. He can really shoot it. He's deadly accurate with it. He's been a blessing for our organization just because he wants the puck in the big game and he wants to make the big play and score the big goal.
It's Hans and Scotty, weekdays from noon to 3, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You do countless things without a second thought to protect your family and home. Every time you're in the car, you buckle your seatbelt. Before the next load of laundry, you remove the dryer lint. When you head out, you always lock your doors. And one simple task, done far less often, can protect your family and home this winter. Schedule a furnace inspection by a certified heating contractor to check for safety and efficiency. A friendly reminder from Enbridge Gas.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and we're extending our free furnace sale. We still have a few more open spots we're trying to fill on our schedule. Just to recap how the sale works, when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. About $400. The furnace is free, you just pay the labor. Call Any Hour Services and schedule your free estimate today. 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes 1 slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome on in. It's JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen, thanks for being with us. We are outside Delta Center. It is the home opener. It is the season opener for the Utah Jazz tonight, taking on the Los Angeles Clippers. And I knew that the jersey swap was coming. We knew that the jersey swap was going to be a thing. We knew it was going to be exciting. I had no idea we were going to wrap around the whole dadgum building for the jersey swap of 2025, 2026, JJ.
I love Jazz fans, and this is awesome. I hate to tell somebody that's in line at number 501.
Oh,
they're
no.
only swapping the first 500 jerseys.
Oh, no.
And 501's going to be disappointing.
All right, how many? I'm going to do a quick poll here.
This is definitely 500 or more long, which is awesome.
Stone, let's turn this PA up just a touch because I want to get kind of a little bit of an informal poll here. Who's got a Donovan Mitchell jersey? Who's handing it back today right here in line? Got a lot of there.
Oh, that's a lot.
Who's got anybody with a Royce O'Neal? Any Royce O'Neals out there? We got a Royce. We got one Royce O'Neal right here. Look at that. Anybody? If you're handing back a current player, you're in trouble. You're going to be in huge trouble.
Unless it's one of the highlighter jerseys.
Oh no! Oh, Derek Fisher. Yeah, get that thing out of here.
He lied to 2 teams to get out of the contract.
Yes, I told you. I want to see. Let Darren Williams. Or no, you can't hand back a Cody Williams jersey of this year.
That's a black one too.
How dare you? You can't do that. Oh, Royce O'Neal with the white. Who's handing back the highlighter black or yellow or white jerseys today? Anybody?
Yeah, burn those things.
Oh, yeah. Listen, and that's a Walker Kessler one? Yeah, you're out. What's that one going to get traded for, though? What are you going to do that one? Are you going to go? We got some Colin Sextons that are going back today. Everybody's in there. Who's going to be swapping for an Ace
Jordan
Bailey
Clarkson.
jersey today? Who's swapping? Yeah, we got a lot of people in line for the Ace Bailey jerseys. This is a phenomenal moment right
Is that
here.
a Karl Malone?
You can't hand back a Karl Malone. How dare this guy's giving back a purple. Karl
Somebody
Malone
will probably
jersey.
buy that from you in the line right
You're
now.
wearing a Derek Favors one and you're keeping it? Wow. Wow, and it's even the forest green.
Hey,
it's
love
signed.
D-Fave.
It's
Love
signed.
D-Fave.
Okay, all right. There's a lot of listen. This is phenomenal.
Hey, I noticed there's no Gordon Hayward jerseys.
No Haywards. Those were burned years ago.
They already got rid
They
of
were
those.
burned years ago. Perfect. Jazz fans in line for the jersey swap, and also who's excited for year 2025, 2026 with this young team? Let's go. Let's hear it. Come on, let's go. All right. Opening night, Jazz versus Clippers. And it's a fun one for us because we're outside Delta Center all day today as we get you ready for Jazz tipping off against the Clippers tonight. The party's already started up on the plaza here. We've got games and things for you to play. But, JJ, yeah, we were saying there's some deep cuts out here of some people who are – it's the best because fandoms – like, how do you explain fandom? You know what I mean? Like I said, the guy who's trading in the purple Karl Malone jersey. And that's a nice one, too.
I want that.
And he
Probably wouldn't
wears
fit me, but I want that.
He's wearing the forest green Derek Favors jersey and says, "I'm getting rid of Karl Malone out of my life." This is a pretty darn cool thing, though. And I was asking you how it works. Does it just say swap over, like full on?
I think it's a true swap. Yeah.
That's a pretty darn cool thing.
Which is
doing
great.
there.
It's great that Jazz are doing it. First 500, it's a true swap. So if you're not here yet, it's probably too late.
I mean, I don't want to count.
The line is long.
I don't want to count the first 500 here, but I do feel like there's a good chunk of people going around the building there that have no idea. They're 500 through 1,014, and they had no idea that it was just going to be for the first 500. Maybe they know, and they're just rolling the dice that somebody's going to. There are people camped out here, though. There's camp chairs.
Isn't that crazy?
I think, we got people getting DoorDashes delivered right here to the plaza. So
Jazz fans are the best.
This is the way we do it, man. We've got lots to go today as we get you ready for Jazz versus Clippers tonight on the opening night. We've got tons to get into. Who's this band out here on the Dadgum Plaza out here, too?
Pretty sure that's Backstreet Boys. They're back.
They are back. You had no idea. There's something that goes on with a moment like this, though, because say what you will about this team and what they're going to be this year, and there's a lot to be said about what they are or are not going to be this year. And I think that we assume that because it's going to be – we already know that you're in for some pain this year when it comes to the win and loss column, but I think people got just enough of some juice of what Ace Bailey delivered in that preseason. And some of these guys who Walt Clayton Jr.'s in the preseason, what Flip could do when he turned things what
Summer
he did this
League
summer.
MVP.
Yeah, and what you saw obviously out of some of the guys that you're waiting to see turn around as well. What will Cody Williams do year two? It's an exciting deal to have this youth movement on top of some of the guys that they brought in. Your George Niangs and your Kyle Andersons that you're hoping are going to influence this team in the locker room for good. And I'm excited. We kind of do this thing where we roll our eyes and go, oh, man. But then when the season actually hits us, we go, oh, yeah, no, this is going to be good. And you're wearing the purple tie appropriately. Good for you.
This is the new mountain blue and the purple.
There you go.
I'm on point today with my colors.
Fantastic. We've got lots going on today. We're going to get going here with the program, with the cut, as we usually do. Let's get going with some college football talk to start things off here, as the Big 12 is obviously in a weird moment right now where nobody is deciding to be the clear and absolute leader in that conference. You've got BYU and Cincinnati, the only undefeateds right now in conference play, and then you have all these teams behind them that I think we look at and go, yeah, it could be very well somebody else 2 or 3 down the chart who could end up with that Big 12 championship this year. Let's jump in here with the cut, top of the program.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program. And George Michael's Careless Whisper also bringing you this portion of the program.
We went from Backstreet Boys to Careless Whisper.
Hey, listen. The tough thing is I know every lyric of this song, and I'm having a really hard time not singing along. I don't want to, but I'm not going to.
You got a job.
I'm not going to do it. I got to get going on this radio.
Focus.
So, Mitch Harper and I did our usual 1st and 12 last night on KSL News Radio, our Big 12 program that we break down the Big 12 and just kind of where it's at. And it's hard to imagine this conference. It's hard to imagine this conference looking like this at the end of the year in terms of the standings. 3 teams at 1 loss, 4 teams at 2 losses, 2 teams at no losses. I mean, it's an absolute train wreck right now. Now, all these teams are going to end up playing each other, basically. Most of them are going to end up playing one another and facing off. One of the most difficult schedules in Big 12 play the rest of the way is BYU. And I think that there are a lot of folks who go, yeah, you know what? I don't feel great about this BYU team going undefeated the rest of the way in conference play. What is it going to take to win this conference, Jeremiah Jensen?
The team with only one loss will probably win it. Well, let's. I'm not going to go to win it. That's going to come down to one game. To get to the Big 12 championship game, which is the goal, I think that this year one loss will get you in. So BYU right now has put themselves in a great position. They already have wins over Utah. They went to Colorado, got a win. They won at Arizona. They've won some tough road games. They're in a great position right now at 7-0. There's only two teams that are undefeated in conference play. It's BYU and Cincinnati. Go figure. I don't think we guessed that would be the case when the season started.
Absolutely not.
But they got one game up on teams we really believe were contenders in Arizona State and Texas Tech. So BYU's in a great position. They don't play Arizona State. They do play Texas Tech and Lubbock. And we're looking at the schedule. It's like, I would not be surprised if BYU goes down there and it doesn't work out for them, okay? But that's okay if it doesn't. You're still in position. The chances of Cincinnati going undefeated for the rest of the way, slim to none. Plus, BYU gets to face Cincinnati. Yes, it's in Cincinnati, but they get a chance at this point to control their own destiny in this conference race. Nobody else can say that outside of Cincinnati, because if Cincinnati wins out or they win out, they're in the Big 12 championship game. They're in a great position. So they have that. They don't have that massive pressure each and every week of we have to win or else. We have to win or else. They can just focus on what they do. They put themselves in that position where they don't have to deal with that kind of pressure. And they don't have to have that kind of pressure on their freshman quarterback. But pressure doesn't seem to bother him at all. He's been cool, calm, and collected, and has had no trouble dealing with those kind of expectations and pressure, because each and every week that he has success, the pressure builds. The expectations go up, and he seems unfazed by it. So I think BYU's in a great position right now. It's a wide-open race. It really is. Texas Tech's loss to Arizona State opened everything up, because Texas Tech looked like the team that was going to run the table in this conference after that dominant performance against Utah and the dominant performances that followed. But they had one of their key players on the defensive line go out with a season-ending knee injury. They had Baron Morton go down with an injury. And they look still like the team to beat to me.
Yeah.
But going to Arizona State and losing that game at the end and not really playing well for the first three quarters shows that this conference could be won by anybody. And why not BYU? Why not the Cougars? They put themselves in a great position.
I'm looking at this, and part of the reason we had this discussion is because it's an article with CBS Sports kind of brought up how this race has been reset with 100%. Arizona State beating that Texas Tech team there. The thing is that I think that there was kind of that wiggle room of the one loss you could take in conference somewhere, and Texas Tech has taken it already, and that's interesting to me. BYU could very well lose another one. You know what I mean? Like, and look, Utah has 2 losses in conference play. They're 2-2. The rest of the way looks like they would be able to beat. Like, they get Cincinnati and Salt Lake, right? They've already played Texas Tech. They've already played BYU. They're going to play Colorado this weekend. They already beat up Arizona State. David Locke here to swap his jersey. Did you see the guy with the Karl Malone jersey? And he's wearing the Favors one and keeping it.
And it's a purple Karl Malone.
No, but I can still hear you. I'm gonna turn you up here so you can hear. So go ahead.
Hassan Whiteside jersey.
Yes,
perfect. A Devin Harris jersey.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Trey Burke was obvious. I've walked through the line, and, there are some legendary.
Oh, I know.
You didn't even know these guys played for the Jazz jerseys.
But those are fun jerseys to have, right? I would love to have some of those.
I think we actually should have organized people based on their jersey. Like the guy with the one Kelly Olynyk jersey, who's the only person that ever bought a Kelly Olynyk jersey ever.
Yeah.
He should be able to go
front
first.
Of the line.
100%.
And then, the guy in the Al Jefferson jersey who still has the that guy gets his own line.
Yes.
That's how we should have done this.
I agree with that. If there's a guy at the front of the line with a Cody Williams jersey, he's ready to
you got to go to the back.
No way.
You got to go to the back.
No way.
It's a black Cody Williams jersey. It's beautiful.
But he wants the white ones because the white ones are so
They
sick.
are cool.
Right,
David Locke out there in the plaza tonight. Already, he's going through too. He's going. I want to see how this jersey swap goes. Where were we, JJ? Where were we talking about? Big 12 action? Is that what we're talking
It's
about?
all wide open.
Yes,
Yes, it's
it.
wide open. The race is wide open. The Texas Tech loss has changed everything, and it's going to make for a very interesting race down the stretch. Now, I'm gonna throw this out there. I actually think that the Texas Tech loss is bad for the conference overall.
Oh,
Texas
for
Tech
sure.
losing is bad for the conference overall because they need a team. Well, maybe unless BYU picks up the flag and runs the table. BYU could do that if BYU runs the table because the Big 12 needs 2 teams in the playoff this year. I don't care who it is. This is a wide-open playoff this year. The SEC's beating up on each other. Miami just lost to Louisville. They're not anything special. The Big 10 is okay. I mean, Ohio State looks like the team to beat right now. Indiana's been impressive. Oregon's good. But there's not those surefire, these are the dominant. It's not like 10 years ago when Clemson and Alabama and Georgia were going to be in the playoff, and then they throw in whatever random 4th team would make it. This is a year where the Big 12 can emerge, get 2 teams in the playoff, and not just get in, but make some noise. And Texas Tech losing knocked a team down a peg, and it's giving the committee an excuse to not put 2 in. It's like, oh, here you guys go again, beating up on each other. There's not an outstanding team in this conference unless BYU can continue on this trajectory and be that team, and then hopefully another team can join them. But if these other teams continue to beat up on themselves, they won't have somebody joining them. You need 2 teams in this year.
Yeah, what it's done is it's opened the door for, instead of there being – you're going to get at least a 1-loss team in the conference championship as the number 1. Like, you're not – I don't think any of these teams
No,
stand
it's impossible because Cincinnati and BYU play each other. So there's going to be a 1-loss team at least in the Big 12 championship game. And it's likely that there's going to be a team with
2 losses. I think
one
it's going
or
to be
2
one.
losses.
I think one is going to be the
what
top.
happened last year.
Yeah, I think
you had 2 losses. 2-loss teams in that championship.
Yeah, and
game.
I think that you are able to win this conference with the 1 loss in the regular season and go to the conference championship game. I think the likelihood is we're going to see something very similar to last year, which is a bunch of 7-2 teams having to do that weird tie break, which is never fun. But you make your own destiny. I mean, listen, Utah fans know this very well from the Pac-12 too. What was the tiebreak? It was the dumbest tiebreak in the world that they ended up winning back in 22 to be able to play USC in the conference championship game. And then what did they do? Win by 3 touchdowns in the conference championship game.
And they were champions.
USC.
It didn't matter.
As long as you get there, just get there.
It's great for the team that wins the whole thing. It's not great for the conference because they have to get 2 teams in this year, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I think that that's the case. You're going to see it's hard because I'm telling you right now, Brett Yormark has to every season. I had this discussion with Mitch Harper. Is like Brett Yormark has to say every year, this is a ton of drama in this conference. What a lot of parity. Now on the basketball side of things, he's at media day yesterday going, this is the best conference top to bottom of any conference out there. This is the standard bearer, and you can make that argument. The SEC obviously with 14 teams in the NCAA tournament last year, they go, no, look, we're the basketball tournament. But it's funny that a conference that gets its kudos, gets its bona fides from the basketball side, still has all this work to do on the football side because of just pure marketing.
Yep.
And the fact that you also – listen, how many teams have won the national championship in this conference? Do you know that? Do you remember?
Well, BYU in 1984.
And?
Colorado.
1990 Colorado. Perfect.
Okay, so they were the last team
and
to
by
do
the
it.
way, nobody's going to look at this conference and go, well, yeah, the people who carry the standard BYU and Colorado. Now, BYU would like to. I don't think anybody in their right mind thinks that Colorado will ever be that team that will carry that
The
that
Big 12
standard
needs
for
a
time.
national champion in the 21st century.
But unfortunately, you kind of need multiple.
Right.
You need to be able to have the ability to say, hey.
Because the Big 10 and the SEC and even the ACC,
And even the ACC
can brag about that.
That's exactly right. And even if you're in the ACC and you're Florida State, you can live off of some of those laurels that you've had in the past of, hey, man, we're Florida State. Remember Bobby Bowden? Hey, man, we're Miami. Remember
Right.
us? You can say all those things. Even Georgia Tech, who shared that same 1990 national championship with Colorado that year, can say, look, we had something, And so this is a conference that needs a Baylor to make a run, a TCU to
Like
get
they
further
did
down
3
the
years
road,
ago.
to get further down the road than just losing the national championship game by 57 points. So
Yeah.
I think that people look at that and they go, "What's this conference giving you? Not national champions yet, but let's see, right? And let's see how this thing see how this thing goes." Arizona State had the opportunity last year if they would have beaten Texas and gone on to the next to that next level. then people would have taken things a little bit seriously. But you need moments like that. And the parity in this league has actually just really come down to the fact that this league consuming itself is not good long term for the view of what the conference is overall. It's great football for us to be able to watch, but it's not necessarily doing much more than that at the national level. Then what do? You start asking for 24 teams so that you can go, can we get a few more teams in there? Can you get a few
teams?
Right, you do. You ask for a 24-team playoff. That's what the move is. Brett Yormark right now, the best option that he has is to say 5 plus 11, and you roll the dice and hope that you can maybe get one other team in there, because getting 2 in would be great. But for them, they go, give us a 24 or even a 28-team model, and then make it an even split with those big conferences, which you'll never get, by the way. But you might have multiple bids that are automatic bids to you. I just don't think it's going to be anything further than and to just add a bunch of teams for the sake of adding them and hoping that you get more teams in, not good enough for me. All right, we'll take our first break here. We will come back. We are at the Delta Center Plaza. We were out here for the opening night of hockey, and the Mammoth, of course, getting their first home win. Was that I don't know if you caught the hockey game last night, JJ. Did they end up winning that one?
Oh, my gosh,
goodness.
I can't wait to talk about last night.
too.
What a win for the Mammoth.
It was so much fun. And you know what? When I saw, it is a budding rivalry, at least from the Utah side. They are the amount of people flipping the bird last night to all the Colorado fans who are coming into town. You're wearing our gear into this barn. How dare you?
Yep. I love that.
I love it. So let's take a quick break here. We'll come back. We've got more to go on the program. When we return, we're going to chat. Iowa State is going to be on the mind because we've got one of the play-by-play voices of or let me see here. This is actually covers Iowa State athletics, Bill Seals, the Cyclone Report. Don't want to miss it because Bill's one of those guys we've chatted to before about this team. We're going to see how Iowa State feels about BYU coming into Ames this weekend. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
It's a slow and go on northbound I-15 approaching downtown Salt Lake City, but it does resemble a slightly moving parking lot from 21st to 13th South. Between Davis and Weber counties, northbound I-15 are also slow through Riverdale for those heading up into the Ogden area. Bad weather and parking lots love GoPiv Utah. GoPiv Utah loves snow. Don't wait for bad weather. Schedule your snow removal services with GoPiv Utah. Visit GoPivUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. With the Holy War behind them, the Cougars get set for a trip to the Midwest for a Saturday afternoon showdown against Iowa State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch College Football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Doug, I hear you're giving out free test drives.
Yeah?
How about bringing around that sweet black 1500 and we go for a little spin?
Seth, you're 16 and don't have a dime to your name.
Yeah, but my daddy does. When I pass the test on Thursday, I'm going right back here to Doug Smith.
You don't even have a license?
Drop in at Doug Smith and American Fork for our Drive into Fall event and get 0% APR financing for 72 months on all new 2025 Ram 1500s and 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokees. No one knows Ram like Doug.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
High school football is back for another exciting season, and Trucordia, the group name for a nationwide insurance brokerage based here in Utah, is proud to be a Game Night Live sponsor. The Trucordia companies deliver insurance solutions to help you protect what matters most. Home plus auto, employee benefits, construction, cyber. Trucordia blocks risks to help ensure your goals. Learn more at Trucordia, spelled TRUCORDIA.com.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Attention, RV owners or RV wannabe owners. It's the used RV blowout sale. RVs from all over the Intermountain West have been sent to the Layton Hills Mall for this RV liquidation event. Repos, buybacks, rental returns, and trade-ins. Blowout pricing. Every RV has been inspected and serviced and ready to go. Free admission, free parking, dealers welcome. It's the used RV blowout sale. This Wednesday through Saturday from 10 a.m. to dusk. Go to UtahRVEvent.com. Sponsored by Paris RV. Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH. That sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month. Zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU offensive lineman Waylon Lapuaho recalls the last game against Iowa State 2 years ago, leaving a bad taste in everyone's mouth.
Yeah, it definitely still left a bad taste in my mouth. We got handled pretty well up front. I think just using that as some extra motivation throughout the week and remembering what happened, and trying to do it to them this coming up Saturday.
That is your Cougars at 30 update. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Hot and Cold's next. We'll chat with Bill Seals, who covers Iowa State athletics for the Cyclone Report, as the Cyclones get ready to take on BYU Saturday. Next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars hit the road for a massive Big 12 showdown against Iowa State. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
It's that time of the day to remind you with our hot and cold segment right here on JJ and Alex, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone. Thanks for being with us, by the way. We're outside Delta Center for the fan jersey swap. First 500 can bring whatever old school jersey or new school jersey of their choice, and they can swap it for a brand new one right outside Delta Center. So you can imagine it's quite wild. I don't know if I'd give up that Jinglin' Joe Ingles jersey with the mountain purple on it. I don't know if I'd give away a Karl Malone jersey. Some people are doing it, though. But, yes, the Hassan Whitesides, the
I just saw Raul Lopez, number 24 over there.
The Howell Nettos. You can't
go.
get rid of the John Stockton.
No way. You're not swapping that,
You're not swapping that?
No
thank
way.
heavens. Oh,
no way.
Our hot and cold segment brought to you by the good folks at Enbridge Gas. Prep for winter. Get a furnace inspection from a certified heating contractor. Check the safety and efficiency of your unit at home. That's a reminder from Enbridge Gas. Yes, we're outside Delta Center for the home opener tonight. Jazz and Clippers right here in downtown Salt Lake City, of course. Opening things up, it was all hockey, and then it all switched over again to the hardwood tonight. So Jazz and Clippers tonight right here on the radio home of your Utah Jazz, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Joining us on the program right now, he's Bill Seals, covers Iowa State athletics for a Cyclone Report. Bill, thanks for being with us, man.
Appreciate you guys having me on. I think I was on a couple years ago, too, if my memory serves me correctly, as Iowa State had played BYU the first time.
Yeah, and you know what? Nobody knew what to expect in that first year of the Big 12, and it
Right.
seems like BYU had no idea what to expect that first year of the Big 12. They go 2-7 in conference play that first time around, and now this BYU team since then is 18-2 in the 2 years since, and Kalani is really kind of finding his groove there. Iowa State coming off a bye week. How is Matt Campbell and his guys adjusting after 2 losses? Certainly wanting to get back on track with that group.
Yeah, they've done pretty well responding to adversity in past years. In lieu of that week 0 game this year, they have 3 bye weeks. So I think the way this team's been dinged up, they've come at good times. And I think in this instance, following those 2 losses, they needed to get a number of facets back on the same page. I think Rocco Becht and the receivers, this is kind of a young, inexperienced unit this year. Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel, both off to the Houston Texans. So I think it was a good time for Rocco and those guys to get in, kind of get their heads together and try to get back on the same page. Defensively, they've got a lot of injuries, even special teams. They were on their 4th kicker by the end of that Colorado game that they've used this year. And that guy happened to be an offensive lineman who was the emergency kicker. So that gives you an idea kind of where they're at on things. Defensively, though, a couple guys, as I mentioned, nicked up. I'm not sure Dominic Orange is going to play in this game on Saturday. And you could say out of this roster that he's probably their best defensive player. They're going to be likely without his services. So, yeah, I think that the bye week came at a good time. And as far as that kicker thing, Kyle Conradi sounds like he is going to return to action in this game. They've been missing him in a bad way.
Well, Iowa State got off to such a great start this season. We were all shocked to see them drop 2 games in a row, especially the way they did. You mentioned the injuries. That's obvious. What other things contributed to their woes the last couple of games, and how are they going to right that?
Well, I think offensively you start. I mentioned the wide receivers. This is for the most part, it's a brand new group. They went out and hit the transfer portal, got a couple of guys there. They got Xavier Townsend, Chase Sewell, being those 2 guys. They got off to kind of slow starts, were injured in camp, and we're getting just up by playing in games was kind of their training camp early. So they've been getting ramped up. Other than that, they've got a couple of one sophomore, 1 redshirt freshman. So it's a very young group there, and I think at times they just haven't been on the same page with Rocco. The tight end play, Ben Bramer's been great from the start. Gabe Burkle, the other one there, kind of taking a dip a little bit in the receiving game. So, offensive line-wise, those guys I think have played pretty well, really. It's a running game that they got 178 yards out of Abu Sama at Colorado, and gosh, you think an Iowa State back goes for $178 and they're going to win most of those games, but they were not able to. I think you flip it over, though, to the defense, and they're just not stopping the run consistently. You look at the first half against Cincinnati, that was just abysmal, and they at Colorado they were a little bit better there, but I think when push comes to shove, you look at BYU, that offensive line, and how they come to play offensively. I think that's going to pose a major problem for Iowa State in this game. So I think physically against the run, that's probably another area they've really struggled in. And you mentioned injuries. We had covered that as well. Their two starting cornerbacks are out for the season, Jontez Williams, Jeremiah Cooper. They lost those guys in a 5-day stretch earlier in the season. And I'm not sure many teams in the Big 12 could replace a couple of all-conference type performers like that and still perform at a high level defensively.
One of the things that I've always liked Abu Sama, because we saw him when he came into Provo 2 years ago when Iowa State absolutely put it on BYU at Provo. It was a stretch of games where just fans were shocked with how much they were losing these games by. In years past, they had been just, competing with whomever came into LaVell Edwards Stadium or whoever they played. They just seemed to be able to hang with folks. But Abu Sama, his sophomore season goes 8 carries for 110 and 2 touchdowns on Iowa State's way to running for more than 300 yards that day against BYU. What has changed, do you think, with and Rocco Beck was at quarterback in that time frame too. Over the last couple of years, Iowa State's been one of those teams to try to kind of knock off the top there. What has changed in the conference that it just seems like everybody is getting better across this entire board? There are so many one-loss teams or no-loss teams or 2-loss teams, and last year it was a 4-way or 5-way tie to be able to get into the conference championship game. How has the conference just gotten so much better over just even 2 years that they're just beating up on one another?
Yeah, I think it's gone to the quality of the teams that have been added to the conference, really. The competition is there's a lot more parity, I think, in this conference. In the past, I've been doing this for 26 years now, and it used to be kind of a thing where it was Texas, it was Oklahoma, Nebraska, Colorado, like year in and year out. Those were the teams at the top, and everybody else was, they were kind of happy to get to that 6, 7, maybe 8 win season and get to go to a bowl game. It was a successful year. Well, I think that's kind of out the door now. There's so much parity, and you look no more than last year. Arizona State picked to finish last in the conference, and they go and they win the conference championship game, and they go and they're close to beating Texas, winning a CFP game. So I think there's just so much parity, really, in the Big 12 right now, and you go into this season and probably you could make arguments for 7 or 8 different teams that could have competed to go down there to Arlington to play for the title.
What was Coach Campbell and the Cyclones saying about BYU this week when they met with the media?
What? Repeat that again. Sorry,
what did Coach Campbell and the players say about BYU when they met with the media this week?
Well, a lot of respect, I think, certainly. Well, it's always respectful coaches and players towards the upcoming opponent this Saturday. Right. But one thing that's been very striking about Matt Campbell is he's always very complimentary of the other team's coaches. You get all the coach speak, but I think there's a genuine like of him, of Kalani Sitake, and he has said now on multiple occasions, if his son doesn't play for him in college, he wants him to go play for Kalani Sitake. That's just how much love and respect he has for him. So I think, the coach's handshake and the conversation before the game on Saturday will be very genuine. So I think a lot of love there for Sitake and what he's done. Bear Bachmeier, he's one that's got this team's attention. And, Iowa State at running out of that 3-3-5 defense, they've had trouble with those mobile quarterbacks, those guys that can move the chains on, like, say, a 3rd and 6, 3rd and 7. Yeah. Bachmeier's a guy that can do that, and they've struggled against those types of quarterbacks, and it seems like they've seen them week in and week out this year. So I think Bachmeier, what he brings is very concerning. Obviously, the running back, the wide receivers, a lot to be said about the skill players there. So, and then defensively, they know they're going to be in for a fight with that physical defensive front of BYU. So I think this is a game definitely with the bye week that they had ahead of it, I think is a game that's been on their minds and they've really been focused on for some time now.
BYU heads to Ames this weekend, trying to keep their conference record intact here with no losses up on the docket. And Iowa State hoping to get back on track. This is going to be one that this is one we had circled at the beginning of the year. We knew how tough it was going to be to go out to Ames for BYU, and now the game's even bigger. I think, this is what's happened with the Big 12 all this year. Somebody gets highly ranked, somebody knocks them off, gets back into the rankings again, and I'm sure that's what Iowa State has in mind, and BYU's trying to stay unblemished. We appreciate Bill Seals, covers Iowa State for Cyclone Report. Bill, thanks for being with us, and have fun this weekend as the Cougs come to town to visit Ames.
All right.
There you go.
Thanks, Bill.
Bill Seals. This is a scary team for all sorts of reasons.
Wounded animal. As you talked, literally wounded. They are beat up. They're battered and bruised.
But they're also coming off a bye, and
they played in 0 week against. They played a conference game in 0 week.
That's tough.
You look back on that. You look at teams that have had to do it. Look at what Florida State had to do last year, going and playing a conference game in 0 week. I don't think it's good for teams to have to do that, and it shows that as you look at history. So Iowa State is battling that right now, and it's a good time for BYU to go out there because they're so banged up. But then you have the other perspective of this is a very desperate Iowa State team. They cannot afford another loss in conference play.
All right, we're going to take another break here. We'll come back. We've got more around the corner. When we return, we've got ourselves a Would You Rather right around the corner. It may or may not be Jazz-centric because, of course, we're here at the opener outside Delta Center. The Utah Jazz taking on the L.A. Clippers tonight. That's going to be your first home game of the season, your first game of the season as we open up this 2025-2026 campaign with the Utah Jazz versus the Clippers tonight. Stay right here with us. We've got more right around the corner live from the plaza at Delta Center in Salt Lake City. More to go. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The rivalry game may be over, but Big 12 play continues on for Kyle Whittingham and the Utes as they welcome in Coach Prime and Colorado to Rice-Eccles Stadium. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Beehive Meals, beehivemeals.com. We've talked about Beehive Meals for a while, JJ, and so this week has been big time for us. You know why? So we've actually done this deal. Yeah. We have so many soups in our freezer right now that the last 2 days, I said, let's start getting through some of these soups, you guys.
Hey, it's soup season.
And we put 2 each night in 2 different pots, so no kids could tell me, "Oh no, that one I don't like." I go, then I got your chicken chili over here, then, buddy.
You
then
shut
I got
them
this
down.
We had it all ready for it, and I'll tell you, it's just awesome to come home to a home cooked meal, a hot meal, a slow cooker that just does the work for you, and somebody else who prepped all the ingredients fresh at Beehive Meals. That's how you get it done, and you have a great deal going on right now because we'll get you some money off just by mentioning the zone.
That's the great thing about Beehive Meals is being able to have a meal like that ready for you when you get home from work or going around and having to pick up the kids at different activities. Instead of having to go out and get poor quality fast food that costs you $50 or $75, you already have this meal waiting for you at the fraction of the cost that tastes so much better and is fresh. It's awesome. My family loves Beehive Meals. It's been a game changer for us. It saved us time. It saved us money, especially on days like this when we're so busy, to be able to come home and be able to have a home-cooked meal with the family ready to go. So go to their website, beehivemeals.com, check out their menu, and if you want to give this a shot, just like we've enjoyed it, see if your family will enjoy it, and get a discount. We're going to give you a promo code here, The Zone. Put in The Zone when you check out, and you're going to get $20 off your first order of Beehive Meals. Give this a try. It's going to save you time and save you money. beehivemeals.com. That's beehivemeals.com.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say, I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Attention Jazz Nation. The long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm with Angela and Jeff. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks.
We're glad to be here. You both look great. So how much weight have you lost?
I lost 36 pounds in the 60-day reduction phase, and I've lost an additional 6 pounds on maintenance. So 42 pounds total so far.
And I've lost 59 so far. That's incredible. Tell me what changed about your health.
I immediately started sleeping better. I also quit craving things late at night that I knew were sabotaging my diet.
What kind of things can you do now that you couldn't do before?
I don't have to take a deep breath to tie my shoes anymore, and I can actually stand up after I've been kneeling on the floor without feeling like I was going to pass out.
What would you tell someone who's thinking about losing weight with Salt Lake City fat loss?
Don't wait another day. This plan will change your life.
Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
UCCU, proud sponsor of Game Night Live. Celebrate 6 Salt Lake Valley UCCU branches. Enter to win a Jeep. UCCU. Love where you bank.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah cornerbacks coach and special teams coordinator Sharif Shah talks about how they need to improve on special teams.
I just think we have to be so much more disciplined in the punt return and our return units. That's where I feel like we need to make some really big strides going in the second half of the season.
That is your Utes of 50 update. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Doesn't ribs and brisket sound good right now? Go to Kenny J's Barbecue and KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. Would You Rather's next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Listen, everybody! Real-life hypotheticals to get your brain churning. As JJ and Alex ask, would you rather?
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen, thanks for being with us on the program. JJ, it's that time of the week for us to be able to jump into some sports hypotheticals here on a Would You Rather. The Utah Mammoth beat the Czechs, the Avalanche. Is that how you pronounce it?
Only in
French?
France. Well, in Quebec.
In Quebec, the Avalanche.
The Nordiques.
They were the Nordiques, by the
were.
way. So, Colorado, the Avalanche coming to town, and I will tell you, there was part of me that was a little bit grumpy about it because last night I'm going home, and I see a bunch of Colorado Avalanche jerseys. Including there were a couple of bums in our building that were wearing them that were waiting to go to the.
No.
Did you see that?
Tanner Tripp, I'm calling you out, buddy.
Oh, I didn't even see Tanner with one too. Oh, geez. Well,
he's
from
diehard.
Listen, he's from there.
No excuse.
I know.
You're not from there anymore. we're working on him.
So, but I'm watching people walk in with those Colorado Avalanche jerseys on. I'm like, oh, geez, got a lot of Avalanche fans rolling in here, and yeah, listen, they've been here a lot longer than the Mammoth have.
That's
I get it. And the teams have been around longer.
And they've been a regional favorite.
I get it.
Yep.
And it's been kind of the only team you had to cheer for, right?
Right.
But there was part of me that felt so dang good last night, right? To see that one go down the way it did. Because the overtime win against the Avalanche feels good. Would you rather have a win over the Avalanche in overtime twice a year, or the Utah Jazz sweep the Los Angeles Lakers for the season? I think they play 3 times, or is it 4?
It depends on the year.
It depends on the year.
Either way, a sweep, whether it's 3 or 4, a sweep of the Lakers, or 2 wins over the Avs.
Or 2 wins over the Avs.
So you're splitting the Avs series.
Splitting the Avs series.
I'm going the sweep with the Lakers.
Oh, man.
Look, this Avs thing, I get where you're going. This Avs thing's just getting started. Okay?
Yeah.
It's just getting started.
And you got to stack more wins for it to be more.
My hatred for the Lakers goes back 40 years.
Oh, good.
So,
any
chance you have to beat the Lakers, especially sweeping a season series, I don't care how good or bad they are, you got to go with that.
This is another version of the jersey that I hadn't seen yet. The bright green Donovan Mitchell jersey.
Oh, yeah.
It's it's almost Celtic green. I mean, it's like I don't know what that is. Like, it was definitely their third alternate from a year.
It was a jersey that they first. No, yeah, that was part of that. They've gone through a lot of jerseys.
They have.
I'm trying to keep them all straight at the different eras.
I want to.
They've gone through a lot of different.
One of the things that Ryan Smith is trying to do is just bringing some stability to the jersey and branding game, right?
Yes.
The amount of jerseys we're watching of different colors that make no sense half the time.
We've had too much brand confusion here.
Too many
with
things.
The Jazz in Utah.
Too many things. I think we've gotten to the point now that we're getting to some real. Oh, now these are real Jazz fans here. Chica and Ben just showed up. Hold on. What did you guys do? Did you guys do the swap? Too early. Didn't show up in time. But hold on. What were you going to swap? You can't swap a Joe Ingles jersey. How dare you?
That's a Black City edition, isn't it?
I know. You can't do that.
Those are pretty
Although
sweet.
I will say, if Chica and Ben are probably those who have multiple jerseys across multiple of the platforms, I'll allow it because they probably – it's not that you guys hate Jinglin' Joe, but that particular color, probably not the one that people love. It's not the only Joe Ingles jersey. That's right. You're not breaking up with Joe as an attitude. You're not showing him. You're not giving him the Donovan or the. There's a lot of Donovan Mitchell hate going through this line right here. There's a lot of what's his name? The guy who played for the Celtics and his leg fell off. What was his name?
We've already forgotten. I
can't
recall either.
Lots of Gordon Hayward jerseys that people already burned, so they can't exchange them. So
that's too late.
There it is.
They're gone.
Good to see you guys. Consummate Jazz fans. They're here for the best and the worst of the Jazz. So no, they
doesn't
are.
matter.
They're some of the best.
Hardcore fans.
Oh boy, talk about mountain purple. Deanie Wimmer rolling up with the brightest purple you've ever seen in your life. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got more to go around the corner. We're going to jump in next. One of our favorite people, Pete Futak, going to join us next on the program. Stay right here with us. College Football News is where you can find his byline, and we're going to talk college football next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
No. Alpine Home Medical, alpinehomemedical.com. Go check it out for yourself. Listen, there's a lot of our listeners out there, JJ, who use the CPAP machines on a nightly basis.
Yeah.
All the love to those guys who are out there trying to get better sleep. But here's the deal. If your CPAP machine is dirty, if the parts that you use haven't been changed out, you've got to get with Alpine Home Medical. You're actually making yourself sicker if you aren't cleaning those items. The CPAP resupply program with Alpine Home Medical, awesome. They also have the oxygen needs that you have in-home. Any of the mobility needs of a family member who might be out there. Alpine Home Medical is best in the state for the past 17 years. They've been doing this for 28. They are the best at what they do. Their concierge service is going to take care of you. They'll do the insurance side of things, top to bottom. Nobody does it better.
If you are in need of medical supplies, this is the place you can trust. They have 11 stores from Idaho Falls to St. George, and when you visit a showroom, you'll feel the difference of a clean, welcoming experience with a team there to listen and guide you to the best solutions for whatever your needs are. Their belief is the right equipment can transform lives, and you'll see it's all about you and the experience they provide. The staff and owners of Alpine feel honored to be a part of your journey and to help you live the life that you deserve.
0% APR financing for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishi models. 0% APR financing for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishi models. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Hey Utah, tired of hard water problems, scale buildup on your appliances, dry, itchy skin, and bad taste? Culligan Water is the answer. With top-rated water softeners and filters that protect your appliances, pamper your skin, and make your water taste delicious. Hi, this is the Waterboy Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Culligan has been locally owned and trusted for over 80 years, right here in Utah. Do you know if your current water system is even working? We're happy to come out and take a look at it, even if it's not ours. Get a free water test for any system. Call 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. Huge savings are happening for a limited time. Get $1,000 off a Culligan water filtration system, plus a full year of free salt delivery. Don't wait. Get cleaner, better water for you and your family. Call 801-509-9602 or go to CulliganSLC.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
The Utah Mammoth and Smiths are teaming up to get you to the game with qualifying Smiths purchases. You can score single goal view tickets, hot dog and a bottle of water included for just $15. The catch? These tickets go fast. Download the Utah Mammoth app, enable push notifications, and be the first to know when new tickets are released. Shop at Smiths and snag your seat for $15. Simple. Grab the Utah Mammoth app today and watch for the next release. Tusks up.
While most jewelry stores outsource their custom work to international manufacturers, Belliston Jewelry is your custom, in-house, full-service jeweler.
Besides the obvious tariff issue, what's wrong with outsourcing?
You know, like a game of telephone, all of the important details, the essence of your dream ring, are quite literally lost in translation as it's designed in other countries like India and China. Belliston's in-store designers can customize and modify your design right in front of you, cutting any confusion to bring your true design to life.
Yeah, absolutely. I plan to wear my ring every day for the rest of my life. I want it right.
Let me ask you this. If you choose one of those other guys, but you hate the finished ring, do you think they would remake it to get it just right?
Not a chance.
At Belliston Jewelry, we work with you in-house every step of the way to ensure it's right the first time. BellistonJewelry.com, across from Weber State in Ogden.
Locally made, just for you.
And cherished for generations.
Adventuring in the Wasatch Back this fall? Stop into Dairy King in Heber, now serving pumpkin shakes.
And check out their huge gluten-free menu. Dairy King on Main Street, home of the trade and best of state shakes.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
The Utes get set for a battle against Coach Prime and the Buffalo. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
A Monday warrior, mean stride. Today's Tom Sawyer, mean pride.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. We're outside Delta Center here for the opening night of the Utah Jazz taking on the LA Clippers. The jersey swap is in full effect. Let's hear from the crowd out here getting these jerseys swapped. Let's go. Woo! Now, there are some people who may not make it to the front of the line by the time the jersey is swapped.
I don't want to be 501. Don't be 501.
You're going to have to keep that old Derek Favors jersey. You're going to have to keep that old
Derek Fisher jersey.
That Derek Fisher jersey that you're trying to offload.
You just can't get rid of.
It's going to have to stay in your closet if you don't make it all the way to the front. So we're having a good time outside Delta Center here as we get ready.
Whoever's going to get that swap is going to get those Ace Bailey jerseys tonight.
We've already seen a Walt Clayton.
The white Ace Bailey is beautiful.
We saw the Walt Clayton Jr. jersey. That was my first one I've seen so far. Brand new Keontae George for this season as well. Lots of folks rolling out. But more importantly, you're seeing a lot of the different color schemes that we decided, oh boy, I would have swapped out those jerseys too.
Yeah. Purple is back.
Listen, we have been absolutely schizophrenic when it comes to what the color scheme is of this Jazz. You can't exchange the Lakers jersey for any Jazz jersey. I'm sorry.
Burn those.
Actually, you know what?
Burn those.
We would allow it. Take that LeBron jersey up to the front. We'll give you a purple 23 that says Lowry Markkanen on it. You can have it, all right? Lakers fans showing up. Come on. Of course they do. Let's kick off the show as we always do with The Cut. Pete Futak, collegefootballnews.com is where you can find his byline. He does a phenomenal job. We're going to jump in right here with The Cut. Let's do it.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Doug Smith brings you this portion of the program. An incredible selection of Kia, Subaru, Chevy, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram. It is your family of dealerships under the Doug Smith banner, and we love those guys, and nobody knows cars like Doug. Nobody knows college football like Pete Futak. Love having Pete on the program as always. Pete, welcome back to the program, man.
So let me see if I get this. Are you is this like a cathartic, eliminate the past? Like if you bring your Thurl Bailey jersey, you get it for
oh, no. Like those are sacred.
Yeah, those are the ones.
Oh, okay.
And by the way, Thurl just walked by, we're on a big speaker here, so you may have just spoken some terrible sacrilege as Big T just walked by.
No, nothing against Thurl. How about an NC State Thurl Bailey jersey? Is that acceptable at that point?
Absolutely.
That would be sweet.
You could sell one of those for $500 here in Utah.
My belief is you're allowed to wear a jersey of someone who's older than you. Little creepy if you're wearing a jersey if it's someone younger than you, unless you turn 70 years old, in which case wear whatever you want. But for a grown man to wear a younger man's jersey, a little weird.
It's a little strange. Yeah, fandom gets a little bit weird over time. Well, we're coming up onto week 9, Pete. And I feel like we don't know college football. I feel like this year it's harder to handicap at this point of the season than it's ever been. Are you in agreement there? I mean, when we're talking about a number 10 Vanderbilt team, when we're talking about an undefeated, crazy number 2 Indiana team, college football has been absolutely turned on its head over the past couple of years. And this year feels even more wild.
It's weird, yeah, and it's what's happening is you are having this is the fun of the NIL movement. And it's the new way of being able to transfer and get quarterbacks in place. Diego Pavia, Mando Mendoza. I mean, you've got guys all over the place. Even there in Devin Dampier, even though he had a rough outing, and you're getting all these players. Everyone's got a good starting quarterback now, and so it has kind of shaken out a little bit. But then you still have that big monster at the top. Ohio State's still until they're just going through the motions at the moment. They're just playing so well. But yeah, it's a little bit hard to figure out. I'm still not buying Vanderbilt. I do think that Indiana is kind of got the right schemes. But you're right. This has been crazy, and nothing crazier is professional segue here into your Big 12, where at this point it's like Texas Tech will be back, and like it's Texas Tech, and like who else is getting to 10-2 to get in that playoff?
We have no idea. I wish we knew. I mean, you have we were talking about this too, speaking of like college football being turned on its head. How about this conference who has an undefeated in conference play Cincinnati and an undefeated in conference play and overall BYU? Exactly who we thought was going to be at the top of the standings at this point of the year. Yeah, right. But at the same time, why not? This conference has delivered absolute wildness the last couple of seasons.
So doing what you do, are you equal BYU, Utah? I mean, forgive me for not if I'm sacrilegious here. You like as long as one of the Utah teams is okay, or are you one side or the other?
Well, we're technically right down the middle, okay? So you can offend both sides or compliment both sides, and we take all of it.
Yeah, no,
you got a bunch of Jazz fans standing around right now, so go for it.
Yeah, but no, look, it's crazy because BYU is just sort of a find-a-way team. I mean, I don't know if it's really that great or not, but they're undefeated, and they just kind of keep winning, and that's enough. You know, you have a fun quarterback in Bachmeier. You got a team that just plays tough, hard-nosed football. They did this last year until they gapped at the end. And it looks like you got another one of those teams that's just going to kind of keep hanging around. And, look, just keep winning. Keep that 0 next to your column, and then as long as there's a 1 or a 0 next to that column at the very end, you're probably going to get to the college football playoff. So they're playing just well enough, and Utah, I'm very disappointed. They're not representing their best work. I wanted more out of this Utah team than this, but you know they're pretty good. But having to run the table from here on is going to be kind of tough.
Utah fans wanted more from this team, Pete.
Kyle Whittingham
it was
did too, yeah.
Saturday night was very disappointing. It's not often you see a Utah team that doesn't execute at a high level. You know, they've always been that chip on their shoulder team, the overachieving team, and now you're watching a team that just doesn't have that edge when it comes to execution. So there's some frustration there, but BYU is exceeding expectations this year, and Bear Bachmeier is one of those reasons. What are your thoughts on Bear specifically from what you've watched, what you've seen? He's not putting up massive numbers, but he's getting the job done, and he's won over the BYU fans for sure.
Well, that was last year with Retzlaff, too, where, you know, you look at his numbers and you're like, he's not very good. But if you watched him, you're like, this guy's great. He's just sort of makes plays and keeps the chains moving and, you know, does quarterback things. And so that's good enough. I mean, let's start with this. The number 47 is just cool. It's just that.
Yeah, it is pretty cool.
I'm for that to go old school jerseys. Nothing cooler than, you know, the old 20 Bernie Co-Stars or the 22, you know, Doug Flutie. So I do dig the 47 aspect of that. And, again, he's fine. I mean, he's such a young player, but he just sort of fits. And, again, this BYU team just kind of does stuff right. And just, you know, there's teams out there that do this. There's Georgia Tech. You know, there is, you know, to a certain extent, Indiana, certainly Vanderbilt, and BYU just kind of find a way to, in key moments, come up big. And that's been BYU so far.
Pete, one of the things that we've looked at in this conference, and we've been trying to figure out, you know, who's good across the conference, and yet at the same time, there are a lot of people who go, yeah, but this conference doesn't get the respect at the national level. Every week we watch these polls, and you see teams that are launched ahead, or you see, and I feel like every conference tries to put their elbows out to argue for why they should be a little bit higher or lower or whatever it might be. By the end of all of this, in the college football playoff race, is it going to end up still just being a handful of SEC teams who, by the way, haven't been great like this year? The SEC's been beating itself up. The Big Ten, a little bit the same thing, besides Ohio State and Indiana. Everybody's looking around going, who's going to get into this thing? So from a national perspective, who have the edge besides the big ones like Ohio State right now, who honestly feels like the only one you can kind of count on?
Nobody. I mean, remember, this is the college football playoff is different than like the NCAA tournament. You can't just get hot from three for a couple games and like end up in the Sweet 16 or anything. It's really going to be. You're not going to get a South Florida who's going to come in and win 3 games. You can get in it, you get your cuts, you get your T-shirt, and you go home. And I'm with you. See, the problem. So to your question, it's going to be a ton of SEC teams. There's going to be like 5 of them. that are going to be 10-2, or maybe Alabama's 11-1. They're all pretty much the same, and I don't think any of them do anything. I think Ohio State's way better than everyone else. I think Indiana and Oregon are better than Alabama. And I still think, I know they lost their first 2 games, including to Texas A&M, but that was just to get things started. Notre Dame's awesome. Notre Dame is better than last year. They're healthy, and that it took like a half for C.J. Carr to get up to speed. But they got the 2 best running backs in the country. Their defense is just starting to get it all together. The only Achilles heel is that kicking game. So anybody who had the over on that Notre Dame USC game knows exactly what I'm talking about. But other than that, I would say it's right now. And I'd put Miami back up there. I know they were bad against Louisville, but talent-wise, they're right there. And then the SEC is just a bunch of teams. I don't think any of them do much once they get into the tournament, but it is going to be loaded with SEC teams.
Also, Pete, I'm a Heisman voter, so I'm trying to watch the best players in the country closely, and I'm even struggling with that. Like, who is the best player in the country right now? It was obvious to me last year with Travis Hunter. You could make a case for Ashton Genty as well, and obviously the year before that, you had Jaden Daniels and a couple quarterbacks in the mix, but it feels more wide open in the Heisman race this year than ever before, just like it is with the national championship race.
I say this, I didn't even have Travis Hunter on my ballot, and I still can't believe he won. That was Shedeur Sanders was the best player on that team. And Scatteraboo and Genty. Hunter was fine, but yeah. But to your point, you're right. There isn't that obvious guy. The best player in college football is probably Caleb Downs of Ohio State, but that's not going to happen. So, like, it's either Diego Manziel, who every week is doing something, just otherworldly. Mendoza is probably the guy. Haynes King's right up there. The guy I'm going to stump for, too, and if you kind of watch him, it's just he doesn't get the numbers because he doesn't carry the ball enough. Jeremiah Love is awesome. He is just doing big things for Notre Dame right now. He is probably that best combination, but I don't know how you do it as a Heisman voter. I've always kind of done it as who's the combination most valuable player and most outstanding player. And I guess right now it's got to be Mendoza because, Indiana's number 2 in the country, and he's playing out of his mind.
When you look across the landscape of college football, Pete Futek, by the way, collegefootballnews.com is where you can read his byline, get a better idea for anybody across the country when it comes to people making news on the college football front. When you see teams like Florida State who lose to Stanford, or you're seeing these big-time teams and these coaches that within a couple of weeks start to melt down, and then the conversation of we're firing these guys mid-season now and we're doing the buyouts. We've never seen it like this. I just wonder what your thought is on how the world of college football coaching is, knowing that like now no one cares what you did last year or even at the beginning of the season. You'll be gone in the middle of the year.
First of all, were you up to watch that Florida State-Stanford game?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
to the bitter end.
Right time zone. Because that sucker ended at 2:45 in the morning East Coast time.
Woo.
And
that's crazy.
that was borderline. It was almost Stanford Cal 82 finish when you talk about 3 plays with no time left on the clock, the miracle play to get down there, and they screwed it up. Obviously the Florida State guy got in, and they just didn't have the call on the right shot on the goal line. And the collective result was, okay, we're just going to fire Mike Norvell anyway, which they'll probably do at the end of the season. But if you're going to do that, if you're going to do the mid-season firing guy, you've got to have a guy in place that is coming in. Like, Penn State already has to have its guy. They can't just do a search at this point because, unfortunately, the most qualified guy for that job is James Franklin. So what are you going to do? Matt Rule, Manny Diaz? I mean, that's just not going to move the needle at Penn State. And that Florida has somebody in mind. So Florida, for doing this with Billy Napier, the worst thing that could have happened, because they just beat Mississippi State. They just beat Texas. So he's on a little bit of a run. So if they wanted to get rid of him, the worst thing that could happen is Florida beating Georgia 2 weeks from now, which they could absolutely do with that defense.
Right.
So they kind of cut it right now because either they have Lane Kiffin in mind or it's got to be someone big.
Well, I was going to ask you about it's funny now because we also are watching Scott Frost at UCF for Scott Frost 2.0 there, Rich Rod 2.0 at West Virginia. And then everybody's talking about Jimbo Fisher going back to Florida State, and you're like, oh, wow, we've gotten to the point now where we're just going, you know what, let's just try to repeat whatever was going on back, when things were going well. It just seems like such a cop-out to just go back to guys that brought you some version of glory and then rehiring them again when they're 15 years or 10 years older.
Including Dan Mullen in Florida, and that
right.
one too. I mean, I'm just going to speak two things into existence. If you're North Carolina, you give it a year, and then James Franklin. That would be like the perfect fit.
It's not bad.
I'm also going to speak this, and I say this going back full circle to our jersey discussion, is I do have a 21 Sanders Falcons jersey somewhere in my closet downstairs. How about Florida State with Deion? I know the dude hasn't won much. He's like my favorite player ever, but he's only 16-16 or something at Colorado. It's not like he's gone lights out. But how do you not at least address that if you're the Seminoles? But you're right. I mean, you're out of ideas at that point. If Greg Schiano's not exactly rocking going back to Rutgers, and you're trying for something that that it's familiar and it's easy. But I go for the younger guys who can you have a shot at, and find your own new guy. And if it doesn't work, you move on. Or find the guys who are proven winners. Like Cignetti wasn't a hard guy to figure out. That guy won at absolutely every level at the highest of levels. And some of these coaches are just good at what they do, and just go find those guys instead of just going what'll satisfy the shoe company or the alumni.
There are some really high-profile Power 4 jobs already open, and there probably is going to be several more when the season ends. Florida, Penn State. Yeah, that's probably happening. You mentioned potentially North Carolina. I mean, Arkansas is open, Oklahoma State, UCLA, Virginia Tech, Stanford. How would you rate those jobs? Which one is the one, if you're an up-and-coming coach, which is the one you'd want the most, which is the one you'd want the least?
I mean, out of all of them, I want nothing to do with Florida. I mean, because part of the problem is the Florida gig. Look, yes, you're supposed to win at Florida no matter what. But Billy Napier's lost 9 games over the last year and a half. Out of those 9, 7 of those teams are either went to the college football playoff or are going to be in the college football playoff. And the other 2 are like Texas A&M and LSU. So it's like, what are you going to? I mean, yes, you're supposed to win, but those schedules, that's just too tough. That's just asking for the world. Ohio State's not quitting college football, so if James Franklin winning 70% of his games isn't good enough for you, I don't know if I really want that. I still think that UCLA is a sleeping giant, and at this moment, how do you not keep Tim Skipper? I mean, it's my I wrote a column on this. It's not going to happen, but theoretical argument time. What happens if UCLA beats Indiana? What happens if UCLA can win out and get to the Big Ten championship, but they still have to go to USC and they still have to go to Ohio State. That would be like the quirkiest thing ever in college football if all of a sudden they went on a run like this. But I think UCLA is a great job opening. Arkansas, you're beating your head against the wall. Oklahoma State, maybe if you've got some oil money, even though T. Boone isn't around anymore. And Wisconsin, as a Wisconsin grad, I was never a fan of the Fickle hire. I didn't like it that much. I want James Franklin. I still think he's really good. But he's going to fall up somewhere and still be a rock star somewhere else. But, again, there are so many bright coaches out there. There are so many good ones. You take a shot on someone who wants to be the next big thing. And, everyone wants the next Cignetti. Everyone's going to want, again, I was there for Barry Alvarez when he came on. You got Utah, hit the jackpot with Urban and then later with Kyle Whittingham. So you want that guy who's just going to kind of be the foundational, part of your program for years to come. He gets it. And at this point, as we're learning, you got to go younger in this era of NIL because you got to be able to handle all the different aspects of this.
Pete Futak, collegefootballnews.com. Read his byline right there. Pete, we love having you on the program, man. Have a fun week 9, taking in all these games that have become absolute chaos this week, man. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Have a blast tonight, guys.
All right, we will. Thanks, Pete.
Taking a break here. We'll come back. We've got more to go. We are outside Delta Center, where the jersey swap is in full effect here. I'm hoping all these folks are able to actually swap their jerseys, JJ. I'm not sure if it's going to happen.
I would hate to see somebody turned away because the line is long.
It is very long.
Maybe they extend it. I don't know. We'll see. But I love what the Jazz are doing. Let's get rid of those highlighter yellow ugly things, and let's Let's get some Ace Bailey jerseys out there on the fans.
Couple of Rudy Gobert jerseys wandering through the crowd, hoping to get exchanged as well tonight. So we'll come back. We've got more to go around the corner. Our NFL Blitz is coming up a little bit early right now. We're also going to roll out our Hercules Hero winner of this week. So stay right here with us. More to go from Delta Center, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A new crash on southbound I-15 just before the 53rd South exit in Murray is blocking off the HOV lane, and on the left, a far right lane with very slow delays going back to 33rd South. The ramps from I-80 go south on the I-215 westbelt is also creeping along if you're near the airport. When you take UTA, you can do just about anything while you ride. You won't even notice all the traffic that you're missing. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Nepoulos here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Don't touch that button. Check this out.
He is the general manager of the Utah Mammoth, Bill Armstrong. Dylan Gunther leads the league in game-winning goals. He's got 8 going back to last February. He's just got a knack for being in the right place at the right time. Is that just playing the game and having experience, or is it just instinctual? Where does that come from?
You don't teach a baby shark how to bite. They just know how to bite, and he knows how to score goals, and he's been doing it since he came out of the womb. Scored Team Canada's OT winner to win a world championship, and it was not by accident. He's got an incredible shot that he can get off quick. He can really shoot it. He's deadly accurate with it. He's been a blessing for our organization just because he wants the puck in the big game and he wants to make the big play and score the big goal.
It's Hans and Scotty, weekdays from noon to 3. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 French fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy. But man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now. And we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsutah.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU wide receiver Parker Kingston talks about the culture being established this season at BYU.
Everyone's buying into our culture and what Kalani's teaching us. And I think when you win these games where they're tough and you're down 14-0, you give up 21 answered points and you win a big rivalry game, everyone starts to see that when you buy into the culture, you do the little things right, that pays off, and stuff that you don't think affects your game actually does affect the game. And it's been awesome to see everyone buying in, and we just got to keep doing the little things right and keep going 1-0 each week.
That is your Cougars at 30 update. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Doesn't brisket and ribs sound great? Go check them out in the district in South Jordan. Kenny J's Barbecue and KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. The NFL Blitz is next on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen, thanks for being on the program here with us today. We get you ready for all the. We get you ready for this opening night. By the way, this is as cool of a moment that we've seen on an opening day at the Delta Center, I think, that we've ever seen.
I love the jersey swap.
The jersey swap is phenomenal. On top of it, it gets your fans excited about the current year. It gets everybody kind of going, and the juice is flowing on this thing. Look, everybody knows it's not going to be the easiest thing to sell this team if it's middle of the year and they are dead last in the West, which is absolutely a possibility.
We know what this team is going to be
this
year. We have a pretty good idea, and it's fine. We know where they're at right now in this rebuild process. That doesn't mean you can't come down here and have some fun. It doesn't mean that this team isn't going to be fun to watch. It doesn't mean that Ace Bailey isn't somebody that should excite you and get you excited about the future. And a lot of the other young players on this team. And you have some vets on this team that you can really latch onto and enjoy and really embrace. You know, Kevin Love's here. Kevin Love, an NBA champion, one of the best players of this generation, is a Utah Jazz player. It's pretty cool. To have George Niang back, all of it's great. So there's a lot of things about this team that should excite you. You can accept what's going to happen. It's okay. This team's going to lose a lot of basketball games. We understand the assignment again.
Yeah,
so as long as you understand that and embrace that, so what? I think this team's going to be a pleasant surprise to a lot of people. It may not show up in the win-loss column, but it's going to show up in the entertainment value and the competitiveness that they flashed this year compared to last year.
It's the NFL Blitz. By the way, that music in the background. We just look. It's hard to avoid. It's hard to avoid.
It's a Jazz opener, so we got to hit the Jazz here.
And
every single segment.
We'll be chatting more about the Jazz. Of course,
excited
next hour,
about
as
this.
we get you ready for Jazz Clippers tonight. We already had a big T. Thurl Bailey sighting. David Locke came through. I think Locke was fascinated by the jerseys that were in the line too. He was filming it for his own social media, and I thought he's probably getting a fun laugh and a chuckle down memory lane as
absolutely
a lot of these jerseys that we've seen in line. So anyway, okay, let's get to the NFL Blitz here. I was looking at this yesterday, and I was wondering about what this is going to be going forward. The Commanders and the Chiefs firing up in what are we in week 7 now of the NFL? Week 8 in the NFL.
Crazy, right? Yeah, week 8.
And this Commanders team has turned into something totally different with a not healthy Jaden Daniels. And it's funny how fortunes of teams can flip-flop so quickly.
Well, look at the Bengals. They finally get off to a great start, and then Joe Burrow's out. They lose 4 in a row. They got to go sign Joe Flacco to save their season.
And he has, okay? He has, and it is. It's consider it JJ saved. I've been really bummed because there are teams like the Commanders. We've still been waiting to see the version of C.J. Stroud that we saw in year 1 from him, and we still haven't seen it. I just wonder about if these young quarterbacks, we get high on them real quickly, and then in a flash, what's real there? Is Jaden Daniels just going through an injury moment here? Is he going to end up being? What's going to happen with the Commanders long term here? Is with what we saw with that team last year? I mean, that was a play or two away from going to the NFC Championship game.
Well, that team last year, they won a lot of close games. They had some things break their way. They got some momentum. Jaden Daniels was new to the league. Give him some credit as a rookie. He was ready to come in and play. He's a dynamic quarterback. But the league had an entire offseason to game plan for him. And that's how this works in the league. Teams are going to figure you out. You got to figure out the next thing. And that's part of the growth as a quarterback in this league. Tom Brady was always, it felt like, reinventing himself or proving himself again and again and again. The Patriots went through a period of time of a decade where they didn't win a Super Bowl. And the NFL is tough. There's so much parity in this league, and there's not much separation between the best and the next level of players. And so you can't slip. Another team I look at that they're 3-3 right now, the Minnesota Vikings. What if they had Sam Darnold again? Because you're watching what Seattle's doing with Sam Darnold. And it's like, did you make the right choice there?
Actually,
if you find something, look in the league, it's so hard to find good quarterbacks. And I know that Sam Darnold's season didn't end the way you wanted it to last year, but he's still a relatively young quarterback in the league.
Listen, he was 14-3 last year.
That's pretty
for the Vikings.
good.
And then so far with the Seahawks, who people did not expect anything out of. What are they, 6-2 now this year? So
right.
5-2.
They're 5-2.
5-2, and they are overperforming, right, compared to what I think what
tied
people
for
thought they were
first in the NFC West,
which is wild. And by the way, when I watched that game the other night, to try to drown my sorrows after the Mariners were eliminated, and I pretended like I didn't even know that they existed, and I was only ever a Seahawks fan. I watched this game, and I'm going, this guy has a command of a huddle. You can tell when a guy comes out of the huddle, and he knows what he's doing every play, and he's just a step or two ahead of of the defense. He's a step or two ahead, and looks like the guys like him too and trust what he's doing. It's wild to roll the dice on a quarterback and to get the type of return that you're getting in places like Cleveland, which, by the way, the news out of Cleveland is this. Kevin Stefanski is like, no, Shedeur Sanders is not getting first-team reps. Even after Dylan Gabriel during practices when they're rolling out, like they are praying that they don't have to put Shedeur Sanders in. That's kind of where they're at in Cleveland.
Why did they draft
I'm going to
him?
be honest though, right now, if you are Shedeur Sanders, like I hope I don't get in either.
Right.
In fact, just trade me.
You're already in the place where quarterbacks go to die before your NFL career's even started.
They terrible.
Took Dylan Gabriel in the same draft class as you. Why are you there?
He's wondering the same thing.
I would want out. I would want a different change. I would want a change of scenery. And, if he's a fifth-round pick, would they just release him, making him a free agent? That would be an ideal situation for Shedeur because then he could go where he really wants to be and where he can really thrive. Because I think he's very talented. I think he needs a better situation, and the Jets aren't that situation.
You could – oh, no. So, okay, worst place to be at quarterback. Before the season started, we were like, yeah, the Jets, yeah, the Cleveland, but for sure Indianapolis. And look at the freaking Colts right now.
How about that story?
Is that the most amazing turnaround of a team that we've ever seen and from a quarterback
Best record
that we've
in
ever
the
seen?
NFL right now. Best record in
is
the
it
NFL.
Is it the most shocking that you've ever seen of a turnaround at the NFL in the NFL for a quarterback and a team in just like 6 months and in just a year? And by the way, they have no business being as good as they are. They're I don't think people look at their is it Shane Steichen who's the head
yes,
coach?
Shane Steichen. There was talking about whether or not he was going to get fired.
He was going to get fired 10 minutes ago, right? I mean, this is how we do it. And now everybody's looking at him. He's going to win NFL Coach of the Year award. And
he's got my vote right now.
I'm telling
not
you.
that I have a vote.
Well, they should give you one, right? Do you vote for a Heisman? Yeah. Well, we'll give you a random Football Writers of America vote for
what he's done in Indy is, I mean, and with Daniel Jones, a quarterback that everybody just threw in the garbage, and to see what they're doing is just phenomenal.
Max Crosby, the Raiders' phenom edge rusher, injured right now, right? But also a guy who people have been looking at and going, they are going to use this dude as a piece to be able to start building the franchise up again somewhere else. They've informed him that they are not going to trade him. They've told Max Crosby and his camp that he is not going to be on the trading block. Good or bad thing for the Raiders? Good or bad thing for Max Crosby?
It's bad for Max Crosby because he needs to go somewhere where he can really shine and really have an impact because it's not with the Raiders right now. It's good for the Raiders because he's the face of their franchise, honestly. He's the most recognizable. He might even – I'd have to look into it. He might be the longest tenured Raider. And when you think of Raiders players over time, and Lloyd's standing right here, is Max Crosby the most Raider player ever? The most Raider player ever. Like, I can't picture him playing for any other team.
Come on, smoking a cigar like in the locker room while they're winning?
He's tatted up. He's had a rough – he's No, I'm not. Like, he just looks Raider to me. He just looks Raider to me.
He does. Is it the tattoos, JJ? Is that what it is?
That's not what I'm saying. Like, he looks like –
Is it the possible turmoiled youth that he likely had? Is
that
what's going on?
No, he just looks and feels like a Raider.
So judgy. Yeah, it's the Raiders.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
judge
sure.
the heck out of them.
Take what I said out of context, sure.
Oh, my goodness. Max Crosby. Yeah, get him out of there. You know, now that I think about it, get him out of there. They don't deserve any nice things in Las Vegas. They're ruining everything. All right. Next up on our NFL roundup, our NFL blitz, the Dolphins have put Darren Waller, speaking of the most Raider guy ever, they've put Darren Waller now on the IR.
Speaking of stories, I mean, that was a great story coming out of retirement.
I know, after 5 seconds of being decent coming out of the and you know what the Dolphins needed? Bad news.
Yeah.
On a decent player. And it looks like Darren Waller is going to hit the IR.
That franchise can't buy a break.
Dead man walking is Mike McDaniel, right? Like
he's toast. He's got no chance.
He's toast. You think about all the things that these guys are getting hit up on and why they can't be or can be a head coach.
He's about to take a Cliff Kingsbury vacation from coaching.
Of course, the back and forth about the Super Bowl halftime show has now hit a fever pitch as people are incensed that Bad Bunny is still going to be the guy. And Roger Goodell, of course, I love that Roger Goodell has to comment on it. Just a guy in his 60s going, a white dude in his 60s going, Bad Bunny is going to continue to be our halftime entertainment. Bad Bunny, I heard the kids like him.
We continue to be great fans of Bad
Bunny. And by the way, a meeting between Bad Bunny and Roger Goodell would go terribly because Bad Bunny does not – his English is like, and then Roger Goodell definitely has no idea how to communicate with a fever pitch popular rapper from Mexico. So
like, why do people care? Like, you know what you're getting in a halftime show. You're trying to get the most popular artist.
I just love it.
And guess what?
Yeah,
ultra conservative bro isn't going to get the guy he wants. The Speaker of the House is not going to get Lee Greenwood for a Super Bowl halftime show. That's not going to move the needle, folks. I'm sorry. Like, what do you expect? Why do you care?
people who hate it.
Go get a snack during halftime. Who cares?
Those are the people who don't watch the
They don't
people
watch
who hate
anyway.
it. They don't watch the halftime
Why are we
show
whining
anyway.
about Bad Bunny in the halftime show? Who cares?
They're like, now give me Dr. Dre. He's got his PhD, I heard. Well, bring him over. Come on. Is it Dr. Dre MD? Is that what we call him officially? Or come on. That's not how it works. You guys have a problem with every artist. You can dig up a problem with every artist out there, by the way. Our producer, Alex Napolis, has found that out many times as he's brought up problematic rejoin music again.
We've had to tell him not to play that because of
stop.
this and this and this.
You've got to lay off. You've got to lay off all of the Michael Jackson tunes. Okay. All right.
Sorry, we can't play Yee anymore.
We're taking a break here. We'll come back. We've got more to go. We may as well be in line. Here as well with the folks outside of Delta Center who are part of the Jazz jersey swap going on right now. As people are walking into the stadium, into Delta Center and trying to get those jerseys exchanged as they start the season off here. We're having a party out here on the plaza. JJ and Alex continues. Before we get out, I want to remind you, Hercules Hero, the Hercules Hero of the Week program is brought to you by the folks at Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. What do? You go to KSLSports.com/contest. You nominate a youth sports volunteer in your area who does an awesome job. And we read those winners off every week. Right here on JJ and Alex, we'll do that. I thought it was today. It's actually tomorrow.
Yes.
So, but you can keep those nominations rolling in. Just go to KSLSports.com/contest and nominate a youth sports volunteer, and they win a prize from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, are awesome sponsors of that program. We'll come back. We have a top 10 next right here at 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Northbound and southbound delays continue on I-15 between Murray and Midville, although the northbound crash just past 53rd South has now been cleared. Expect slowdowns northbound I-15 going by Hill Air Force Base, and pretty slow at that from the SR-193 exit in Layton up to the Riverdale Road exit. From system install to fast fixes to deliver award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical, call Whipple Services Champions for the win today. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Honestly, Utah could have scored there and had the ball coming out of half.
With the lead.
With the lead.
Yep.
And it made a huge difference.
Yep.
And the interception wasn't great either.
No, that was a horrible ball. That was the first, other than the fumbled punt return, the muff punt, that was the other big failure in the game. That was just a horrible ball to throw. That is something Devin Dampier has done too much of. And I do think it was a reminder that, some of the issues Utah had against Texas Tech, they haven't remedied. They are just better than West Virginia. They were just better than Arizona State that night in the rain. But their issues remain their issues. Their flaws are going to prevent them from winning those types of games this year.
I don't think Ute fans should be panicking at all. I don't think they have a bad team. I think they lost a game against BYU, who is also a good team. I know on the macro, I don't think it means anything.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
SLC Fat Loss and SLCFatLoss.com. Go check it out for yourself. The same program that has helped JJ and I drop a ton of weight over the past year and a half and keep it off. I dropped 65 pounds on this program more than a year and a half ago. I'm now down 20 this round of dropping another. I'm trying to get to 100 pounds, JJ, over the last 2 years almost. And Salt Lake City Fat Loss has given me that confidence to be able to say, drop the weight, keep it off with a program that works. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. You can get $200 off of their fall special.
Yeah, at the SLCFatLoss.com, they know the secret to losing up to a pound of fat every day. It's a doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program that's going to help you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely. No drugs or injections, no prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or any crazy exercising required. The program's going to help reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and then keep that weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan. You're going to get updates on your phone each and every day, educating you, instructing you on what to do, learning about how calories work, how this all works, and it's going to help. And these are lessons that you're going to be able to carry for the rest of your life to help you keep that weight off as well. So go to SLCFatLoss.com right now. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Get a free consultation. Learn more about the program. If you want to do the program like Alex said, tell them JJ and Alex sent you. You're going to get $200 off their fall special right now. That's SLCFatLoss.com, SLCFatLoss.com.
Hey, Doug.
Oh, hey, Kelly. Welcome back. How's the new Outback?
I love it.
Glad to hear.
I was wondering if I could test drive maybe another?
Course? Which one?
How about that one?
But That's another Outback. You already have an Outback.
Yeah, but I don't have a red one.
Test drive the new 2025 Subaru Outback at Doug Smith Subaru in American Fork and get 1.9% APR financing for 72 months on all new 2025 Outbacks. No one knows Subaru like Doug.
While most jewelry stores outsource their custom work to international manufacturers, Belliston Jewelry is your custom, in-house, full-service jeweler.
Besides the obvious tariff issue, what's wrong with outsourcing?
You know, like a game of telephone, all of the important details, the essence of your dream ring, are quite literally lost in translation as it's designed in other countries like India and China. Belliston's in-store designers can customize and modify your design right in front of you, cutting any confusion to bring your true design to life.
Yeah, absolutely. I plan to wear my ring every day for the rest of my life. I want it right.
Let me ask you this. If you choose one of those other guys, but you hate the finished ring, do you think they would remake it to get it just right?
Not a chance.
At Belliston Jewelry, we work with you in-house every step of the way to ensure it's right the first time. BellistonJewelry.com, across from Weaver State in Ogden.
Locally made, just for you.
And cherished for generations.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Any Hour Services free furnace sale is going on right now. Schedule a free estimate by September 30th, and when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. For more information, call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 158! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kyle Whittingham talks about how the defense is going to handle the first half without Lander Barton.
Well, they got to pick up the slack. Fortunately, we got good depth in the linebacker room, and this is a team that we're playing that is predominantly a spread team, so a very little 3 linebacker scheme, so it's more 4-2 configuration, and so that helps as well.
That is your Utes at 50 update. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. Any event that you're in charge of, new catering clients get 10% off their first order. The top 10's next on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. The Aggies head to New Mexico for a battle against the Lobos. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. We are outside Delta Center, where fans have lined up for the jersey swap. How does it work? The first 500 people who showed up with a jersey that was in whatever condition, as far as I can tell, like I think it basically has to be like a
retro Jazz jersey of some kind.
Retro Jazz jersey of some kind, but also kind of, it's not the T-shirt versions of it. It's got to be
the real deal.
It's got to be like a legit jersey. But it doesn't matter the era that it's from or when you got it. They're doing these straight across trades for the first 500 fans of brand new Jazz jerseys. And I just saw a fan who's over here, and there's no hey, pay the taxes or anything. It was just a straight up here's my jersey, throw it in there. What's the worst jersey you've seen today? Like the style. What's the worst style?
The highlighter yellows.
So the bright yellow here with the black Jazz.
They need to
notes?
dye it a certain
that
death.
poor kid too.
They need to go away.
He looks sad.
I know.
He looks like a sad
because
child.
all he knows is bad Jazz.
All he knows is bad
this poor
Jazz
kid,
jerseys.
It's like a Jets fan. Like, my team sucks.
Did you see that kid's interview that went viral?
Oh yeah, no,
Phenomenal.
I was going to suggest we played it in the Blitz. It's hilarious.
It is awesome. He just goes, I hate this team.
Truly captures the pain of a Jets fan.
And it's raw, and it's from a kid who's like probably 14, 15 years old.
He doesn't know anything different.
Yeah,
his team's never been to the playoffs.
Hey,
in
Napoles,
his lifetime.
Find the kid who hates the Jets, but he's never going to stop cheering for them. That encompasses what happens in
Mr.
sports.
23 right here. That's that kid.
That's that kid.
He was born into it.
Lots of Spida Mitchell jerseys in the gradient, like red to yellow.
Yes,
the old
city edition.
By the way,
the Moab jerseys, we call them.
It's a Win Ticket Wednesday, so I've got you some tickets to give away right now. Caller number 12, no questions asked. Caller number 12 wins tickets to see Adam Sandler this Sunday, October 26th at Delta Center, part of the You're My Best Friend tour. 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-9663. You get a pair of tickets to see Adam Sandler on Sunday at Delta Center right here, part of the You're My Best Friend tour with Sandman. So check it out. I've got a top 10 here for you, JJ. You ready for this?
Let's go.
The theme is Jazz jerseys. The theme is the top 10 best-selling Jazz jerseys of all time.
Really?
Now, I will qualify it by saying this.
How did you get this info?
Listen, stop. Don't try to ask me my sources.
Okay.
Ever, all right? I don't want you to – I'm not going to betray any friendships. All right? I have in front of me the top 10 selling Jazz jerseys of all time. Now, I will say that styles of jerseys matter.
Yes, sir.
And that also means that you may see a couple of different people on here multiple times with different jerseys. Okay. So this is all-time selling Jazz jerseys. On your mark, get set, go.
Karl Malone, John Stockton,
ding,
Donovan Mitchell,
ding,
Rudy Gobert, Darren Williams, Carlos Boozer.
Hold on. Wait, Darren Williams?
Yep.
Ding.
Andre Karolinko,
Hey, did you
AK-47.
just start the timer, Alex Napoles?
He's a little behind schedule.
How dare you?
Soon to be Ace Bailey, but that's a little too soon.
Hey,
Pete
by the
Maravich.
way, yes, ding.
Okay. Kyle Korver. Okay. Jeff Hornacek. Wow. Thurl Bailey. Mark Eaton.
Ding.
Okay. Who else we got?
So now I want you to think something, though.
Derek Favors. Paul Millsap.
Paul Millsap.
Al Jefferson.
Ding. No, just kidding.
Okay. Am I out of? I mean, I've said everybody. Is there anything
feels
left?
Like you've said a lot of people. I do have at least one. I know you have.
Howard Isley.
Howard Isley.
Antoine Carr, the big dog.
Oh man,
Greg Foster.
I think about guys whose jerseys you shouldn't have anymore.
Costa Koufos.
Ronnie Price. All right, now listen.
Who did I not get?
Here's the thing:
there's one I didn't get.
So you got, but just by saying Carl and John, the Karl Malone, the number one all-time best-selling jersey of the Utah Jazz is the Karl Malone Purple Mountain iconic jersey.
Yes.
John Stockton Purple Mountain jersey.
Yes.
Number 2. Donovan Mitchell City Edition.
All right.
Of the Utah Red Rock landscape is actually number 3 all time.
That's great.
Beating the Karl Malone Classic Purple Note that was number 4.
I love that one.
The John Stockton Classic Purple Note was number 5. Okay, so it's John Stockton, Karl Malone, 4 out of the top 5.
Makes
sense. Donovan Mitchell in the middle of all that. Pistol Pete Maravich, number 6, with the New Orleans colors.
Yes.
Darren Williams with the Skyline Blue.
Yes.
is number 7. Mark Eaton with the classic white note, purple jersey, number 8. Number 10 is Lowry Markkanen, the black jersey, the black statement jersey.
Yeah.
Number 9, the only player you missed, Andre Kerlinko.
Oh, I said AK-47.
Oh, you did? Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, well, AK, you got them all then.
Good.
I guess. You got them all. So
Well,
there you go. The AK black.
Easy to guess the
by
players.
Way,
it would have been more difficult to guess the specific jerseys.
Yeah, it was the AK black jersey, too.
Yeah, the black one. The black copper one with copper on it.
Well, it was the initial, what they called, they were statement jerseys even back then.
Right.
So there you go. Well done, JJ. You passed. You became a Jazz fan. I know that Alex Napolis just said something in my ear. What did you just say, Nap? What did you just tell me? Oh, this is the one.
Oh, yeah.
This is the one. And
this
listen,
is sad.
So Jazz fans who are out there right now and are listening and are wondering, are we going to get to this level of hatred of your fandom? The answer is you will never be this low, so always consider yourself better off that way. Here's what it sounded like in New York from this Jets fan who was asked about the game on Sunday.
Cinnamon, get your thoughts on the game.
I hate this team. I was born into this, and I'm not gonna ever. I'm always a Jets fan, but like, I hate this team.
So good.
You know what? It's just the pain of a guy who. You know what that is? That's a guy who does hate this team, and he loves his dad. You know, that's a guy who just said, "I hate this team. I was born into it. I mean, I guess I'll never stop cheering for it." He looks at his dad, who's probably like, "I hate him too, son. Let's hate them together." Like, you know what I mean?
They've hurt us both.
So, Jazz fans, as you're going through the line with the jersey swap, it's never going to be that bad. It will never be Jets bad for this team. Am I wrong?
Sure hope not.
No, you can't. It absolutely can't get that bad. All right? So there you go. I hate this team. We should just pull that. That's all we need is, I hate this team.
We'll play that drop every time one of the teams here lose.
Anything. It can work for anything. I don't care who you are. It just works for everything. So we'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got more to go around the corner. We're live outside Delta Center for the Jazz Clippers tonight. Tipping off. Fans are at this is a phenomenal sight to behold here outside Delta Center. So go check it. You can, of course, watch this Jazz team tonight taking on the Clippers, and we're going to be watching them all season long. It sounds like it sounds like people are on a roller coaster at Lagoon.
Yeah.
Right? I don't know what's going on that's causing the fans to just go bonkers every few
People are having a
minutes.
good time here. Come on down and watch the Jazz tonight.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. More to go around the corner. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
This is Devin Dampier. As a new quarterback for the Utes, preparation is everything. Every practice, every play, every decision. And that preparation starts long before I step on the field. It starts with what I put in my body. That's why I choose Culligan Water, Salt Lake City. Their healthy, clean water isn't about quenching thirst. It's about optimal hydration, faster recovery, peak performance. It's the foundation of staying sharp on and off the field. For me and for my game, it's got to be Culligan of Salt Lake City. Drink what I drink. Visit CulliganSLC.com or call 801-509-9602.
Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hi, I'm Jay Broadbent from Alpine Home Medical, and I'm humbled to win Utah's Best of State for 2025 for the 15th year in a row. After 28 years, we're all about you. Over 1,700 5-star Google reviews and a 4.8 customer satisfaction score to prove it. We'll keep working hard for you. I've spent this year advocating with lawmakers for better Medicare reimbursement, ensuring you always have the best access to medical supplies you need. From Idaho Falls to St. George, our 11 stores are your home for comfort. When you hear Alpine Home Medical, think of that best of state experience every single time. Visit us online at alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben. What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to americafirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
One simple thing can protect your family and home this winter. Schedule a furnace inspection with a certified heating contractor to check for safety and efficiency. A reminder from Enbridge Gas.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The exclusive home of the Utah Mammoth is on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turnover by Lekkonen, shot and they score! Mikhail Sergachev gets his first of the year, and that one was a rocket! Keller in his own zone, nearly gave it back. Now Gunther wants to run. Gunther up ahead. It's Keller on the move. Keller to the front, tapped in. They score! He's done it again! Dylan Gunther! Wow! Overtime winner!
You're locked into JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The KSL Sports Zone, of course, your radio home of the Utah Mammoth, your radio home of the Utah Jazz. The Jazz are on deck tonight. Last night it was the Mammoth getting the massive win over Colorado. The Avs come into town and disappointed their fan base who was here cheering them on.
Sent them away with a big fat overtime loss.
Such a shame, too. Such good people, the folks of Colorado. They're good people. They're very good people. I will say that was such a fun night. The back and forth was there. And listen, we haven't been able to see it yet. Stanley Cup playoffs haven't come to Delta Center, and we haven't seen this team be there yet. Look at this. That's a nice jersey right there. Absolutely.
Oh, that's beautiful.
And you've got a lot of folks doing the swap today. It's great. But I wondered, too, though, JJ, the 4-3 win in overtime over the Avalanche, in the fashion that they did it, I think is as close to this that this barn has felt to a massive kind of franchise moment. We had a lot of them last year.
Yeah.
But this one felt a little bit more like, I don't want to over-dramatize it. You tell me if it's over-dramatic.
Nope.
Is it too much to say that moment was the biggest that this franchise has had at home in terms of a regular season win?
Nothing but respect to that Colorado Avalanche team who might be a Stanley Cup champion by the end of the year.
Sure.
That team is phenomenal with so many great players, and you saw it. I mean, Nathan McKinnon breakaway against Karel Vejmelka. You're like, that guy's so fast and good with the puck. And for Karel Vejmelka to send him go the other way was phenomenal.
Yes.
Like, this Colorado team is good.
2 saves. It was like boom, boom. You had to save 2 of them in a row.
So the Mammoth were facing what could be the Stanley Cup champion this year, and they stood toe-to-toe with them and beat them in overtime. This was a massive step for the Utah Mammoth to prove that they can hang with one of the best in the NHL. We've talked about it. Bill Armstrong's come on our show and says, Utah, the Mammoth, we're not quite top 10 yet. And that's the next step, is for this franchise to prove that they're a top 10 program in the NHL. And are they there yet? We'll have to make that determination at the end of the season. But an effort like last night, a win like last night, matching up with a team that talented shows you they're quickly approaching that top third of the league, and that's exciting.
Let's start off the conversation officially here with the cut. We'll jump in right here. Let's do it.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This portion of the show brought to you by Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com. For all your trusted local needs in retirement, TrajanWealth.com. Now, what's cool about this crowd is that you've got Jazz fans and Mammoth fans who are all combined into one, and now you've got folks. I mean, we've actually watched a lot of Dylan Guenther and Logan Cooley jerseys stumble past the booth.
Oh, yeah.
I love it because this is now feeling more like a hockey town than it ever has. It gets to be more and more so. It is early in the season, JJ. It is definitely way too early for you to look around and go, no, this team is figuring it out. But it is a great start. When you think about how the year started out last year for this team, they got off to kind of a hot start. They even hit the road and got some wins in places that they shouldn't have, so to speak.
Yeah.
But I think what's important about this is that the people who are scoring are the ones you're used to scoring, but also a night like last night, it was 4 different goal scorers. It was 4 different goal scorers, if I'm not mistaken, right? So you've got everybody chipping in. You can have a night where Schmaltzy gets a hat trick, right? And then you can have a night where, and by the way, has Nick Schmaltz had 4 or 5 goals in the season
He's
now?
off to a phenomenal start.
Great
yes.
start. He, of course, had the hat trick the other night, and then he scores goal number 2 last night for the team. And it was just it was a great way to get things going because you have a lot of names getting passed around there. When you have, and I actually listened to the Colorado Avalanche broadcast of a couple of the goals last night just to see what their reaction was.
Yeah.
The Dylan Guenther winner was a heartbreaker, obviously, for them, but they were like, how about this kid?
Yeah.
How about this guy? And Clayton Keller getting it to Guenther on that last one, for him to be able to, I mean, just go back and watch how phenomenal that goal is. Go watch Sergachev's goal that ended up being the equalizer to make it 3-3, right? And so watch what these guys do. It is such an amazing moment for this team who are offensively playing really, really good. Now, they handed Colorado their second loss of the year. Both of the losses that Colorado's had this season have been in overtime, so they still continue to steal points away even in those moments.
Yeah.
They haven't lost in regulation at all yet. What impresses me about this team is that I think that they go and I think they reset right back again every night to where they were. They don't get too high, don't get too low on losses, don't get too high on wins. Got to start being consistent, and that's the key, I think, for this team to be able to get to a playoff discussion. It's only 7 games in to a very long season, JJ, but 10 points already, and they are right there, right up against it. You know Dallas is going to show up. Dallas is at the bottom of this Western Conference right now. Like, stop. You know what I mean? Those guys are going to show up.
They'll be back, yeah.
They're going to be good.
It's kind of like Colorado had a rough start last year and roared back. So
figured it out, right?
Yes.
So you start out – yeah, Colorado started out like 0-4 last year.
They had a rough start.
And we were like, yeah, that's a bad team. And
Yeah,
then it's like, nah. Ended up being one of the best. And that's what's going to happen with Dallas. You're going to see this thing kind of normalize. What you don't want to see is this Mammoth team fall off, or when they do hit some adversity, a couple losses in a row maybe, or they get hit with an injury here or there that is inevitable in a game like this. We'll have to see how this team reacts. But so far, game number 7 was awesome last night, and the Mammoth improved to 5-2 on the season, 10 points on the table, not a bad start.
Well, it's obvious the defense has improved, and obviously they added depth on the back line. Simashev has been a revelation as a rookie coming from the KHL to come to the NHL, and the transition has been flawless. He's been key. But how about Veggie last night? Veggie was phenomenal. 30 saves. But turning back Nathan McKinnon twice. Nathan McKinnon didn't score last night. He had no points. That's phenomenal. So that's one of the top 5 players in the league. And so the defense is much improved. They're holding teams to less goals this year so far than they were at this point last year. Obviously, the offense got off to a great start last year. Not quite as fast this year, but the defense has been better, which explains the 5-2 record. And you want that defense to be better. That's what you want to really lean into. So Veggie's been great. Vanacek has been good when he's played. But Dylan Guenther is becoming an NHL superstar. Dylan Guenther is phenomenal. So going back to last February, he leads the NHL in game-winning goals with 9, and he has 4 overtime winners, which also leads the NHL. That's insane.
That's pretty wild.
Clutch. That's a guy that when it really matters, when you need somebody to step up and make a big play, that young kid can do it. And he's going to do this for the rest of his career, and he's going to, for the next 7 years, he's here.
I was going to say the good news is all these young guys have the potential of being here for a long time and being together for a long time, and all that chemistry is going to do. I mean, I was telling you this, too, before the show, how that conversion on that 4th goal, the game winner in overtime, at some point you send those pucks in every different type of scenario in practices.
Yeah.
And those guys have faced passing to one another from different sides of the ice, so many different occasions. And so he's seen every different type of deflection, every which way that and every which speed that the puck could get there or get chipped a little bit or maybe get there a little bit later than he would have thought. All of those different versions, they've been able to kind of practice those types of things. And then when you do it in a game, then you level up even more, right? Like you get to a point where you go, look, you're converting this not just in practice. The chemistry's not there just a little bit here and there. The chemistry is there with these young guys. And again, J.J. Peterka, he's been, from a goal scoring standpoint, obviously pretty quiet. As soon as that gets turned on again, then that's
another guy.
That's another level.
Once he finds his rhythm offensively and gets things going, there's so many weapons on this team, and that shows you the depth that they have. They're building something special here. I'm looking at the standings right now, Alex, and I look in the Western Conference, and this is fascinating. The Colorado Avalanche and the Vegas Golden Knights are on top of the West with 12 points apiece. But right after that, the Winnipeg Jets and your Utah Mammoth with 10 points. Utah, after 7 games, is in the top 4 in the Western Conference. Can they keep up this pace? I'm not going to say no.
Right.
I'm not going to say no because what we're seeing right now with the depth that they have, the things we're talking about, if that defense continues to be this phenomenal and the scoring goes up and up, this team could actually get better. And they're already off to a great start.
Sure.
I didn't think they were going to have 10 points at this point.
No, nobody did.
5-2 is phenomenal.
Yeah, and I think the thing that's really cool about that is that when you see how they've been I mean, they're just – look, these guys, the young kids too, by the way, from an interview standpoint, like they are like steady. You know what I mean? They're not blowing people away with their personalities and how crazy everything is. These guys show up and they are businessmen. You know what I mean? Like from a hockey standpoint. And you've got all these great personalities on the team, and then you have these young guys who are just like, look, I'm learning how to be a pro during all this, and I've got to make sure that I'm always on point here. And they rarely miss now when it comes to how good their performances have been on the ice. So every night they can just stack up these performances. And again, you're going to have moments where you lose 2 or 3 in a row. They're going to have moments where they've lost 5 out of 7, you know? And how do they respond to those things? How do they figure it out? But how cool is Veggie in a moment where McKinnon is in front of his net, hitting 2 shots right off of him? The only way that the Avs were able to score last night were with obvious open net situations where it's like, oh, that was just you got beat on the defender and you can't keep that entire side of the goal covered. Or that Natchez goal that was scored last night was absolutely wild. We were talking about how that overhead shot of the goal.
Yeah,
everyone's going, okay, how did that puck sneak in? So you had to have basically an insane, phenomenal, crazy, almost mathematically impossible shot to go in last night for that Avalanche team to send this thing to overtime. And anyway, it's just, you got to love what this team's doing right now. And what do you do after the game? You send the Zamboni out. It shaves the ice down and gets it all smooth again. And what do? Break it all back down again and get you ready. And then they put the boards all on top of the ice, and you get ready for another set of feet to be running around on top of the floor out here at Delta Center. Has it affected at all the transition they made with the hockey, with the actual hockey setup? Has that affected the way that the basketball arenas arranged and set up, or is it just?
It shouldn't. No, that was the whole point. That's the retractable stands, the new state-of-the-art stands. That was supposed to create that. You're supposed to be able to transition from basketball to hockey without giving up the feeling of being on top of the basketball arena, and also being able to create that same effect with the NHL setup. So, no, the fan experience tonight should be phenomenal. Should be the same, and Delta Center should be the loudest arena in the NBA still. But it's going to be a while before they have to put that ice down, Alex, because this team's going to be on the road for a while.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, my gosh. If you look at the Mammoth schedule, pretty brutal. They're starting a 4-game trip. All 4 games are against teams that were in the playoffs last year.
What do you have?
3 division teams, the St. Louis Blues, the Minnesota Wild, the Winnipeg Jets, and then they have to go to Edmonton to finish this trip.
Jeez.
Come back for a Sunday matinee against Tampa Bay. Then they're back on the road again in Buffalo, Toronto, Montreal, and Ottawa.
Sheesh.
That's brutal. So that's 8 out of the next 9, and it's 10 out of the next 13 are on the road before they come home for a while. In late November around Thanksgiving, they're going to get a 4-game, and then they got to go back on another 4-game trip after that. And actually, it's a 6-game.
Sheesh.
Their schedule before December is brutal, and
Yeah.
so we talk about the great start. They may have needed that great start because they're going to have to deal with some adversity now on the road. We're going to learn a lot about this team in this next stretch through November because the schedule is not kind to them. But we've talked to a lot of guys in the league that say road trips for these guys in the NHL can be phenomenal team-building opportunities. And they really bond, and they're going to be on the road for a long time together here in this coming month. Does this bring them together, or do they struggle? We'll have to wait and see. But great start right now, 10 points early. Can they go out on the road and sustain this pace? Because if they can get through that tough stretch of road games here coming up over the next month and a half, they're going to have a lot of home games on the back end here, and they're going to be able to get hot at the end of the season when it really matters the most.
Do you think that, the way things are set up with this team and the way that these guys, when they do go out on the road for such long stretches, but by the way, everybody in the NHL has to do this at some point during the season. It's whether or not you do it at the front end or the back end.
You play 41 on the road. You play 41 at home.
Right, and so when you see that, though, and you have these young guys who do, it's a great time to do it because these guys are young. There's no like, hey, oh, man, is this wearing you down on the back? Of course, look, they play professional hockey.
Yeah.
They're getting beat up every night.
And they go hard each and every night.
Yes,
and they rarely sit out.
Yeah.
There's not much load management in the NHL.
I don't think people worry that much about what these young guys are going to be able to put together on a nightly basis. So what I'm interested in knowing is when we chat with Bear this week, hopefully we can get a hold of him during their trips out to see where this team is. Like, that's a guy who doesn't get too high or too low. Speaking of guys who try to keep a cool head about him no matter what's going on, I want to see how excited he gets about this group of young guys who are coming together.
That the Tuesday win, I could see he kind of just kept it. He didn't show any emotion, but he quickly walked off the bench. I can't imagine the fist bump that he made in the on the way back to the locker room there, because he had to be thrilled that team pulled that off, because that was such a great battle, and for them to come away with 2 points was huge.
All right, we are here at Delta Center, in the shadow of Delta Center, and just outside the team store, where fans have been in line and waiting to get the jersey swaps going on here. The line has moved a ton, and the line continues to be wrapped around the building. So I'm assuming that they got to the 500. I don't know if they're still swapping jerseys or what, but I'm seeing people still coming out with the new stuff. I'm still
phenomenal.
I've seen a couple of Walt Clayton Jr. jerseys that have walked out of the building. I love it, man. Look at this one. There's
Got
another
the
one.
Ace Bailey right here.
They got the Ace Bailey. This kid's going with the Walter Clayton Jr. black jersey right there as well. So it's a great look, man. I'm loving all these guys making these jersey swaps. It's really, really cool. All right, let's take another break here. We'll come back. We've got more around the corner. We're going to get you ready for the Utah Jazz taking on the Clippers tonight. Let's talk Jazz next. Let's talk a little bit about what this team is going to anticipate with the Clippers coming into town. This Clippers team, you can't swap the Clippers jersey, guy. Don't try it.
Boo!
Wouldn't that be fun to have a Kawhi Leonard jersey? They're like, I wear it. That'd be fun if he played tonight or 70 games during a year. Come on.
I didn't even look at the injury report. Is he on it? He's always on it. I don't know.
He claims he's going to play a ton this year, so we'll see.
We'll see.
All right.
See.
We'll take a break here.
That's an old roster. They're
We'll take
old.
a break here. We got more to go around the corner. Look who it is. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Reduced speeds on southbound I-15 in Salt Lake County from Murray to Draper, but not quite as bad as it is most weekday afternoons. It's worse, though, on northbound I-15 going by Hill Air Force Base from Antelope Drive in Layton up to Riverdale. It's still very slow on the freeway. Prep for winter. Get a furnace inspection and certified heating contractor to check for safety and efficiency. A reminder from Enbridge Gas. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. With the Holy War behind them, the Cougars get set for a trip to the Midwest for a Saturday afternoon showdown against Iowa State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers. Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Attention high schoolers, are you ready to power up your future? The Hercules Scholarship Competition is officially open now through November 1st. You can win up to $2,000 towards your tuition. It's simple. Fill out the application, answer one essay question, submit before November 1st. Don't miss your chance to invest in your future. Apply today at HerculesCU.com for your Hercules Scholarship and make your education unstoppable. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Utah Mammoth Hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to UtahMammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's UtahMammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey, Lowry Markkanen, and Walker Kessler tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU offensive lineman Andrew Gentry talks about how BYU gets prepared to face off against the Iowa State Cyclones.
I mean, they're a disciplined, well-coached defense, right? And I think you're always going to get that from a really good team in the Big 12. And so this week, I think we're going to be physical. We're always going to try to establish the run game, right? We have great running backs, but also throw the ball as well and protect Bear. So I think the biggest thing for us is just finding ways to continue to be disciplined, right? We've had a great years in offensive line, but finding ways to continue to get better.
That's your Cougars at 30 update, and it's brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. They'll cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Provide ribs and brisket at those get-togethers. You will be the hero. Jazz Daily's next as we preview the season opener between the Jazz and Clippers on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And Walker's got a block of Grant. Outlet by Hendricks. Walker catches. Walker jams. It's Walker Kessler, everybody. Clayton Jr. in the corner. Comes off a Hendricks pick. Now Taylor posts up. Has it deep in the block. Jump stops. Turns to the middle. Right hand push. No. Followed by Ace Bailey up and in. Hendricks through the lane to the rack. Jamming it.
Love it.
Keontae gets a steal on the outlet. Attacks the rack. Tale on his left shoulder. Keontae rises up and lays it up and in.
You're locked into JJ and Alex. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome on in. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. We are walking you up to coverage of the Utah Jazz taking on the LA Clippers tonight. Your pregame is going to be 6 o'clock here, top of the hour. Going to get the dulcet tones of Jake Scott. I'm assuming that Tim Lacombe, is the coach, going to be with him again also this year. We did see Jake walk by for sure. And then, of course, you're going to get the radio call. David Locke, Ron Boone, at tip-off at 7 o'clock. Going to be an awesome one because the Jazz are tipping off and the fans are out. It's been just a really, really cool event. You think about ways to engage your fan base, ask Ryan Smith how to do it, and it's been working out. So the fans are out here. They're doing the jersey swap, and they're having a great time. Want to remind you, by the way, by way of announcement, RGS Exteriors are going to be hosting Hanson Scotty coming up on Friday for Football Friday, noon to 3. Don't want to miss it, 4235 Farm Road in West Jordan. Hanson Scotty going to be out at RGS on Friday for Football Friday. JJ, you were just mentioning to me the starting lineup of the Utah Jazz.
The starters tonight have been announced.
I am fascinated. I'm confused. I'm really, really interested to see your thoughts on what this group of 5 who are starting tonight is. Now, I know that we were initially wondering what Ace Bailey's availability would be. I don't think we're wondering if Ace Bailey's going to be available or not. He's available tonight.
Yes.
He is not listed as out or questionable or probable, none of those things. He's going to be available. However, the starting 5 is not going to feature Ace Bailey on night 1. Going to be coming off the bench to make his debut in the NBA. But what does the starting 5 look like for this Jazz team tonight, JJ?
Yeah, Keontae George will start alongside Svi Mikhailuk, Lauri Markkanen, Kyle Filipowski, and Walker Kessler. Not what we expected.
Going with the big lineup.
No Taylor Hendricks, no Ace Bailey.
So what's the thought there? Hey, I've got some Svi earned the starting spot. Let's give it to him.
Well, Will Hardy's going to address the media here soon. I would love to hear why this is the lineup he's going with. I'm sure obviously that can change, but not the lineup we expected to see tonight, at least the starting lineup. That doesn't mean that some of these other guys aren't going to be in the rotation.
Oh, listen.
Get a lot of minutes. But
Svi Mikhailuk is not going to be your long-term starter for this team, and obviously you are going to see – I think this is going to – I didn't know they would do it the first game of the season, but I think you're going to see another year of extremely creative, shall we say, lineups for this team. This is one of them, right? I mean, now, Taylor Hendricks and Ace Bailey, what I like about the idea of those guys coming off the bench is I think that those guys are immediately when they come onto the floor, a couple of the most athletic dudes. I don't care what team they're playing. They're usually going to be some of the most athletic guys on the floor for a team.
Sure.
Coming off the bench, that's a nice way to be able to do it, at least at the beginning.
Yeah, for sure. And you also have Bryce Sensabaugh that'll be coming off the bench. I did not expect Bryce to start. He was coming off the bench in the preseason. Kind of liked how that worked with the 6-man role, and, that's obviously a role he'll be playing in the season, but did not expect that starting 5. I'm going to be very curious to see what the rotation is tonight, who's in, who's not. That's something to watch for. Does Cody Williams get minutes tonight? You got a lot of young guys on this team, and there's only so many minutes to go around.
Yeah, of course. So, when you rotate in Walt Clayton Jr., is that going to be with is that going to be 9 minutes?
And what does that mean for, you start looking down the roster, and, what does that mean for the other Isaiah Collier? Isaiah Collier's, where do you get him minutes? You got a lot of young players that you want to evaluate and see where they stand, but if you don't give them minutes, it's hard to do that. I'm sure they're doing that in practices, et cetera, but obviously this is not a roster that's going to contend for a playoff spot. In fact, they're predicted to win as many games as they did last year. But there's a depth of young talent on this team, and some of these guys are going to be on the outside looking in. Who are those guys, and how often are they going to be on the outside looking in?
What do you expect out of Ace Bailey this rookie season? I know last night we talked a little bit about it with Jake and Ben, where it was like, hey, but expectation-wise, the expectations are huge, and yet at the same time, people are going to give him like a little bit of that length of slack to be able to kind of give grace to a rookie, who's got to kind of find themselves. We've seen guys have great preseasons, and then they come in, and the NBA, there's got to be a little bit of nerve, right? When the regular season starts up and you start to play, things start to slow down at a different pace, or they're fast and they've got to slow down for you a little bit. There's got to be some time there. But what do you expect rookie campaign-wise from Ace Bailey? Is it that he ends up being just that automatic starter by the end of the year? I would imagine that he would be getting those starting minutes a lot. But at the same time, is it too much to ask of him to be a 15 and 7 type of a guy in his rookie season?
That's a great question. And that'll be up to him and how he finds consistency with his game. If he's not starting, it's going to be more difficult to have those kind of numbers unless he's getting to that 25 to 30-minute mark in playing time. But I think there's going to be some highs and there's going to be some lows. There's going to be a night where he scores 25 points and pulls down 10 rebounds. And you're like, this dude is a superstar. There's going to be another night. Maybe it's the next night where he goes 1 for 10 and 0 of 7 from 3 or something like that. And you're like, oh, man, not a great night. But that's okay. He's
Those
a
sound
rookie.
like rookie numbers, though, right?
But what you are going to have is he's going to remind you often what he's capable of. He's going to make a sensational play, and you're like, ooh, oh, yeah. And that's when you can tell when a young player is going to be great, is when they make you go ooh and ah enough times that you buy in. And I think that he's going to be able to do that. Jazz fans are going to love him. What I love about Ace Bailey, beyond what he's able to do on the court, is this kid has personality. He is happy all the time. He's got a big smile. He makes Will Hardy laugh and smile. He is a guy that's going to uplift and keep his teammates lighthearted, because there's a lot of this is going to be a rough season. This team's probably winning 20 games this year, and they're going to be in the deep lottery as you'd expect, and they probably need to keep that pick. But this is a team that's going to lose a lot of games this year, and it's good that you have a rookie that has that kind of attitude coming in that just cannot wipe the smile off his face, because he's so thrilled and happy that he's made his NBA dream come true. And he's going to come out with that effort and that smile each and every night. It's going to be fun to watch him develop and play with that kind of joy that he brings to work every single day.
How many packages of popcorn, Cammie, have we made today so far, do you think? Cade, what's your guess? How many Bonneville popcorn machine bags have we had to go through probably? Because we're down to the last 2, right? We're down to the last 2. I think this is the most popcorn I've ever seen delivered ever. So, phenomenal job by our street team, by the way. The popcorn is still flowing.
The whole crew out here today. Big day for us.
Connor's here too. I don't know if you knew that.
Yeah, that's
right. And Connor's going to be with me at the warehouse on Friday for Football Friday. Let's go. All right. Let me ask you this, because this is a name that we haven't mentioned really at all. Walking up to this, because we just, I think, consider, well, obviously he's going to do his role.
Yeah.
We haven't talked about what Lauri Markkanen's going to do with this team this year. What do you expect out of the de facto leader and former All-Star for this Jazz team? Has it been too much the role of, hey, man, you're on this team, they're losing a lot, they've extended him, they're paying him. Obviously, great, he's getting paid. But what do you get out of this year from Lauri Markkanen, and what do you want him to do? What's the thing that you want him, and even some intangibles maybe? Like, this isn't a guy who's a super vocal leader, but you've got a lot of young guys who are going to be looking up to him.
He is a phenomenal person, and he's a great pro, but he's also a human, and he's a great competitor that wants to win. So he's caught in this tough spot where I know that he wants to win basketball games, but he understands where this franchise is at right now. He knew what he was signing up for. He wanted to be a part of this long term, and I still believe he is going to be part of this long term. That doesn't mean that a deal can't come along, that the Jazz can't say no to. Could come along at the trade deadline. Who knows when? But for right now, they have been very vocal about the fact, and I've also heard this off the record, that he is in the long-term plans of the Utah Jazz. He's only 28 years old. So there's still some excitement around Lauri Markkanen. What do I expect from him this season? I expect him to play in more games. I don't expect him to sit out as many games. I expect him to play at an all-star level. Does he play in enough games to get all-star status? Is playing on a team that's probably going to lose 60 games going to help him achieve all-star status again? Probably not. But he's going to play at an all-star level, and that's what I expect from Lauri Markkanen this year. As long as he's healthy, and by all indications, whatever he was going through last year is in the past, and he's healthy coming into the season. So he's going to play at that level for them. Now, it's not enough, because you need more guys that can bring it at that level to be able to win in the West. As we're going to see tonight, this Clippers team coming in tonight, they're loaded with some of the best players of this generation. James Harden, Kawhi Leonard, Bradley Beal, Chris Paul. These are not just all-star level players.
They're old
as
the hills.
They are old, but they're Hall of Famers, and they can still beat you. James Harden can still drop 30 on you. Kawhi Leonard is still one of the craftiest players in the league. Bradley Beal still has something in the tank, I believe. And Chris Paul is still a leader. And still a very, very intense competitor. So you're going to see a Clippers team tonight that has those things that the Jazz want to get to someday. And that's the difference.
What's the next step for Walker Kessler? He had a phenomenal year 3,
Space
a great
the floor.
rookie season. What does that mean?
It means being able to stretch out and pull defenders away from the rim, being able to be a threat on the perimeter.
But
that doesn't just mean shooting. It could be passing. Look at what Jokic does. Jokic creates gravity.
Yep,
he pulls everybody away from the rim, which allows his teammates to do what they need to do. And the ability to pass. And you know what? If Walker Kessler has to take an occasional three, what does this team have to lose this year? He took one in the preseason and made one. So why not? Why not?
Has Rudy Gobert hit has he hit his first official three yet in the
That's a
NBA
good question.
Yet?
I don't know.
Let's get our statisticians on that.
I haven't followed Minnesota closely enough to know if he hit one up there, but
I guarantee he's not. I mean,
probably not.
All right. Let's take another break here. We'll come back. We'll get you ready for the Jazz taking on the Clippers tonight, and you're going to be able to get your pregame starting at the top of the hour. Jake Scott and the coach, Tim Lacombe, going to be hosting that one. And then, of course, David Locke and Ron Boone, your classic legacy voices of bringing you the Jazz, of course, now on the radio side of things. It is your Utah Jazz radio home, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Stay tuned. More to go right around the corner. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The biggest trouble along the Wasatch Front is for northbound commuters trying to go from Layton to Ogden. On I-15 northbound is slow from Antelope Drive up to Riverdale Road. Same thing for northbound US 89 heading up to I-84. The West 201 highway is another spot of slowing for westbound traffic from I-15 heading out up to 72nd West in Magna. Advanced Window Products, get $2,500 off 10 windows or more at advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Nepolis here on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
SLC Fat Loss and SLCFatLoss.com. Go check out Salt Lake City Fat Loss. JJ and I got on this program in April of 2024. We've been on this program now for over a year, almost a year and a half, and it's worked for us the entire time. I've dropped weight before on programs. I've never been able to keep it off, but I've kept off all 65 pounds that I first lost in those first 60 days. How about 65 pounds in 60 days? How about dropping up to a pound of fat a day with a program that's going to not use the injections, not use the supplements, none of that stuff? It's all about the program that you can follow and you can stick to it long term.
Yeah, that's the difference. Something that's going to be able to be carried throughout your life. You're not just trying to lose weight real quick. You're doing something that's going to change your life for a long period of time. And Salt Lake City Fat Loss is going to help you lose the weight quickly. They helped me lose 40 pounds in 60 days. And then they're going to help you keep that weight off. I've been able to keep that weight off for more than a year now, which I wasn't able to do on other diets or other programs or, whatever fad was coming along. Eventually that weight would come back because you couldn't maintain it. This is something you can maintain for the rest of your life. It's going to teach you maintenance for the rest of your life. Lessons, and it's going to provide the science and the studies and the education that you need to keep the weight off for good as well. And it's going to help you change your habits. So go to their website, slcfatloss.com right now. Schedule a consultation. It's free. They'll answer all your questions. And if you want to do this program after the consultation, tell them JJ and Alex sent you. You're going to get $200 off their fall schedule right now, or their fall special right now. Get it done before Christmas. Lose that weight before Christmas. Give yourself that Christmas gift of fat loss and keeping that weight off for good at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes one slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
Do you need an electrician? Any Hour Services has a team of licensed electricians that can help with any size electrical project around your house. Whether it's help troubleshooting, installing a ceiling fan, replacing smoke detectors, or upgrading your old electrical panel, the electricians at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. Now, the full lineup is only at the one place pros rely on. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers, exclusively at the Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update.
158!
Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah defensive back Elijah Davis talks about what the defense needs to improve on ahead of the game against Colorado on Saturday.
I say just being more consistent, man. Making more plays, more tackles, more PBUs, and turning the ball over more. That's what I say. We need more picks.
That is your Utes at 50 update. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Jazz Daily's next. The injury report. Who's playing and who's not on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You know what's coming. Your daily deep dive into everything Utah Jazz. It's time. All season long and even in the off season. It's Jazz Daily with JJ and Alex on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Basketball, gimme the ball because I'm gonna dunk it! Basketball, gimme.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Final segment of the day as we get you ready for the Utah Jazz taking on the LA Clippers tonight. Quick injury report, JJ. Who's in, who's out for tonight's matchup with the Clippers?
Good news, Ace Bailey was on the injury report with an illness. He is available. He will play tonight. Out tonight, Isaiah Collier, right hamstring strain. And, of course, George Niang is still dealing with that stress reaction in his fourth metatarsal of his left foot.
Excuse you?
Did I pronounce that correctly?
Well, the FCC's coming after you. There are some cuss words.
George Niang, as expected, will not play tonight. But that's it. That's your injury report. Everybody else is available. So it's going to be a fun game tonight, Jazz versus the Clippers. We'll see how this young Jazz team looks tonight. Can't wait to see it.
How does that work out, though? What happens with this game tonight, JJ? Your thoughts on how the game one goes with this team facing off against
you know
the
what? The Clippers are coming in here. That's a veteran club, but there's going to be an energy in the building tonight, and there's a lot of young players on this team that don't like being told that they're not going to win a lot of games. They're going to want to make a statement tonight. I say the Jazz get the W tonight, shocking the Clippers in the season opener. I'm going Jazz tonight with a shocking win over L.A.
Well, we're hoping for it. We're hoping for a good game. You know what? Give me an overtime win. Just so we can
There
feel
you go.
good about it, right?
Let's have some fun tonight.
An overtime win
Just
for the
let
Jazz.
the Jazz be interesting, please.
Is that all it's going to be?
That's the low bar this year. Just be interesting.
Please just be interesting.
Please.
Going. Okay. Our street team, phenomenal job today by these guys. So many of them. Connor, Stone, let me see, Leanne, Brant, Cammie.
The whole crew
Cade
here today.
Lee also here. So congrats everybody who did an awesome job. All right, we're back tomorrow, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler.
in your car, or at your in-laws,
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
the Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at kslsports.com/contests.
Ooh, ma.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very